The Big Story.
Hey, Bud.
Yeah?
Got a match?
Sure. Here you are.
Thanks. Here, your match is back. Much obliged.
Don't mention it. Hello, operator. Operator, get me the Secret Service.
The Big Story. Another in a thrilling series based on true experiences of newspaper reporters. Tonight, to Jack Adams of the Los Angeles Examiner, goes the Pell Mell Award for The Big Story. Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. The cigarette in the distinguished red package, Pell Mell.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you noticed how many of your friends have changed to Pell Mell? There's a reason. Pell Mell famous cigarettes.
Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, Pell Mells are good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke. For Pell Mell's greater length filters the smoke naturally through the much greater distance of Pell Mell's traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos, giving you a smoother, mellower, more satisfying smoke.
Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding.
Pell Mell famous cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now the exciting and authentic story of the case of the counterfeit coins.
You are Jack Adams of the Los Angeles Examiner. For weeks, you've been running down leads on a big counterfeiting ring in town. And for weeks, you've always come back to the same place. Nowhere. And at the moment, thousands of phony half-dollar coins are floating around in L.A., and nobody knows where the phony money mill is or who's behind it. Then, one afternoon, one of the copy boys opens your office door.
Say, Mr. Adams,
Yeah, kid, what is it?
a guy outside wants to see you.
What about?
He claims he's got a big story on the counterfeiting ring.
What? Another one?
Yeah, another one. Only I've never seen a character like this in all my life.
What do you mean, Eddie?
Well, I cased him for an ex-con, and then I said to myself, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he's just a refugee from a flop house. He looks like a scarecrow wearing a suit made out of burlap.
Could be some tramp after a handout. Does he look hungry?
Yeah, but not for vitamins. More for a cork or a needle, if you ask me.
Hmm.
Shall I send him in or throw him out?
You're a pretty cynical kid, Eddie, and you'll probably turn out to be a great reporter. But just to prove that the milk of human kindness doesn't always turn sour, send the gentleman in.
Okay. Okay, you go ahead in.
Thanks. Thanks a lot, kid. Are you Jack Adams, are you?
Yeah, I'm Adams. Who are you?
My name's Snuffy. It's Snuffy.
I heard you the first time. Snuffy what?
Just Snuffy?
Okay, just Snuffy. Now, what's on your mind?
I seen by the papers you've been writing a lot of stories on the phony dough racket you've been writing, and I says to myself, maybe you'd be interested.
Interested in what?
A little info. Inside stuff, if you know what I mean. The McCoy on a phony 4-bit slugs that are floating around town. So I tells myself I'll make the approach and see what I can say, see?
Vaguely. So?
So if I lead you to the info, do I get a payoff?
If your information is legitimate, yes.
Okay, you look copacetic to me. You look, I'll take a chance.
I knew one of us was taking a chance. Well, what's your proposition, Snuffy?
I can get you on the inside with a counterfeiting mob.
What?
You heard me, Bub. I know every agent in the racket.
How come?
I got connections. You want the story or don't you?
If you could really get me on the inside...
I said I would, didn't I, Bub? And I'm going to prove it. Now, meet me here at the Examiner tomorrow night at 9 bells. Come dressed in the oldest duds you can find and don't shave. So long.
Hey, wait a minute. I didn't say I would...
Are you going, Mr. Adams?
Eddie, what the...
I was listening outside the door. Are you going?
Look, Eddie. It's only in the movies that reporters listen to keyholes.
Are you going to keep that date with Snuffy tomorrow night?
I don't know.
If you don't keep it, can I?
No.
Why not?
Because it's too dangerous.
A good reporter isn't afraid of danger.
Everybody's afraid of danger.
Then what are you going to do about tomorrow night?
I don't know. Before I decide anything, I think I'll run over and have a little chat with George Miller at the Secret Service office. Well, George, what do you think? Should I keep this date with this snuffy character, or shouldn't I?
Jack, don't ask me to answer a question like that.
What do you mean?
Well, you'll be taking a chance if you go through with it. This counterfeiting ring is dangerous, Jack. Crooks who are running it wouldn't hesitate to kill if they thought their racket was threatened.
I see. That's the way it is, huh?
Yeah, that's the way it is. Well?
George, you know me. I'm no hero.
Who is?
But I feel a big story coming on. And in that case...
In that case, you'll take the chance.
Yes.
All right, Jack. Go ahead and meet your unsanitary little friend. But don't say I didn't warn you.
Hiya, pal, I'm here.
Hello, Snuffy. How do I look?
Well, you look okay, pal, but, can you talk, can you?
I don't get you.
Well, old duds ain't enough. You gotta make with the lingo. See, like I do. Get me, otherwise they'll take you for a phony, they'll take you.
Oh, thanks, Snuffy.
Not thanks like you say it, pal. Thanks. See? Lay off the English accent. Speak American. See what I mean?
Okay, Bub, let's scram. Is that better?
Perfect, yeah, perfect. Did you bring any dough with you, did you?
$100.
$100. Yeah. It ain't much, but it'll have to do.
What's the angle?
Got a case? Perfect, I got a case. You're a buyer.
Buyer?
Sure. You got the real lettuce, the kind Uncle Sammy puts out. And with it, you buy the phony 4-bit pieces. $5 half for a legit buck. See what I mean? 5 halves for 1. That's the deal.
Copacetic. I see what you mean.
Okay. Then let's beat it and contact some of my pals. Let's contact.
Sure, but before we go, one question, Snuffy.
What?
You're going to double-cross your pals, right?
You got the answer. I don't owe 'em nothing, not a thing. So what?
So how do I know you won't double-cross me?
Double-cross you? How can you say a thing like that, pal? What kind of a stool pigeon do you take me for? So come on, I got some pals waiting for me in the bar. Hiya, baby.
Don't baby me, you ratty squirt. Who's your pal?
The name's Jack, the name is. He's the right guy. Pal, this is baby.
Pleased to meet you, baby.
Same to you, handsome. But ain't sure Knuckles is going to be so happy about this, Snuffy. We were supposed to meet you here alone.
Take it easy, baby. This guy's a right G. Now,
He better be right, Dream Boy, 'cause here comes Knuckles now.
Hiya, Knuckles. Hi. Knuckles.
Who's the guy?
The name's Jack.
Jack, eh?
That's right. He's a friend of Snuffy.
Shut up. Snuffy, you lame brain dope. I ought to beat your brains in.
Oh, now listen, Knuckles, I
What'd
didn't...
you bring him here, stupid? Come on, make us some talk.
Oh, now listen, Knuckles, Jack here's the right guy. He's an old pal of mine. See what I mean?
Pal of yours, huh?
Not a bad-looking one, huh, Knuckles?
Baby, shut your fat mouth. Snuffy, where'd you meet this mug?
Oh, now, gee, Knuckles, don't go off your rocker. He used to shill for me when I was running that carnival game in San Diego.
No kidding. Well, what's your racket now, honey?
He's a buyer.
That's right. I might be interested in a little merchandise.
No kidding. Knuckles, why don't you take handsome
Baby,
to...
why don't you shut up? Who said we had anything to sell, mister?
You haven't? Say so. I got other contacts.
You stay here, bub. I'll be back in a minute.
Joe,
Yeah, boss.
this batch of $50 is no good.
Huh?
Discard them.
Yeah, but boss...
I said discard them.
Okay.
I don't make any merchandise unless it's perfect. Understand? Next time, watch your alloys. And be careful of those molds. If there's anything I won't stand for, it's inefficiency. Yes?
Boss, this is Knuckles.
Well,
Snuffy just brought in a guy from the outside.
Snuffy did.
Yeah.
Knuckles, I don't like that.
Snuffy claims he's a buyer.
Knuckles, I don't regard Snuffy as the soul of honor. His friend could be a cop.
Well, gee, boss, I don't think so. Snuffy claims he's a buyer.
You said that. Do you think he's a buyer, Knuckles?
Oh, I don't know. He could be.
Big?
No way of telling, boss.
Well, I'm not interested in small fry. Check him and keep your eyes open.
Okay.
Play along with him for a little while. See what you can find out. I'll have a look at him later.
Hiya, Knuckles. Back so soon?
Yeah, I'm back.
Gee, that's too bad. I was just having a very interesting chat with Handsome here.
I'll do the chatting, maybe.
But, Knuckles, I just...
You heard me.
What do you want to talk about, Knuckles?
You.
That's just what we were talking about.
Baby,
I'm sorry.
we like to find out a few things about our customers. Where are you from, Jack?
Well, I was born in a small town just 6
Never
miles
mind the obituary. Where do you operate?
all over.
Like we're all over.
Oh, Chicago, New York, Detroit.
Detroit, eh?
Sure, why not?
You know a guy from Detroit called Joe Stavisky?
Joe Stavisky? Yeah, I think so.
What do you mean? You think so?
Isn't he the guy they call Speckles?
No.
Oh.
Detroit, eh?
Yeah, Detroit.
Funny you never heard of Joe Stavisky. Everybody that ever worked Detroit knows Joe.
Not me.
So I see.
Lay off the guy, Knuckles. He's a level-ass baby.
I warned you, keep out of this, Blue Eyes.
You see, I always work solo. That's why I never knew too many of the mob. Safer that way. No one to squeal on me.
Didn't have to worry about no stoolie, eh?
That's right.
That's a good idea. How about that, Snuffy? Don't you think that's a good idea?
Huh? Oh, sure. Good idea. Yeah, that's a good idea, that is, sure.
Never have to worry if some little squirt's gonna turn stool pigeon on you.
Stupid. How about another beer, huh, Knuckles? Another beer, huh?
Shut up. Yeah, you got a good idea there, Jack.
Oh, he's a slick one, this Jack fella. Full of ideas, ain't you, honey?
Baby, will you dry up?
Now, wait a minute, Knuckles. You ain't the only one.
Shut up, I said. Come on, we're getting out of here.
Oh, Knuckles, I didn't...
Come on. See you later, Jack. And Snuffy,
Yeah.
I'll be keeping an eye on you.
Yeah. Goodbye, Knuckles. Goodbye.
Snuffy, who is this Knuckles? What's he in this counterfeiting gang?
Not so loud, Jack. Not so loud. You want to put us both in a couple of wooden boxes, you want to?
I'm sorry.
For your info, pal, and strictly from the horse's mouth, Knuckles is the boss's strong-arm man.
And who's the boss?
I don't know.
What do you mean?
I never seen him. The boss is a big operator. Once you get by Knuckles, maybe you'll meet him. Hey, but come on, Jack. It's getting late. I want to...
Hey, wait a minute. That guy over there, sitting alone at that corner table. You know him?
Oh, the guy with his hat pulled over his eyes.
Yeah.
Never seen him before.
I have. He followed us here.
What?
He was in a car that followed us here from the Examiner.
Now, pal, you're getting the jitters you're getting. Nobody's following us. Are they?
That guy is.
Now, let's get out of here.
Well, where we go?
I'll get some shut-eye at my hotel.
Your hotel?
Yeah, that's right, pal. I got a suite at the Superba. Mike says to take cots 30 and 31.
So this is the suite you were talking about, huh, Snuffy?
Yeah, sure. Semi-private like.
Semi-private. I like to see what you call public. Dirt, vermin, and a smell you could cut with a knife.
Well, the price recommends it.
Look, Snuffy, do we have to stay here? Why don't we go back to my place and sneak a bath, get cleaned up, and then go back to meet Knuckles in the morning, huh?
What you want to do? Commit suicide? You said there was a mug tailing you, didn't you?
Yes,
well, it'll
but-
tell you to your high-class places, too, you know. And then what? The whole game goes up. You gotta play it through, chum. Play it through.
Okay, Snuffy. But this ain't play.
Oh, here's the cards. Well, good night, Jack.
Good night, Snuffy. Pleasant dreams.
Yeah, pleasant dreams.
You lie there, watching, listening. And finally you see the first streaks of dawn come trickling through the high, narrow windows. Then you see a man get up from a far bed and walk towards you. You strain your eyes in the dim light, and you see that this is the mug who's been trailing you. He comes closer. You wait, your whole body prickling with goose flesh.
Who are you? What do you want?
Quiet. You want to wake up the whole joint?
What do you want?
You.
Now, look.
Your name, Adams?
Wait a minute.
Take it easy. I'm Secret Service. George Miller assigned me to tail you.
I've watched you follow me to every dive. I thought you were after me with a gun, for sure.
Sorry, you were never alone. I couldn't tip you off. Even now, I wasn't sure it was you in this light. Learn anything yet, Adams?
Well, I...
We'll be back in just a minute with tonight's big story. But first, a word from Cy Harris.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you noticed how many of your friends have changed to pell-mell?
Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, Pall Malls are good, 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 and good. Good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke. For Pall Malls greater length filters the smoke naturally through the much greater distance of Pall Malls traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos, giving you a smoother, mellower, more satisfying smoke.
Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding.
Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild. Now we return you to our narrator, Barry Kroger, and tonight's big story.
You, Jack Adams, of the Los Angeles Examiner, had been talking in whispers with a Secret Service agent when the early morning silence of the flop house is suddenly shattered by...
What was that?
Contact you later, Adams.
Jack. Hey, Jack, where are you? Where are you?
Right beside you, Snuffy. What happened?
I don't like it, I tell you. I don't like it nohow. A guy by the name of Red Davis was just knifed.
Knifed?
And how? I don't like this, Jack.
Was he a friend of yours?
Listen, no guy's a friend of mine that goes around getting himself knifed and pulling in the cops so they can ask embarrassing questions. Now, come on, we're getting out of here, but fast.
Yeah, well, where do we go?
We'll go up and see Knuckles. Come on, Knuckles, open up.
Who's that?
Me, Snuffy, and Jack.
Wait a minute. Listen, you little squirt. What you doing barging in here this time in the morning?
Now, look, Knuckles.
Ain't your suite of rooms at the flop house good enough?
Oh, look, Knuckles, it ain't funny. It ain't. A guy just got knifed over there. It ain't safe, I tell you.
Afraid of getting yours, Snuffy?
I don't like being where they start asking questions where they start asking.
Well, you walked in the same setup here, Snuffy. Got a few questions more I want to ask your friend Jack.
Shoot.
You said you were a buyer. That right, Jack?
That's right.
Yeah, like I told you, Knuckles.
Pipe down, you runt. I'll do all the talking.
Okay, Knuckles, okay. I didn't mean nothing I didn't mean.
Getting back to the point, Jack. How much merchandise you want to buy?
That depends on the price. What's the market?
5 halves for $1.
Not so good.
Take it or leave it.
All right. I'm in.
For how much?
$100 now.
Chicken feet.
And A lot more later. If
What, pal?
If your merchandise is good.
You don't think it's good?
I always like to be shown.
Okay. Got a few samples with me. Take these 4-bit pieces we make and try 'em out yourself.
What'll it be, mister?
Give me an examiner.
Here you are.
Change a half?
Sure. Always check these half-dollar pieces now. There's a lot of phony stuff floating around. This one's the McCoy, all right. Here's your change, mister.
What'll it be, mister?
Cup of coffee.
One Java coming up.
Here you are.
Where'd you get this $50, mister?
What? I don't know. What's wrong with it?
Nothing. Looks good to me. I ain't been stuck with a bad one yet.
What'll you have, Bud?
A beer.
Draw one.
Here you are, bartender.
Another one of these things, huh?
You mean this $50 is phony?
Oh, no, it's okay. Anybody with a good eye can see that. Besides, this is dated 1937.
What's that got to do with it?
Well, I was tipped off that all the phony 4-bit pieces were dated 1934 and 1936.
Who told you that?
The guy who claimed he was in the know. A guy named Snuffy.
Well, Jack, you satisfied?
I'm satisfied. It's good merchandise. Let's talk business.
How much business, pal?
Big business.
Okay, Jack. Let's step into this here restaurant.
Why?
I want to make me a telephone call.
Let's see that new steel die, Joe.
Yeah, here it is, boss.
Not bad. That's good artwork. Very good indeed.
Yeah, and with a good power press, boss, we can turn out about 50 grand in 4-bit pieces. Oh, I think
Never
I
mind,
better...
Joe. I'll take it. Hello?
Boss, this is Knuckles.
Yes?
This new buyer Snuffy found is talking big.
You think he's legitimate, Knuckles?
As far as I can make out, he's level.
We could use a good customer.
Shall I bring him up, boss?
All right. I'll look him over. And incidentally, Knuckles,
Yeah?
when you bring him up, stick around. I may find that I don't like his face.
You, Jack Adams, were listening when Knuckles dialed the number. And now you get the number down fast on a clip of matches you're carrying. You're sure the boss himself is at that number. But you haven't got a chance to get it to Secret Service. And then you see a man walk in. The agent that George Miller assigned to tail you. And you get a fast and desperate idea.
All right, Jack. Let's go.
Go where?
I'll tip you off when we get there. Come on.
Okay. Hold it, Knuckles. I need a light. Hey, Bud.
Yeah?
Got a match?
Sure. Here you are.
Thanks. Here are your matches back. Much obliged.
Don't mention it.
Come on, Jack. Quit stalling around and let's go.
Who is it?
Me, Knuckles. I got a friend with me.
All right. Come in, won't you? So, you're a friend of Snuffy's, are you?
That's right.
And you're a buyer.
I'm a buyer.
You don't look the part.
Don't let my clothes fool you. Incidentally, this is a nice layout you got around here.
It's adequate. I hope to expand soon. How much of my merchandise would you like to buy?
5,000 to begin with. More later.
You have the money with you.
No, not with me, but I'll bring the cash tomorrow.
That would be all right if I were sure you were legitimate.
But you know I'm a pal of Snuffy's.
Snuffy is very unreliable.
How else can I prove that I'm unreliable?
You might like to show me the press card you've got in your wallet.
Huh?
Knuckles, I'd like you to meet Jack Adams, a reporter of the Los Angeles Examiner.
I think there must be some mistake.
There is a mistake, Mr. Adams, and you made it. You should have known that I make it a point to recognize people who write unpleasant things about my business venture. Now, let's not waste time with useless lies. You are Jack Adams, aren't you?
Yes.
Thank you for not shilly-shallying. I'll try to make this as painless as possible. I dislike killing people.
You're not going to kill anyone.
Really? Why not?
Because an agent of the Secret Service is going to be here any minute now.
That's unlikely.
That's positive. When Knuckles dialed your phone number a few minutes ago, I took it down on a book of matches and passed it to the Secret Service man who's been covering me since yesterday.
Knuckles, you fool, you've been tricked.
He's lying, boss. He's lying.
Shut up.
Honest, boss, I didn't see anyone.
Open the door. Open the door. This is the Secret Service.
Boss, I ought to drill him for this.
No.
Open the door or we'll break it down.
Boss, please let me drill him. He got us into this.
Don't be a fool, Knuckles. It's a little late for that now. Open the door.
In just a moment, we'll read you a telegram from Jack Adams of the Los Angeles Examiner with the final outcome of tonight's big story. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, Pall Malls are good, 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 and good.
Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes.
Good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke. Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now we read you that telegram from Jack Adams of the Los Angeles Examiner.
Leaders in counterfeiting ring were brought to trial, found guilty, and sentenced to federal penitentiary. All their equipment was confiscated, and the circulation of counterfeit coins has ended. Many thanks for tonight's Pall Mall Award.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. The makers of Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes are proud to have named you the winner of the Pall Mall $500 Award for notable service in the field of journalism.
Listen again next week, same time, same station, when Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes will present another big story. A big story from the pages of the Nashville Tennessean. Byline, Jack Setters. A big story that reached its climax when a newspaper published in Tennessee helped capture a murderer in Ohio.
The Big Story is produced by Bernard J. Proctor, directed by Harry Ingram, with music by Vladimir Zelinsky. Tonight's program was written by Max Ehrlich. Your narrator was Barry Kroger, and Dwight Wiest played the part of Jack Adams. All names in tonight's story, except that of Mr. Adams, were fictitious, but the dramatization was based on a true and authentic case. This is Ernest Chappell speaking for the makers of Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes present The Big Story.
Look, for the last time, Janet, did you murder your mother?
No, Lieutenant Morgan, I didn't.
Then who did?
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Is that all you can say?
I don't know.
Oh, it beats me. I never did meet a stubborn kid like you before. Oh, well, I might as well send in the police matron.
Oh, Lieutenant Morgan,
Yeah?
will you ask the matron to bring in some needle and thread?
Needle and thread.
Yeah, I've got a hole in one of my bobby socks, and it looks like the dickens.
The Big Story. Another in a thrilling series based on true experiences of newspaper reporters. Tonight, to Dorothy Kilgallen of the New York Journal-American goes the Pell Mell Award for The Big Story. Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. The cigarette in the distinguished red package, Pall Mall.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you noticed how many of your friends have changed to Pall Mall? There's a reason. Pall Mall famous cigarettes.
Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, Pall Malls are good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke. For Pall Mall's greater length filters the smoke naturally through the much greater distance of Pall Mall's traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos, giving you a smoother, mellower, more satisfying smoke.
Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding.
Pall Mall famous cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now the strange and authentic story of the Bobby Sox Kid from Bayonne.
You are Dorothy Kilgallen, covering the police beat for the New York Evening Journal before it became the Journal-American, and before you became a big byline with a Broadway column. It's one of those sticky and sultry July evenings, just about midnight, when you finally get back to the office from Jersey. You're so tired you see spots before your eyes, and so hot your clothes stick damply to your skin. You make a beeline for the water cooler, and there you run into the night editor.
Hey, Dorothy, go easy on that ice water. Want to get a chill?
I'll take that chill, Al, just as long as it's good and cold. What a session I just had in Jersey City.
Yeah, you sure look all in.
I am. 2 days and 2 nights without sleep. Waiting in a sizzling hot room for a jury to make up its mind. Al, it was awful.
Yeah, I'll bet it was. Look, Dorothy.
Now, I've just got one big ambition in life. I'm going home and stand under a cold shower for about an hour and then fall into bed.
Dorothy, I hate to be a killjoy, but I've got to send you out on another assignment.
You mean now?
Right away, to Bayonne, New Jersey. Just got a flash that a woman was murdered out there. And the cops think the woman's daughter and a boyfriend did the job. They're grilling the kids at headquarters now. I'll go out there and see what you can pick up. It's all yours.
How was this Mrs. Graham murdered, Sergeant Gillis?
With a hatchet, Miss Kilgallen.
Oh, but that sounds like the work of a maniac. You mean you suspect a couple of kids?
Yeah, I know. It doesn't seem possible. Especially kids like these.
Where's Mrs. Graham's daughter now?
She's with Lieutenant Morgan in that room over there. He's been grilling her for hours, but she won't talk. Neither will her boyfriend.
Where'd you pick up the kids, Sergeant?
In a beer joint near the Somerville Circle. Oh, here comes Morgan now. Any luck, Lieutenant?
Oh, no. The more questions I ask her, the tighter she clams up. You know, I've had some tough crooks on the grill, but this kid beats them all. Hello, Miss Kilgallen.
Hello, Lieutenant. Got anything I can use for a story?
Oh, not a thing, Miss Kilgallen. And that's the truth. Frankly, we're pretty well up against a stone wall. Now, what can you do when a cute-looking 17-year-old kid just sits there and swings her legs and looks at you with a sweet face and says, I don't know?
She won't say anything?
I've tried everything. Talked to her like a Dutch uncle, like a father, like a cop, like a mug even. But it's no go. I don't know, she says. Just like that. I don't know.
Lieutenant Morgan.
Yeah?
Mind if I go into that room and talk to Janet Graham alone?
Now, what good'll that do?
I don't know that it'll do any good. But I just might come up with something, just between us girls. How about it?
Now, look, Miss Kilgallen, all the other reporters are going home. Why don't you go, too? She won't crack. Believe me. I know all the tricks, and I've used them all. She just won't crack.
Would you let me talk to her?
Oh, it's too hot to argue. Oh, go ahead. But believe me, you're wasting your time. We've had our best men working on that kid, and she just won't talk.
Hi, Janet.
Who are you?
My name's Dorothy Kilgallen. I'm a reporter.
A reporter? Honest?
Honest. I thought I'd just drop in for a chat.
Oh. Well, you're not going to find anything out from me. I don't know anything.
Well, maybe you don't, but I do.
You do? What?
You look like a sight. Your hair's every which way, and your nose is shiny.
Well, gosh, Miss Kilgallen, what can I do? I left my compact in Charlie's jalopy when they picked us up.
Well, he wouldn't like you the way you look now.
Gee, is it that bad?
Here, take my compact.
Oh, thanks, Miss Kilgallen. Gee, this is just super. Is it real gold?
Yes.
I've got one in silver. It's shaped like a heart, and it's got initials on it. CM.
CM? Who's that?
Charlie Mason. He gave it to me for my birthday. He's my boyfriend. We've been going steady for a year.
Is he nice?
Oh, he's just super, Miss Kilgallen.
Tell me about him.
Gee. You really want me to?
Of course.
Well, he's star athlete at Bayonne High, and he's a whiz at tennis. Beats me 6-love every time, and I'm supposed to be pretty good for a girl. Oh, here's your compact back.
Oh, thanks. Feel better?
Oh, yes, lots. You use the same color powder I do.
Janet, I suppose you and Charlie, you know that you're in a mess of trouble.
Yeah, I guess we are.
Why don't you tell them what they want to know?
I won't. I won't tell them a thing. I hate them.
Then maybe you tell me.
You?
Yes. It's different when you tell everything to a woman. A woman sort of understands.
Well, gee, you're nice, Miss Kilgallen, but...
But what, Janet? You love Charlie, don't you?
You know that?
Of course. Why shouldn't you?
Golly. You do understand, don't you?
Yes, I think so.
That's the trouble with them. The police, I mean. They don't know how it was with Charlie and me. Mother didn't either.
She what, Janet?
Nothing.
All right, if you don't want to tell me anything, Janet, I guess I'll have to go.
Oh, no, Please stay.
Then what about your mother?
She hated Charlie. She wouldn't even let him come into the house.
Did she know you loved him?
I kept telling her that. Honest, Miss Kilgallen, I kept telling her. That's why we argued.
Argued about what?
It was this afternoon. Mother wanted me to do some work around the house, but I skipped out to meet Charlie.
Where'd you meet him, Janet?
The church.
Mm-hmm.
He's in the choir, and they were having choir practice. The door was open, and I went in. Charlie was singing a solo, and I listened. It was wonderful, Miss Kilgallen. Listening to Charlie was... Well, it was like going to heaven. I was just thrilled. I wanted to reach up and touch him, but I didn't. I just sat there and listened. After that, well, I guess I kind of walked on air. I met Charlie outside the church. We had a tennis date at 6 o'clock, but before that I had to go to the delicatessen and buy some cold cuts for supper. On the way to the delicatessen, I kind of took Charlie's hand and held it. Just holding his hand like that thrilled me, but... Oh, Charlie... Oh, you know how boys are, Miss Kilgallen. He was kind of bashful.
Hey, Jan,
Yes, Charlie?
quit holding my hand. Everybody on the street's looking at us.
Don't you love me?
Well, sure I do, Cookie. You know that, but...
How about coming to my house for supper tonight?
Well, gee, I can't do that, Janet. What would your mother say?
I don't care what Mother says. She's not going to boss me around anymore. We'll just tell her we're in love and that we're going to get married just as soon as you can get a job singing on the radio.
Well, I don't know.
Don't you love me, Charlie?
Sure, Cookie. I told you I did.
Well, then we don't have to be afraid of Mother or anyone else. Oh, here's the delicatessen.
Well, good afternoon, Janet.
Hello, Mr. Schmidt.
And what'll it be today?
I'll have a quarter of a pound of ham.
Ham?
Quarter of a pound of liverwurst.
Liverwurst?
20 cents worth of potato salad.
Potato salad?
And, Mr. Schmidt.
Yeah?
Mother will kill me for this, but I don't care. I want a jar of mayonnaise.
Mayonnaise?
Yeah, I'm just wacky about mayonnaise. And this time I don't give a darn what my mother says.
So you left the delicatessen store and went right home. Is that it, Janet?
Well, no, not exactly, Miss Kilgallen. You know how hot it was today?
Mm-hmm.
Well, anyway, Charlie and I stopped in a tavern, and we had 2 glasses of beer each and some pretzels. Beer was super, it being so hot outside and all. After that, we went to my house. Funny how I felt then.
How did you feel?
Well, gee, I don't know why I'm telling you all this.
How did you feel, Janet?
Well, it was so hot, and I was kind of dizzy and thrilled because Charlie was going with me, and we were going to stand up to Mother. You know, Miss Kilgallen, how it is when you're all thrilled and excited.
Oh, sure, I know. Well, what happened when you got home?
Well, Mother was out.
I see. What did you and Charlie do then?
Oh, Charlie read a magazine, and I kind of did a little housework.
Janet.
Yes, Miss Kilgallen?
You're not telling me the truth. What's the use of talking to me if you don't tell me the truth? Now, what really happened when you and Charlie came home and found that your mother was out? Don't be afraid, Janet. I'll understand. But you've got to tell me the truth.
All right. All right, I will. We were both a little dizzy, I guess. You know, we kept saying things to each other. Then all of a sudden I felt like dancing, so I put on a record of our song.
Your song?
Yes, Temptation. It's my favorite, and Charlie's, too. We call it our song. Anyway, I felt like dancing, so I put the record on the Victrola. And then... Charlie.
Yeah?
Let's dance.
Dance?
Yes. Take me in your arms, Charlie.
But what if your mother comes in and sees us?
I don't care. Do you?
No. No, I guess not.
Charlie, let's stop dancing now. Let's sit down.
Sit down?
Yes. Kiss me, Charlie. Please.
Janet. Gee, Janet.
Charlie. Again.
Janet Graham!
Mother!
We'll be back in just a moment with tonight's big story, but first a word from Cy Harris.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you noticed how many of your friends have changed to pell-mell?
Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. Pall-Mall Famous Cigarettes. Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, Pall-Malls are good, 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 and good. good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke. For Pall Mal's greater length filters the smoke naturally through the much greater distance of Pall Mal's traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos, giving you a smoother, mellower, more satisfying smoke.
Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding.
Pall Mall famous cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild. Now we return you to our narrator, Barry Kroger, and tonight's big story.
The Bobby Sox kid from Bayonne keeps talking. There in that sweltering, dingy police room. The words spill from her faster and faster. You can see that she wants to talk now. She's glad to get it off her chest. It's been simmering and boiling inside. Finally, she stops to catch her breath. And you ask her,
Now, when your mother walked into the parlor and found you and Charlie there, what did she say, Janet?
Mother just stood there, Miss Kilgallen. She stood there looking as though she'd like to kill the both of us. And the Victrola kept on playing Temptation. I don't remember who spoke first. I think it was Charlie.
Mrs. Graham,
Turn off the Victrola, Janet.
Oh, Mother, we were just...
I said turn off the Victrola.
Yes, Mother.
Now, Janet, go into the kitchen. I want to talk to you alone.
But, Mrs. Graham, she didn't do anything.
I'll thank you to keep still. You just sit right here. I'll have something to say to you later. Janet, you march right into the kitchen. And what happened after you got into the kitchen, Janet? Janet, what happened?
Well, Miss Kilgallen, Mother didn't say anything for a long time. She just started to get the dishes out for supper. I was nervous and scared. Well, there was the heat, too. It was so hot. It did funny things to me. I thought maybe if I did something with my hands instead of just standing there waiting for Mother to say something, it'd be better. I could think better. And then I saw the hatchet on the windowsill.
What was the hatchet doing there?
I'd brought it up from the cellar.
Why did you bring it up?
Because Mother had asked me to nail down some loose linoleum on the kitchen floor. So I got some tacks and started to hammer it down. Then Mother started to talk.
I don't know. I just don't know. What did I ever do to deserve a daughter like you? A common, cheap little flirt.
Mother, don't say things like that. All Charlie did was kiss me.
I don't want to hear another word from you, Janet Graham. Not another single solitary word. When your father comes home, I'll see that he takes a strap to you, you little good-for-nothing.
Mother, please,
17 years old, a baby, and sitting on the couch hugging and kissing a nasty boy like Charlie Mason.
I'm no baby. Do you hear, Mother? I'm 17. I'm grown up, and I love Charlie Mason.
Ha! You. What do you know about love? You're just boy crazy, that's all. Boy crazy.
Mother, don't say things like that.
Boy crazy, boy crazy, boy crazy.
Please, Mother, don't.
I forbid you to ever see him again. I positively forbid you to see him again. Do you hear me, Janet? You're not to see him again.
You can't stop me. You can't stop me. I'll see Charlie all I please. I love him. I love him. I love him.
Don't you dare talk back to me. Don't you dare.
Mother, please, let's not quarrel anymore. It's so hot, and I've got such a terrible headache, and I'm so mixed up.
I warn you, Janet. If I ever catch that awful boy around here again, I'll have your father horsewhip him.
Mother, don't say things like that. Please, stop.
I don't like him, and I never did. He's no good, and he'll never be any good.
Mother, stop!
Don't you yell at me, you young good-for-nothing. No, stop! How dare you talk back to your own mother like that? How dare you? Janet.
I asked you to stop. I asked you to stop nagging.
Janet, Janet, put down that hatchet. Put down that... Charlie!
You're not going to stand between Charlie and me. You're not going to. Is she, Charlie?
Janet, don't. Charlie, no! Keep away from me! Please! No, Janet!
You listen in horror as Janet Graham tells you what happened then. You listen, and there's an all-gone feeling in the pit of your stomach, as you watch this sweet-faced kid in the bobby socks dangling her tanned legs under the bench and calmly telling you.
I hit Mother then, Miss Kilgallen. She screamed and fell down. That's all.
I see. What did you do then, Janet?
Well, then we thought we better talk things over.
You and Charlie?
Yes. Charlie's jalopy was outside, and we decided we'd better drive to Canada because they'd be looking for us pretty soon. We didn't have much money, so we started to make up sandwiches in the kitchen for our trip. And then all of a sudden the doorbell rang.
Janet, someone's at the front door.
You keep making up those chicken and ham sandwiches here in the kitchen, Charlie. I'll see who it is.
All right. Gee, I hope it isn't the police or someone.
Oh, Janet. Janet's anything wrong?
Wrong? Why, no, Mrs. Wallace. What makes you think so?
Well, I was sitting on my front porch next door, and I thought I heard your mother scream.
Oh, that. Well, Mother just cut her finger, that's all, Mrs. Wallace.
Oh, for a moment I thought that... Nothing serious, is it, Janet?
Oh, no, Mrs. Wallace. Just a nick. Nothing to worry about.
Oh, thank heaven for that. That scream certainly gave me a fright. Well, I'll be getting back, Janet.
Well, thanks for looking in, Mrs. Wallace.
Who was it, Janet?
Nobody. Just a neighbor. Oh, Charlie.
Yeah. What's the matter?
You forgot something.
Forgot something?
Yes, on those chicken sandwiches you're making. The mayonnaise. You know I just love mayonnaise.
Is that all, Janet?
Well, Miss Kilgallen, I guess so. Except that we started out for Canada.
And you got as far as the Somerville Circle,
Yes. It was awful hot driving this evening, and, well, we stopped at a tavern for a couple of glasses of beer, and by that time, Charlie was pretty worried.
Gosh, Janet. We're in an awful jam now.
I don't care. I don't care about anything. I love you, Charlie.
We'll never be able to make Canada. Why, all I've got is $1.40.
You're awful cute, Charlie. Awful cute.
Janet, maybe we ought to give ourselves up.
I love your hair, Charlie. It's so thick and nice. I always feel like running my fingers through it.
Janet, we got to decide what to do.
Charlie,
Yeah.
play number 7 on the jukebox.
But look, Cookie,
Play number 7. It's our song, Charlie. Temptation.
Okay.
Oh, Charlie. Our song. Isn't it wonderful? Isn't it just super?
Yeah. Listen, Janet, about your mother, about what we did.
Oh, don't talk about that now. Now let's talk about anything now. Let's just sit here and listen and dream.
Janet, the cop. He just came in. Oh, he's seen us, Janet. He's coming over to our boat.
Is that your tan coupe outside, son?
Yes, sir.
Your name Charlie Mason?
Yes, sir.
And you're Janet Graham?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you kids, you better come along with me.
All right, officer, we'll go with you, only...
Yeah?
Do you mind if we wait till the music's over?
And that's the whole story, Janet.
Yes, Miss Kilgallen. That's all there is. Now you know everything. Funny, I didn't mind telling you. I knew you'd understand. You do, don't you?
Yes, I understand, Janet. But now, will you tell the others what you told me?
I don't want to.
I know. But I think you'd better.
All right, Miss Kilgallen. If you say so, I'll tell them.
Well, I have to go now.
You can't stay with me any longer?
No, I can't.
Oh. Well, Goodbye, Miss Kilgallen.
Goodbye, Janet.
A full house beats two pair any day. Oh, hello, Miss Kilgallen. How'd you make out?
Didn't get anything out of the kid, I'll bet.
Yes, I did.
You did? Hey, that really puts me in my place. All of us trying and not getting a glimmer. What's the lead?
She told me everything.
Everything? Are you serious?
You mean you got that kid to
She
crack?
told me everything.
Oh, who did it? She or the boy? Did she kill
Yes,
the old lady?
she did it, but it didn't have to happen. It shouldn't have happened if her mother had only shown a little more understanding. Just a little more sympathy and love. Oh, what's the use? What difference does it make now?
Yeah, I know. Now, take it easy, Miss Kilgallen. You're pretty well used up. You did a big job in there, and it kind of gets you down.
I guess so.
Look at the exclusive you got. It's a big story if there ever was one. And all due to you.
Yes. It's a big story, Lieutenant. But do you want to know something?
What?
I wish I'd never heard of it. I wish I never had to write it. I wish it had never happened.
In just a moment, we'll read you a telegram from Dorothy Kilgallen with the final outcome of tonight's big story. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, Pall Malls are good, and good.
Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes.
Good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke. Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now we read you that telegram from Dorothy Kilgallen of the New York Journal-American.
Boy and girl in tonight's big story were found guilty of murder but received relatively light sentences on account of their youth. Boy was later paroled from state prison on condition that he join some branch of armed forces. Girl was paroled from reformatory after serving 6.5 years. Many thanks for tonight's Pall Mall Award.
Thank you, Miss Kilgallen. The makers of Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes are proud to have named you the winner of the Pall Mall $500 Award for notable service in the field of journalism.
Listen again next week, same time, same station, when Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes will present another big story. A big story from the pages of the Buffalo Evening News. Byline, Eddie DeCastro. A big story that began when a woman was told that her husband had been murdered and left.
The Big Story is produced by Bernard J. Proctor and directed by Harry Ingram with music by Vladimir Selinsky. Tonight's program was written by Max Ehrlich. Your narrator was Barry Kroger, and Janet Fox played the part of Dorothy Kilgallen. All names in tonight's story except that of Miss Kilgallen were fictitious, but the dramatization was based on a true and authentic case. This is Ernest Chappell speaking for the makers of Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes present The Big Story.
Hey, you, where do you think you're going?
Get out of my way.
Oh, no, you don't. I saw you hold up that store. Give me that gun.
Get out of my way.
Give it to me.
Okay, you asked for it. Here.
Hey, why don't you look where you're going?
Get out of my way, sister, and get out of it fast.
Why, you...
And remember something for your health. You didn't see nothing. Get it?
The Big Story. Another in a thrilling series based on true experiences of newspaper reporters. Tonight, to Howard Beaufay of the Cleveland News goes the Pall Mall Award for The Big Story. 4 notes that are alike, and 1 that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, 1 is outstanding. The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package, Pall Mall.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you noticed how many of your friends have changed to Pall Mall? There's a reason. Pall Mall famous cigarettes.
Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, Pall Malls are good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke. For Pall Mall's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos filters the smoke of this longer, finer cigarette. Gives you that smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction that no other cigarette offers you.
4 notes that are alike, and 1 that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, 1 is outstanding.
Pall Mall famous cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now the exciting and authentic story of the case of the unfinished love song.
You are Howard Beaufay, columnist and roving editor for the Cleveland News. As such, you have the rare privilege of covering any story that strikes your fancy. And on this warm spring evening, you are going to jail. You're going to pay a visit to a murderer. So you pass through the prison gate and walk slowly down the long prison corridor, hearing the light echo of your footsteps on the stone floor. And then you hear something else. A violin playing a sad, haunting melody. The music swells, and you follow it until you find yourself standing in front of a prison cell, watching a dark-haired man coax music from a battered violin. Nick Verris, murderer.
Hello, Varys. Oh, go on playing.
No, I just do it to pass the time away. The air here snaps the strings.
Mind if I talk to you?
Got all the time in the world. Life.
My name's Beaufay. I'm a reporter from the Cleveland News.
What brings you here to see me, Mr. Beaufay?
I was at your trial, Nick. I think it's possible that you're not guilty.
Thank you.
Doesn't it interest you to know that someone thinks you didn't do it?
A lot of people think I didn't do it, Mr. Beaufay. But I've been in jail 2 years.
Well, I'd like to work on the case, Nick.
It's all yours.
Any leads for me to follow up?
Well, you might go and see Joni.
Joni?
My wife.
Oh.
Maybe she can help you. Or maybe you can help her. Not that she needs anything. She got herself a job as chief hostess at the best restaurant in town. The Belle Paris.
All right, I'll look her up.
Swell. And Mr. Beaufay.
Yeah?
Say hello to her for me, will you?
Joan Verris? A hostess here? Oh, no, monsieur. We don't employ any hostesses at La Belle Paris restaurant, monsieur.
That, you, Howard Beaufay, say to yourself, a funny state of affairs. So you go into conference with a phone and the city classified. And after an hour or so, you end up in a dingy restaurant on the shabby side of town. An uninspired string trio is sawing away in a corner. So you slump down at a table and wait until a pretty waitress heads your way and asks,
May I have your order, sir?
Is your name Joan Varys?
Yes, but...
I'd like to talk to you. Your husband told me to see you. I'm a reporter from the news.
But Nicky doesn't know I work here. I told him I had a job at...
I know. He sent me there to find you.
Well, he'd be upset if he knew I was working in a place like this.
I won't tell him, Joan.
Thanks. It's not that I mind. It's just that Nicky would.
Tell me about him.
I wouldn't know what to tell you.
Try.
Well, the whole thing really started when Nick was in the hospital, recuperating from a pretty serious operation. I went to visit him as soon as he was out of danger. Nick,
Hiya, Johnny.
how are you?
Wonderful now that you're here.
Oh, darling. I've been so worried about you.
Don't you know only the good die young?
But you're so thin.
Well, I need care and love. I think you'd better make it a full-time job.
What about the hours and the pay?
Incomparable? When will you start?
Right now. Oh, Nicky, I never realized how much I loved you until I nearly didn't have you.
Oh, darling.
Nicky, I brought you your violin. Here it is.
Think I still remember how to use it?
Why not try?
What'll I play, Johnny?
Guess. Of course, our song. Oh, Nicky. Nicky, I'm so happy. Now that you're well again, nothing can hurt me ever.
I'm glad, darling.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, what is it, nurse?
Well, there's a man here who insists on... Well, I mean, he just walked up and...
I'll explain the situation myself. Nicholas Barris, you're wanted in Cleveland for murder.
It happened so quickly, Mr. Beaufait. 1 minute we were alone. Nick was playing our song to me. And the next thing I knew,
He was sentenced to life imprisonment for the 14-year-old murder of a man named Frank Dando. They were supposed to have stopped him as he ran out of a grocery store he was supposed to have robbed. Right?
Yes. And Nick wasn't even in Cleveland then.
Were you married to him at that time?
No.
But how do you know he wasn't in Cleveland?
He told me he wasn't.
And you just take his word for it?
Of course.
You love him that much?
I know him that well.
There's only one thing to do. All the evidence is old stuff, buried for 14 years. We've got to dig it up. Now, I'm willing to try. Are you?
You mean you'll help me?
Well, I don't know if you call it help exactly. I'm not completely convinced of your husband's innocence, but the only way to find out is to look into the facts.
Thank you for being honest, Mr. Beaufait. What do we do first?
Our first step is the police records. Suppose I meet you tomorrow morning. We'll start looking.
All right. I'll meet you at...
What's the matter?
Nothing. It's just that... That's our song. The tune the orchestra's playing. That's Nicky's and mine. Every time I hear it, Mr. Beaufait, could we start looking tonight?
Tonight? Well, look, it's almost 11 o'clock.
I know, but... Don't you understand?
Yeah. Yeah, I understand. Come on, get your coat.
Have you found anything else, Mr. Beaufait?
No, not yet. Same stuff. 2 witnesses said it was Nick Barris. 3 said it wasn't. But they couldn't point a finger at anyone else.
That's all I can find. I'll go on checking these papers here. Mr. Beaufait?
Yeah, what is it?
The police report of Frank Dando killing, 1924. Testimony of Louise Relic.
I don't remember that name from the trial.
She wasn't called at the trial. But the testimony of this girl is that she was waiting for a streetcar when a man with a gun ran out of the grocery store that was just robbed, and she saw his face clearly.
Give me that paper. The gunman was identified as James Horvath, notorious gangster from the Flats area of Cleveland.
No, it wasn't Nicky. She said it wasn't Nicky.
You go on home, Joan. I'll call you in the morning.
Well, what are you going to do?
A little investigating on my own. I'd like to check this report and find out why that girl was never called to testify. Well, here it is, Joan. The girl, Louise Jody's relic was taken before the grand jury in 1924. But she refused to talk any further.
Why?
She lived in the flats area where Harvard was boss. And she's evidently afraid of him and his gang. The deposition was no build.
What does that mean?
Oh, dropped, buried, dead, finished.
Oh, well, what about Horvad? Where is he now?
He happens to be locked up for murder in the Ohio penitentiary.
The Ohio prison?
Yeah. And in the same cell block with Nicholas Veris. You know, Joan, I think I ought to pay another visit to that cell block.
We'll be back in just a moment with tonight's big story. But first, a word from Cy Harris.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you noticed how many of your friends have changed to pell-mell?
Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package, Pell-Mell. Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, Pell-Mells are good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke. For Pell-Mell's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos filters the smoke of this longer, finer cigarette. Gives you that smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction that no other cigarette offers you.
Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding.
Pell-Mell famous cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild. Now we return you to your narrator, Bob Sloan, and tonight's big story.
You, Howard Beaufay of the Cleveland News, are once again walking down a corridor of the Ohio State Prison. You've just learned that it's the same prison that houses James Horvad, accused of the murder for which Nick Veris is serving time. And as you walk, you hear faintly the same melody you heard as you walked down the prison corridor once before. Only this time, the music hurts you. It hurts you because you know the story behind that unfinished love song. The story of two unhappy people. You reach the cell.
Hello, Nick.
Did you see Joan?
Yeah?
When?
Just left her a few hours ago. Probably see her again this afternoon.
They only let me see her twice a month. How is she?
Oh, fine.
When she comes to see me, it's hard to tell if she really looks all right through that screen they have up.
She's fine, Nick.
What dress was she wearing when you saw her?
Dress? Oh, well, a sort of green thing, I think.
With kind of white stuff up at the top?
Yeah.
I bought that for her just before. How's her new job, the hostess thing?
Oh, it's fine.
I'm glad she has a nice job like that.
Sure.
She's helpless about little things, you know. Like always forgetting to carry a handkerchief. She always gets all dressed up to go out and then has to borrow my handkerchief when she cries at the movies because she forgets hers. Did you have any trouble finding her?
I tried to talk to the wrong gal at first and had a hard time explaining myself.
I'll bet you did. Well, how'd you find Joni?
Oh, she was over at this fly-speck joint slinging hash, but
She was slinging hash.
Well, that is...
Joni slinging hash?
Look, Nick, I'm sorry.
She told me she got a job as hostess. I thought it was an easy job and it would make things nicer for her. I didn't know she'd have to sling food in a one-arm joint. So that's the way to do it, huh? Stick a guy away in a cell with a number pinned on his back and forget him. And then his wife. Something that just keeps living. Something that doesn't matter. Well, it matters to me. It matters to me more than anything in the world, and they can't do it. If I could break out of this place, I'd murder every one of them with my bare hands. I'd really murder this time. Joni?
Take it easy, Nick.
I'm sorry. But my wife...
I know. Nick, she helped me dig up some news for you. We found the testimony of a girl who was standing on a street corner when the killer ran by in 1924. She identified him as James Horvad.
Why didn't the girl testify in court?
She refused to appear. The record was just forgotten.
Horvad must have been the one, then. Can anybody get him to admit it?
I don't know.
Do you think he's the killer?
I don't know, Dink.
Maybe they had a hunch about that girl when they offered me that deal.
What deal?
They told me they'd accept a plea of guilty to a manslaughter charge.
What?
Sure. That way they said I could serve 8 months and get parole.
Why didn't you tell me this in the first place?
I figured it was all water over the dam.
Now, look, Nick. I'll be frank with you. I've been following up this case because it's good human interest stuff. Up to now, I wasn't convinced that you were innocent, although I had a hunch you might be. But passing up a chance to get off with an 8-month sentence? That rings a bell with me. I'm going to talk to Horvat.
Thanks, Mr. Beaufay. Oh, and look.
Yeah?
When you see Joni, don't tell her I know about her being a waitress in that place. You know how it is. I wouldn't want to upset her.
Horvat?
Who are you?
Howard Beaufay, Cleveland News.
I got no news for you, Pencil Happy.
I just want to talk.
I got no talk for you either.
I've just been visiting a prison mate of yours, Horvat.
What you trying to do? Sell magazines?
We talked.
So?
We talked about a murder. The murder of Frank Dando back in 1924.
I ain't interested in ancient history.
Horvat, you know and I know that you committed that crime, not Nick Varys. Why don't you do a decent thing for once in your life and clear him?
When I want to hire a halo, I'll let you know.
Horvat, look.
Don't Horvat look me, reporter. Get out!
Any luck, Mr. Beaufay?
Not with Horvat.
I see.
Look, Joan. Maybe Horvat isn't the only cog in this machine. Maybe we could try and pin down that girl witness. Maybe.
What, that shouldn't be too hard.
Oh, no. After all, we know that her name is Louise Relic, or used to be, and that she lives in Cleveland, or used to live here, and that she was waiting for a trolley car in a street corner in 1924. So all we have to do is find her in a city of 1.25 million people, if she's still in Cleveland. I'm looking for a girl called Louise Relic. Can you tell me where I can find her?
I'm trying to locate a woman named Louise Relic who probably lived in this neighborhood. Have you any idea where she might be living now?
I heard she might be living in this section of town.
I thought maybe the superintendent might have a list of tenants back as far as 1924.
The name's Louise Relic. I hear she used to live in this neighborhood.
She moved 2 years ago? I see. Thank you.
No forwarding address, huh? Thanks, anyhow.
Never mind, then. Thank you. Oh, if they'd only turn off that jukebox.
Drink your coffee, Joan. Make you feel better.
I'm sorry to be such a baby, but it's just that I'm so tired. Do you have a handkerchief? I guess I left mine home.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Here. There, that's better.
You didn't find out anything about the relic woman, did you, Mr. Beaufay?
No? Going to keep on plugging?
I don't know. I hate to give up, but it seems like such a hopeless thing to keep on tramping the streets and knocking on doors, asking questions and not getting answers. I don't see how. Mr. Beaufay, is this the only way we can clear Nick?
I'm afraid so.
All right, then, let's go knock on some more doors. According to the address that woman gave me, it should be this house here.
Look, Joan, it's late.
Oh, no, let's try this house. It's the first definite address we've been able to find.
All right.
Well, hello. Hello.
Are you Louise Relic?
Have been for some time, honey.
We've been looking all over for you.
Very flattering. What for?
May we come in?
Sure.
Miss Relic.
Call me Wheezy, honey.
Miss Relic, this is Mrs. Nick Varys.
I think you got the wrong apartment.
I don't think we do.
The door's behind you.
Look, sister, Nick Varys is in jail for a murder he didn't commit. I know he didn't commit it. And what's more important, you can prove he didn't.
Never heard of him.
Perhaps you've heard of a man named James Horvath.
Nope.
Please, Miss Relic. You're the only chance I've got to free my husband.
Look, you two. Get out of here and get out fast.
But why? Why? Can't you see we've got to get the truth from you? That you're the only one who can help us.
She's afraid to tell us what she knows, Joan.
Afraid? Sure, I'm afraid.
But you do know something if you wanted to talk.
Get out of here.
Are you afraid of James Horvath?
I don't know what you mean.
Are you afraid of James Horvath because he's the man you saw shoot Frank Dando back in 1924?
I don't know what you mean.
Are you afraid he and his gang will get you if you talk?
I don't know
what
you
Are you afraid
even
if you exonerate Nick Varys, Horvath and his boys will be laying for you? Is that what you're afraid of, Miss Relic? Is it?
Yes.
James Horvath's in jail for another murder. He can't hurt you.
But he's not the only one. His gang will get me if I talk.
No one will ever know you talked except the parole
But they'll
board.
see my name in the newspapers, won't they?
Your name won't be printed.
Okay. I'll meet you at the parole board office in the morning.
You spend the long hours of the night drinking black coffee and wondering if that frightened promise will hold. It does. The next morning, Louise Relic tells the parole board that the man she saw running from the scene of the robbery and murder was James Horvath. And one day, a little later, you pull your car up to a stop in front of the state penitentiary.
Nick will come out of that door over there, Joan.
At 11 o'clock?
At 11.
What time is it now?
Well, for the 10th time in the last 5 minutes, it's now 3 minutes of 11.
3 minutes. In just 3 minutes, Nick will walk out of that door. Do I look all right?
You look wonderful.
Do we have to wait in the car? I mean, couldn't we...
Come on. You wear me out. We'll walk over that way.
Oh, isn't it a perfectly wonderful day? I don't think the sky has ever been so blue, or the sun so bright, or anything so wonderful in all the world.
Why, I wonder why.
Oh, what time's it now?
45 seconds to 11, precisely.
45 seconds? Why, that's no time at all. Are my stockings seem straight?
Absolutely.
And I've got a clean handkerchief, too. Nicky gets so mad at me when I forget my hanky. But this time I put one in my... Nicky. Oh, Nicky.
Come on, honey. I'll take you home.
You, Howard Beaufay, had the rare privilege among newspaper men of being able to pick your own assignments. And this time you really picked one. You helped two good people find each other again, and you got your big story. And you'd been around the pencil game long enough to know which was the thing that really counted.
just a moment, we'll read you a telegram from Howard Beaufay with the exciting details of tonight's big story. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, Pall Malls are good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke. Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now we read you that telegram from Howard Beaufay of the Cleveland News.
Following his release from Ohio State Penitentiary, innocent musician in tonight's big story accepted engagement with well-known orchestra and, with his wife, left Cleveland. No one else ever came to trial for 14-year-old murder. Many thanks for tonight's Pall Mall Award.
Thank you, Mr. Beaufay. The makers of Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes are proud to have named you the winner of the Pall Mall $500 Award for notable service in the field of journalism.
Listen again next week. Same time, same station, when Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes will present another big story. A big story from the pages of the Washington Evening Star. Byline, Jack Allen. A big story about a newspaper reporter and a prize fighter who didn't like newspaper reporters.
The Big Story is produced by Bernard J. Proctor and directed by Harry Ingram, with music by Vladimir Zelinsky. Tonight's program was written by Gail Ingram. Your narrator was Bob Sloan, and Craig McDonald played the part of Howard Beaufay. All names in tonight's story, except that of Mr. Beaufay, were fictitious, but the dramatization was based on a true and authentic case. This is Ernest Chappell speaking for the makers of Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. During the United Church Canvass, November 16th to December 7th, reaffirm your allegiance to the faith that is the foundation of true happiness. Worship regularly, give to your church or synagogue liberally.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes present The Big Story.
Morning, Mr. Wilson.
Morning, ma'am. What'll it be today?
I'd like a tube of toothpaste,
Toothpaste, yeah.
a jar of cold cream,
Uh-huh.
and a pound of arsenic.
Arsenic?
Yes.
I'm afraid I'll have to ask you what it's for, ma'am.
Why, surely. It's for rats.
The Big Story. Another in a thrilling series based on true experiences of newspaper reporters. Tonight, to Aubrey Maddock of the Hartford Daily Current goes the Pall Mall Award for The Big Story. Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package, Pall Mall.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you noticed how many of your friends have changed to Pall Mall? There's a reason. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes.
Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, Pall Malls are good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke. For Pall Mall's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos filters the smoke of this longer, finer cigarette. Gives you that smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you.
plots that are alike and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding.
Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now, the exciting and authentic story of the case of the final curtain.
You are Aubrey Maddock, assistant city editor of the Hartford Daily Current. You're sitting at your desk one afternoon, idly tapping out a story and reflecting that things are pretty quiet around the offices of the Current, when suddenly...
Are you a reporter?
Well, yes, but
I've just got to talk to you. I've got to tell you about it.
tell me about what?
I did it. It's as if I did it with my own hands, but I didn't mean to, honestly. I didn't.
Didn't mean to do what? Hey, look, take it easy.
I told the police, but they didn't believe me. You've got to believe me. You've just got to. I've got to talk to somebody.
Now, take it easy.
If I'd known what I was doing, it would have been different, but you don't until after, and then it's too late.
Relax. Cigarette?
Yes, please. Thanks.
Better now?
I guess so.
Suppose you start from the beginning and tell me what's on your mind.
Would you really listen?
That's what I'm here for.
I have a tiny apartment. My father'd been visiting me for a long time. I got back home one day, and I could hear him rehearsing Shakespeare as I came down the hall. Maybe that's what started it. I hated it. He used to be an actor, and he never got over it. I opened the hall door.
Is nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune,
Dad, I'm home.
or to take arms against a sea of troubles and by opposing end them. Hello, Lucy. Just brushing up on my diaphragm control. To die, to sleep.
Dad! Won't you ever forget you were an actor?
Were an actor. My dear, you forget yourself.
Do I?
Lucy, from your tone of voice, I judge that I have overstayed my visit with you.
Dad, I don't mean to be cruel, but I guess you have in a way. I can't ever have my friends up. You're always here quoting things at them or telling them about the parts you've played, and it's just not fair.
I see.
Oh, Dad, I don't mean to hurt you. It's the last thing I want to do.
I am
but...
expecting a letter from my producer. He should have something for me this fall.
Oh, Dad. Daddy, look. When I was in Windsor last week, I stopped in to see that Mrs. Taylor for you.
And who, might I ask, is that Mrs. Taylor?
She runs a home in Windsor for the infirm.
Surely you don't pretend to put me in that class.
That's just what she calls her home. For $1,000, she takes care of you completely, gives you room and board from the day you get there until... Well, until...
Until they ring down the final curtain. Is that it?
Well, yes.
Are you suggesting that I go to this home for the infirm, Lucy?
Dad, it would be nice for you. You'd have a nice room of your own, and I know that every minute you'd had company and being taken care of. If you don't like it there, you don't have to stay. But you will like it, Dad.
So, this is Mrs. Taylor's establishment, is it?
Yes. Now remember, Dad, please be charming to her.
Lucy, I have played to packed crowds in a tent in Kansas. I have done my 40 weeks at the Empire Theater on Broadway. Presidents have watched me act. And you tell me I must captivate this elderly proprietress of a boarding establishment?
Dad, please, here comes someone.
Yes?
Mrs. Taylor, I'm Lucy Wellington.
Oh, of course, then. This must be your father.
It is.
Well, would you come in?
Charming home you have here, Mrs. Taylor.
Thank you. I hope you'll be happy here with us.
Yes.
Now, I suppose you'll want to say goodbye to your daughter, so I'll just leave you folks alone for a minute or two, and then I'll be back to get you settled.
Thank you.
Just make yourselves at home.
Well, Dad,
Lucy,
do you think you'll be happy here?
don't worry about me.
I want you to be happy, Dad.
Lucy, I can be honest with myself at times. My life is over. I've taken all my bows and curtain calls. And I'm just sitting in an empty theater, waiting for my exit cue. This is as good a place as any to wait.
If you don't like it here, let me know and I'll bring you back home.
Thank you.
I guess I better go.
Good night. Good night. Parting is such sweet sorrow that I would say good night till it be morrow. Oh, I forgot. You don't like to hear me emote. Goodbye, Lucy.
Goodbye, Dad.
God bless you.
Gracious, Mr. Wellington, you startled me standing so still there by the door.
Oh, Mrs. Taylor. I just said goodbye to my daughter.
Well, saying goodbye to kinfolk is always a little hard on the heartstrings, Mr. Wellington. But you'll be happy here, I'm sure. Everybody is. Why, nobody ever leaves my home. Except, of course, when they die.
Mr. Wellington.
Who is it?
Me, Luke Briggs. I come for a game of cribbage.
Come in, my friend.
Thank you kindly. I see you got the cards out.
Yes. It's just the thing to make the time pass. It doesn't seem as if I've been here at Mrs. Taylor's for almost 2 months, does it?
Still like it here?
Of course.
Not looking so pert as you might.
Just a little indigestion.
I see. Mr. Wellington, you got to get out of here.
What are you talking about?
You paid your $1,000 in advance. You got to get out of here.
What do you mean?
Mrs. Grummond paid her $1,000 in advance. She died last night. They took her away just before sunup.
Well, I'm sorry to
And old
hear...
Pete Dawes paid his $1,000 in advance. He died last week. They took him away at midnight.
Death comes to everyone, Luke.
Not like it does in this house. When it's natural, it comes in its time, and it comes soft. Death don't care whether you pay $1,000 to Mrs. Taylor in advance or not.
What are you driving at?
I'm safe. I pay my room and board by the week. It's no profit to Mrs. Taylor for me to die early. But with them that pays in advance...
Luke, you're crazy.
Listen. Late at night, I can hear horses' hoofs coming clop, clop, clop up the dirt road. I can hear the creak of a wagon as they back it up against the porch and footsteps carrying something heavy. I can hear that something heavy thud into the wagon. And then the horse's hoofs start up the road again, softer and softer, till there's nothing more to hear but the hoot owl. And then I know somebody else has died, and they're taking him away in the night.
Luke, stop it.
You're next on Mrs. Taylor's list, I'm telling you.
What makes you say that?
I've seen it happen. First, a special lemonade, or a particular pie made special for someone, and then a night of indigestion, and then I hear the horse's hoofs coming up the road.
Stop it, you fool! I'm sorry. I seem to be a little upset this evening. Suppose we leave our game until tomorrow night.
If that's the way you want it.
Yes. Yes, I'd like to lie down for a while. I think I'd like to go to sleep.
If you don't like this place, let me know. Let me know and I'll bring you home.
But it's just a touch of indigestion. Just indigestion. Just a touch.
You got to get out of here. You got to get out of here. Out of here.
Nobody leaves my home. Nobody ever leaves my home, except, of course, when they die.
You know, I can tell when somebody has died. I can hear the horses' hoofs on the road. Clop, clop, clop.
But they don't leave unless they die.
Dad, come back, come back, come back.
Have a little of this drink first. Just a little drink.
No, Dad, don't.
Just a little sip. I made it special for you. Just for you.
No!
Mr. Wellington, wake up.
Oh, Mrs. Taylor. Oh, I must have had a nightmare.
I should say you must have.
What's that?
Just a hoot owl outside the window. Here, drink this.
No. No.
It's just a sedative. I fixed it special for you.
I don't want to. Take it away.
But it will settle you. Here now, take the glass.
But
drink it down. That's it. That's it. Now then, Mr. Wellington, you won't have to worry anymore. Miss Wellington, this is Mrs. Taylor calling. I'm sorry to bother you this time of night, but it looks like your father's took bad. Oh, no need to come tonight, but I think you better come visit him tomorrow morning.
We'll be back in just a moment with tonight's big story, but first, a word from Cy Harris.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you noticed how many of your friends have changed to Pell Mell?
Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package, Pall Mall. Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, Pall Malls are good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke. For Pall Mall's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos filters the smoke of this longer, finer cigarette. Gives you that smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction that no other cigarette offers you.
Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. America's leading cigarettes. One is outstanding.
Pall Mall famous cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild. Now we return you to our narrator, Bob Sloan, and tonight's big story.
You, Aubrey Maddock, assistant city editor, sit at your desk at the Hartford Daily Current and listen intently to the half-hysterical girl as she sobs out a weird and unbelievable story. Finally, she says...
That's about the whole of it, Mr. Maddox. When I got to the home the next morning, Dad was dead. He died just 10 minutes after Mrs. Taylor called me.
What did she give as the cause of death?
Gastric ulcers. But he was poisoned. He never had a sign of any kind of ulcer. He was poisoned by that horrible woman, and I made him go there.
Let me ask you just one question, Miss Wellington. You've outlined a very complete story of just how your father died. How do you know all these things?
The last time I saw Dad at the home, he was so frightened underneath. I should have known then. I should have taken him away then, but I didn't. Now he's dead.
Well, that doesn't answer my question. You told me how he died. You even told me what he dreamed. How can you possibly know all this?
Well, I don't actually know it, I suppose, but it could have been something like that. It must have been something like that.
Mm-hmm. Well, if so, it's the biggest, hottest lead on a story I've ever gotten. But if not, it's the most malicious, evil piece of slander I've ever heard. And as a newspaper man, I guess it's up to me to find out which it is.
What are you going to do?
I'm going up to Windsor to take a look around.
Yes, sir. Something I can do for you?
You own this drugstore?
Yes, I do.
Get most of the local trade here in Windsor?
Sure do.
You sell poison here?
Why do you want to know?
I'm very interested in the sale of poison in Windsor during the past few years.
Well, I don't see
Doesn't
how...
the state require every druggist to keep a poison register showing who bought what kind of poison when and for what?
Yes, but...
Let's see it.
Who are you, anyhow?
Just a guy who's interested in poisons. Where's the register?
Right here.
Thanks. August, September, October. October 21st. Mrs. Beatrice Taylor. 6 ounces of arsenic. Use for rats and mice.
That's Mrs. Taylor who runs the home out on Prospect.
Uh-huh. February 17th. Mrs. Beatrice Taylor. 13 ounces of arsenic. Use for bugs and mice. And again, May 26th. Mrs. Beatrice Taylor. 10 ounces of arsenic acid. Use for rats and mice. 10 ounces on the 26th of May. Look here. Isn't this quite a bit of poison for any one person to buy?
No, can't say so. Most of the folks around here buy arsenic poison for exterminating purposes.
I see. Well, just the same, I think I'll go and have a few words with Mrs. Taylor, just for the record.
Mr. Maddock, I can't tell you how glad I am that you came.
Why is that, Mrs. Taylor?
Well, these rumors that one of my boarders was poisoned have naturally upset me. It's nonsense, of course, but still, talk like that hurts the reputation of a nursing home.
Did you think of that when you bought the poison?
What do you mean?
I mean that I've been down to the local drugstore and find that you purchased pounds of arsenic, enough to poison a lot of boarders.
Mercy. You don't think I bought that for anything except rats and mice, do you?
What should I think? Maybe you use it for rats and mice. But Jay Wellington died of a gastric ulcer just 4 days after your last arsenic purchase.
You're not serious about this.
I'm very serious.
Mr. Maddock, we're both intelligent folks. We can look at this whole nonsensical story intelligently. Now, if you were setting out to poison somebody, would you buy the poison at a local drugstore? Would you buy it where everybody knows you by name and where everybody knows everybody else's business?
Well...
Of course not. You'd steal it or get it some underhanded way if you were going to use it for murder. Now, wouldn't you?
I suppose so. Of course, I've only heard Miss Wellington's side of the story.
That poor child is half out of her mind with grief and guilt because she didn't get here in time to be with her father at the end.
She was terribly upset.
I gather she was a mite harsh with him from time to time. That preys on her mind now that he's gone. I can understand how she feels, poor child. Lord knows I try to be forgiving.
She's very bitter about you.
Mr. Maddock, would you like to know why?
Yes.
All right, I'll tell you. She claims her father had $500 when he came to the home, and she thinks I've stolen it.
Why?
Because she can't find it with her father's things. Fighting over that poor soul's grave for money, too. Why, he didn't have a cent. And if he did, I'd never touch a thing that didn't belong to me.
You're being very fair, Mrs. Taylor.
Heaven knows I try to be. Although at times it does seem like I have more than my share of trouble.
Well, I'm sorry to have added to it, Mrs. Taylor.
Oh, that's quite all right, Mr. Maddock. Thank you for taking the bother to drop in here.
Oh, it's no bother at all, ma'am. I have another visit to pay in Windsor anyhow. This the office of the Windsor County Clerk?
Sure is.
Where's the clerk?
Right here.
You?
Me.
Well, I'm Aubrey Maddock of the Hartford Daily Courant.
Say, I've been meaning to talk to one of you newspaper people.
Oh, yeah? Well, look,
Subscribed
Pop,
to your paper last February.
Oh.
Paid up full of was, too. Then come last April. I was away for full 2 weeks and a bit. Seemed to me I ought to get my money back for those 2 weeks.
Well, look, Pop, I'll take it up personally with the circulation manager, but right now...
That's right, neighborly of you, young fella. Like the paper fine, I do.
I'm glad to hear it.
Especially
Look,
them
Pop...
farm articles you got.
Good.
And
Now,
the
look,
recipes. My wife always looks for them recipes.
Pop!
Yeah?
You keep the death certificates for Windsor County here?
Sure do.
Well, then, for the love of Pete, can I see them?
What's all the shouting about? Sure you can see them.
You thumb through the endless certificates, and just on a chance, you make notes of all the deaths that took place at Mrs. Taylor's home. And you do a little extra checking, and what you find makes you sit up straight and whistle.
What's up, young fella?
My hair, Pop. Up on end.
Hey?
Sorry, no time for chit-chat now.
Here, where you going with them certificates?
To the Hartford Chief of Police.
You do take the certificates to the police chief. Later. But first you do a little checking with some of Mrs. Taylor's neighbors and former boarders. You visit the relatives of some of the deceased. And then, armed with explosive information, you take the death certificates and your big story to the Hartford Chief of Police.
I didn't make too much of the arsenic purchases at first, Chief. Poison might have been for rats, in spite of Jay Wellington's sudden death just 4 days after the last purchase.
Could be coincidence, sure.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Mrs. Taylor told a very convincing story, maybe a little too convincing. So just on a hunch, I dropped in at the county clerk's office and Well, take a look at these statistics.
What are they?
The number of deaths at the Taylor home during the past 5 years.
48, huh?
48.
Not surprising.
What do you mean? That's an awful lot of deaths.
But, Maddock, it's a home for old people. The death rate's bound to be high.
That's where you're wrong. I checked the figures on the Hartford Old People's Home just to compare. You know how much bigger the Hartford home is than Mrs. Taylor's?
About 5 times as big?
6 times as big. And yet the number of deaths is the same in both homes. 48 in 5 years. How about that?
Doesn't look good.
It isn't. And here's another interesting point. At least 20 of the deaths Mrs. Taylor reported looked highly suspicious. And each of those 20 boarders were of the class that paid $1,000 outright for board until death. I've checked the others and found out that the week-to-week boarders have held to a normal death rate. Now, does that or does that not look like mass murder?
It does.
But no proof.
We'll take care of that.
Autopsy?
Exactly. We'll get in touch with you.
Why, Mr. Maddock.
Yes, Miss Taylor. And this is the Hartford Chief of Police with me.
We'd like to ask you some questions.
Why, surely. Come in.
Thank you.
If you'll just come into the parlor. I haven't dusted yet, but making a special dessert for one of my boarders. Sit down, won't you?
Mrs. Taylor, the daughter of one of your deceased patients, reported some suspicious facts about her father's death.
Oh, you mean that Wellington girl again?
What about it, Mrs. Taylor?
Well, like I told Mr. Maddock here, I'm anxious to clear up all these false rumors. So you just ask me any questions you want, and I'll do my best to answer them.
All right, Mrs. Taylor. How do you account for the fact that you bought poison in large quantities?
Like I said before, it was for rats and mice.
What about the manner in which you removed human bodies from the home during the night? Miss Wellington and others have stated that bodies were gone before their relatives arrived here.
Well, I like to get the body out of the house as soon as death occurs. It disturbs the other boarders.
And why was it that the highest death rate was amongst those who paid you $1,000 outright for board?
I can't imagine where you got such an idea.
Why were bodies shipped secretly out of the county without a permit?
Why did an autopsy on Jay Wellington and another one of your boarders show that both died of poison and not natural causes?
An autopsy? You did an autopsy?
Come along, Mrs. Taylor. I have a warrant for your arrest.
You can't prove anything. That girl talked too much, but you can't prove anything. You can't really know. I was too careful. I had an answer for everything. You'll see. I'll hang before I admit I did it.
You're probably right, Mrs. Taylor. You'll hang.
In just a moment, we'll read you a telegram from Aubrey Maddock of the Hartford Daily Courant with the final details of tonight's big story. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, Pall Malls are good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke. Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now we read you that telegram from Aubrey Maddock of the Hartford Daily Courant.
Poisoner in tonight's big story was convicted of first-degree murder. However, an appeal was granted and the conviction was changed to second degree. Given a life prison sentence, she was subsequently transferred to the hospital for the insane at Middletown. Many thanks for tonight's Pall Mall Award.
Thank you, Mr. Maddock. The makers of Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes are proud to have named you the winner of the Pall Mall $500 award for notable service in the field of journalism.
Listen again next week, same time, same station, when Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes will present another big story. A big story from the pages of the Des Moines Tribune. Byline, Russell Wilson. A big story that reached its climax with an automobile ride that ended in death at dawn.
The Big Story is produced by Bernard J. Proctor and directed by Harry Ingram with music by Vladimir Selinsky. Tonight's program was written by Gail Ingram. Your narrator was Bob Sloan, and Les Tremaine played the part of Aubrey Maddock. All names in tonight's story, except that of Mr. Maddock, were fictitious, but the dramatization was based on a true and authentic case. This is Ernest Chappell speaking for the makers of Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes and reminding you of the ideal Christmas gift. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes in their special holiday carton.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes present The Big Story.
Say, Idaho.
Yeah, kid?
My back feels broken riding on the floor of this empty boxcar.
You'll get used to it, kid. You'll get used to it.
Oh, no, not me. Maybe you're going to go on being a hobo all your life, but not me.
Huh?
I got big ideas.
What kind of big ideas?
I'm going to be a big shot someday, Idaho.
Big shot?
Yeah. When I do, I'm going to ride the cushions in a Pullman car. First class.
The Big Story. Another in a thrilling series based on true experiences of newspaper reporters. Tonight, to Russ Wilson of the Des Moines Tribune goes the Pall Mall Award for The Big Story. Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package, Pall Mall.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you noticed how many of your friends have changed to Pall Mall? There's a reason. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes.
Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, Pall Malls are good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke. For Pall Mall's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos filters the smoke of this longer, finer cigarette. Gives you that smoothness, mildness and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you.
Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding.
Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now the exciting and authentic story of the case of the ambitious hobo.
You are Russ Wilson, and right now you hang your hat in the city room of a California newspaper. But actually, you're from out where the tall corn grows, in Iowa. For years, you worked for the Des Moines Tribune as a crime reporter, and it was with the Tribune that you finally nailed down your big story. It really began some 250 miles south of Des Moines, in a little home in Kansas City.
Freddie, you listen to me. Don't leave home again. Stay here.
Sorry, Mom, but I'm through hanging around the house being a burden to you.
The last time you left home, you were gone 2 years. I never even knew where you were or what you did. I worry about you, son. You're only a boy.
That's the trouble. That's what everybody thinks. Everyone around here still calls me Babyface. Babyface Freddie Bell. But I'm no kid anymore, see? Even if I look it. I'm 21. And I can't just sit around here and watch you work to support me.
Son, if you stay home, there are plenty of jobs.
Not my kind of jobs. I want to be rich, famous. I want to own a big car, a big house, have 10 suits of clothes. I want to make sure you never have to work again, Mom. I want people to turn around and look at me when I walk down the street and hear them say, "There goes Freddie Bell, the big shot."
I wish your father was alive. I wish he was here to advise you. I don't know what to do. I can only say I think you're making a terrible mistake.
Oh, no, I'm not. It's like in those stories you used to read me when I was a kid. I've got to go out and seek my fortune. You wouldn't stand in my way, would you, Mom?
No, son. If that's what you want, I won't try to stop.
Oh, now you're talking. Mom, I hate to ask you this, but I'm going to need some money to get started on my trip. How about that $20 you got saved up for that washing machine you were going to buy? Oh, I know it's all you have, and I feel like a heel asking you for it, honest, but...
You don't have to ask me for it, Freddie. It's yours.
It'll be daylight in an hour, Idaho. When's this here freight train get to Des Moines?
This is a highball freight, kid. She's been hitting the high iron ever since we jumped aboard at Kansas City. You're in the outskirts of Des Moines now. We've played in luck.
Why, Idaho?
Brakeman hasn't been around to bother us the whole trip. Once we hit the yard, she'll slow down. We'll drop off this boxcar.
And after that?
After that, I'll take you to the hobo jungle and introduce you to some of the other bulls riding this territory.
Well, it can't come too soon for me. My back's broken riding on this boxcar floor. Someday when I get rich, Idaho, I'm going to ride the cushions on the Pullman cars. First class.
Still think you're going to be a big shot, huh, kid?
I got my mind set on it.
Yeah, and stay away from the road. Don't go getting cinders in your blood, train whistles ringing in your ears like I did. It ain't the life for a kid like you.
You expect to be a bum all your life, Idaho?
Not a bum, kid. A hobo.
What's the difference?
Plenty. Bum's a tramp. He won't work. He'll steal. Hobo's different. He'll work if he has to. And he's got respect for the law. Hey, kid.
Yeah?
Trouble coming up. The brakeman's coming.
Where?
He's on the catwalk 2 cars ahead. Get away from the door, kid. That brakeman will be on the roof of this boxcar in a minute.
Oh, what of it?
If he sees us, he'll throw us off this train.
Oh, no, he won't, Idaho.
He won't.
You heard me.
What do you mean, kid?
I mean this, Idaho.
Where'd you get that knife?
KC. A Bowie knife, they call it. And if that Brakey sticks his head through this car door, I'll cut it off for him.
Kid, wait a minute. What's come over you? Put that knife away.
Oh, shut up, Idaho. I'll take care of this.
You shut up. That Brakey's on the roof of this car now.
If he looks in, I'll shove this knife right through him. Oh. He's gone.
Yeah. He's gone, kid. Now you're gone.
Hey, Idaho, what's the idea? What do you think you're doing with that iron bar?
Get off this train, kid.
Well, wait a minute, Idaho.
You had me fooled with that baby face of yours. Now I know what kind of a big shot you want to be. You want to be a big shot like Dillinger or Legs Diamond.
Yeah, what of it?
You're a killer, kid. I don't want to be traveling around with a killer. We part company here and now. Get off this freight, kid.
Why, I'll let you have this knife
you
right through
try
you.
anything, kid, and you'll get this iron bar right across your face. Go on, jump.
Okay, Idaho. I'll jump. But I'll be seeing you. Hey, mister. Give me a lift?
Maybe. Let me get a good look at you first. Don't like to pick up strangers when it's dark like this unless... Why, you're only a kid. Okay, hop in.
Gee, thanks.
Now, what are you doing outside of Des Moines at 5 in the morning?
Oh, just hitchhiking around.
Got the itchy foot, huh?
Guess so.
I had it, too, before I got married. My name's Carl Andrews.
I'm Freddie Bell.
I'm glad to know you, Freddie.
This sure is a beautiful car.
Yep, brand new, and it's got every gadget in the book. Custom made, too.
Is it your car?
Mine? Oh, no. What would I be doing owning a car like this? I work for a garage, just delivering the car to the guy who owns it. He's a bank president in Des Moines.
So it belongs to a big shot, huh?
That's right.
This is the kind of car I'm gonna drive.
Well, I wish you luck, kid. I hope you do someday.
I'm not talking about someday, pal. I mean now.
Huh?
I'm gonna start right in being a big shot now.
What are you talking about?
This.
Well, I'll be... Put that knife away, kid.
Pull over to the side of the road, pal. I'm taking over.
Have you gone crazy?
Stop the car and pull over to the side. What, do I have to carve you up?
You wouldn't dare use that knife. Not a kid like you.
Oh, wouldn't I, pal? Wouldn't I? I've been waiting for a chance like this.
You're bluffing, kid. There's a state police barracks down the highway and... No! No, kid, no!
You asked for it. Give me that wheel. Give me that.
You, Russ Wilson of the Des Moines Tribune, get the murder flash shortly after dawn. You hightail it to the scene, and when you get there, you find the usual crowd. Radio patrolmen, detectives, deputy coroner, just plain citizens, and Officer James Hodge of the Iowa State Bureau of Investigation. You take a long look at the body, and then you manage to get Officer Hodge over to one side.
Any identification on the dead man yet, Hodge?
Hmm? He's a garage mechanic named Carl Andrews.
Anything else?
What do you mean?
Any more information I can use for a story?
Look, Wilson, according to everything I read, newspaper reporters and private detectives are real bright guys. They always capture the criminal single-handed. Professional cops, just a dope, wouldn't know a clue if he saw one. So, why don't you get your own information,
Frankly, I wouldn't know how. I've never captured a criminal in my life.
And you probably think you could.
I know very well I couldn't. What's the matter, Hodge? Got a big hate on reporters? One of us spell your name wrong or something?
All right. So I got out of bed on the wrong side this morning. What do you want to know?
Just the regular stuff. The motive for this murder, for instance. Robbery, I suppose.
You suppose wrong. Andrews had $50 on him. Killer didn't even touch it.
That's funny. The killer wasn't interested in money. What did he want?
You figure that out, reporter. Let me know.
How about revenge? Maybe Andrews was riding with someone he knew, a personal enemy.
Unlikely. Check with the people in Andrews' garage. They said he didn't have an enemy in the world.
Then you haven't got an awful lot to go on, have you?
Enough to catch the killer.
What?
Fingerprints.
Fingerprints? Well, I thought
I know. Just like in detective stories. Only sometimes killers really do leave fingerprints. This one did. He was smart enough to wipe them off the steering wheel, but in his hurry to make a getaway, forgot to wipe them off the door handle. We'll probably know who he is within a few hours.
City desk, Russ Wilson. I'm calling from headquarters. Those fingerprints belong to a kid named Freddie Bell. He served a term in jail out west for armed robbery. Police expect to pick him up any hour now.
But the police don't pick him up. A day passes. 2, 3. The manhunt hits high gear. Goes out of the state, nationwide. You follow it close. Write story after story. The Tribune is flooded with tips. You track them down, find them worthless. And then, days later, when the authorities are just about ready to concede a clean getaway, you get a phone call.
Hello?
Is this Russ Wilson?
Yeah?
I've been reading those stories he wrote on the Carl Andrews murder case, and I got a tip on the killer.
Who's this?
Never mind. You want that tip on the killer, or don't you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Meet me at the Hobo's Jungle near the freight yards, midnight tonight.
The Hobo's Jungle?
That's right. And Wilson,
Yeah?
just a word of warning. Don't talk to the cops, and come along.
We'll be back in just a moment with tonight's big story. But first, a word from Cy Harris.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you noticed how many of your friends have changed to pell-mell?
Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pall-Mall. Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, Pall-Malls are good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke. For Pall-Mall's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos filters the smoke of this longer, finer cigarette. Gives you that smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you.
Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding.
Pall-Mall famous cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild. Now back to our narrator, Bob Sloan, and tonight's big story.
You, Russ Wilson of the Des Moines Tribune, have a date with a mysterious voice on the telephone. Your rendezvous? A hobo jungle near the freight yards at midnight. Your mission? To find a killer. When you cross the tracks in the darkness and head for the clearing they call the Hobo's Jungle, you're scared plenty. Somewhere in the distance, you hear a train. And right now, you wish you were on that train. You wish you were anywhere but where you are. But you keep on walking. And finally, you hit the jungle itself, where the hobos camp. You see the ashes of the cooking fires, bits of cast-off clothing, and tin cans littered about. And you keep on walking.
Wilson? Hello. Oh, it's so dark here.
You're right on time.
Who are you?
Your name's Jones, Idaho Jones. I'm a hobo.
Why did you want me to meet you out here?
I figured it was safer for me. If I met you in town, it'd be too easy for you to turn me over to the cops if you didn't believe my story.
I see. You said over the phone that you had a tip on the Carl Andrews murder.
Yeah.
What's the tip?
I seen the killer about 7 o'clock this evening.
You saw Freddie Bell?
Yep. Baby face and all.
Where?
Right here where you're standing.
You mean he's right here in Des Moines?
He was.
How'd you spot him?
Along about dark tonight, me and another beau started to burn some kindling to cook up some coffee and slum. I remember it had started to rain. My friend was telling about other hobo jungles.
You know, Idaho, the best one I ever seen was off the DL&W near Scranton. It was built against the clay bank to keep out the wind, and there was...
Whitey, hold it.
What's the matter, Idaho?
Somebody's coming.
Yeah.
I wonder if you two guys could deal me in a little stew. Oh, it's you, Idaho.
Yeah, it's me, Freddie.
Who's this baby face, Idaho?
Freddie Bell. Knifed a guy to death near here a couple of weeks ago.
Look, Idaho, I didn't do
That
it.
ain't what the Des Moines papers say, kid.
They're lying. I tell you I didn't.
Don't lie to me, kid. I know you did it.
How do you know? What makes you think I did it?
Carl Andrews was murdered at 4:30, like this reporter Wilson in the Tribune says. And at 4 o'clock, you jumped the freight we was traveling right about the place where Andrews was killed. You were carrying a knife, and you were in a killing mood. Well?
Okay, so I knifed him. So I'm on the lam. Look, guys, I'm taking the next freight south for Kansas City. All I want's a little stew.
Beat it, kid.
But I'm a hobo like the two of you.
Oh, no, you're not, kid. You're a killer. Now beat it. And if you're going to KC, don't try to go by freight.
What do you mean?
He means not to ride the rods of boxcars. That's hobo law, jungle law. If you're going to Kansas City, you'll have to hit the highway. It's rides by car.
Wait a minute, wise guys. You can't tell me how to travel.
Can't we, kid?
If any hobo catches you on a freight, he'll throw you off the train. That's the law. We don't want any killers riding the rails. Brings the cops down too quick.
The highway's about a mile east of here. Now beat it, kid. Get going. That's the story, Mr. Wilson. It's the last I saw of Babyface Bell, but it looked to me like he was still carrying a knife and still figuring on using it.
Did you call me right after he left?
Yeah.
That means he got about a 5-hour start. You think he's heading to Kansas City?
Right.
Why did you tip me off to this, Idaho?
Well, when the cops find out Freddie Bell's a hobo, they'll raid this jungle, close it up. I figured if I tipped them off through you, they might let us hobos alone, maybe. You see what I mean, Wilson?
Sure, Idaho, sure. I see what you mean. Come on. I want you to tell this story to a friend of mine. All set with those pictures, Hodge?
Yep. Got 7 different photographs here on my desk. Every one of them out of the Rogues Gallery, with the names blanked out.
And Freddie Bell's picture is one of them.
Right. This hobo picks it, we'll know he's not talking through his hat. We'll know that he's seen the right man. Yeah. Much as I hate to admit it, this was a good idea of yours, reporter.
Thanks. I'll let him in now. Morning, Idaho.
What's this all about, Wilson?
Take it easy, take it easy. We just want to see whether you can pick Freddie Bell from these pictures.
Go ahead, Idaho. Pick it out. Which one of these pictures is Freddie Bell?
This here one, this picture, the third from the left. That's Freddie Bell. I'd know him anywhere.
Well, Jim?
He's right, reporter. That does it.
Good. What now?
First, I'm going to send out a general alarm. Notify all road patrols and police between here and Kansas City.
Fine. That'll give me a chance to phone in a lead. I can just make my addition. After that, where do we go from here?
For a ride along the highway to Kansas City.
Excuse me, ma'am. I'm on my way to Kansas City, hitchhiking. I'm hungry. I wonder if you could spare me a meal.
Why, it's a shame, nice-looking boy like you going hungry. Come in, come in.
Gee, thanks, ma'am. You're swell. You remind me of my mother.
Did you notify the police immediately after you heard that Freddie Bell was in this area, Mrs. Henshaw?
Oh, yes, Mr. Hodge. But I don't believe that this boy who had a meal right here in my house was the killer at all.
Why don't you believe it, Mrs. Henshaw?
Why, he seemed like a nice boy, and he had such a kind face.
How's chances on a ride in your truck, driver?
Oh, I don't know. We're not supposed to take any riders. Where you going?
Kansas City?
Well, you look like a nice kid, and you're a long way from home. Come ahead. Hop in.
Where did you pick up this kid in your truck, driver?
Right outside of St. Joe, Mr. Hodge. But when the state troopers put up that roadblock and looked into my truck, the kid was gone.
Well, that's that. Let's go, Hodge.
If you ask me, Mr. Wilson, you two are barking up the wrong tree.
Are we? Why?
Why, that kid was clean cut, a regular fella. He didn't look anything like a killer to me.
Let me in, Mom. Let me in.
Freddie.
Shut the door quick.
Freddie, the police were here. They told me about what you'd done.
Look, I haven't got much time, Mom. Cook up something for me to eat. Something to take along. Sandwiches, anything. I gotta get some clothes and get out of here in a hurry.
Freddie, why did you do it? Why did you
Will
do
you stop
it?
gabbing and get busy? I'm on the lam, see?
Freddie,
They're after me, breathing on my neck.
Freddie, where are you going? Where can you go?
I'm gonna get me a job somewhere. Some place where they won't look for me. With the railroad, maybe, working on a section gang.
Don't do it, son. Give yourself up.
Have you gone nuts?
But you've got to give yourself up. You killed a man. You're a murderer.
Yeah. Ain't that something, Mom? You're the mother of a big shot now. A big shot like Blake's Diamond, Dillon, to the rest of them. I got my picture in the papers. Reporters writing stories about me. A real public enemy. Okay now, Mom. Get me that grub. I gotta beat it.
Still following the trail, you and Hodge check with the railroads and find that they're hiring section gangs at Liberty, Missouri, about 20 miles out of Kansas City. On a chance, you show up at the employment shack, and sure enough, the timekeeper tells you he's hired a new man. And just as you walk out in the freight yard, you see babyface Freddie Bell. There's a hotshot freight train coming through, southbound, and Jim Hodge draws his gun and yells,
Hey, you, Bell! Come in with your hands up!
Oh, yeah? Try death me!
Hodge, he's making a run for it. He's going to try and catch that freight.
He's not gonna make it! Okay, Bell. Try these bracelets on for size.
Could have made it. I could have made it, see?
No, why didn't you, babyface? Afraid he might have gotten you with a second shot?
A lot different when you're on the receiving end, isn't it, kid? All right, let's go, Wilson.
Right.
We get the flyer back to Des Moines. We hurry.
The flyer? Ain't that a Pullman?
That's right, babyface. Why?
That's funny. That's real funny.
What's so funny?
When I was riding the boxcars, I swore that someday I'd be a big shot and ride the Pullman first class. And here I am, a big shot with my picture in all the papers. And riding a Pullman car first class. Just as I said I would.
In just a moment, we'll read you a telegram from Russ Wilson with the final outcome of tonight's big story. Pall Mall famous cigarettes. Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, Pall Malls are good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke. 4 notes that are alike, and 1 that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, 1 is outstanding. The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now we read you that telegram from Russ Wilson of the Des Moines Tribune.
Youthful killer in tonight's big story was brought to trial, convicted of murder, and sentenced to life imprisonment in the Iowa State Penitentiary. 10 years later, he made a daring escape from prison, but after several weeks at liberty, he voluntarily returned to jail and is now serving out his sentence. Many thanks for tonight's Pall Mall Award.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. The makers of Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes are proud to have named you the winner of the Pall Mall $500 Award for notable service in the field of journalism.
Listen again next week, same time, same station, when Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes will present another big story. A big story from the pages of the Nashville Banner. Byline, Marshall Morgan. A big story about 2 penniless parents and a reporter who saw to it that 2 children got what they wanted for Christmas.
The Big Story is produced by Bernard J. Proctor and directed by Harry Ingram with music by Vladimir Selinsky. Tonight's program was written by Max Ehrlich. Your narrator was Bob Sloan, and George Petrie played the part of Russ Wilson. All names in tonight's story, except that of Mr. Wilson, were fictitious, but the dramatization was based on a true and authentic case. This is Ernest Chappell speaking for the makers of Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes present The Big Story.
Okay, that's Moose. Now, you all know what to do. Let him in.
Hiya, Joey.
Sit down.
What's the matter? Hey, put that gun down, Joey.
What's the matter, huh? Nothing. Not a thing. Just ratted. You just went and sang to the cops.
I didn't.
Shut up. Shut up and start to die. Because here it comes.
Oh, don't, Joey, don't.
Just a gag, Moose. It wasn't loaded. I was getting bored, so I thought I'd have a laugh. Okay, now let's get to work. I got a nice job. All lined up.
The Big Story. Another in the thrilling series based on true experiences of newspaper reporters. Tonight, to Ted Prager of the New York Daily News goes the Pall Mall Award for The Big Story. Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pall Mall.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you noticed how many of your friends have changed to Pall Mall? There's a reason. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes.
Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, there's one cigarette that's really different. Really outstanding. Pall Mall. For Pall Mall's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos filters the smoke of this longer, finer cigarette. Gives you that smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you.
Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding.
Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now, the authentic and exciting story of Manhunt in Manhattan.
You are Ted Prager, night reporter for the New York Daily News. And murder is almost old hat to you. You've covered the doings of Vincent Mad Dog Carl, Dutch Schultz, Oni Madden, and Murder Incorporated for your paper. You know your underworld. You know robbery, arson, burglary, and homicide. Almost inside out. The way an insurance man knows statistics. Yes, you know your business. You're even a little blasé about crime. Until one night, about 1 a.m, you're in a friendly bar on East 7th Street. And the conversation is small talk with Sandy, the bartender.
Oh, football is not football anymore. Too professional, Sandy. Give me those college teams.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mr. Prager. You take that old Notre Dame team, I'd rather watch them than it. Hey, Mr. Prager, you see that?
What?
That guy just walked in.
The one with his hair all slicked down?
Yeah. Looks like there's 4 or 5 with him. And...
Say, I know that face from somewhere. Some small-time mug or other.
What are they spreading out like that for?
I don't know. Sandy, it looks like a stick-up.
There's a smart man. Cute, too. Give that man a cigar. That's just what it is. All right, everybody, quiet. And you people haven't figured it out yet. This is what we call a hold-up. Get your wallets out, rings, jewelry from the ladies. My boys will pass among you. Barkeep, you.
Me?
Open up that register and empty it on a bar, now. Make the rounds, boys. And you don't have to leave none of these good people car fare. Let them walk. What are you looking at, cute guy?
Nothing.
Let's see what you got.
Here's my money.
Yeah, $40. I'll take your pen, too, and your wallet and that ring.
Okay.
What do you think you're looking at? My face? Don't you like what you see? Maybe you want to remember me. Is that it?
Here.
Moose.
Yeah?
Give me a blackjack. This cute fella here is giving me the once-over.
Chief, we're all set. We got everything cleaned it out good. Let's go.
Okay, we go. Too bad, cute guy. And I was just going to give you something to remember me by. So long, dopes.
Then something incredible happens. 5 crooks walked in, but only 3 leave. 2 of them are still standing in the bar, looking bewildered, not knowing what to do. Then you realize that they're not armed. Maybe you can stop them. You move, and pandemonium breaks loose.
All right, stand back there. You two, stop, all right? Okay.
The cop got him both. Good shooting there, officer.
Thanks.
Well, you couldn't get them all, but at least you got 2 of them.
Yeah.
They dead, officer?
I don't think so. Say, who are you? You look familiar.
Ted Prager of the News.
Oh, yeah, sure. I remember you, Mr. Prager. Excuse me, I got to call the ambulance.
Nice work, officer. I'd like to write you up. What's your name?
Matt Gaines, 22nd Precinct. I could use the story, Mr. Prager. You could say it's too bad I only got 2 of them.
Too bad I only got 2 of them. Ain't that the funniest thing you ever heard?
Oh, that's terrific, Joey.
Listen, when Joey Rice does it, it gets done.
Yeah.
Too bad I only got 2 of them, said the policeman. Listen, from the paper, get this. It was not until after the shooting that the officer discovered his fatal mistake. The 2 men who had entered the bar with the gang were not part of the mob. I like that, not part of the mob.
Yeah, go ahead, finish it, Joey.
Yeah, hold your horses, not part of the mob. Instead, they were 2 innocent taxi drivers that the leader of the mob had forced to stay behind to act as shields, so that the actual robbers might escape under cover of the violence directed against the taxi drivers. Boy, is that the payoff.
Yeah, those dopes standing there. You know, I can just see them.
Jeez, imagine what they done. They start beating up those taxi drivers, and a cop comes and bang, bang. Law and order lays them out cold and says, Too bad I only got 2 of them.
Yeah. They dead, Joey?
No, only one. Here, listen. One of the drivers, George Beaver, age 51, died instantly. The other, Edgar Benedetto, 34, is in City Hospital, where his condition is listed as critical. Boy, I ask you, ain't that the best scream you ever heard?
Yeah.
Sit down, Gaines. Why don't you sit down?
If he dies, Mr. Prager, I don't know what I'll do.
Now, why blame yourself? You made a mistake any cop might have.
A mistake?
That's right. Anyone could have done it. No one blames you.
I killed a man, an innocent man, and there's another one inside there in the operating room, and he may die, too. I murdered 2 men.
You didn't murder anyone. You accidentally shot 2 men in the line of duty. Look, I saw the face of the man who really murdered Beaver, the leader of that gang. It was a cruel face and a vicious one. He's the murderer if anyone is.
I tell you, if Benedetto dies, Mr.
Gaines,
Prager,
I'll make you a promise. I'll find that man. I know his face from somewhere. I don't care how long it takes or what I have to do, but I'll find him.
That man Benedetto in the operating room, I checked up on him. He's 34. Been driving a cab since he was 21. Got a wife and 2 kids, a girl, 7, and a little baby, 21 months. I killed their father. I made a widow out of his wife.
Stop it, Gaines. You've got to stop it. In the first place, Benedetto's not dead.
No, only one of them's dead. Only Beaver's dead. Only a 51-year-old man's dead. That's not so bad, is it?
Why do you torture yourself?
Yeah, maybe I ought to just go outside.
Sit down and just wait, man. Try it. Maybe it won't be so bad. Yes? What is it, Doctor?
I'm sorry, gentlemen. Mr. Benedetto died on the operating table.
Gaines, are these all the pictures in your rogues gallery?
That's right, Mr. Prager.
Well, let's get started. That batch there'll do. I'll know that face when I see it. You turn him, Gaines. I'll call if I see anything.
All right.
Nope. Nope, it's none of those. Let's see some more.
You aren't going to find him.
Keep going, Gaines. Just keep going. No. What did you do that for? Why'd you throw him down?
Oh, what's the use? We won't find him. What's the use of anything?
Look, I told you before, you've got to get that crazy idea out of your head that you're responsible for the death of those drivers.
I killed them, didn't I?
Gaines, try to listen to me. I'm going after the man who led that holdup, the man who's really responsible for the death of those drivers.
Well, that's going to be dangerous, Mr. Prager. If it gets around you're hunting a crook, you'll lose all your contacts. You won't be able to get the inside on anything.
I'll take that chance. I can take care of myself.
You won't even be able to get a byline on these stories. You won't dare let anyone know who's doing the job.
That's not the most important thing in the world.
And you get too close to this guy, there's no telling what might happen to you.
I can still take care of myself. Now pick up those pictures and let's finish looking at them. And get rid of the idea you killed anyone.
Yeah, okay, sure. I'll just forget the whole thing. Like it never happened. Only what do I do when I see a kid on the street and he reminds me of Benedetto's kids? What do I do at night to make me forget so I can go to sleep? Tell me that.
And you, Ted Prager of the Daily News, you look at his eyes as he says these words, and you realize that this is a lot more than a story for your paper, important as that is. Yes, you want to help catch that crook with the patent leather hair and the steely eyes. But a man's sanity is at stake as well. The sanity of a nice Irish patrolman named Matt Gaines. That's also at stake. And you watch his big, open face as he listlessly turns the pictures in front of him. And you know you've got a job on your hands. A big one.
We'll be back in just a moment with tonight's big story, but first a word from Cy Harris.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you noticed how many of your friends have changed to Pall Mall? There's a reason. Pall Mall famous cigarettes.
Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, there's one cigarette that's really different. Really outstanding. Pall Mall.
When you pick up a Pall Mall, you can see the difference, you can feel the difference. And when you smoke a Pall Mall, you can taste the difference.
For Pall Mall's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos filters the smoke of this longer, finer cigarette. Gives you that smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you. Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pall Mall famous cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild. Now, we return you to our narrator, Bob Sloan, and tonight's big story.
You, Ted Prager, night reporter for the New York Daily News, get moving on your search for a smooth-haired bandit who held up a bar and caused the accidental death of 2 taxi drivers. And though you know what you're doing is dangerous, it may cost you your job or maybe even your life. And even if you get anything, you won't be able to write it with your byline. You start making the rounds. You start combing through those smoke-filled bars where crimes are hatched and dips meet to talk over their successes.
And you know what she did? She went right up to him and scratched her initials in his cheek.
What did he do to her, May? Tell him that.
Drink your beer.
Hold it, May. What do you want, Bud?
Nothing. Just looking.
Well, we don't allow looking in here. Scram.
Hello, Matt. Ted calling. No, nothing yet. But don't give up, fella. I've only been to about a dozen places. I'll find him. Beer, please.
Right, 1 beer.
He never should have done it. Using a couple of taxi drivers for shows.
Why not, Maxie?
Because it makes it tough for us. They double the cops in this area. Watching every minute of the day. For him, yeah. But meantime, it makes it tough on us.
Oh, never thought of that.
Well, I did. Ask Millie here about him. She was there when it happened.
Right in the place? No kidding?
That's right. Right in the place when he walked in. The bar on East 7.
Did he take you for anything?
Got $20 out of my bag. And a ring that Maxie gave me, worth $80.
No kidding.
Sure. And he didn't have to do that with the drivers. I tell you, I'd like to make it hot for that wise guy. I'd like to sing a little tune.
Hey, shut up. You won't sing no tune for anybody. Can't you see there's people around?
Hi. I'm, interested in what you said there, Millie.
I don't know you. I didn't say a word.
Beat it.
Look, if you want to make a little money...
I said to beat it.
Okay. Okay. Only if you change your mind, my name is Ted Prager. There's people around can tell you where to find me.
You don't exist.
Well, boys, like I always say, another day, another $8,000.
Oh, Joey, you're really in there.
Yeah. We've been quiet now a month. I think it's time we stop being quiet. I even hear people stop talking about me. A job I pulled with the taxi drivers. So?
What's the caper, Joey?
You like this one, Moose? You'll like this special because this one is more my style. Listen.
Prager speaking.
Ted, this is Benson on the city desk. Can you get down to East Side Hall?
Sure, what's up?
Just got word about a big holdup. Some girl was being confirmed. Big party and all that. 3 men did the job.
Who can I see?
You can see the girl herself. She was only a kid, too. 14.
Right. Give me the address. I'm on my way.
They came in, Mr. Prager, and they just took everything.
I see. What did the leader of the gang look like?
He was terrible. He had his hair all smoothed down and oily, and a smile on his face.
Uh-huh. Did he laugh? Out loud, I mean?
Yes, sir. Especially when he came after me.
What'd he do to you?
Well, I had my ring. My father just gave it to me for my confirmation. It was a ring with diamonds, Mr. Prager, so to keep him from getting it, I put it in my mouth.
Yes?
Well, he came up to me with that smile on his face, and he put his thumb on one side of my cheek and his fingers on the other, and,
Why, that...
and he squeezed until I couldn't stand it anymore.
He's back. So he's back on the job. Don't you worry. I'll find that man.
You can't park that car here, mister.
Matt.
Oh, it's you.
I've been driving around looking for you. Can you get in?
What for?
He's back at it again, the guy we're looking for. He's around town. Can you come with me?
Well, yeah, I'm off duty, but what for?
Because I'm going hunting for him. For that patent leather hair and the smile. I want company. Hop in.
We've been driving around 3 hours. Where do you expect to find this crook? Just standing on a corner?
Maybe. You never can tell. He might... Matt.
What's the matter?
Right there.
Where?
On the corner. Wouldn't he be? Right on the corner of Essex and Hester in broad daylight.
That one?
The one talking to the girl as if he didn't have a care in the world.
You mean it, Ted?
Take him, Matt. He's yours.
Oh, brother, will I take him? Ted, I just saw Mr. Dennis.
The prosecuting attorney?
Yep. He says he needs a positive witness.
Our friend denies everything?
Of course. Never was in the 7th Street bar. Never held up anybody. Used taxi drivers as shields. What, him? Joey Rice do a thing like that?
Oh, so that's his name, Joey Rice.
Slick as they come. Smooth. It'll be tough to pin it on him.
Okay, Matt. I'll go in and see Mr. Dennis.
Oh, no, you can't identify Rice.
Why not?
Because it would finish you as a police reporter. Cut off all your contacts. And that's not all it might cut off.
I'll take a chance.
No, Ted, don't.
I'll tell you what I'll do. Get Rice before me on a one-way screen. I'll identify him. Then let Mr. Dennis prepare his case. If he needs me in court, I'll testify.
Now you're talking sense.
So are you, Matt.
All right, Rice. That way. Walk that way.
What is this?
Just a little matter of identification, Rice. As prosecuting attorney, I thought it might be a good idea to identify you. Get over to those chalk marks now and just stand still.
Light on him okay for you, Mr. Prager?
That's fine, Mr. Dennis.
Well?
That's the man held up the 7th Street bar.
You sure?
Yes, Mr. Dennis. I'm absolutely sure.
Okay, Sergeant, take him away. Thanks for the identification. I needed that. Next time you see him, he'll be in court. On trial for robbery and criminal assault.
at him. Look at Joe Rice smiling, Matt.
Yeah, but what are we gonna do?
I don't know. Maybe Mr. Dennis has an idea.
He looks plenty worried.
Oh, here comes the judge.
Hear ye, hear ye. The Honorable Judge Bernard Smith presiding. Court is in session.
There goes Dennis.
Your Honor.
Mr. Dennis, yes?
Your Honor. As prosecuting attorney, I must protest the appearance of the defendant. If it please the court, it is obvious that the reason the defendant, Joseph Rice, came into this courtroom today wearing a full beard is to make absolute identification of himself impossible. Your Honor, we allege the defendant committed the crimes he's charged with a clean-shaven face. And consequently, he must, in the interest of justice and equity, be ordered to shave off the beard he has grown, which is a patent dodge and a ruse.
Your Honor! Your Honor!
The attorney for the defendant.
Your Honor, my client, Joseph Rice, likes to wear a beard. He thinks a beard becomes him. And I say that every man has the constitutional right, if not the God-given right, to shave or not to shave. To wear a beard or not to wear a beard.
Order, please, order! This is a very complicated question, gentlemen. We'll have to rule on that. Court is adjourned.
It's never been decided before. Could go against us, and we'd be licked before we start.
He can't be ordered to shave, Mr. Dennis.
It's never been decided before, Prager.
What are we gonna do, sir?
I wish I had an idea, Gaines.
Mr. Prager,
Millie.
can I talk to you a minute?
Why, sure.
Mister, I seen what happened, what he pulled. I'd like to get up on that stand.
You would, Millie?
It'd be a pleasure, mister.
Can you positively identify Joey, even with his beard, as the man who held up the 7th Street bar?
I could do it if he was standing upside down.
Okay, Millie. The prosecuting attorney's right over there, but, what changed your mind?
That little trick he pulled on the girl being confirmed, remember?
Sure, I remember.
Well, that little girl is my kid cousin.
And she testifies that beard or no beard, it was Joey Rice who held up that bar. You look over at Patrolman Matt Gaines as the trial winds up, and for the first time in months, the man's smiling. He's a human being again. And you've got your big story. Yes, but nobody knows it. Nobody knows it until now, this very night, on a radio program called The Big Story. Not until now can you say, well, this is the job I did. This is the role I played. Ted Prager, night reporter of the New York Daily News.
In just a moment, we'll read you a telegram from Ted Prager of the New York Daily News with the final outcome of tonight's big story. The cigarette that's really different. The longer, finer cigarette that's really outstanding. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, Pall Malls are good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke. Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now we read you that telegram from Ted Prager of the New York Daily News.
Hold-up man in tonight's big story was quickly convicted by jury. But while awaiting sentence, he became violent and was officially declared to be insane. He was therefore transferred to the asylum at Mattawan, where he is still confined. Many thanks for tonight's Pell Mell Award.
Thank you, Mr. Prager. The makers of Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes are proud to have named you the winner of the Pall Mall $500 Award for notable service in the field of journalism.
Listen again next week, same time, same station, when Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes will present another big story. A big story from the pages of the Pittsburgh Press. Byline, William A. White. A big story that began when a taximeter ticked off moments of waiting for a man who didn't return.
The Big Story is produced by Bernard J. Proctor and directed by Harry Ingram, with music by Vladimir Zelinsky. Tonight's program was written by Arnold Pearl. Your narrator was Bob Sloan, and William Quinn played the part of Ted Prager. All names in tonight's story, except that of Mr. Prager, were fictitious, but the dramatization was based on a true and authentic case. This is Ernest Chappell speaking for the makers of Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes present The Big Story.
You ready, Mama? Is the store locked?
Just closing the back door. You're finished,
Yep.
store?
Busy week, good week.
And the money?
In the valise, ready for deposit first thing in the morning.
Oh, a customer. It's too late.
No, it's not too late. Maybe he needs something. Wait, I'll...
Oh, it's two customers, Sal. Two men.
Two is better than one. Come in, gentlemen, come in. What can I...
You're an old guy, Pop. I wouldn't want to hurt you. But if I had to, I would.
We want...
The valise, Pop, the valise.
No, It's already... You're not rich.
Frank, maybe he doesn't understand polite talk. Now, give me that valise. Frank, talk to the man so he'll be sure and understand.
The Big Story. Here is America, its sound and its fury, its joy and its sorrow, as faithfully reported by the men and women of the great American newspapers. Cleveland, Ohio. From the pages of the Cleveland, Ohio Press, the moving story of justice and a guy named Joe. Tonight, to William Miller of the Cleveland, Ohio Press, goes the Pall Mall Award for The Big Story. Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package, Pall Mall.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you noticed how many of your friends have changed to Pall Mall? There's a reason. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes.
Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, there's one cigarette that's really different, really outstanding. Pall Mall. For Pall Mall's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos filters the smoke of this longer, finer cigarette. Gives you that smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you.
Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding.
Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now the story as it actually happened. William Miller's story as he lived it. Cleveland, Ohio.
You sit at your desk, William Miller of the Cleveland Press, writing the story of a brutal holdup. A man and a woman, both in their 60s, owners of a small dry goods store on East 102nd Street, have been beaten and robbed. The sum taken, $2,000, represents 10 years' savings for their kind of people. Their attackers were kids, 119, 121, to whom money is the final goal, and to whom a storekeeper and his wife are just two people in the way. You write that bitter news story, and 2 months later you write with satisfaction that one of the robbers was sentenced to 15 years in jail. The other robber was never picked up, but you're happy with the one they got. You enter his name in the back of your mind under the category Louse. Joe Mantell. Louse. That done, you forget about him. Until 4 months later, the phone on your desk jogs you back into remembrance.
Miller speaking.
Receptionist, Mr. Miller. There's an old woman out here to see you.
Well, who is she? What does she want?
Wouldn't say.
Ask her name. I'm busy.
Yes, sir. What is your name? Thank you. Mrs. Mantell, Mr. Miller.
Mantell? I don't know any. Oh, Joe Mantell. She anything to do with him?
His mother, Mr. Miller.
What do you know? Yeah, send her in. I'd like to hear what she's got to say. Yeah, send her in.
You're very kind to see me, Mr. Miller.
You read the stories I wrote on your son, didn't you, Mrs. Mantell?
Yes, I did.
Well, then you know just how I feel. I'm only sorry you didn't get 25 years.
I'm not a proud woman, Mr. Miller. If, to get to the truth, I have to scrub floors or take a little insult. My mother doesn't mind that, Mr. Miller.
Now, look. Well, what do you got to say?
Joey didn't do it any more than I did.
The jury thought otherwise.
Joey wasn't there. He wasn't near the store that night.
You said that in court.
I know I did.
Well, what do you want anyhow? A man gets a trial, a fair trial, a jury of decent, honest people find him guilty. What more do you want?
Mr. Miller, I'm a reader of your paper 15 years. I like the way you write.
I know all that.
No,
Thank you
that's
very much.
not flattery. It's the truth. You remember the Sullivan boy about 8 years ago, Mr. Miller? He was found guilty by a jury of honest people, too, but you wrote about it, and you helped prove that he was innocent. And the Ginsburg girl, that was about 4 years ago.
Look, I studied your son's case. The only thing that makes me sore was that they didn't catch the other crook, and your son only got 15 years. Those people were in their 60s, Mrs. Mantell.
I'm 67, Mr. Miller. At 67, a woman don't lie. My boy was home in the garage fixing the car.
Why was he fixing a car in the evening?
Because when a boy wants to make a new start, he don't care if it's afternoon or evening.
Meaning what?
Joseph Mantell, my son, was a bad boy. And it's a mother saying that, Mr. Miller. When he was 16, he stole a car. At 18, he robbed a candy store. So, of course, any jury would say that at 19, he'd hold up another store and steal $2,000.
And beat up the storekeeper and his wife. I'd say the same thing.
You see, the night of the robbery, he was going away. I got $300 together, all I could spare. You see, my husband is dead. And we bought Joey a second-hand car, and he was going away. I was sitting on the steps that night, and he was in the garage fixing the car.
What's California like, Ma?
Oh, it's nice, Joey. A boy could, well, he could find himself there.
You don't know me, Ma. I got 2 strikes against me.
If he tries hard, he could find himself.
Ma, sometimes I think when they handed out luck, I was out for a beer.
Now, don't make smart jokes, Joey.
Okay. They must have seen you coming when they sold you this jalopy.
It'll get you to California, and that's all I want. Look, Joey, people in California never heard of you.
I know. No, it's not so easy. Cops heard of me, Ma. And other kinds of people, too. Don't kid yourself.
But you got nothing to be ashamed of. You did your time for the wrong things that you did. You'll go there and make a new start.
Yeah, sure. Who knows? Maybe I'll be the next Van Johnson. Joe Mantell in Home on a Range, playing at your...
What is it, Joey?
Okay, Mantell. Come along.
What's the matter? Officer, what's happened?
Didn't he tell you?
No.
You'll find out. Let's go. The sergeant is waiting for you, Mantell. And the judge and the jury, and I think there'll be a nice, comfortable cell, too. Now, come on.
That's the God's truth, Mr. Miller. He was going away to turn over a new leaf, too.
Okay, Mrs. Mantell, I heard you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I got a lot of work to do. 3 witnesses saw him.
Maybe Joey was right. 2 strikes against you, he said. Chances are you strike out.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Take that door out, will you, Mrs. Mantell? I'm not a charitable institution, and I'm not a dope either.
And that's all. You close your mind to it. Happens every day. Every crook with a mother is innocent. You go back to the real world of being an honest reporter, and then something happens, and you realize that you haven't shaken the Mantell case from your mind because...
You write this story, Smitty?
Yeah, why?
About the 2 guys that held up the gas station?
Told you I did. Something the matter?
Oh, no, nothing. Just... What, did you see the crooks?
Sure, I saw them. Hey, what's eating you?
Just this. The 2 criminals, Bud and Frank Enright, 19 and 21, in addition to robbing the attendant, beat him cruelly as well. The injuries may prove fatal because the attendant was a man well in his 60s.
So?
Well, nothing. Just reminds me of another case. I just wonder if... Nah, 3 witnesses couldn't be wrong. The jury couldn't be that wrong. Nah. Or could they? Smitty, what jail are those 2 crooks in? Sergeant, can I see this Bud Enright?
Sure. It's a free country. What's the point, Miller?
Well, I just I want to make sure I didn't insult an old lady.
Huh? I don't know what you're talking about, but go ahead. Go as far as you like. Only leave him in the cooler, will you?
You look like him. You know that, don't you?
Like who?
Like Joe Mantell.
Who's he?
The boy who was sent up for beating and robbing a couple who ran a dry goods store on East 102nd Street 6 months ago.
So what? I look like him.
Did you do that job?
Don't be stupid.
Now, look, Bud, you're in a bad way. You may get life. You know that, don't you?
Look, get out of here. I got a right to be alone.
You and your brother stuck up that couple, didn't you?
Yeah. Yeah, we stuck him up and tipped the cops to pick up this Mantell.
Now, what do you got to lose? Tell the truth. Maybe an innocent kid is up for 15 years for what you did.
My heart's bleeding. Now get out of here and leave me alone. What kind of jail is this, anyhow? Anybody can come in here and say anything he wants. Leave me alone.
Mr. Jenkins, you identified this man as the robber of the dry goods store.
Look, young man, I testified to that effect in court. I don't see
And
why...
this is the man, isn't it? This is his picture?
That's right. Now, if you don't mind,
This is not Joe Mantell.
What?
That's right. This is Bud Enright, not Joe Mantell.
But I...
Then you're not sure it was Mantell who held up that store. It might have been this man.
Yes, sir.
Thanks. That's all I wanted to know. Is this the man, Mrs. Smothers?
This one? Oh, it certainly is. I'd know his face anywhere. He came in our store just...
Well, this is not the man your testimony convicted, Mrs. Smothers. This is another man.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness, that's terrible. You're sure?
I told you I didn't do it, Miller. When are you going to leave me alone?
Enright, I've got affidavits from 3 witnesses saying you were the man, not Mantell. From the storekeepers, too. Now, why don't you stop it? You're going to get life anyhow. Play ball, maybe something can be done.
I don't want any part of it.
Oh, look, maybe it's a stupid thing to say, Enright, but how about a little thing like your conscience? How about a little thing like that fact that this kid's mother is sick to death because... Enright, I swear I'm going to haunt you till you tell me the truth. I'm going to...
All right. All right, shut up.
I got a statement right here. I'll read it. And read it carefully.
Okay, let me see it.
Well, there it is, Commissioner. The works. Signed confession by Enright, affidavits of error by the witnesses, and now all you have to do is see the governor.
Suppose we go slow, Miller.
What do you mean, slow? Everything's right here in front of you, Commissioner.
Sure. What is the confession of a life termer worth? What did you offer him to sign it? Sympathetic treatment in your paper? No. Feed a little sentiment to most crooks, they'll oblige you. What have they got to lose? That confession isn't worth the paper it's written on.
What about the affidavits of the witnesses? What about Mrs. Smothers, who owned the store?
What? That they made a mistake? That they said Enright was Mantell? I could get them to say Mantell was Enright, or maybe somebody else. Maybe instead of making one mistake, they're making two mistakes. What proof have you got? Real proof. Absolute proof that would warrant our reversing a jury.
But this man is innocent, Commissioner.
I know. An innocent man is in prison. Makes a great story. But how does this one strike you? A guilty man is pardoned. How do you like that story?
Mantell didn't do it. He was fixing his car that night. He was going to California.
A jury thought otherwise. 12 honest men and women, as honest as you or I. They thought otherwise. You think you've got enough to throw that decision away?
Well, look, in the Sullivan case, in the Ginsburg case...
Oh, sure. You batted 1,000 there. Only this time you might be batting 0. Nothing you've shown me would make the governor give Mantell a pardon. Nothing. I want proof, Miller, proof. Maybe this will sound high-handed to you, but it happens to be my philosophy. The philosophy of the courts of this country. A jury has the last word. Trial by jury is the pillar of decency and law. You don't throw that over for a whim or an idea, or even because a smart reporter comes in and presents you with something that indicates maybe, just maybe, something is wrong. Think that over, Miller. At any time you want to speak to me again, come right in. I'm honest, but I'm hard-headed. You'll be the same.
We'll be back in just a moment with tonight's big story, but first a word from Cy Harris.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you noticed how many of your friends have changed to Pall Mall? There's a reason. Pall Mall famous cigarettes.
Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, there's one cigarette that's really different. Really outstanding. Pall Mall.
When you pick up a Pall Mall, you can see the difference, you can feel the difference. And when you smoke a Pall Mall, you can taste the difference.
For Pall Mall's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos filters the smoke of this longer, finer cigarette. Gives you that smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you. Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pall Mall famous cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild. Now, back to your narrator, Bob Sloane, and the big story of William Miller as he lived it and wrote it.
You walk out of the commissioner's office, slowly weighing his words, because you're just a reporter, Bill Miller, a reporter for the Cleveland Press. You think over what he said, that courts and trial by jury are the pillars of our society. And you know he has a point, a big point. And so, as you move ahead now, you look for proof. Proof that'll be important enough to reverse a decision by a jury of 12 men and women, tried and true. Your first step is taken with a specialist, Dr. Thompson, an expert with a lie detector. You two sit down with Joe Mantell, and as the doctor gives him a test for truth, you can hear his heartbeat.
Now, just relax, Mr. Mantell, if you please, and answer the questions I'll ask you.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Are you innocent?
Yes, sir, Doctor, I am.
Where were you on the night of the robbery?
Fixing my car.
What kind of car was it?
A Chevy. Convertible.
How many times were you convicted before?
Twice. Both times for robbery.
But this time you're innocent.
Yes, sir, I'm innocent. I never...
Very well. Mrs. Smothers, the storekeeper, said you hit her husband on the head.
That's a lie. I never did. I wouldn't hit a man old enough to be my father.
All right, Mr. Mantell, that'll do. That'll do very nicely. Now, just sit still, Enright. This is a lie detector.
I signed your statement, didn't I? What are you going to bother me with all this for?
Just answer the questions, and nothing's going to happen to you.
All right, Mr. Miller, I'm ready. Now, Mr. Enright, describe what happened when you went into the store.
I walked in, me and my brother. They wouldn't hand over the money, so I took it. They had it in a little valise.
And then you hit him.
Frank hit him. We wanted to be sure they wouldn't call the cops.
Then you walked out?
And we put out the lights and then walked out.
How much money was in the valise?
$2,000. Ain't that enough?
Your brother says you hit him.
And he's a liar. A dirty liar.
All right, Mr. Enright. Fine. Thank you.
Now, do me a favor, Miller. Get that Mantell punk out of jail and leave me alone.
I'll try, Bud. I'll try.
The tests, Commissioner, establish, in my judgment, the innocence of Joseph Mantell and demonstrate that Bud Enright was telling the truth when he admitted the robbery.
I see.
Well, what do you say, Commissioner?
Lie detectors are funny things. Tell me, Doctor, how do you explain this chart? The wild beatings and vibrations during Mantell's testimony, if he was telling the truth.
Well, he's young and excitable. And anyone would have such reactions.
Then they're not conclusive. He might have had the same reactions if he were lying.
Well...
Commissioner Enright's charge shows that he wasn't lying.
Now, to me, it doesn't.
Well, why doesn't it?
Because... Check me on this, Doctor. The lie detector breaks down when it comes to hardened criminals. I mean a man with a record who, over a period of years, has built himself up to lie evenly. Such a man could fool a lie detector, right?
Well, there would be some difficulty in such a case.
Read Enright's record, Miller. 7 major crimes in 6 years. Everything from smuggling to assault to arson to robbery. Such a man is constitutionally unable to distinguish between right and wrong.
But for heaven's sake, Commissioner...
I still see a jury of 12 people deliberating in a closed room, settling the fate of a man. I don't see this kind of half evidence changing what went on in that room.
Well, what do you want?
I want a reason. A better reason than you've given me for reversing a jury.
You write articles in your paper, Bill Miller. Articles pointing out the validity of your case. You call upon outstanding citizens to rally around the innocence of Joe Mantell. You bring support to your case in the person of the most respectable citizens of Cleveland. And then you go to see the commissioner once more.
No, I won't change my mind.
Well, you... Now, look, this has gone beyond the stage of reasonable doubt. Here are the names of 200 of the most prominent citizens of Cleveland.
I was just as impressed with the names of the witnesses and the storekeeper's wife. Size doesn't change this, and the importance of the people who signed doesn't change it. They didn't sit on that jury. They didn't hear all the evidence.
Well, suppose I got the jurors themselves. Would that change your mind?
How could you do that? That jury was impaneled over a year ago. A lot of those people are, who knows, all over the state, maybe some out of the state. How could you get them?
Well, suppose I did. What would you say then?
You really believe in this, don't you?
Just as much as you believe in the sanctity of the courts.
If you'll get the jury, Miller, I'll get you some action from the governor.
Now you've said something, Bill Miller. You're going to get the jury to reverse themselves. And in saying it, you've said a mouthful. Because just as the commissioner thought, half the jurors can't be located easily. Some have moved to other cities, some to other states. But you go after them. You reach them wherever they are and present the testimony of the witnesses. You show them the photos. You bring in the lie detector tests. And finally, after a year of hard work, you've got 11 jurors agreeing that Joe Mantell should be pardoned. But 11 isn't 12. And the 12th juror, Mrs. Anna Ryder, can't be found anywhere. And then your phone rings.
Miller speaking.
Mr. Miller, this is Mrs. Mantell.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Mantell. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine. And I haven't had a chance yet to tell you how much I appreciate all that you've done.
That's all right, Miss Mantell. I wish I... Well, I haven't been able to finish what I started.
Yes, I know. Mrs. Ryder, the 12th juror.
Yeah, we can't find her anywhere.
But that's why I called you. I found her.
Yeah, we've done every... You found her? Well, where?
Well, that's just it, Mr. Miller. She's very sick, and she's in the hospital.
Well, could we see her?
Well, I don't know. The doctor says her condition is very serious.
Well, give me the name of the hospital. Maybe we can do it, Mrs. Mantell. Maybe we can. And that's the story, Mrs. Ryder.
Thank you for coming. You see, I'm dying, Mr. Miller.
Oh, no, you're not.
Oh, yes, I know. But I thank you for coming. Always since I saw your first articles in the paper months ago, always there was a little cloud of doubt in my mind. And if I died with such a thing on my conscience...
No, you mustn't talk.
No, you see, his mother. This innocent boy's mother, she might have been me. No, Mr. Miller, I thank you for coming. You have a paper for me to sign? Give me the paper and bless you. Bless you for coming.
I'm so glad you came, Mr. Miller. Joey is so happy since he was pardoned by the governor.
Well, I'm glad, too, Mrs. Mantell. It's a very nice party.
Yes, it's a coming home party and a going away party, too. Did you have some turkey?
Yes, thank you, I did. What do you mean, going away?
You haven't seen Joey, have you?
No, I was beginning to wonder where...
Well, he's out in the back in the garage, fixing up the car. He said he don't want a party. He just wants to go away. He's changed, Mr. Miller, thanks to you. No chip on his shoulder now. No 2 strikes against him. Go out, Mr. Miller. Shake his hand and wish him luck. Joey'd like that better than anything in the world.
In just a moment, we'll read you a telegram from William Miller of the Cleveland Press with the final outcome of tonight's big story. The cigarette that's really different. The longer, finer cigarette that's really outstanding. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, Pall Malls are good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke. Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package, Pall Mall. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now we read you that telegram from William Miller of the Cleveland, Ohio Press.
Couldn't write story of my meeting that day with Mantell. A little too personal, a little too private. But could tell that by way he said hi, useful life had been reclaimed. Feeling was justified when 2 years later received postcard from Mantell in California. He was happy, had a good job, doing well. Many thanks for tonight's Pall Mall Award.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. The makers of Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes are proud to have named you the winner of the Pall Mall $500 Award for notable service in the field of journalism.
Listen again next week, same time, same station, when Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes will present another big story. A big story from the front pages of the Indianapolis Star. Byline, Robert Early. A big story about racing cars, reckless men, and a driver who gambled and lost.
The Big Story is produced by Bernard J. Proctor with music by Vladimir Zelinsky. Tonight's program was written by Arnold Pearl. Your narrator was Bob Sloan, and Arnold Moss played the part of William Miller. In order to protect the names of people actually involved in tonight's authentic Big Story, the names of all characters in the dramatization were changed, with the exception of the reporter, Mr. Miller. This is Ernest Chappell speaking for the makers of Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Now, we return you to your narrator, Bob Sloan, and the big story of Bob Early as he lived it and wrote it.
You, Bob Early of the Indianapolis Star, leave the speedway and go out to the high school road where the burned-out car is located. You've been around and you've seen a lot of things that aren't very pretty, but you can't help wincing when you see the charred corpse, silent and deaf, sitting behind the wheel. Your friend, Sheriff Frank Brophy, has been on the scene for some time, and he gives you a quick opinion.
Nothing much left here but the chassis and corpse, Bob. Looks like one of those things.
Oh, you mean accident?
Uh-huh. Poor devil hit this ditch, and his car probably exploded under him. Never had a chance to get out.
You know who the driver is, Frank?
Not yet. We're checking the license plates with the Alabama Bureau of Motor Vehicles. I expect a prowl car with a report to my office any minute now.
Well, all I can say is that this is one sweet mess. Must have been a hot fire. Well, oh, hey, Frank.
Yes?
Take a look at this, will you? I found it on what used to be the back seat of the car.
Looks like a charred piece of yellow raincoat.
It is. We used to call them slickers in the old days. There's some artwork on it. Here you can see a heart drawn on it, with an arrow going through. A couple of Greek letters. Delta, Theta, something.
All of which doesn't prove much. Oh, here's that prowl car. Let's have that report, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Thanks. Now, let's take a look. Name, Carl Kennedy. Residence, South Hamilton Street, Mobile, Alabama. Hair brown, eyes brown, age 39, height 5.
Hey, Frank, wait a minute.
Huh?
How old did you say this Carl Kennedy was?
39. Why, anything wrong?
Yeah, there could be. It could be plenty wrong.
What do you mean?
I mean that scrap of yellow raincoat with the decorations on it.
Well, what about it?
Frank, how old are you?
If it makes any difference, I'm 40, but what
Would
is
you
it?
wear a yellow raincoat decorated with stuff like hearts and arrows and Greek fraternity letters?
Oh, are you kidding? That's for high school kids or college freshmen, maybe, but for a man my... Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
See what I mean, Frank?
Yeah. Carl Kennedy, the driver of this car, was about my age. He wouldn't have been wearing a raincoat like this.
Check.
And if he wasn't wearing it, someone else was. Someone riding with him.
All of which proves one thing.
What's that?
This could have been just an accident. And then again, it could have been murder.
Well, Bob, I just got an autopsy report from the medical examiner.
And?
And you had the right angle.
And it was murder.
Yeah, Carl Kennedy was dead before his car was set on fire. The medical examiner did a lung examination and found one of them pierced. Whoever did Kennedy in knifed him.
Not a very nice story, is it?
No.
Frank.
Huh?
A question.
Shoot.
How do we know that charred corpse behind the wheel is Carl Kennedy?
We checked with his wife on the long-distance phone to Mobile. He was headed for the races here, all right.
Still, it could have been someone else sitting behind the wheel. We don't know for sure. Nobody could ever identify that corpse.
Mrs. Kennedy's statement is good enough for me. Why should it be anyone else?
I don't know. I just had a hunch on a long shot, that's all. Me, I'm going to talk to Dan Martin, my editor.
What about?
About a trip way down south to Mobile.
You talk to your city editor. You tell him you've been riding a lucky streak and that this trip is just a gamble. Sure, you're gambling, but you're a reporter, too, and you've got a nose for a story. And the smell of this story is already tickling your nostrils, and you know it can be big. Big, if your hunch is right. At the last moment, Sheriff Brophy decided to go south with you, so you travel together. In Mobile, you find that Mrs. Kennedy is out of town for a day or two. You also find, through a neighbor, that there's another woman. Her name is Marge Redmond, and she lives in a cheap slum neighborhood. You and Brophy talk to her for what it's worth.
How well did you know Carl Kennedy, Miss Redmond?
We were friends.
Good friends?
Just friends. Well, what do you want me to do? Cry on my beer? I was sorry to hear about Carl. He was a nice guy. What else can I say?
When did you see him last?
Just before he left for the race in Indianapolis?
Did he seem nervous, upset about anything?
No, he was just excited. He had a sure winner picked out for the race.
Oh, what winner?
I think the driver's name was Red Rhodes.
Uh-huh. The favorite he lost. Oh, Miss Redmond.
Yes?
You going on a trip somewhere?
Why did you ask that?
Oh, nothing. Just noticed the pile of travel folders on your table here. They all seem to be about South America.
Look, where I go is my business, isn't it?
Sure, but
And I'm tired of answering a lot of crazy questions. I don't know anything about this whole thing, and I don't care. Why come to me in the first place? Why don't you talk to Carl's wife?
We plan to do just that.
Anything else you want to know?
No, not at the moment.
Then get out. Both of you. I got things to do.
Well, Frank, what do you think?
Interesting, but a waste of time.
Was it? I wonder.
You wonder what?
I wonder how a woman living in a cheap, crummy boarding house like this could afford a trip to South America. And first class at that.
How do you know it was first class?
She had the first class rates ringed in pencil. And another thing, Frank.
Huh?
They were the rates for two.
Well, it's nothing much. A straw in the wind, maybe. But a straw just big enough to tickle that nose of yours. That nose for a big story. So you keep pushing your luck. Meanwhile, Sheriff Brophy checks the insurance companies, and he finds that Carl Kennedy's life is insured for $10,000. $20,000 in case of accident. And that's interesting, although not conclusive. Finally, when Mrs. Kennedy returns, you both go up and talk to her.
Poor Carl. He was so excited when he left for Indianapolis. He was like a small boy. He went, well, it was a vacation for him. No, he's dead.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Kennedy. I know how you must feel. These questions are just routine.
Of course, I understand. The awful part of it was that I let him go alone. Carl would have been so happy if he'd come back with all that money he would have won. We were planning a trip to South America.
South America?
Yes.
Oh, Mrs. Kennedy, did you say your husband would have won a lot of money?
Why, yes. You see, Carl, well, he loved auto races. He followed them in the newspapers all the time, and he knew just the drivers who were going to win.
He told you who the winners were going to be before he left?
No, but he wrote me all about it. I have this letter right in this envelope here on my table.
I see. And he picked the winners beforehand.
Why, yes. Here, I'll read you what he said.
Mm-hmm.
Dear Ethel, I'm writing this letter from Louisville, Kentucky. In a few hours, I'll be in Indianapolis, just in time for the race. Keep your fingers crossed on that South American trip. I've got the winners all figured out, and they can't lose. I've picked Benny Taylor to come in first, Al Kelly second, and Red Rhodes third.
You've heard enough, and now you know. So does Frank Brophy. And when you get outside...
Frank, that's it. My long shot came in. Carl Kennedy is alive.
It sure looks that way.
It's got to be that way. He wrote that letter after the Speedway race. It's 1,000 to 1 that nobody could have picked those two long shots, 1-2, over Red Rhodes, the favorite, without being there or hearing about it afterward. And Marge Redmond told us Kennedy had picked Rhodes to win beforehand.
Still, there is that 1,000 to 1 chance.
No, Frank, not even that. I caught a look at the postmark on the envelope.
And?
And although it was supposed to have been mailed from Louisville, it was postmarked from Indianapolis at 10 o'clock that night, hours after the race was over.
No wonder I couldn't find that hitchhiker. He was the corpse behind the wheel, and Carl Kennedy was the killer.
A nice little gimmick for collecting the insurance later.
Very pretty.
Bob, about this insurance. It's in his wife's name, right?
Right.
And naturally, if Carl Kennedy's alive, and he is, he's going to come back and collect it.
Naturally.
And naturally, we'll just stick around here in Mobile and welcome him home.
You and Sheriff Brophy begin a watch on the Kennedy house from a clump of weeds in the vacant lot next door. A night passes, and another. And finally, on the third night, you're almost ready to call it quits. When you see a man coming down the street, a black shadow against the night, moving toward the house. Stops a moment, looks around, and then he starts walking again and turns into the house itself.
Get inside.
Carl!
Shut up and get inside of him.
You and Sheriff Brophy crawl through the weeds and over to the open window, and you listen.
Oh, Carl, I thought you were
Never
dead.
mind that now. Did you get the money?
Money?
Yeah, the money from the insurance company. Did you get it?
Yes, I did.
Give it to me.
Carl, that man in the car, the man who was burned.
Never mind him. Give me that money. I haven't got much time.
Carl, you killed him. You killed him for the insurance money. Oh, Carl, why did you do it? Why did you do it?
Now listen, Ethel. Stop whining and listen. Nobody knows I did it. You understand? Nobody knows. You ought to keep your mouth shut, understand? We'll split the money 50-50, 10,000 for you, 10 for me. I'll drop out of sight. I'll go to South America. You just sit tight and keep quiet.
No, Carl, no, you can't do it. You killed a man, murdered him, burned
Are you going to give me that door, aren't you?
Carl, no!
Okay. I killed once, I can do it all over again. You hear me, Ethel? I can do it all over again. In fact, maybe I will. Why not? Why should I split the dough with you? And who's going to suspect me as your killer? Huh? That's right. I can't kill anybody. I'm dead. I burned to death, remember?
Carl, no. Don't.
I better, Ethel. Now that you know, it's a little dangerous having you around. Yeah. A little too dangerous.
Carl, please. No, Carl, no!
Kennedy. What? Who's that?
I'll introduce myself later, Kennedy, but right now I wouldn't make a move if I were you, unless you want to argue with the business end of this gun.
In just a moment, we'll read you a telegram from Bob Early of the Indianapolis Star with the final outcome of tonight's big story. The cigarette that's really different. No longer finer cigarette that's really outstanding. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, Pall Malls are good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke. Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now we read you that telegram from Robert Early of the Indianapolis Star.
Killer in tonight's big story not only failed to collect insurance on his life, but because of his admissions, couldn't even collect fire insurance on his car. Was convicted and sentenced to the Indiana State Prison. Many thanks for tonight's Pall Mall Award.
Thank you, Mr. Early. The makers of Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes are proud to have named you the winner of the Pall Mall $500 Award for notable service in the field of journalism.
Listen again next week, same time, same station, when Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes will present another big story. A big story from the front pages of the Minneapolis Morning Tribune. Byline, Ralph K. Mills. A big story that began late one night in an empty lot when a reporter found a pair of silk stockings with legs in them.
The Big Story is produced by Bernard J. Proctor with music by Vladimir Zelinsky. Tonight's program was written by Max Ehrlich. Your narrator was Bob Sloan, and John Sylvester played the part of Bob Early. In order to protect the names of people actually involved in tonight's authentic Big Story, the names of all characters in the dramatization were changed, with the exception of the reporter, Mr. Early. This is Ernest Chappell speaking for the makers of Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes present The Big Story.
Headquarters.
Police?
Yeah.
This is Walt Kramer, the grain inspector.
Yeah.
I was just shortcutting back from Cedar Lake across the city dump.
Yeah. So?
Well, I just saw a pair of silk stockings sticking up out of the dump.
Yeah?
Yeah. The thing is, there was legs in them. A woman's legs.
The Big Story. Here is its sound and its fury, its joy and its sorrow, as faithfully reported by the men and women of the great American newspapers. Minneapolis, Minnesota. From the pages of the Minneapolis Morning Tribune, the headline story of a murder victim who was buried alive. Tonight, to Ralph K. Mills of the Minneapolis Morning Tribune goes the Pall Mall Award for The Big Story. Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package, Pall Mall.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you noticed how many of your friends have changed to Pall Mall? There's a reason. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes.
Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, there's one cigarette that's really different. Really outstanding. Pall Mall. For Pall Mall's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos filters the smoke of this longer, finer cigarette. Gives you that smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you.
Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding.
Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
And now the story as it actually happened. Ralph K. Mills' story as he lived it. Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Your name, Ralph K. Mills. Your paper, the Minneapolis Morning Tribune. Your beat, well, that's your particular squawk this particular night of April 29th, because you're supposed to be working out of the city room, and instead, you're on substitute duty down at police headquarters. You thought you'd graduated from there long ago. But no, here you are, back in the cops and robbers department. As for your big story, well, you don't know it, but there's one cooking. It starts way back before you even joined the paper, like this.
How many times do I have to tell you not to slam that door when you come in?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, that's all you ever say, and then you go right ahead and do it all over again.
I said I was sorry. It wasn't my fault. The spring's busted.
Well, why don't you fix it?
I will.
I will. Promises.
Oh, lay off of me, will you, honey?
Don't you honey me.
I was only...
Oh, you make me sick. Come on, let's go out and get something to eat.
Go out? I just came in. Oh, golly, I thought...
Now what? Now what have I done?
Well, we're always going out to eat. Can't we ever stay home once in a while?
Stay home? When do we ever go out? When do you ever take me out?
Oh, that's not fair. Well, last week
Never mind. Forget it. I'll go out in the kitchen and make your old supper.
Look, let's not keep squabbling, huh?
No.
Golly, everything used to be so nice. Everything used to be...
Never mind. Just go inside, take your shoes off, dear. Read your paper, dear. Yeah, when everything's ready, you'll be fast asleep. I know.
Look, it isn't as if you'd had other things to do all day. Is it asking too much for a guy to want dinner when he comes home? Is that asking too much? Just a little peace and quiet around the place? Do you have to pick fights with me all the time? Oh, honey.
Hand me the can opener.
Listen to me, will you?
What do you want? Beans with pork or without?
Listen to
with
me.
With or without? What do you want?
Just a little peace and quiet around the house.
Go ahead. Get sore.
Who's sore? I'm just trying to make some sense here.
Oh, I know that tone of voice. I can tell. You get so noble, so high and mighty. You make me sick. You make me just plain sick.
Got no aspirin tablet yourself.
Very clever.
You know, someday I'm really going to get sore.
That's right. Threaten me.
Good and sore someday. One of us is going to be very sorry.
Are you trying to scare me?
No. I'm just telling you. You keep this up. You keep nagging the daylights out of me. You keep yapping at me. Yap, yappity, yap. You keep it up, and so help me out.
You what? You what? You have to slam that door all the time?
Honey, you home? Honey? Hey! That woman. Bartender, my wife's been in here tonight?
Yeah, here and gone, friend. Here and gone.
Nuts. For the last time, you coming home with me?
For the last time, no.
Okay. Don't bother coming home. Ever.
Nothing of that can you know. You, Ralph K. Mills, police reporter for the Minneapolis Morning Tribune, do not have a backward-looking crystal ball. All you know is that it's a pretty average Friday night down at police headquarters. And average means dull. The desk sergeant's got a call. Probably the same old routine. Nothing.
Headquarters. Yeah, so? Yeah?
Nothing, huh? Not the way he rushed into the other room. And out comes your friend, Detective Peterson, with this.
You say you had a date tonight, Rolf?
Yeah, and a deadline. Why?
You got another date now, you and me.
Where?
Down at the city dump?
Very funny. With who?
A corpse. In silk stockings. You coming? Hold the shoveling. That does it.
What a beating she took.
Yeah.
Any idea who she is, Peterson?
No identifying marks, labels, torn off the clothes.
Uh-huh. Safe and calling it murder?
Sure.
Say, Doctor.
Yes?
Can you add anything? Can you give me anything more on the cause of death, beyond the beating, that is?
Yes.
What's that, sir?
This woman has dirt in her mouth and in her throat. Yes, and proving she was alive when she was put here.
Buried alive. Where's the nearest phone? I've got to call the paper. I'll have to hold you for the fast mail edition, George.
Yes, so, Ralph. You'll stick with it, huh?
Oh, sure. But don't set your heart on an identification by the next deadline or a solution for the final edition, complete with killer attached.
Could be done.
Sure, by Sherlock Holmes, the FBI, to... Hey, the man is serious. Look, George, this one will go down in the books marked unsolved. Believe me.
Never can tell. Just you stay with it. After all, you've got a whole hour till the next deadline.
An hour? Might as well be a week. Remember, George, what I've got is a press card, not a crystal ball. Well, Sarge, I've gone through all the files. What have I found? Nothing.
Did you try the rogues gallery, Mills?
Back to the year one. No soap. Petty crimes, no soap.
How about missing person?
Oh, nothing there either. Oh, except this. Huh? You think this picture looks like the dead one?
No.
Neither did I much. Oh, what do they want from a guy? Miracles? They sit in an office downtown and... Hey, what time is it?
1:45.
Oh, 15 minutes till the page closes. What have I got? Twice what I phoned in. Twice nothing. Hey, who's the woman just came in with Peterson?
I don't know.
I think I'll see what goes on.
Right this way, lady. Won't take long.
What's the story, Peterson?
It looks like identification, Rolf. She saw your story in the paper and told the cop on the beach she thought you knew the woman.
Who is she?
Neighbor. Now, Mrs. Stiles, what was that woman's name again?
Mrs. Cressley. Mrs. Sadie Cressley.
What makes you think the murdered woman is your neighbor, ma'am?
Oh, I don't know. I just have a feeling. She hasn't been home for days. Neither has her husband. They had a fight. They were always fighting.
I see.
Right here, Miss Stiles. This door.
Oh.
A word from you is all we need. Are you all right?
Yes. Yes.
Well, this way, please. Ready, man?
Yes.
Is that your neighbor? Mrs. Cressley?
Well,
Take your time. Be sure. Yes?
Look, but... Oh, her face is... She's so... No, I mean, yes. Please.
Mrs. Stiles.
Yes. Yes, that's her.
When the door opens, Rolf, let me do the talking.
Sure.
Peterson from police headquarters. Does a Mr. Cressley live here?
Yes?
Is he home?
Not right now.
Expect him back?
Why, yes. Would you like to come in and wait?
Yes. Who are you?
Me?
Yes.
Why, I'm Mrs. Cressley, his wife.
We'll be back in just a moment with tonight's big story, but first a word from Cy Harris.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you noticed how many of your friends have changed to Pell Mell? There's a reason. Pell Mell famous cigarettes.
Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, there's one cigarette that's really different. Really outstanding. Pall Mall.
When you pick up a Pell Mell, you can see the difference, you can feel the difference. And when you smoke a Pell Mell, you can taste the difference.
For Pall Mall's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos filters the smoke of this longer, finer cigarette. Gives you that smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you. 4 notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild. Now, we return you to our narrator, Bob Sloan, and the big story of Ralph K. Mills, as he lived it and wrote it.
A fine thing. Covering police headquarters for the Minneapolis Morning Tribune, you, Ralph K. Mills, have a blonde corpse turn up in time for the first edition. A person unknown, murdered by person or persons unknown. And the city desk hopes for the who and the by whom for the final edition. And you've just followed a false trail to the bitter end. Just another case of mistaken identity. So what do? Step 1, you call the desk.
A mistake, George. The woman who identified the corpse was wrong. I'm sorry.
It wasn't your fault, Ralph.
Any ideas?
Didn't you say before you thought you'd found a picture of a missing woman who...
Yeah, but the desk cop and I agreed it wasn't the dead one.
Well, just the same, the woman was wrong just now. Couldn't you be? What was the date she disappeared?
1935. Her name was Ruth M. Corneau.
Well, she could have changed in all those years. So backtrack. Everybody makes mistakes.
Yeah, I know. That's why they put erasers on lead pencils. And tonight, my pencil is all eraser. Rockstone, Collins, Compton, Copley, Corneau. Ruth M. Corneau, reported missing by husband.
Talking to yourself, Rolf?
I don't know. Look, Sarge, this Corneau woman we tossed out of the running before, anything else on her? Charges, complaints?
Corneau? Let's see. Yeah. Here it is. Corneau. Oh, no, this is a man. Peter Corneau.
Go on.
Arrested on complaint of his wife, Ruth M.
That's the one. For what? What for?
You're going to love this, Ralph. Assault.
Hello?
Joe Lopez?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lopez, this is Rolf Mills down at headquarters.
What's with headquarters? I'm in trouble?
No, sir. I'm from the Morning Tribune. I'm checking on somebody who used to live in your boarding house.
Huh?
Can I ask you 3 questions?
I don't know.
Just 3 simple yes or no questions, okay?
Okay. 3.
Okay. Do you remember a couple named Corneau, Peter and Ruth?
Yes. That's one.
Good. Do you know where they are now?
Him? No. Her, she ran away from him. Kicks around restaurants, clubs, you know.
That's 2. 3. Would you know her if you saw her?
I guess so. They owe me back rent.
Well, would you come down to headquarters?
You say 3 questions. No.
This is Detective Peterson, Lopez. Will you come downtown to identify a body?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Lopez. Take your time, Mr. Lopez, be sure. Well?
Don't look like I'm gonna get my back rent. I guess.
For the identification, you say goodbye to Detective Peterson until later. You make the 11:30 edition by a replate and a whisker. The murdered woman is Ruth M. Corneau, and it's definitely established that she is separated from her husband under conditions of mutual dislike, to put it mildly. And so, you have the victim, the motive, and the problem of finding suspect number 1, the husband. Then on your own, you start checking all over town. But while you walk the jukebox and Neon Trail, the husband is being questioned down in Florida.
Private First Class Peter Corneau reporting to Captain Carroll as directed. That is Corneau?
You're a Minneapolis boy, Private?
Yes, sir.
Ever in trouble with the police?
Nothing serious, sir.
I'm instructed by Detective Peterson of the Minneapolis Police to tell you that anything you tell me may be held against you. He just called me.
I see, sir.
You married, Cornell?
Separated, sir. Sir,
Later. Where were you last night?
On pass, sir. I reported duty at Reveille today.
Where'd you go?
Fishing, sir.
Can you prove it?
The men I was with can. Sir?
You didn't leave the state of Florida?
On an overnight pass. Sir?
All right. You say you're separated from your wife?
Yes, sir.
Prepare yourself for a shock. Last night she was murdered.
I see. I always figured somebody...
What's that, man?
I said I knew somebody would someday.
You want another pass?
Excuse me, sir?
I said, do you want me to write you a 3-day pass for her funeral?
No. No, thanks, sir.
Suspect eliminated. And there you are looking for him in the local bars. But at one, you learn about this tasteful little incident from a bar girl.
He used to pal around, Ruthie and me. But she was kind of hard, you know. Everybody was just another sucker for her. Money, you know. So one night, we was here, her and I. All of a sudden, she leaves me flat and goes outside. Goes tearing through the door. And I follow her just in time to see her crash into somebody.
Hey, why don't you walk where you're looking?
Oh, I'm sorry, lady.
You're sorry. Look at my stockings. You ruined my stockings. Sorry. That's all I ever hear is sorry. You knocked the lips off my shoes.
I said I was sorry. As for the shoes, I'll drive you home, okay?
In what, a bus? Hit the road.
Okay, have it your way.
Squitter. Watch where you go. Hey, wait a minute. Is this your car, or did you just drive it for somebody?
Hey, it's my car. I drive it for myself.
Well, why didn't you say so? Home, James.
The name is Carson. Wally Carson. And talk nice, Blondie. Hey, you're not bad looking at all. Where'd you say you wanted to go?
You're not bad looking either for a guy who picks girls up by knocking them down.
I said talk nice, baby. Where to, sis? You still want to ride? Home?
No. I want to ride. Let's go someplace and have some fun. Huh?
While the bar girl's telling this, you check your watch. A half hour to final deadline. You're coming closer. Very close. All you need now is...
What'd you say the name of that pickup guy was?
Wally Carson. She went with him steady after that.
Thanks. Thanks a lot. I'm going to try another bar, but here, buy yourself a drink with something in it to drink for a change.
Well, like I said, everything's going nice and quiet when it's blonde.
Cornell?
Yeah. She comes in and takes over the end of the bar. Now, I'd seen her husband come and drag her out, and I seen him tell her not to come home, and I don't want that kind of trade. This is a home-type bar.
I know.
What? Oh. She's feeling fine, no pain at all, drinking up some guy's dough, I figure, and I'm wondering how I can get rid of her quiet when all of a sudden somebody does it for me. A door opens, and in walks this guy, Carson.
Ruthie.
Somebody call me? Oh, it's you.
Yeah, it's me, all right. Where you been the last 2 days?
Who wants to know?
I want to know.
You want to know. You own me or something? Stop pushing me around.
Who push who around? You make up to me? You take me for everything I got? And you call that me pushing you around? Come on, you're getting out of here.
Your meter's running.
Come on.
I like it here.
I said get out now. Come on.
You cheap square, you make me. Go on, hit the road. You get out of here. You let me go. Take your hands off me. Who do you think you're pushing around? Let go of me. Who do you think you are pushing me around like this?
That's it. Me, it's none of my business. I would have paid him to take her away. Anybody. And that's all.
Uh-huh. When'd you say this was?
Well, didn't I tell you? Only last night it was. Just last night.
That is it. Motive and man. Wally Carson, last man to see Ruth Corno alive. A check on the city directory gives you his address. A call to Peterson, and you have a good cop with you. One short ride, and you have 10 minutes to go to the final deadline with your story on the other side of this door. Peterson unbuttons the flap on his holster. You shift a little behind him. You never can tell.
Nobody home, you think?
I don't know. Here, take the gun. Cover me. Stand back. I'll force the door.
Holy... It's a shambles. Look at the blood on the walls.
Carson! Watch at the other room. Carson, come out with you.
Pete, look. There's a note in the couch.
Uh-uh. Don't touch it.
Okay to read it?
Go ahead.
Dear Mother. Dear Mother. I'm sorry. We had a terrific fight. I loved her, and I couldn't stand to lose her. But I couldn't hold her. I guess nobody could. Money in watch pocket for rent. I'm going away. Hope we meet soon. Phone the coop. Can I use the phone?
You're sure, and you can read them the note, too.
Thanks. You know, there's something about this note. Money in watch pocket. Money in watch pocket. Hey, he expects to be found. What's that door lead to? Closet. What's this one?
It leads to the garage. Come on, the front way.
Locked.
From the inside.
Wait a minute. Listen.
Engine's running.
He gets down on his knees. So do you. You sniff at the bottom of the door. You both say one word. No. Two.
Carbon monoxide.
In just a moment, we'll read you a telegram from Ralph K. Mills of the Minneapolis Morning Tribune with the final outcome of tonight's big story. The cigarette that's really different. The longer, finer cigarette that's really outstanding. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, Pall Malls are good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke. Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now we read you that telegram from Ralph K. Mills of the Minneapolis Morning Tribune.
On entering garage, we found that killer in tonight's big story had escaped beyond the law by committing suicide. Solution of case came at 3 a.m., 9 hours after start of investigation, and in time for the final edition. Many thanks for tonight's Pall Mall Award.
Thank you, Mr. Mills. The makers of Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes are proud to have named you the winner of the Pall Mall $500 Award for notable service in the field of journalism.
Listen again next week, same time, same station, when Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes will present another big story. A big story from the front pages of the Mobile, Alabama Press Register. Byline, George Cox. A big story about a murder, an escape, and a manhunt.
The Big Story is produced by Bernard J. Proctor with music by Vladimir Zelinsky. Tonight's program was written by Alan Sloan. Your narrator was Bob Sloan, and Art Carney played the part of Ralph K. Mills. In order to protect the names of people actually involved in tonight's authentic Big Story, the names of all characters in the dramatization were changed, with the exception of the reporter, Mr. Mills. This is Ernest Chappell speaking for the makers of Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes presents The Big Story.
May. Hey, May, how's about going back home? It's getting late.
What's the matter with you, Harry? You're getting married tomorrow, right?
That's right, I'm getting married tomorrow.
So, this is your last night a free man, right?
Hey, that's good. My last night a free man. That's good, Eddie.
Yeah, very good. Look, May, shouldn't we...
Just drive, Eddie. Don't talk. Harry, I'm your big sister, right? Your big sister, May. And this is your last night on Earth a free man. So come on, have another drink, and let's make merry.
Ah, May,
Have a drink like I told you, Harry.
All right. Hey, May. May, I'm past...
He's out. Out cold but dope. All right, Eddie, now. Stop the car. I said now.
Gee, May, it's kind of in cold blood.
You spineless little fool. Give me that gun.
May, he's your kid brother.
That's right. I'm his big sister, ain't I? And I got to take care of him, don't I? Well, I am.
May, stop!
Why should I stop? I like what I'm doing.
The Big Story. Here is America, its sound and its fury, its joy and its sorrow, as faithfully reported by the men and women of the great American newspapers. Belleville, Illinois, 20 miles across the Missouri border from St. Louis, a body found with 5 bullets in its head. From the pages of the St. Louis Globe-Democrat, the terrifying story of hate between a brother and a sister. And tonight, to A.B. Hendry of the St. Louis, Missouri Globe-Democrat goes the Pall Mall Award for The Big Story. Of all America's leading cigarettes, only one is outstanding. Only one is outstanding.
It's the longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pall Mall.
Look at a Pall Mall.
It looks good.
Feel a Pall Mall.
It feels good.
Taste a Pall Mall.
It tastes good.
Smoke a Pall Mall.
It smokes good.
Now you've discovered why so many of your friends have changed to Pall Mall, the longer, finer cigarette. For Pall Mall's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos filters the smoke on the way to your throat.
That's important.
Yes, Pall Mall's greater length filters the smoke on the way to your throat. Gives you that smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you.
Of all America's leading cigarettes, only one is outstanding. Only one is outstanding.
The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
And now the story as it actually happened. A.B. Hendry's story.
as he lived it. Your name is A.B. Hendry. Abe, dear friend, reporter for the St. Louis Globe-Democrat. And you think the world is a pretty good place this sunny July morning as you wheel your new convertible out of the smoke of St. Louis and drive up through the cornfields of western Illinois that border your hometown. You like things fine this morning. It's 9 a.m. You're off on a week's vacation. You got a raise and a new car. And the sun is beautiful on the Illinois field. And then you see a farmer waving at you wildly, standing in the middle of the road, signaling you to stop. You step on the brake and look at his face. One word is written on it. Terror.
Son, get your telephone and tell him. I got no phone at my place.
What's the matter, mister?
In the field there. See, about 20 yards in. It's a body.
Let me look at him.
There's nothing to look at, son. Just something to make you sick on him.
I'll just take a look, if you don't mind.
You look, Abe Hendry, because you're a reporter. And in the moment when you see the crushed head of a human being lying in the sunlight in a lovely cornfield in Illinois, your vacation's over. The sun seems to go out of the sky because no death. It doesn't matter that you don't know anything about the dead man. No death like that can ever be accepted. No such violence can ever be normal. So, you get the bare facts. Unidentified man, found on a farm. Discovered 8 a.m. by farmer's wife. Place, Belleville, Illinois. You drive to the next farm. Place 2 calls. One to your paper, one to the police. And in half an hour, you and a very slight, very short, and very cynical police lieutenant named Keene are back at the scene of the crime in a blood-stained cornfield.
Pretty, Annie. You say your wife found him, Pop?
That's right, Lieutenant. She was going out the hen house.
Yeah, I know. Why'd you have to call me on this case, Hendry? Because you're the best officer I know in St. Louis. Got enough unsolved cases on my mind. Why hand me another one? Come on. Come off it. I like to watch you work, Keene. Okay, get out your notebook. Okay, Lieutenant. Put this down. Victim tall, thin man, red hair, freckles, place and forearm. Weight 140? Weight 160. Car tracks through cornfield leading to place where body was thrown. Now, let's get a little closer.
I wouldn't do that, Lieutenant, if I was you. Patch of poison ivy there. See?
That poison ivy?
Don't you know poison ivy, Lieutenant Keene?
Okay, note. Murder may have poison ivy. They always assign me to these gang cases.
The gang job?
What else? This poor guy was killed, taken for a ride, and dumped. Period. End of report.
Since when do professional killers shoot 5 bullets into one man? They don't waste bullets.
What's in his pockets, Abe?
I don't know. I waited for you.
Nothing in the pants. Coat? Nope. Nope. Wait a minute. Breast pocket.
Notebook.
Blank. Nothing here. Blank. Wait a minute. 2 names. Harry Catlin.
Harry Catlin.
Agnes Emerson.
Agnes Emerson. Addresses, too?
Yeah. That's a surprise.
Let me see.
Sure. Funny. Funny?
Huh? What's funny?
It's nothing. It's a professional job. Kill job and a dumping. Pro all the way.
Except the 5 bullets in the notebook. Agnes Emerson doesn't sound like any mobster I ever heard of. Right, Lieutenant? Hey, Keene, right?
Why don't you shut up?
Let's go see Aggie, huh, Lieutenant? Can I come?
No.
I'm giving up a vacation.
No.
Remember, I called you, not the Illinois police.
I said no. Pop, I ain't gonna catch poison ivy, am I?
Hello, Lieutenant Keene.
Keene, Hendry. You find Agnes Emerson?
No.
Well, I did.
Where?
Have a look in the Globe-Democrat, my paper.
Cut it out. What are you talking about?
Marriages. Page 29. Agnes Emerson to guess who?
Catlin?
Harry Catlin.
When?
Today, in half an hour at St. Michael's.
Thanks for the tip.
Oh, no. You brushed me off in that cornfield. This time I come, or I don't tell all.
What else is there?
That bride's going to be waiting at the church a long time.
Why?
Because the guy with the bullets in his head was Harry.
Sure?
Checked it with our pictures. Tall, skinny, redhead.
Freckles?
Freckles.
You better come along, Henry. I'm not much good at telling girls they were stood up at the altar by dead men.
See you at St. Michael's in 5 minutes. I'm sorry it had to be this way, Miss Emerson. Mr. Emerson. But that's the way it is.
Thank you. Thank you. Daughter, please, please. What good does it do to...
We'll leave you now, Mr. Emerson. We'll stop back some other time. A couple of questions I have to ask you.
Yes, Lieutenant. Aggie, darling.
Come on, Henry. Sorry. Bye. Well, I guess that's that, Henry. Seemed like a nice kid, too.
So it goes on the unsolved list, Lieutenant?
Not right away. We'll track down the tires in the cornfield if we can. Shoe marks. I'll give it a grade A number 1 treatment. But I think it's what I said. A gang dumped her boyfriend.
Period. End of report.
You got other ideas?
A few. Look, Emerson told us Harry was a nice, quiet, steady sort of a guy. Electrical engineer, right?
So?
Does that sound like the kind of guy gets mixed up with a gang? A guy like that's earning $75, maybe $100 a week. He's going to get married. What's he doing hanging around with a gang?
Maybe he's a regular Jekyll and Hyde. Daytime, a steady, dependable guy. Nighttime, a real low-down
Who's
killer.
the writer, you or me?
Look, Abe, you're a good fella. Don't step over the line. I said I'd give it A1 treatment, everything. But from where I sit, it's an unsolved gang case. Seen this kind going on 20 years. 4 clues and a dead end, period.
Maybe Emerson did it himself. Had something to do with it.
Why Emerson? Why not Mussolini?
Did you see how grief-stricken he was? Never really batted an eye. Emerson didn't like Harry Catlin.
So what? Lots of fathers-in-law don't like the guys their daughters pick out. I don't say kill them.
I know. I'm only asking. Couldn't it have been someone else, not a gang after Harry?
No.
No?
No.
Well, I think it was.
Why?
A lot of things.
Why?
First, the 5 bullets. Hate was involved there. Somebody who hated Harry pumped 5 bullets into his head. Then that notebook in his pocket with the names on it. And then this. The day before a wedding, a guy is killed. Why would a gang pick a day like that to kill somebody?
Coincidence, maybe.
They wouldn't. But somebody who knew Harry intimately, who was close to him, he might do it. Or she might do it.
Don't get romantic.
And the job he had, the kind of guy he was. He was no racketeer. I say no mob did it. I say it was a crime of passion. I say that...
Okay, you said it. Now prove it.
What?
Prove it. I got 8 unsolved robberies in town to work on. That and 2 other unsolved killings. I say this was a gang job, and I'll give it a treatment for a gang job. You say no. Let's see you back up what you just said. Go out and prove it, Henry. Go ahead and do it.
There it is, Abe Henry. The challenge is thrown to you. The thin, short, cynical, crackerjack police lieutenant named Keene has taken you on your word. Go out and prove somebody killed Harry Catlin. Go out and find who it was who pumped 5 bitter bullets into the head of a man in an Illinois cornfield. Go ahead.
We'll be back in just a moment with tonight's big story. Of all America's leading cigarettes, only one is outstanding. Only one is outstanding.
It's the longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pall Mall.
Look at a Pall Mall. It looks good. Feel a Pall Mall. It feels good. Taste a Pall Mall. It tastes good. Smoke a Pall Mall. It smokes good. Now you've discovered why so many of your friends have changed to Pall Mall. No longer finer cigarettes. Pall Mall. Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
For Pall Mall's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos filters the smoke on the way to your throat.
That's important.
Yes, Pall Mall's greater length filters the smoke on the way to your throat. Gives you that smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you.
Of all America's leading cigarettes, only one is outstanding. Only one is outstanding.
The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package.
Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding. And they are mild. This is Cy Harris, returning you to your narrator and the big story of reporter A.B. Hendry as he lived it and wrote it.
You watch the police lieutenant as he leaves you with a challenge and an unsolved crime on your hands. You wonder what you're going to do. Because you, A.B. Hendry, reporter for the St. Louis Globe-Democrat, have said you don't think a gang killed Harry Catlin. You said you think someone close to him did it. That it was a crime of passion. Okay. Now prove it. That's your assignment. Lieutenant Keene gave it to you, and your city editor, when you told him, he gave it to you, too. Sure, Abe, he said. You find the murderer. Good story there. And now, you're at it. Well, where do you start? You try at the Emerson house. Agnes Emerson, the girl, left at the church because a man was killed, and Agnes Emerson's father. You start with them, and you go slow because that's the situation.
I know this is not the best time, day after Harry's been found, but is there anything you can tell me that would help us find who did it?
I told you all I know.
Yep.
What?
Plain, ordinary investigation. You and I are taking her for a ride. Face to face with the witch.
Please, Mr. Bullet. Please don't make me go in there, please.
Janetta, nobody's going to hurt you.
Please, please, you put me in the cellar again. Oh, please.
Yes, can I? Why, Janetta.
You know this girl?
Why, of course.
My name is Cleve Bullet. I'm from the Tulsa Tribune. This is Detective Carey from...
Newspaper reporters and policemen? Janetta, you poor child. What have you done now?
I think we better discuss this inside.
Please, please,
Come on, Janetta. Well, ma'am?
Of course, gentlemen. Do come in.
I'll come right to the point, ma'am.
Please do.
Janetta here's a friend of mine. She has, she's made some serious charges concerning you.
Excuse me, Mr.
Bullet.
Oh, forgive me, I'm not good on names. May I interrupt for a moment?
Well, yes.
Thank you. Janetta, dear, won't you go to your room while I talk with the gentleman?
Please, Mr. Bullet, please don't
It's
let...
all right, Janetta. You can go. You'll be all right.
Do as the man says, Janetta. Close the door, dear.
Waiting, ma'am.
Oh, gentlemen, can't you see?
See what, ma'am?
Can't you see the poor child is deranged? She has a persecution complex.
Then why isn't she in an institution? Why is she so thin, so bruised, so shabby, so frightened? Tell me why.
Dear Mr. Burnett, she is in an institution. This is a private nursing home, in a way. Her poor father didn't want to send her to the other place, so I'm taking care of her privately, you understand.
Well, that doesn't explain
her
why.
Her thinness and the other thing. Can't you understand? She won't eat. She won't dress neatly. She won't realize all her fears are delusions. Her poor, sick mind can't distinguish between the real world and the dream world. That's all. It's as simple as all that. Just the terrible, haunting delusions of a poor, bewildered mind.
Ma'am, I guess we owe you an apology.
Oh, no, Mr. Gillette. I owe you thanks for bringing her home. I've been worried about her all day. And you did right in coming here. After all, there are so many people who take advantage of a poor, lost soul. Aren't there?
And that is that. And once again, you chase the poor, bewildered girl out of your mind. But about a week later, Carrie turns up at your house in the middle of the night with a Boy Scout, no less.
All right, Sonny. Tell Mr. Billette just what you told me.
Yes, sir. You see, I'm a tenderfoot. I gotta make second class. And one of the tests is I gotta camp out overnight. So I set up my pup tent in the empty lot down by my house. And I lit a fire.
Go ahead, go ahead.
I sat up a while, like there was nobody around but me. Me in the nighttime. And I thought I'd do a little spying around, practicing the silent walk. I peeked over the wall next to the lot, like I was sneaking up on an Indian village.
Look, kid, get to the point, will you?
Well, somebody was digging in the garden.
At 2 a.m.? Fine.
Yeah. I thought it was awful early to be digging in the garden, so I kept on spying. And when I seen the...
Saw.
Yeah. Well, when I saw what they were doing, I came right to the police.
And what were they doing?
Having a funeral, kind of, with a coffin and everything. And she was sort of weaving around and mumbling and stretching her arms out and all that. Golly, it was the weirdest darn thing they ever
Wait
did.
a minute, Sonny. Who was weavering around?
She was.
And who is she?
The witch.
Say that again.
The witch. Everybody calls her the witch.
Why?
Oh, you know, she's the meanest old lady on the block. Why, when a ball goes over the wall and you go after it, she'll stick a bulldog on you. Of course, when Janetta's there...
Janetta? You know Janetta?
Sure. She throws the ball back. She's nice. But she's not there anymore.
She's not there anymore.
No, sir.
Since how long?
About a week.
Did I hear you say funeral? What do you mean, funeral?
Well, she buried a coffin. A real coffin-looking coffin. With handles in it.
Sonny?
Yes, sir.
How'd you like to have a ride in a real squad car with me and Detective Carey?
Where to?
The House of the Witch.
Right here, mister. Right here is where she was digging. Look, can I go home now? I'm kind of scared.
Sure, Sonny. And you want to know a secret? So am I.
Cleve, hand me a spade. Let's dig.
That's it. Give me a hand.
That doesn't weigh much.
Neither did Janetta. You better do this part. You're the law.
Yeah. Hold the flashlight.
Sure. No, wait.
Huh?
If this coffin holds what we think, it's on my conscience. I was the one who wouldn't believe her. I was the one who brought her back to this place.
Yeah. Nothing you can do. Nobody's fault. Ready?
Go ahead.
You and me both.
So that's what she was. What did the kid call it? Weavering and mumbling over. A dead in Bonby, ribbon buried bulldog. Well,
what?
Well, a couple of wells. Well, we know there's something going on around here. But we know Janetta's okay.
Do we?
Yeah. Do we? How you coming with that lock?
Any minute now. Little trick I learned from the second story, man. This ought to be the kitchen. Risk alive?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Here's a switch. Ma'am, we can explain everything. You see,
Wait. Can't you see? Her eyes are wide open.
Yeah.
Look at that. She's in a trance. Now we can really search this place.
Oh, no, I'm not leaving her alone.
How are you going to bring her out of it?
I don't know. Sometimes this works. Pardon me, lady.
Look. She's moving.
Jeanette.
No. What have you done with her? What have you done to Janetta?
Where is she?
Who are you? What are you? It's the young gentleman from the paper.
And the law.
What are you doing in my house? This is an outrage, an absolute outrage. What right have you to invade my privacy like this? By what right
Lady,
do you...
we ask the questions. Where's the girl? Where is Janetta?
Oh, asleep in bed. Well, she's perfectly all right. I'll go downstairs right now.
Downstairs. I'll watch you, Carrie. You go downstairs.
Okay.
I'll go with you.
You stay here.
Young man, I assure you this was a horrible mistake. A nightmare. Do I look like the kind of woman who would do the things you suspect? Just look at me. Look at me. My eyes. Look into my eyes. Deep. Deep. It's late. It's so very, very late. You must be very sleepy. So sleepy.
Cleve. Cleve. Snap out of it.
Huh? What? Oh, the old witch tried to hypnotize me. That's the secret, Carrie. That's the story. Just a cheap hypnotist.
Not just a hypnotist, Cleve. Worse. Go down the stairs, Cleve. Here, take a flashlight. I'll stay here. Go down those stairs, see what you find.
That old witch. Janetta. Janetta. Don't be afraid. It's me.
Please.
It's all right, Janetta. It's going to be all right. Nobody's ever going to chain you up in the cellar again. Never.
In just a moment, we'll read you a telegram from Cleve Bullitt of the Tulsa Tribune with the final outcome of tonight's big story. Of all America's leading cigarettes, only one is outstanding. Only one is outstanding. The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pall Mall. Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
For Pall Mall's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos filters the smoke on the way to your throat. Gives you that smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you. Remember, Pall Mall famous cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now we read you that telegram from Cleve Bullitt of the Tulsa Tribune.
Mystery woman in tonight's big story, headlined as the mistress of Hex House, was convicted and sentenced to the Oklahoma State Penitentiary. Removed from her evil influence, Janetta soon was restored to normal life. Let me express my appreciation for tonight's Pall Mall Award.
Thank you, Mr. Bullitt. The makers of Pall Mall famous cigarettes are proud to have named you the winner of the Pall Mall $500 award for notable service in the field of journalism. And now we present our guest of the evening, the editor of Movie Life magazine, Miss Betty Etter.
Thank you, Mr. Chappell. In behalf of Movie Life magazine, I am proud to present this citation to Pall Mall famous cigarettes and to Bernard J. Proctor, producer of The Big Story, radio's outstanding dramatic program. This is the one radio program which so successfully employs the fast-moving documentary style that marks many film hits, such as Call Northside 777, The Killers, Team Man, and others. Congratulations.
Thank you, Miss Etter.
Listen again next week. Same time, same station, when Pall Mall famous cigarettes will present another big story. A big story from the front pages of the Charlotte, North Carolina News. Byline, C.A. Paul. A big story that reached its climax as a murderer hid in a swamp, surrounded by a mob gone mad with the heat.
The Big Story is produced by Bernard J. Proctor with music by Vladimir Zelinsky. Tonight's program was written by Alan Sloan. Your narrator was Bob Sloan, and Jim Bowles played the part of George Cleveland Bullitt. In order to protect the names of people actually involved in tonight's authentic Big Story, the names of all characters in the dramatization were changed, with the exception of the reporter, Mr. Bullitt. This is Ernest Chappell speaking for the makers of Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes present The Big Story.
You're sure everything is all right, Tiny?
Sure, I'm sure. We phoned that reporter and told him there was a story waiting for him here, so he... Hey.
What is it?
There he is now. That's the reporter.
Wait until he comes closer. Wait until he turns into the walk. You don't want to miss him, do you, Tiny?
Miss him? When I get through unloading this rod, that reporter's going to look like a Swiss cheese.
The Big Story. Here is America, its sound and its fury, its joy and its sorrow, as faithfully reported by the men and women of the great American newspapers. Atlanta, Georgia. From the pages of the Atlanta Constitution, the authentic story of a reporter who set out to clean up a lottery by gambling with his life. Tonight, to Keeler McCartney of the Atlanta Constitution goes the Pall Mall Award for The Big Story. Of all America's leading cigarettes, only one is outstanding. Only one is outstanding.
It's the longer, finer cigarette. Pall Mall.
Look at a Pall Mall.
It looks good.
Feel a Pall Mall.
It feels good.
Taste a Pall Mall.
It tastes good.
Smoke a Pall Mall.
It smokes good.
Now you've discovered why so many of your friends have changed to Pall Mall, the longer, finer cigarette. For Pall Mall's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos filters the smoke on the way to your throat.
That's important.
Yes, Pall Mall's greater length filters the smoke on the way to your throat. Gives you that smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you.
Of all America's leading cigarettes, only one is outstanding. Only one is outstanding.
The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
And now the story as it actually happened. Keeler McCartney's story as he lived it. Atlanta, Georgia.
You are Keeler McCartney, police reporter for the Atlanta Constitution. You're young, conscientious, and hot. You stand in your city editor's office, listening to his dry voice briefing you on new assignment. And you wish you could dive head first into a glass of beer. When the voice stops, you melt out of the office to your own desk, your half-hearted notes clinging damply to your fingers.
Hiya, Mac. Hot enough for you? Pete, if one more guy asks if it's hot enough for me, I'm going to pop him one. Yeah, it's hot enough for me. It's hot enough for a tamale.
Hey, what's the matter with you? Editor toss you a lousy assignment?
Mac, he says, get this. Mac, I want you to see what you can do about cleaning up the lottery racket in town. $18 million a year those racketeers are making. Enough to buy plenty of Tommy guns to bump off any reporter who's dope enough to stick his nose into that setup.
How do they operate the thing?
You lay a bet on the third, fourth, and fifth digits of the daily bond total in the paper.
Uh-huh.
Pays off 450 to 1, but the odds are 1,000 to 1 against you. How do you find out about a lottery, anyhow?
Place a bet. Fellow down the street from me, Joe Sampson, he gambles a lot on it. Ask him. He should be able to make contact for you.
Okay, what can I lose?
Nothing but $1. Or, who knows, you might even make a killing.
Hey, is anybody home?
Oh, I'm outside in the garden.
Oh, didn't see you. You Mrs. Sampson?
That's right.
You picked a pretty rugged day for weeding, didn't you?
I sure did. Hot enough for you?
Yeah, it is. I'm looking for Mr. Sampson. Is he in?
Why, no.
I wanted to ask him about placing a lottery bet.
Get out of here.
Oh, now, wait a minute. You don't understand.
I understand enough. You're a writer, aren't you?
Well, sure, I'm a reporter, but...
A reporter?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were one of those lottery writers that comes to see Joe all the time.
What have you got against them?
I wish they were all dead.
Wait a minute. The lottery's against the law, sure, but what harm can it do?
You really want to know that?
Well, sure.
Come on up on the porch where it's cooler. I owe you a glass of buttermilk for biting your head off anyhow. And after that, I'd like to tell you a story. All right?
All right. It's a deal.
Maybe it's not much of a story, Mr. McCartney. It's the kind of thing that probably happens to a lot of people. The thing is, this time it happened to Joe and me. We were married about a year then when...
Mrs. Sampson, I gotta hand it to you. I married the best-looking gal in the state and the best cook in the world.
Oh, Joe.
Now that am good apple pie. Sour as a banker's disposition.
Oh, say, that reminds me. I put some money in our bank today.
Our bank?
Mm-hmm. The blue teapot on the kitchen counter. I call that our bank.
Oh, the First National Sampson, huh?
I put in another $3, Joe.
You're saving so you can be independently wealthy?
Joe, you haven't forgotten.
Forgotten what?
The house out on 5th Street. The white one with the blue shutters and the peach tree in the yard.
Oh, what about it?
Oh, it's going to be ours someday. That's what about it. Just as soon as we can fill that teapot with enough $3 to buy it.
You sure think in slow motion, Jeannie. I'll figure out a way to make a pile of dough fast, and we'll move into that house next year.
Oh, no, Joe, no. If we just save a little bit each week, we'll have it soon enough. Oh, it's better that way, Joe. Honest.
Okay, honey, have it your way. You go ahead and save the pennies in the teapot, but I'm going to see if I can throw in the dollars. Hey, how about another piece of that apple pie?
Joe's always like that, Mr. McCartney. Fast. He can't wait for things. Well, like planting those flowers in the yard. Oh, Joe was swell about digging up the dirt for me, but he doesn't like the waiting for the flowers to come up. Anyhow, Joe brought me the $3 I asked for from his check every payday, and I'd go put it in the blue teapot. It got so's I'd wait for him on the porch steps every Friday.
Hi, baby.
Give it to me.
Give what to you?
The $3 for the teapot.
Look, honey, I haven't got it.
You haven't got it. Oh, but Joe...
Listen, Jeannie, did you ever hear of the bug, the lottery? You know, you bet on the numbers and the bond total each day, and if you win, they pay you 450 to 1. Well, all we need is to hit it right just once, and we've got a down payment on the house.
Oh, Joe, no. Please don't gamble. Give me the money and let me put it away in the teapot.
Oh, come on, baby. Be a sport. Just a few bucks, that's all. Well, what harm can it do? Jeannie, what are you doing in here?
What are you doing, Joe? What do you want with that teapot?
Look, honey, I got a especially lucky feeling today, see? I just want to borrow a couple of bucks from the teapot for the bug. I'll put it back tomorrow. Look, Jeannie, how about sparing me a few bucks, huh?
The teapot's empty, Joe.
Yeah, I mean from the housekeeping money.
Oh, Joe.
I got a hunch today on number 419. I figure all I have to do is lay $10 on that, and I can clean up and get back all my losings in one hit.
Joe, you've got to bring your check home next week. I can't pay the bills. You've got to stop gambling.
How can I stop? I got to make up my losses, don't I?
But...
But, there ain't no buts, I tell you. I got to make dough fast, and there ain't no faster way than the bug. Oh, look, Jeannie. Don't be mad at me. I got a feeling, honey. I'm going to be lucky tomorrow.
I heard of people that couldn't stop drinking, Mr. McCartney. Men who kept on drinking even when it made them sick. Well, that's how gambling is with Joe now. Something rotten, something he can't get away from, even though it's like poison and he's sick with it. Last night I sat across the table in the kitchen just looking at him. Watching him kind of sit there and fall away into little pieces. Just looking at him.
What the devil are you looking at?
You...
Well, quit it.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. Do you always have to be sorry?
I'm sorry. Why don't you give it up, Joe?
What are you talking about?
The lottery. Give it up, Joe.
Why don't you give up picking on me?
I'm not picking on you.
Yes, you are. I don't bet because I want to. I bet because I'd be a dope to stop now. I've lost too much to quit now, and my number's going to come up.
You know it won't.
It's got to come up someday, doesn't it? And when it does, we'll be rich.
Rich? What do we want to be rich for? We just want to save enough to put in our bank.
Yeah, sure. Lousy nickels and pennies to put in the bank so we can buy a house when we're 80.
That's not true. You know it isn't. We had lots of money in the bank before.
Before what? Well, go ahead, say it. Before I robbed the bank to gamble, that's what you were going to say, right?
No, Joe.
Before Joe robbed the bank, before Joe swiped the money.
I'm not blaming you.
You just think I robbed your lousy bank, that's all.
No, I don't.
All right, I did. I robbed the lousy little broken-down teapot. I swiped the money and I left it empty. Lousy little teapot with a lousy little broken handle. It's all empty. Look at it. All empty, and I don't care. You hear me, Jeannie? I don't care. I don't care a hoot about your lousy little teapot. Oh, Jeannie. For the love of heaven, help.
Joey.
You can't stop, Jeannie. It's like being drunk or crazy. Every week when I get my check, I say, this time I'll bring it home to Jeannie. This time I'll give it all to Jeannie. And that guy comes along with his lottery, and I can't stop.
What are we going to do, honey?
I don't know.
Oh, Joe, I wish they were all dead.
So do I.
You, Keeler McCartney, feel a slow burning anger. It starts deep in your guts and rips its way up to the lump in your throat. You're suddenly ashamed because you can still hear yourself saying carelessly,
The lottery? What harm can it do?
and now you know.
Can't anybody do anything to stop it, Mr. McCartney?
I don't know. I sure don't know what one guy with a typewriter can do against thousands of guys with lottery sheets and Tommy guns, but... Well, I'm going to try.
We'll be back in just a moment with tonight's big story. Of all America's leading cigarettes, only one is outstanding. Only one is outstanding.
It's the longer, finer cigarette. Pall Mall.
Look at a Pall Mall.
It looks good.
Feel a Pall Mall.
It feels good.
Taste a Pall Mall.
It tastes good.
Smoke a Pall Mall.
It smokes good.
Now you've discovered why so many of your friends have changed to Pall Mall, the longer, finer cigarette. Pall Mall. Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
For Pall Mall's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos filters the smoke on the way to your throat.
That's important.
Yes, Pall Mall's greater length filters the smoke on the way to your throat. Gives you that smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you.
Of all America's leading cigarettes, only one is outstanding. Only one is outstanding.
the longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild. This is Cy Harris, returning you to your narrator and the big story of Keeler McCartney as he lived it and wrote it.
You, Keeler McCartney, are mad. Hot and mad. Hot because the late summer Georgia sun has made a furnace of Atlanta's streets. Mad because a lottery called the Bug is wrecking the lives of Atlanta's people. The Bug. You've written stories about it, and you know it's an ugly, crawling thing that takes the dimes and the dollars of Atlanta's poor. So, you take your temper and your thirst into a bar where you know the workers for the Bug congregate. You walk out of the burning sun into the dimness and the coolness, and you say,
"One beer."
And then you wait. You wait while the eyes along the bar study you, and the eyes from the table study you. You wait, and you drink your beer, and you feel the eyes upon you. And then...
Hi.
Hello.
Hot enough for you?
You bet.
You're new. I ain't seen you before.
I'm new.
None of the boys, they ain't seen you before.
Well, I'm new.
Writer?
Mm-hmm.
Work for Claude?
Uh-huh.
South Side?
That's right.
Claude don't operate on the South Side.
He does now.
What do you mean?
He started this morning.
You mean he's gonna muscle in on Daniels?
Figure it out yourself.
Well, that's good news. Glad to hear it. They call me Tiny. Have a beer?
Sure. I'm Red.
Pleased to meet you, Red. 2 beers, Freddie. Reason I cased you first off, we gotta be careful.
Sure.
The newspapers are getting after us.
Sure.
This guy McCartney on the Constitution. There is one prize louse.
Sure.
Yeah. He's gonna wake up some morning and find himself dead. Have another beer, Tiny? Sure, pal, sure.
How'd you make out this week?
Collected $2,784. You know something, pal? People are awful suckers.
Congratulations, Mac. Those stories of yours on the Bug are beginning to pay off. The cops picked up 3 lottery bosses again yesterday.
They're only the little guys, Pete. We have to get the big ones. The biggest one.
Well, go to it.
Sure. Trouble is, I don't know who he is. Look, pal, suppose I do get picked up. What of it? This lawyer the boss hired can get a charge buried for years. Great guy, the boss.
I never met him.
Great guy.
Never comes around here, does he?
The boss? In a crumb joint like this? Don't be funny. Dan Hurlbut is a gentleman. The word is to take it slow, pal.
What's up?
Well, this lousy reporter, this McCartney on the Constitution, he's found out Dan Hurlbut's the boss. Dan says we got... Watch it, pal.
What?
A cop just come into the bar heading this way.
Hey, Mac! Mac! Listen, I just happened to catch sight of you through the window. Break for me. Look, drop off this accident report for me at the station, will you, Mac? Got to hurry. Wife's birthday, you know how it is. And I'm late, too. Thanks a lot, Mac.
Mac. Now, ain't that a coincidence? This Keeler McCartney over at the Constitution. I hear they call him Mac, too.
That's it. He knows. They all know. A sudden, ugly silence falls over the bar, and all those eyes turn toward you again. All those ugly, pig-like eyes. You stand up. You put a hand into your hip pocket. Your back towards the door. Slowly, slowly, keeping a steady watch on Tiny and his pals. And then you push open the bar door. And you're outside in the street. And you start to run. You take your hand out of your hip pocket because you didn't have a gun anyway. You just run.
Just how much do you think this McCartney person knows about us, Tiny?
Well, you know how it is, Mr. Hurlbut. Some of the boys ain't careful like me. Some of the boys get a little liquored up and they talk too much.
In other words, Tiny, it might be advisable to liquidate this reporter?
Like you say, Mr. Hurlbut, liquidate.
If we could figure out some way to entice him to the Yellow House. Do you think we could entice McCartney to the Yellow House, Tiny?
Sure, I'll have Blanche call him with a phony story. Just tell me when you want him, Mr. Hurlbut. Just tell me when. Hello, Samson.
Leave me alone, will you, Tiny?
How much you want to place on the bug tonight, Joe?
Cut it out, Tiny. Please cut it out. I'm taking my check home tonight. You hear me?
Sure. But how about that little house you and the wife was planning?
I thought you guys were going to be stopped. That guy on the paper, that Keeler McCartney. He'll get you guys, the whole bunch of you.
Yeah, I'll tell you a secret, Joe. McCartney's through. The boys at the Yellow House are going to take care of him. Now, what'd you say, $15, Joe?
All right. $15 on number 419, and I hope I never see you again as long as I live.
Joe Sampson, $15 on number 419.
Sure everything is all right, Tiny?
Sure, I'm sure, Mr. Hurlbut. Blanche telephoned McCartney, told him there was some kind of a story here. Hey.
What is it?
Just turn in the corner there. That's McCartney.
Wait until he turns into the walk. You don't want to miss.
Miss? When I get through unloading this rod, that reporter's going to look like a Swiss cheese.
I sincerely hope so. Now, wait, Tiny. Wait until he turns into the walk. Just another few steps, Tiny. Just a couple more steps now.
Mr. McCartney!
Gene, what are you doing here?
I just called your office and they told me where you were going. And Joe just told me what the writer said to him.
What writer?
The one called Tiny.
Tiny?
Yeah.
What did he say?
He said, the boys in the Yellow House will take care of you.
In the Yellow House?
Yeah, do you know what he meant?
The Yellow House? Nope, rings no bells.
Oh.
Well, thanks anyway, Gene. I'll go in here now and cover this story. And maybe I'll check on the Yellow House business later.
All right. Oh, but take care of yourself.
Don't worry, I'll be... Gene.
Yeah?
Do you see the number on this house right here?
Says, 224 on the stoop.
I just got an anonymous phone call to cover a story at number 224.
Well, what's that got...
You see what I mean? Number 224 is a Yellow House.
Well, can you tie that? He beat it.
Well, Tiny, that's the second time you've failed me.
Me, Mr. Hubbard?
You, Tiny. I found out it was you who talked too much and started all this difficulty. And now you've bungled an opportunity to rectify your mistake. Tiny, much as I regret the necessity, you are through.
You, Keeler McCartney, know who's behind this plot to erase you. Dan Hurlbut. And you know that he'll get you, too. Unless you get him first. But how? That's the question. How?
How can you pin a guy down if nobody will squeal on him, Pete?
What's with this Dan Hurlbut character? He made a solid gold?
Just about. He treats his writers well, gives them big percentages of their take, protects them when they get in trouble. Uh-oh, more trouble.
If it's another anonymous tip, hang up, Mac. It's too hot to go to a funeral.
McCartney speaking.
This the McCartney that's been writing them stories on the lottery?
Yeah, who's this?
Nobody. Look, I used to be in the lottery business myself, see?
What business you in now?
Giving tips to reporters.
No, thanks.
You'll want to hear this, McCartney.
A guy by the name of Dan Hurlbut has 70 cases of whiskey stored in a garage over on Melrose Avenue, see? And he ain't got no permit for 'em, see?
Yeah, I see.
Guys with no permits for storing whiskey can get arrested. Suppose you take it from there, Mac.
Hey, wait a minute. Now I get your voice. Tiny. Hello. Hello, Tiny. Hello, Nope. Hung up.
Another tip?
From Tiny, the writer I got mixed up with. Just recognized the voice. He must have had a falling out with Hurlbut. He just squealed on him.
Something hot?
Hurlburt's got 70 cases of whiskey in a garage on Melrose. To coin a phrase, is that hot enough for you?
It's hot enough for anyone, including the police. Dan Hurlbut is arrested for storing whiskey without a permit. Then the police begin their relentless questioning and finally secure the 3-page confession which wipes up what's left of the lottery racket in Atlanta. And then one afternoon, you take a stroll out to see your old friends, the Sampsons.
Hi, Jeannie. Still at the Weeding?
Yeah, place is a mess. Want some buttermilk?
I could be persuaded. Joe home?
Oh, not yet. He stopped by to get his paycheck. I bought a new teapot today. And
Well, here's its chief depositor now.
Oh.
Hi, Joe.
Hi, Mac. Good to see you. Hello, baby. How about a kiss, huh?
Give it to me.
What?
For $3 for the bank.
You settle for 2?
Joe Sampson, you...
Now, take it easy, honey. I saw these flowers downtown, and I thought they'd, well, kind of brighten up the place while those ones you planted take their own sweet time blooming.
Oh, Joe, you big lug.
And then, well, I had to stop and get Mac here a couple of cigars to say thanks. Didn't I?
In just a moment, we'll read you a telegram from Keeler McCartney of the Atlanta Constitution with the final outcome of tonight's big story. Of all America's leading cigarettes, only one is outstanding. Only one is outstanding. The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pall Mall. Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
For Pall Mall's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos filters the smoke on the way to your throat.
That's important.
Yes, Pall Mall's greater length filters the smoke on the way to your throat. Gives you that smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you. Remember, Pall Mall famous cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now we read you that telegram from Keeler McCartney of the Atlanta Constitution.
Previously unable to get any evidence against lottery boss in tonight's big story, arresting him on a liquor charge was the only way to legally hold him. Once in custody, he was persuaded to confess that he employed 1,200 people in Atlanta's $7 million lottery ring. A 15-count indictment was secured against him, and he was sentenced to 6 years on the chain gang at Tatnall State Prison in Reedsville. My sincere appreciation for tonight's Pall Mall Award.
Thank you, Mr. McCartney. The makers of Pall Mall famous cigarettes are proud to have named you the winner of the Pall Mall $500 award for notable service in the field of journalism.
Listen again next week. Same time, same station, when Pall Mall famous cigarettes will present another big story. A big story from the front pages of the Los Angeles Herald-Express. Byline, Pat Foley. A big story about a meek little man with a mania for marriage and murder.
The Big Story is produced by Bernard J. Proctor with music by Vladimir Zelinsky. Tonight's program was written by Gail Ingram. Your narrator was Bob Sloan, and George Petrie played the part of Keeler McCartney. In order to protect the names of people actually involved in tonight's authentic Big Story, the names of all characters in the dramatization were changed, with the exception of the reporter, Mr. McCartney. This is Ernest Chappell speaking for the makers of Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes present The Big Story.
Frankie! Frankie, where are you? Never listens. Never around when I want him. Frankie! In the shed again. Someday he'll do something terrible, I know it.
Get out.
Didn't you hear me call you?
Get out of here. Leave me alone.
What are you doing now? What crazy thing? What's in that box?
I told you, leave me alone. If you ever come in the shed again, Pa. If you ever come sneaking in on me again. If you ever ask me again what I'm doing or what's in this box. So help me, I'll brain you. I'll take a hammer and I'll brain you to death.
The Big Story. Here is America. Its sound and its fury, its joy and its sorrow, as faithfully reported by the men and women of the great American newspapers. Dateline, Louisville, Kentucky. The story of a boy, a misfit of 16, a frightened boy who killed out of fear. To reporter Al Aronson of the Louisville Courier-Journal, for his excellent work in this case, goes the Pall Mall Award for The Big Story. Of all America's leading cigarettes, only one is outstanding. Only one is outstanding.
It's the longer, finer cigarette, Pall Mall.
Discover for yourself why so many of your friends have changed to Pall Mall. Pall Mall's greater length filters the smoke on the way to your throat. Filters the smoke and makes it mild.
That's important.
Yes, Pall Mall's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos filters the smoke on the way to your throat.
Filters the smoke and makes it mild.
Thus, Pall Mall gives you a smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you.
So enjoy the longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pall Mall.
Pall Malls are good. Good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now the story as it actually happened. Reporter Al Aronson's story as he lived it. Louisville, Kentucky.
You didn't know about it, Al Aronson, reporter for the Louisville Courier-Journal. No one on the paper knew about it, but it would electrify you and all of Louisville within an hour. It happened, this frightening, pathetic thing that'll live with you the rest of your life. It happened just across the river from Louisville, in New Albany, Indiana, 6 miles from where you sat, enjoying your breakfast. It began in the First Farmers Bank, corner of East and Maple, in New Albany. Henry Easton, the bank teller, said to Ernest Thornton, the cashier,
Hey, Ernie, look at that limousine just pulling up.
Must be a half a block long. What a car. Let me in here. Who is it?
Don't know. Must be a new depositor.
Every chauffeur with him. Some style. Here they come.
It's a kid. Some rich man's son, probably.
No. No, it isn't Henry. That isn't any.
He's got a gun. Mr. Adams. Mr. Adams. Mr. Adams.
Shut up. Stand still. All of you stand still. Where's Adams? Where's the president of this bank?
Now, what is this? Surely...
Shut up and turn around. Are you Adams?
Yes, I'm Mr. Adams,
Turn around and walk to the vault.
You don't think you can
You think I'm kidding? Now, you think I don't mean it. All right. You refuse to go to the vault?
I do, and I urge you.
For the Christian. Okay. Who else refuses to go to the vault? Come on, talk. Oh? Okay. You lead me there.
Should we rush him? He'll kill us. Even so, I think...
Talking. Yeah, whispering. Good.
No, don't!
You, chauffeur.
Yes, sir?
Go out in the car and start the motor.
Yes, sir.
Can't take this place now. There's too much noise. You're going to drive me where I want to go until I'm ready to come back.
Holding the gun before him, the kid. One dead man thought he was a rich man's son. Another dead man thought he could be rushed. And a third dead man thought he could be urged. The kid, he was 16, forced the liveried chauffeur into the sleek limousine and drove away. And that was all anybody saw or heard that morning. 3 dead, a 16-year-old murderer escaped. You get the story. You, youthful, serious, an eye for every detail, Al Aronson. The first lead, 12 hours after the attempted robbery and triple murder, came from a hospital bed in New Albany, just across the river. A man with perhaps an hour to live. A man with a hole through his chest made by a .45. The liveried chauffeur, George Murphy.
Now, don't raise your voice, George. I can hear you fine.
Thank you, Mr. Aronson. Like I told you, sir, he picked me up sitting in the car about 9:30 in the morning.
In Louisville, that was?
Yes, sir. I drive for Mr. Norton at the steel plant. Made me drive across the bridge.
Is it bad, George?
No, sir. Not too bad, sir. Made me drive up to the bank. He knew that bank, too, sir. Says nobody will be in there now, just a cashier, the teller, and the president.
He was right, wasn't he?
Yes, sir, that's right. He got there, kept the gun on my side, and made me go in with him. He killed them 3 men, made me go out and drive them away. Mister, I tried to turn him in.
How do you mean, George?
Well, I tried to mix him up, turning corners and twisting and so on. Tried to pull him into the police station, but, well, he knew the town. Told me turn down here, turn down there, all the time keeping away from...
Now,
I'm sorry, sir.
Take it easy, George.
Yes, sir. Well, all the time he'd keep me from driving to the police station. New alleys I didn't half know myself. And made me go down near the riverfront. It was a little blind alley I never did see before. That's the way he done it to me. Said to me, you might keep your mouth shut, but I'm making sure.
And then he shot you?
Yes, sir. He stuck the gun right next to my chest and pulled the trigger. Had a smile on his face. He was mean, mister. Bad mean. No more than 16. Real mean.
What did he look like?
Oh, big fella, 6'1", 6'2". Only 16 or 17, the most. Pimples on his face and a foul tongue, sir. I tell you, foul. Cuss his own mother.
Ever see him before?
No, sir. But the way he knew them streets, knew where to turn, knew the bank, he must be a local boy, I figure. But...
George.
Maybe...
George. George.
You take the theory given to you by the heroic Negro chauffeur who tried to steer the car to the police station. You take his idea that this was a local boy, and there are no other clues, to the cops. Lieutenant Edmonds listens, lights up a cigar butt he's chewing.
No, local boy couldn't be.
But he knew the town from the chauffeur's description. He knew it as well as you.
I know every hoodlum in this town, every one of them. Killer isn't here. There's 9 kids, maybe 10 who fit that description. I checked every one. They didn't do it.
But if you'd heard the chauffeur, Lieutenant, if you'd heard
Look,
what he
you're
said...
a bright reporter. Answer me this. He wants to do a holdup in New Albany. Why does he go over the bridge to Louisville, get the car, force the chauffeur all the way back here, and then do the holdup? Does that make sense?
No, but it still
But
could have...
nothing. That was a local New Albany boy. I'd have him in the coop and halfway up for sentencing. Try something else.
Lieutenant Edmonds knows New Albany, knows its hoodlums, its racketeers, knows what he's talking about. But you are Al Aronson and stubborn and a man with an eye for facts. You don't easily shake the sight of the dead chauffeur, George Murphy, from your mind or his words. So you start looking in dives, in pool rooms, in the sordid places having no others that young hoodlums gather. But always,
I never heard of nobody look like that. Pimples? Huh.
always the wise guy grin, the gag, and the shaking of the head. And then a thought.
A kid who knew the town that well must have lived here. Maybe he moved.
Moved, that's it. Lived here and moved. You go to the movers in town. There are 6. The first 4 know nothing about it. The description means nothing. But the 5th.
A mean kid, dark-haired, pimples. Real low-down mean kid.
That's the one.
Yeah. Yeah, I moved him to Louisville, him and his old man.
What was his name?
I'll never forget him. Said he'd help me with a crate. A big crate, kind of a piano crate, but no piano in it. When I had it up, he let go his end. Near busted my leg. I could have killed him, but his old man was there.
What was their name?
Jensen or Henson, something like that. Benson. Benson, yeah, Frankie Benson. A real mean little rat with a foul mouth. An all-American punk.
You find the home of the mean, foul-mouthed kid in Louisville. A seedy 2-room shack, kitchen and bedroom, little shed in the back, where a tired, beaten old man listens to you. And before you're half through...
It's him. Don't say no more. It's him. 4 men killed, you said?
That's right, Mr. Benson.
Sooner or later it had to be. Now it happened. A son. A man slaves a whole life for a boy. His mother died 8 years ago. I never married again. Who'd marry me? And this. I knew it. It had to happen.
Has he been around since?
When did he do it? Tuesday. Today's Thursday. Yesterday he disappeared. No, Thursday. Today he disappeared. Today. Excuse me if I'm a little mixed up on the days.
Of course. You've no idea where he went.
Away, that's all he said. Away. Except the note. Now it comes to me. The note, what it meant.
What note, Mr. Benson?
He left me a note. I'll get it. If I tell you, you won't believe me. Step inside. Into here.
Here is the only other room. The bedroom. He opens a closet where rags hang and one decent suit of clothes. And in a pocket, he finds a piece of crumpled paper, cheap note paper with lines in it. And in childish handwriting is a note.
Read it. Read it. You wouldn't believe it otherwise.
This is his writing?
His.
Stop me, please, before I do it again.
That was after he murdered them. 4 men.
It's awful.
Mister, do you think you can find him? Do you think you can stop him?
Before he does it again?
Before he does it again.
I can try. We've got to. Mr. Benson, we just got to.
We'll be back in just a moment with tonight's big story. Pall-Mall Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
For Pall-Mall's greater length filters the smoke on the way to your throat. Filters the smoke and makes it mild.
That's important.
Yes, Pall-Mall's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos filters the smoke on the way to your throat. Filters the smoke and makes it mild.
Your eyes can see Pall-Mall's greater length. Yes, your eyes can see the difference. Your throat can tell you what it means.
Pall-Mall's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos means a longer natural filter to screen and cool the smoke. Thus, Pall-Mall gives you a smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you.
Enjoy the longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pell-mell.
Pell-mells are good. Good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke.
Remember, Pell-mell's greater length of fine tobaccos filters the smoke on the way to your throat, filters the smoke, and makes it mild.
Pell-mell Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild. This is Cy Harris returning you to your narrator and reporter Al Aronson's story as he lived it and wrote it.
It's only a few minutes since a father admitted that his son is a murderer. To you, Al Aronson, reporter for the Louisville Courier-Journal. Just a short time since a father showed you the fear in his heart and the terror and desperation in his sons. A boy of 16 who feared he'd kill and kill again unless he was stopped. You sit now in the bare kitchen on a rickety chair and listen to the history of this boy, this mean, foul-mouthed boy, waiting for a clue that might tell you where to find him.
He was bad since he was 10. A week after his birthday, he stole a knife and tried to cut one of his friend's fingers off. I stopped him. Why did he do it? A lot of reasons. He was bad. His mother was dead. I saw him only a few hours a week. I worked the only work I could get out of town. He lived like a wild animal in the streets and the gutters.
Don't blame yourself, Mr. Benson.
Blame? I don't blame anyone. I tell you only the facts. He stole. Twice he was caught. Twice. A year in the reform school each time. And how'd he come out?
Worse?
You know about reform schools. If he was wild before he went in, when he came out, he was sly. A fox, a wolf, waiting for his chance. Small boys he tortured. Tied them up. Things he saw in the movies he did to them. Like the Indians in some of the magazines he read. Where he got them, I don't know.
I know what happens to kids sometimes.
Kids? He was bigger than me. 4 inches bigger. Weighed 170 pounds. If I asked him to come into the house to work, maybe I raised my voice. He hit me. Many times he knocked me down. And at night. At night.
I don't understand.
No one would understand. At night he slept with a gun. A gun. A .45. I saw it once. A gun under his pillow. We gotta find him to stop him to take care of him.
Mr. Benson, you say he just disappeared the day after the killings.
The boxer. I didn't tell you about the box. That's right, the day after the killings.
What box?
I don't know. Maybe it ain't important. It was to him. He said he'd brain me once if I interfered. He would have, too. He got a piano crate somewheres. Brought it into the shed. This is when we lived in New Albany before we moved. And fixed it up. He called it camping out. You know, he'd get in the box and spend a whole day there. Never come out. Even eating there. Maybe it's just a child's game. I don't know.
Maybe lots of kids do things like that. Why did you mention the box, Mr. Benson?
Because the day before he disappeared, the only thing he said to me, this was after he killed those men. He said, I'm leaving money for the box. Ship it to Knoxville.
Knoxville?
Where he got the money from, I don't know. He never worked a day in his life. I didn't give it to him.
Where in Knoxville?
General delivery. I remember because he said, here's the money. Don't write down the address. Remember it. General delivery, Knoxville.
And you sent it?
Shouldn't I have?
No, I'm only asking.
I sent it yesterday. About noon.
Railway Express?
Yeah.
Have you got the receipt?
Yes.
Give it to me.
Why, what?
Just, maybe nothing, but give it to me.
You checked the neighborhood. No one saw Frankie leave town. That set, You go to the police, to Lieutenant Edmonds, who once before told you your theory was cracked.
Say that again, Aronson. I don't think my hearing's that bad.
I said this kid sent a packing crate out of town to general delivery in Knoxville, and I want to investigate that crate.
What are you trying to prove?
Well, nothing. I want your cooperation to find out where that crate is and see what's inside of it.
Is that going to tell us where little Frankie is?
It might.
What did he do? Leave a note inside and say you'll find me at the Wall of Astoria in New York?
I don't know what we'll find, but from what his father said, this kid's been bad a long time.
This kid's been bad since he was born.
Now, look, let's not fight about it. All I want is an order to stop the crate, examine it,
Look,
and
I play hunches, long shots. I'm screwy. But not this screwy.
Who found out where Frankie lived?
Okay.
Who said he couldn't possibly be a local boy?
Okay. Maybe I am that screwy. Hennessy, get the Railway Express on the phone. We want to trace a crate shipped to Knoxville.
That's the warehouse, Lieutenant.
That big one?
Yes, sir. Warehouse 3. The crate's in Section D. Want me to go in with you?
What for? To check a crate? I'm a big boy.
Yes, sir, Lieutenant. Got a flashlight?
What's the matter? No lights in there?
No, sir, Lieutenant. It's only a warehouse.
I got a flash, Lieutenant.
Prepared for anything, eh?
Yes, sir, Lieutenant.
There's Section D. Must be down there.
Yeah. Can you see all right?
What the devil are you whispering about?
I don't know. What are you whispering for?
Oh, shut up. I'm sorry. You know, this crazy idea of yours is getting me.
I know, me too. Wait a minute. There it is, I think. Let's see.
Over here's the address.
Yeah, General Delivery, Knoxville. Same handwriting.
What handwriting?
Same as on the note. I told you about the note.
Yeah. What now?
Let's look a little.
Stop whispering.
Look.
What?
Holes, about 8 holes in the top, same on the side, and this side, too.
So what?
I think they're air holes.
What are you talking about?
He's inside, the kid. I tell you, he's in that box.
You're nuts.
Watch. I brought a candle. I'm going to light it. And while it's burning, it'll go inside the
Wait.
box. What for?
Don't light it yet. Back up a little. Benson? You're in that box, you crazy kid. Come out. You're in there. Kick on the side of the box. Did you hear me? Listen. Kick if you're inside that box. Go ahead. Light the candle. Watch out you don't. Okay.
I hate to do this, but I'm going to wiggle it around.
He's in there.
Get back! Get back, you dirty cowards! I got a gun. So help me if you don't leave me alone.
Come
I'm
out,
gonna use
Benson.
it.
Come out. Haven't got a chance. Watch it. Stay away. What are you doing?
The only thing we can do. I'm going to roll the crate over.
Watch out. I'll help you.
Okay, together now. Roll it.
You'll never get me, you lousy flatfoot. Never! Never!
But never is a long time. And after 3 more turns of the crate, there's silence inside. No more shots, no more despairing threats. And then you and the lieutenant open it up. And out comes the mean, foul-mouthed boy of 16 who did all these things. These unspeakable things. Robbery, assault, brutality toward his father, murder. He comes out and asks 2 questions.
Can you tell me why I did it? Can you? Can you help me, mister? Can you?
And then he collapses. And in the end, after the arrest, after the confession, you and his beaten, aged father examine the box, his camping out place, and you find...
Look. Like a Pullman compartment, he fixed it. With a bed. He could sleep here a day. 2 days.
Mm-hmm. He had containers under the seat. This one is water, and this is for food.
A lantern. Look, mister. A lantern.
I see, and matches in a waterproof case.
A knife.
3 more guns. He had quite an arsenal.
The magazines. Look at all the magazines.
And then something that wrings your heart, that touches everything and colors it.
Mr. Benson, look. A black hat, black shirt, black pants, and a mask to wear over his eyes, and false black whiskers.
You write the story, Al Aronson. The case is finished, the killer found. But when you're done, the biggest story is left unwritten, unsaid. Whose fault? Who's to blame? How does it happen in this year of our Lord, 1949, that a boy of 16 could murder 4 men, ship himself to Knoxville, and carry with him an arsenal, loaded guns, and a mask with false whiskers?
In just a moment, we'll read you a telegram from Al Aronson of the Louisville Courier-Journal with the final outcome of tonight's big story. Of all America's leading cigarettes, only one is outstanding. Only one is outstanding.
It's the longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package, Pall Mall.
For Pall Mall's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos filters the smoke on the way to your throat.
Filters the smoke and makes it mild.
Thus, Pall Mall gives you a smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you.
So enjoy the longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package, Pall Mall.
Pall Malls are good. Good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke. Pall Mall famous cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now we read you that telegram from Al Aronson of the Louisville Courier-Journal.
Further examination of crate used as hideout by killer in tonight's big story revealed that one side of it was so hinged that it could be locked or opened from the inside. He had also provided straps to hold himself and his provisions steady while in transit. News of his capture so aroused citizens of New Albany, Indiana, that police were compelled to transfer him to Indiana Reformatory at Jeffersonville. Tried for murder, he was sentenced to life imprisonment in the state penitentiary. Thanks a lot for tonight's Pall Mall Award.
Thank you, Mr. Aronson. The makers of Pall Mall famous cigarettes are proud to have named you the winner of the Pall Mall $500 award for notable service in the field of journalism.
Listen again next week, same time, same station, when Pall Mall famous cigarettes will present another big story. A big story from the front pages of the Jacksonville Journal. Byline, Lee Cully. A big story about an abandoned school, a weird old man, and a witch who walked in the night.
The Big Story is produced by Bernard J. Proctor with music by Vladimir Zelinsky. Tonight's program was written by Arnold Pearl. Your narrator was Bob Sloan, and James McCallion played the part of Al Aronson. In order to protect the names of people actually involved in tonight's authentic Big Story, the names of all characters in the dramatization were changed, with the exception of the reporter, Mr. Aronson. This is Ernest Chappell speaking for the makers of Pall Mall famous cigarettes.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Pall Mall famous cigarettes presents The Big Story.
telephone conversations took place about the same time. One between a man named Tom Cooey and his wife.
Don't talk like that, Tom. Don't.
I can't help it, Celia. If he goes on like this, I swear I'll kill him. Ed Rumley's a crump.
Tom, promise me you won't do anything.
Some partner. Lazy, lies to me, never does any work, blames me. I swear one more stunt like that one in Galveston, and I swear I'll kill him.
The other was between the first man's partner, Ed Rumley, and his brother.
In Galveston, he pockets $50. I know it for a fact, Jack. $50. Then he tells me he took in 25 and splits that with me.
Look, Ed, talk to him. He's your partner.
Yeah, my partner. Some partner. Some swindler. But I tell you one thing, Jack. One more deal like that, just one. And Tom Cooey's gonna be a dead man.
The Big Story. Here is America. Its sound and its fury, its joy and its sorrow, as faithfully reported by the men and women of the great American newspapers. Little Rock, Arkansas. From the pages of the Arkansas Gazette, the story of a puzzle whose pieces would not match until a reporter put them together. Then they spelled murder. To Joseph Wurgis of the Little Rock, Arkansas Gazette, for his brilliant work in this jigsaw of crime, goes the Pell Mell Award for The Big Story.
Pell Mell's greater length filters the smoke on the way to your throat.
That's important.
Pell Mell's greater length filters the smoke on the way to your throat.
Filters the smoke and makes it mild.
Yes, Pell Mell's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos means a longer natural filter to screen and cool the smoke. Thus, Pell Mell gives you a smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you. Pell Mell Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Pell Mell's greater length filters the smoke on the way to your throat.
That's important.
Pell Mell's greater length filters the smoke on the way to your throat.
Filters the smoke and makes it mild.
If you really want to enjoy smoking, ask for the longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pell Mell. Now the story as it actually happened. Joe Wurgis' story as he lived it. Little Rock, Arkansas.
All your life, you, Joe Wurgis of the Arkansas Gazette, did one thing well. Police reporting. You did it so well, there wasn't a crime committed in Little Rock in the last 31 years, in most of Arkansas for that matter, that you weren't connected with. Not just reporting it, but helping, sleuthing, asking questions, finding answers. So, at 55, you were something of a legend in Little Rock. No crime was complete without Joe Wurgis on the spot. And that was why you were sore at the young, new lieutenant of homicide, Sam Halder. Sore because the first you knew of it was when you heard Halder's report.
Body found an empty lot adjacent to farm of Cy Travers, Rose City, 2 miles north of Little Rock. Dead 1 week, face disfigured, clues none, identification impossible.
You got to the scene of the crime, Travers Farm, 2 hours after the police. 2 hours. Usually you beat them by at least half an hour. With your son, Gene, a cub on the paper, you walk up to the new lieutenant, 2 hours late, and say it right out.
What's the idea? Huh? Oh, hello, Joe. What's the idea, Lieutenant? You know my son, Gene.
Hi, Gene.
Hello, Lieutenant. What idea? Well, don't I rate anymore? Man's murdered, no clues, identification difficult. Don't you call me anymore?
Ah, look, Joe, the weather's bad. I got the news at 7 this morning, and it's a goose chase. I didn't want to get you out of bed unnecessarily.
I'm used to cold weather, bad weather, any kind of weather. And I like goose chases. Maybe you think I'm getting old, is that it?
Ah, quit it. You know, I respect you and all that.
Okay. Now, what do you mean identification's difficult?
On my report, I said impossible.
No such a thing, Lieutenant.
Where is he? Down that dip where the cop is? Can I look? Take a few pictures? No such thing as impossible.
You're quite a guy, aren't you?
Yep. Let's walk on over.
I wrote identification impossible on my report because, 1, we don't know who's dead. 2, we don't know who killed him. 3, we don't find any clothes, no wallet, no identification whatsoever.
How about on the underwear?
4, if you let me finish, no identification on the underwear or anywhere around the scene of the crime.
Oh, there's the body. Look, Gene, see him?
Yes, Pa.
Always look at a body from like 10 feet away. Gives you perspective, see?
Uh-huh. I see, Pa.
Now, take a picture from here, Gene, then one from the feet, then a close-up. I'll stay here and tell the lieutenant why I said identification is difficult, but not impossible.
Now, you're bluffing, Joe. What tells you the identification?
And not the identification, Lieutenant. It just gives me ideas. 2 men camped out in this field. One the dead man, the other the guy who did it. Footprints of 2 men are quite clear.
Oh, okay. 2 men did camp out. Travers, the farmer, says a week ago 2 men asked to sleep out in his field.
They had a car?
Yeah.
It looks like amateur crime, not a gangster killing. Gangster'd never pick a place like this, too open. Gangster'd never let himself be seen by Travers.
So what?
So, as amateurs, they bungled. Somewhere they bungled. Left something for somebody to find.
Joe, I heard you theorize before, and I heard about how you solve cases, but honest...
You never heard anything like this before.
Well, exactly.
Gene, you finished?
Yeah, Pa.
Okay, now over there. See? About 100 yards over there. Papers. See?
Uh-huh.
Lots of little pieces of papers. Scattered all over.
Are those scraps of junk? You don't mean to tell me...
Get a big bag, Gene. Pick up everything you see, even if you can't make it out.
Okay, Pa.
Oh, what do you think you're doing?
I said they were amateurs. Amateurs always leave something for somebody who can read it. Follow me?
Joe, I'm afraid you're...
Slipping? Getting old? Maybe so, Lieutenant, maybe so. But I'd advise you not to file that report on identification impossible for 24 hours. Don't have to listen. Just my advice.
Oh, Pa, I'm tired. Can't see anymore.
Well, you go to bed, Gene.
Why don't you stop shuffling these scraps of paper, Pa? You've been at it 20 hours and we haven't got a thing.
You think the lieutenant's right, too. I'm getting old.
I didn't say that, Pa. I'll sit with you all day tomorrow and the next day. Only
I sounded awful big, didn't I? 24 hours, Lieutenant. I sounded swell-headed.
Well, not exactly.
Now I think I got something.
What, Pa?
Look, Gene, a letter. Part of a letter, anyhow, in an envelope. This little piece in green ink, that did it.
What have you got?
The letter's signed Delia, see?
Uh-huh.
Lonely for you, Delia. And in the same handwriting, same ink, is this envelope. To Tom, C-O-U, and there's a letter missing, Y. C-O-U blank Y.
Yeah, but, Pa, that might not be the murdered man or the murderer. It might be, well, anybody.
True. Might be someone who picnicked there a year ago, tore up the letter and left it there, right?
Sure.
Or maybe a passing motorist threw it out the window. Then why am I excited? Because it might also be the murdered man or the murderer. Right?
Well...
You begrudge me the answer.
I suppose so.
Never begrudge an aging father an answer. Come on, Gene. We're still under the 24 hours, and I really got something for Lieutenant Halder. So, his name is C-O-U blank Y. Cooley, something like that. And he's got a wife named Delia.
That's all, Joe?
The letter was mailed from Bridgeport.
Yeah, it's a long shot, 100 to 1, but I'll put a call through.
You don't have to.
What?
I already did. I put the call through, told the operator to connect you here at your office. As soon as she got a Mrs. Delia, C-O-U blank Y in Bridgeport.
Well,
Don't say it, Lieutenant.
Lieutenant Halder, homicide. For you.
Thank you. Hello?
Hello. This is Mrs. Delia Cooey.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Cooey. Her name is Cooey.
Who is this?
Mrs. Cooey. My name is Joe Wurgis from Little Rock, Arkansas. Nothing to be alarmed at. Just, your husband's name is Tom. Is that right?
That's right. Have you heard from him?
No, ma'am. Just a routine newspaper check.
Oh.
Have you heard from him?
No, I thought it was him calling. See, it's been a long time, over 10 days, and he always writes or phones me. And has something happened?
No, Mrs. Cooey. It's nothing definite. Just, we may have some information for you. If we do, we'll get in touch with you. Mrs. Cooey, how old is your husband?
He's 32. Something is the matter.
As I said, if anything comes up, we'll call you back. Don't worry.
Why didn't you tell her, Joe?
Tell her what, Lieutenant?
I'll tell her to come down and identify the body. Well, it's her husband we found in the field. Oh, now you know it as well as I.
Might be, but then again, it might not.
What are you talking about now?
Did you take a good look at that body?
I spent a day going over that body.
Did you see his teeth?
I saw his teeth.
Are those the teeth of a man 32? A false upper plate?
Well, it's happened before.
Did you look at his feet? Bunions on his feet.
Huh?
Are those the feet of a man of 32? That man was 50 at least.
Well, just because a guy has a plate in his mouth and bunions well, maybe he's a 32-year-old mail carrier.
It's possible. But I say our man's 55 V's a day. All right, I've said my piece. What are you going to do?
File the death certificate in the name of Tom Cooey. What are you going to do?
First, give you some free advice. Don't. And second, I'm going back and finish that jigsaw puzzle I've been working on with Gene. There's still a few pieces of paper have me worried.
You've got Lieutenant Halder worried. But you're worried too, Joe Wurgis. A few pieces of paper have you worried. One, a half-torn receipt with a number, 73,569. And the other, the name of a post office, Hudson Terminal Post Office, on a somewhat similar piece of paper. You wonder if the two go together. If you have on the disarrayed table in front of you 2 pieces of a receipt for a registered letter.
Well, suppose you have, Pa.
Then maybe the amateur murderer tore up this receipt and we'll find his name.
Oh, that's 1,000 to 1.
At least 2,000 to 1, Gene. It might be the murdered man tore up the receipt, or it might be neither of them did it. Maybe it's 73,569 to 1, Gene. But I like long shots.
You play the long shot. A phone call to a friend in the post office at Hudson Terminal. And you find that the letter was mailed 3 months ago by a man named Ed Rumley to his brother Jack in Sacramento, California. So you put through a call to Sacramento.
Mr. Rumley, you've got a brother named Ed?
That's right.
He's about 55?
Ed's 54.
False upper plate in his mouth?
That's right. Say, what is this?
Bunions on his feet? Bad bunions?
Yes, but what's this all about?
Mr. Rumley, you'd better hop a plane and get out to Little Rock as soon as you can. I'm afraid your brother's been murdered.
We'll be back in just a moment with tonight's big story.
This is Cy Harris, returning it to your narrator and the big story of Joe Wurgis, as he lived it and wrote it.
First, Lieutenant Sam Halder announces that the identification of a murdered man is impossible. And you, Joe Wurgis of the Arkansas Gazette, prove that wrong. Then he announces that the murdered man is one Tom Cooey. And you blandly write a lead story for your paper that the murdered man is Ed Rumley. To be on the safe side, you don't run the story, because the identification by Rumley's brother on his way from California hasn't been made yet. But when Rumley's brother arrives and takes one look at the body, You know you're right. The murdered man is Ed Rumley. So you run your story, and you and the lieutenant get on with the case.
So your brother and Cooey were partners, Mr. Rumley.
That's right, Lieutenant.
And he and Cooey didn't get along. They hated each other.
Yes, that's true.
They were partners in business, sold auto polish together, and they weren't doing well. They fought a lot. Now, was it a surprise to you your brother was killed?
I knew they had trouble, but I never thought it had come to this.
You think Cooey did it?
I don't know.
Why don't we let the man go to his hotel, Lieutenant?
Huh?
He's had a great shock, his brother's death and all that.
Yeah. Sorry, Mr. Rumley.
That's all right. Thank you.
Now, Joe, I think we sent out a dragnet for a man named Cooey. Tom, Couey. Right?
Right.
But here you're both wrong. It isn't 2 minutes later when the desk sergeant opens the door and lets in a tall man wearing a Palm Beach suit.
Lieutenant Halder, I'm Tom Couey.
You're Cooey?
Yes, sir. I read a story in the paper that Ed had been killed. I thought I could be of help and got here as soon as I could.
Where have you been?
Well, as you see, I didn't even bother to change my clothes. I was in Florida. I took a plane and got here as soon as possible. Ed was a good friend.
Lieutenant, Gene's outside. You mind if I get him?
No, go ahead, Joe. Do anything you like. Sit down, Mr. Cooey.
Any way I can help, Lieutenant?
Well, just tell me. You and Rumley were partners?
Yes, that's right. Auto polish line. But about 3 months ago, we broke up. We weren't doing too well. We split what we had. Ed took the stock, I took the car, and we just parted.
Friendly?
Why, Ed was the salt of the earth. You have no idea how this distresses me.
Just hold it, Mr. Couey.
What?
Pictures. Go ahead, Gene. One from the side, then one from the front.
Well, what are you shooting pictures for now, Joe?
Just routine.
Okay. Now, you were friends with Rumley. Were you ever in this territory?
Well, yes.
Were you ever in Little Rock, Mr. Cooey?
Recently, no. About 6 years ago, I was.
But not recently?
No.
Ever in Knoxville?
A year ago for pleasure, but not recently.
When did you last see Rumley?
Well, let me see now. Must be 4 months ago.
And where did you see him last?
Richmond. We split up in Richmond, as I said. He took the stock, the polish, and I took the car, and that was the last time I saw him, poor fellow.
Huh? Well, thanks for coming in, Mr. Cooey.
Lieutenant, can I say a word?
You don't have to whisper, Joe.
You aren't going to let him go, are you?
Huh?
Maybe Travers ought to see him, the farmer. One of them asked Travers for permission to camp on his farm. Remember?
Yeah, I remember. Okay. Mr. Cooey, I'll have to keep you for, a few hours.
Make it 24, Lieutenant.
Why?
Just to be on the safe side. Trust me.
Just a few hours, Mr. Cooey. Just routine. Mr. Travers, it was on your property they stayed that night, huh?
That's right, Lieutenant.
Now, just look at this man and tell me. Did you ever see him before? Was he one of the men?
That man? Nope, never saw him before.
Satisfied, Joe?
I'd still say make it 24 hours, Lieutenant.
What?
Given to an old man's whim, Lieutenant. Okay?
Okay. I'm awfully sorry, Mr. Cooey. Just a few more hours. Where's Gene? Gene, where are you?
Here I am, Lieutenant.
Now, where's Joe? Where's your father?
Gee, I don't know, Lieutenant, but he said he'd be here.
Well, I've been waiting half the day for him. He said he'd be here at 6. Now, I'm going to let Cooey go.
He said please to wait. 24 hours, he said, Lieutenant.
24 hours? What for? The man's innocent. Why am I holding him? Suspicion of murder? I've got no suspicion of murder. What's your old man doing anyway?
I don't know, Lieutenant, but he said please to wait.
Well, it's 7. He's got until 8 o'clock, not a minute more. Tell him that.
I don't know where to find him.
8 o'clock. I don't care. Gene Murgis.
Yes, Lieutenant Halder.
It's 8:15 and he's not here yet. Did you hear from him?
No, sir, I didn't.
Okay. Bring Cooey in, Sergeant. I'm releasing him.
Don't be so hasty, Lieutenant.
What, Pa? Did you find anything?
I think it's a fine idea to bring Cooey in, but I don't think you ought to release him.
Well, what did you find? Well, what have you got? Well, tell me.
You ought to develop patience, Lieutenant. Gene, patience is an asset in the old as well as in the young.
You wanted to see me, Lieutenant Holder?
Yes, Mr. Cooey, I did. Well, go ahead, Joe.
Mr. Cooley, sit down in that chair. You'll be more comfortable than standing.
Lieutenant?
Yeah, go ahead, sit down. Go ahead, Joe.
I have a document here, Mr. Cooley. Just a second. That says... No, this is the letter I forgot to mail for my wife. Ah, here it is. A letter from your wife, Mr. Cooley, from Delia.
From Delia?
Oh, don't be alarmed. Perfectly harmless letter. Miss you, love you, write more often. But that's not what I'm after. It's the envelope I call to your attention.
Well, what about it?
The postmarks. Plural. Postmarks. This was sent to you in Knoxville, then forwarded to you in Little Rock. Note it bears 3 postmarks. Bridgeport, where she mailed it from, Knoxville, and Little Rock.
So what, Joe?
Suggesting that Mr. Cooey was at one time in Knoxville and later in Little Rock. 2 facts which, if I remember correctly, he denied.
Were you?
Yes, I guess I was.
Now, with that much cleared, we ask this question. Mr. Cooey, were you ever in Rose City? Rose City, to refresh your memory, was the place where Ed Rumley met his death, on the farm of a man named Travers, in Rose City. Ever there?
No, never.
Good. You also told us you never sold automobile polish in Knoxville or Little Rock or Rose City in the company of Ed Rumley.
Yes, that's true. I was in Knoxville and Little Rock, but not with Rumley. We broke up in Richmond 4 months ago. I told you that.
Oh, yes, so you did. But if it should be established that you did sell the polish in all those cities with Rumley within the past month, you might look like a liar.
I said I never did, and that's all I've got to say.
And here in my pocket I have... No, that's my telephone bill. Here I have 7 depositions from auto store owners in Little Rock and Rose City, swearing that you and Ed Rumley together sold them polish within the past month.
Well, how could they swear that when I never did?
You recall my son took your picture? Well, armed with that picture and a photo of Mr. Rumley before you murdered him.
I never did anything.
With these photos, I say, I went to the auto stores and asked if they saw you. And these depositions say they did. 7, Lieutenant Halder. 7. Fairly conclusive.
All right, Cooey, let's have the truth. It's about time.
Okay. Okay, we sold the polish together, but that's all. I left town 2 weeks ago and never saw Rumley again.
Another lie. One of the depositions says you sold polish together the day of the murder 1 week ago. You hated him and he hated you. Rumley's brother says that, and so does your wife. As a matter of fact, you gentlemen both threatened to kill each other.
Come on now, Cooey, start talking.
Okay. We were in the field together. We camped out in Travis Field. We were broke. That's why we camped out. Rumley threatened me. We were about to go to sleep that night when he threatened me. I had to do it. He would have killed me. He had a club. Maybe it was the car jack. I don't know. And he tried to kill me. I took it away from him. It was self-defense. I didn't even think of what I was doing.
Oh, how the man lies. Gene, note how criminals lie. First, it was premeditated. You removed not only his clothes, but also the label from the underwear. You were careful to leave his body face down in the water, hoping it would leave him unrecognized. And do you know how I know that?
How?
It was not a hot night. The Weather Bureau, with whom I have just checked, tells me the night in question was a very cold night. You slept with your clothes on, and when the deed was done, you removed his clothes, you dragged the body 200 yards to the gully, and left it there. Do you want me to prove each of these points? Or will you sign the full confession I prepared for you?
Well?
I think Mr. Cooey needs a fountain pen, Lieutenant. You know he lost his in Travis Field. I found it if you want it, Mr. Cooey, but I don't think you'll have much use for it where you're going. Do you, Lieutenant?
Well, Gene, we better get along. It's after 9 o'clock. I'd better get to bed.
You know, I can't take these late hours anymore. I'm not as young as I used to be.
In just a moment, we'll read you a telegram from Joseph Wurgis of the Little Rock, Arkansas Gazette with the final outcome of tonight's big story.
on the way to your throat.
That's important.
Pall-Mal's greater length filters the smoke on the way to your throat.
Filters the smoke and makes it mild.
Pall-Mal's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos filters the smoke on the way to your throat. Thus, Pall-Mal gives you a smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you.
Yes, Pall-Malls are good. Good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke.
So if you really want to enjoy smoking, ask for the longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pall-Mall Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now we read you that telegram from Joseph Wurgis of the Little Rock, Arkansas Gazette.
Realizing his story of self-defense wouldn't stand up in court, Killer in tonight's big story pleaded guilty to the murder and thereby escaped the electric chair. Sentenced to life imprisonment in the penitentiary, he escaped after serving 4 years, but was recaptured 2 years later. My sincere appreciation for tonight's Pall-Mall Award.
Thank you, Mr. Wurgis. The makers of Pall-Mall Famous Cigarettes are proud to have named you the winner of the Pall-Mall $500 Award for notable service in the field of journalism.
Listen again next week, same time, same station, when Pall-Mall Famous Cigarettes will present another big story. A big story from the front pages of the Joliet, Illinois Herald News. Byline, William M. Hart. A big story about a reporter who tried to stop an explosion of dynamite. Human dynamite.
The Big Story is produced by Bernard J. Proctor with music by Vladimir Zelinsky. Tonight's program was written by Arnold Pearl. Your narrator was Bob Sloan, and Martin Wolfson played the part of Mr. Wurgis. In order to protect the names of people actually involved in tonight's authentic Big Story, the names of all characters in the dramatization were changed, with the exception of the reporter, Mr. Wurgis. This is Ernest Chappell speaking for the makers of Pall-Mall Famous Cigarettes. Pall-Mall Famous Cigarettes presents The Big Story.
I was up on the road near the dam when it happened. All of a sudden, there was an explosion, and then I saw this car down here burning.
Take it slow, mister, will you? I'm trying to write this down on my report.
I ran right down here, but the heat drove me back. Then I called you state police quick as I could.
Near as I can make out, someone must have gotten out of the car and staggered over here to the river.
But what happened to him?
What do you think?
Oh, the body. It went over the dam.
If he was lucky, he was dead when it happened.
All that water, thousands of tons of it.
Pouring down like a rain of steel. We'll never find his body now. Never.
The Big Story. Here is America. Its sound and its fury, its joy and its sorrow, as faithfully reported by the men and women of the great American newspapers. Cleveland, Ohio. From the pages of the Cleveland News, the authentic story of a reporter who found that death can make a piece of fiction come to life. Tonight, to Ike McAnally of the Cleveland News goes the Pall-Mall Award for The Big Story.
Pall-Mal's greater length filters the smoke on the way to your throat.
That's important.
Pall-Mal's greater length filters the smoke on the way to your throat.
Filters the smoke and makes it mild.
Yes, Pall-Mall's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos means a longer, natural filter to screen and cool the smoke. Thus, Pall-Mall gives you a smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you. Pall-Mall Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Pell-Mel's greater length filters the smoke on the way to your throat.
That's important.
Pell-Mel's greater length filters the smoke on the way to your throat.
Filters the smoke and makes it mild. If you really want to enjoy smoking, ask for the longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pell-Mell. Now, the story as it actually happened. Ike McAnally's story, as he lived it. Cleveland, Ohio.
Every city seems different, except when you get down real close to it. Then, you know that they're all alike. A city lives because of its people. And in the stories that you, Ike McAnally, write for the Cleveland News, you tell what happens to them. Sob stuff, laughs, and heartbreak. The obituaries and the birth notices, side by side. And on this cold December day, as you head for an interview with the wife of Dr. David Wagner, the whole picture of the city suddenly narrows down to one small frame. For in the window of the Wagner house is a wreath of Christmas. And below the nameplate on the door is a wreath of black.
What more can I tell you, Mr. McAnally?
Your husband's accident, Mrs. Wagner. They identified his car by the license plates. But the way it exploded, the police can't figure it out.
Dr. Wagner was a chemist.
I know.
He was on his way to Philadelphia to demonstrate a new process for purifying water. There were chemicals in his car. In some way, they must have caught fire.
A bump in the road, broken bottle in his luggage. Any one of a dozen things could have done it.
He was good. He was kind. I love him so much. It's as if he's still with me.
I'm very sorry.
He was always promising the children that we'd all go away on a long vacation. He had so little time to spend with them.
I should mind my own business, but why don't you go away with the children? There's the insurance.
No, there isn't.
You mean the doctor didn't carry a policy?
He carried one, all right, for $50,000.
But you just said...
It's this way, Mr. McAnally. The insurance company claims it has no proof of death. Our broker, Mr. Murray, has been arguing with them, but it's no use.
I don't get it. They found the car.
But they didn't find my husband.
Oh, then under company rules, you have to wait 7 years before being paid.
My husband's just missing, they say.
It's a rotten deal. A man works to make sure that his wife and kids will be taken care of. It's not right to let it all go for nothing.
Excuse me.
Of course. Company rules. Forget about people. Remember the rules.
Hello?
Is Ike McAnally there, please? This is his office.
Just a moment, please. It's for you.
Thank you. Guy spends half his life just... Hello.
Oh, what's the matter with you?
Huh? Oh, Carol.
Grab an aspirin, Ike. I just picked something off the AP wire. Seems a guy went into a Philadelphia bank and cashed $5,000 worth of traveler's checks.
So?
Tell that dame you're interviewing that she may not be a widow after all. The guy who cashed the checks identified himself as Dr. David Wagner.
Look, Murray, if anyone knows Wagner's business, it's you. You handled his insurance and his traveler's checks.
Well?
Didn't Wagner sign these checks?
I'll admit it looks like his signature, McAnally, but I don't see how it could be.
Why not? The clerk who gave him the money identified him perfectly.
He could be wrong. 5 people can look at one man, and each will give a different description of it.
But they all couldn't forget a signature like this.
No. The prisons are full of men who could write your signature blindfolded.
You know Wagner signed these checks, Murray. Why don't you admit it?
Look, McAnally, you're not just asking me to verify a signature. You want me to say that David Wagner's alive.
Doesn't this prove it?
McAnally, will you listen to me for a minute? I want to see David Wagner alive as much as anyone else, but to go on such flimsy evidence as a check that could have been forged to raise a woman's hopes that her husband is alive.
Be reasonable, Murray. I don't know what Wagner's up to, but it's a cinch he's on a disappearing act of some kind.
Well, I don't see it. I don't see it at all. What reason could he have for making believe he was dead?
I don't know. That's what I have to find out.
Where do you begin? Where do you find the reason for a respected, successful man suddenly vanishing without a trace? Somewhere in this man's life, there must be an answer, perhaps obscure and hidden, but you know it has to be there. You ask the woman who's closest to him. If anyone holds the key, it must be his wife.
No, there's nothing. You're all wrong, Mr. McAnally. It isn't so.
But Mrs. Wagner...
If he were alive, he'd be with me. He'd come back to his home and his children.
But he is alive. And he hasn't come back.
Then he's sick. Of course, it has to be that. David would never stay away. He's sick. He has to be.
Sometimes, Mrs. Wagner, things get so real that you can't believe them. They swell up, get big right in front of your eyes. But you don't see them. Because you don't want to.
No. He wouldn't. He wouldn't.
Try to understand. I say your husband's alive. Why he hasn't come home, I don't know. But you've got to help me find him.
The wind from the lake whips sharply against the window, and the cold comes into the room. You want to run outside and get away, but you can't. You have to sit there and watch as part of a woman's life slips away.
I've tried to think of a reason, but there doesn't seem to be any.
Yes?
Except for something I might have done.
I don't think so. Tell me, Mrs. Wagner, was your husband in debt, perhaps trouble of some kind?
Oh, I don't think he could find time for trouble.
How do you mean?
He seemed to be busy every minute. There was his work, his athletic club, his paintings, so many things.
Yes, this portrait on the wall. I've been looking at it.
That's one of David's. Isn't it good?
Very.
The Willard Art Museum once held an exhibition of just his work.
The way he caught the face of this girl. Almost lifelike. It seems to me I might know her. Do you know her name, Mrs. Wagner?
No, I don't know. She posed for my husband a few times, though.
I see.
I'm sorry to cause you so much trouble, Mr. McAnally.
I guess it's the other way around. It's become just a little more than a story to me. I'm in this all the way till it's finished.
Who are you?
Ike McAnally. I'm with the Cleveland News.
Oh? You taking a poll or something?
Sure. Can I come in?
Okay. Well?
Miss Jenny Logan?
You pressed the right button.
I'm doing a little research on a guy named David Wagner. The art agency gave me your name.
What kind of research? I just modeled for him a few times, if that'll help.
Well, you heard about his accident, I guess.
Yeah, it was real rough. Poor guy.
Rough on his wife, too. And the kid.
Well, what can you do? That's the way things go.
Not always. This may come as a shock, Jenny. But David Wagner is still alive.
You're crazy. The paper, I read he was drowned.
But they never found the body.
They couldn't. All that water going over the dam.
You know all the details, don't you?
Well, I worked for the guy. I couldn't help being interested in what happened.
Better get that coffee over there, Jenny. It'll boil over on the floor in a second.
It's funny you're coming to me like this. What could I know about Dr. Wagner?
Well, you know how it is. I just have to check up on everyone. By the way, you seem to be kind of hipped on mysteries yourself.
What do you mean?
Oh, quite a book you've got here. The Living Corpse.
Don't you open that book. Why don't you mind your own business? I didn't ask you to come up here and go snooping around. Now get out of here before I call the super, you hear me? Get out. Get out!
Oh, miss, could you help me, please?
We try to keep the library as quiet as possible.
Sorry.
Now, what is it you wanted?
A book.
Naturally. But which one?
Well, it's just a cheap little detective thriller.
I see. Its name, please?
The Living Corpse.
The Living Corpse?
It's for a friend.
But that's a great classic, sir, written by Leo Tolstoy.
It is?
Of course, it's a wonderful story. Don't you know it?
I'm afraid not.
Well, it's all about a respectable, well-established man who fakes his own death so that he can escape from a wife he no longer cares for. Then, by taking on a new name, he goes away with his sweetheart to begin a new life. It's a beautiful story. But, sir, don't you want the book? Couldn't he have slammed the door quietly?
Cash, Mash?
One-way ticket to New York, please. And hurry.
Going someplace, Jenny?
We'll be back in just a moment with tonight's Big Story.
Pell-Mel's greater length filters the smoke on the way to your throat.
That's important.
Pell-Mel's greater length filters the smoke on the way to your throat.
Filters the smoke and makes it mild.
Your eyes can see Pell-Mel's greater length. Yes, your eyes can see the difference. Your throat can tell you what it means.
Pell-Mel's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos means a longer, natural filter to screen and cool the smoke.
Thus, Pell-Mel gives you a smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you.
Yes, Pell-Mel's are good. Good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke.
Pell-Mel famous cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Pell-Mel's greater length filters the smoke on the way to your throat.
That's important.
Pell-Mel's greater length filters the smoke on the way to your throat.
Filters the smoke and makes it mild.
If you really want to enjoy smoking, ask for the longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pell-Mel.
This is Cy Harris, returning you to your narrator and the big story of Ike McAnally, as he lived it and wrote it.
You, Ike McAnally of the Cleveland News, now find yourself in the middle of the strangest story you've ever covered. A story that only began when it seemed to have ended. You know that Dr. David Wagner had made it appear that he'd been killed. And for a while, your idea doesn't make sense. Wagner was living a secure, respected life, married and with 2 kids. Why should he want to disappear? But then you hit upon an answer. A famous book with a plot that gives you the reason.
Going someplace, Jenny?
Mr. McAnally.
You were in awful hurry, Jenny. The boys at the cab stand remembered you.
Well, you could have brought me a box of candy. After all, I'm going on my vacation.
Let's go in the waiting room. It's not so noisy.
Okay. I can give you a minute.
This way.
Well, what's on your mind?
That book, Jenny. The Living Corpse by Tolstoy. David Wagner gave it to you.
No.
He gave it to you. And now you're leaving to meet him.
You're crazy. I haven't seen him in months.
You're lying. Wagner's in love with
Why
you.
don't you let me alone?
How can I? This isn't just between you and Wagner. He's got a wife and kids, remember?
What can I do about it?
You can let him alone. You can tell him to come back where he belongs.
You don't know what you're asking. There are some things you can't stop. Jump in front of a train and see if you'll even slow it down. This is the same way. David, me, you, and his wife. None of us can do anything about it.
And you are in love with him.
Sure. You know it. This isn't a thing I want to lie about. It's something too good for that.
Listen, kid, you're wrong. Taking a man away from his home, leaving a wife and children without a dime, you can't call that good.
David left her his insurance, 50,000 of it.
But the company won't pay off.
We've got a right to our lives, to do what we want.
If you don't hurt anyone by doing it.
You can't stop us. We're not breaking any law.
I admit that. But I can spread your pictures over every front page in the country. You'll be known everywhere. You'll never get a minute's rest.
All right. What do you want me to do?
Promise me that wherever you and Wagner go, you'll let us know where you are, the names you're using.
We will. We will.
I want your promise that Wagner will always provide for his family. I can't stop you from going to him, but I can make you give me your word on that.
David will take care of his family. I promise.
I'm sorry to bust in on you like this, Mrs. Wagner, but it's important.
You sounded so excited on the phone, Mr.
Yeah, well,
Murray.
I should have. Now, here. Look at this.
What is it?
A money order. Paying the premium due on your husband's insurance.
What? I don't understand.
Who's this Charles Arnold who signed the money order?
I haven't the faintest idea.
There's something funny about this.
Wait a second.
What's the matter?
The typing on the money order.
You recognize it?
The letter Y. See it? The place where the line breaks off, and the V. How the side of it thins out.
I see it.
This was typed on my husband's machine. I know it. The portable he took away with him.
Well, then this clue makes the signature on the traveler's check mean something now. I'm convinced that McAnally's right. Your husband is alive, and with this, we're going to find him. My apologies, Ike. Here's some evidence to prove you were right.
Thanks, Murray. You're sure this type checks with your husband's machine, Mrs. Wagner?
Of course it does.
I'm certain, Mr. McAnally.
Well, what do you make of it?
I think David Wagner's still alive.
Well, naturally he is, but where?
I hate to disappoint you, Murray, but I don't know.
Look, the money order was sent from New York. Track him from there.
There wouldn't be any use in that.
What's the matter with you? Don't you want to find him?
I don't think so.
McAnally, you're out of your mind.
It's all right, Mr. Murray. I'm sure Mr. McAnally knows what he's doing.
Mrs. Wagner, I think you've known all along that I was right, that your husband was alive.
Yes, I've known.
I found out why he went away, and I want you to know that, too.
Have you been holding out on us?
You're just a bystander, Murray. Now keep quiet.
All right, go ahead.
I wouldn't tell you, Mrs. Wagner, if I didn't think you'd understand and accept it.
I'll try to. Where is David, Mr. McAnally?
The place, I don't know. It's unimportant now. The real thing is why he went away. I think he was crazy for doing it.
You haven't told me why.
Your husband went away, Mrs. Wagner, because he fell in love with another woman.
Did you have to tell her that?
She wants to live with the truth.
It would be easier not to.
You wanted me to tell you, didn't you?
Yes. I guess I did.
All right, who's the girl? Who is she?
Jenny Logan, the one who modeled for that painting there on the wall.
Where is she?
With him.
Who told you all this, Mr. McAnally?
The girl, or rather, she confirmed what I guessed.
And you let her go to him?
No one could have stopped her.
If she loved David, she would have gotten to him some way.
Yes, but she was the only trace to your husband. McAnally, you deliberately let her go. You threw away our only chance of finding him.
Murray, listen.
No, you listen. You've been going around crying how sorry you were for Mrs. Wagner and how rotten the company was not to pay off the insurance.
I'm trying to help.
Oh, sure you are. That's why you turned this girl loose to break up a family. McAnally, you're a fake. You just want a story. You don't give a second's thought to this family.
Oh, stop it! Stop it! What's the sense of any of this? Even if David did come back, he'd always be lost to me now.
It's 3 miles back to the office, and you walk every step of it. You think of Jenny Logan and the promise she'd made. There should have been some word by now. She'd had plenty of time. But like David Wagner, She, too, had disappeared. And as the weeks and months go by, it's hard to forget that it was you who'd let her go.
McAnally.
This is Murray. I've got some news for you.
What's up?
I just thought you'd like to know that David Wagner's insurance policy expires tonight at 12 o'clock. The quarterly premium hasn't been paid. Nothing's come in since the last money I showed you.
Now you tell me. Why didn't you let me know sooner? I could have raised the money.
Mrs. Wagner told me not to. It's her problem, she said. And just between us, McAnally, I don't think she cares anymore.
Who can blame her? But that policy is her one protection. You can't cancel it.
No, but the company can. Sorry. Maybe now you know what a mess you've made of things.
Why the champagne, David?
We're celebrating, Jenny. Our last day in Vienna.
And now? Now where do we run to?
Another city. Budapest, perhaps.
What name shall we use there?
Cheer up, Jenny. If you like, we'll keep the ones we have now. Here's a toast. To Anna and Joseph.
I don't mean to complain, David. It's been wonderful. All of it. I've seen all the places I used to read about. And the clothes. They're just as beautiful as you said they were.
I saw you packing them this morning. Why?
I'm sending them to my kid sister. She'll be crazy about them.
Dear little Jenny. Still thinking about home.
And you? Have you forgotten?
No. I remember.
It's like that book you gave me, David. The people in it tried to forget. They tried to build a wall between themselves and the past. But they couldn't.
Everything ends, Jenny.
I know, David. And this, too.
But our lives back home have also ended.
I keep thinking about what that reporter said to me. We've got a right to our own lives, to do what we want, as long as we don't hurt anybody by doing it.
You'll keep your promise to him. I'm taking care of everything.
I was never worried.
And us, Jenny. What shall I do about us?
You decide, David. I'm not afraid.
Then we'll always be together.
Always.
Look out of the window, Jenny. It's a beautiful world, isn't it?
And but for you, I'd never have seen it.
I've loved you very much.
David.
Together. Always.
The news comes back. And you've got the story of a girl who believed in paying off on a bargain. But the words you write come slow and hard. For this is a story that touches the lives of everyone around it. On a warm spring day in Vienna, it ended for Jenny Logan and David Wagner. But for you and the others, it'll always live in memory.
To read you a telegram from Mike McAnally of the Cleveland News with the final outcome of tonight's big story.
filters the smoke on the way to your throat.
That's important.
Pall-Mal's greater length filters the smoke on the way to your throat.
Filters the smoke and makes it mild.
Pall-Mal's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos filters the smoke on the way to your throat. Thus, Pall-Mal gives you a smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you.
Yes, Pall-Malls are good. Good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke.
So if you really want to enjoy smoking, ask for the longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pall-Mal Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now we read you that telegram from Ike McAnally of the Cleveland News.
Subsequent investigation in tonight's big story revealed fact that David Wagner left evidence in his room in Vienna as to his and Jenny's real identity. The double suicide took place an hour before midnight, on the day the insurance policy was to expire, so that Mrs. Wagner could collect the $50,000. My sincere appreciation for tonight's Pall-Mall Award.
Thank you, Mr. McAnally. The makers of Pall-Mall Famous Cigarettes are proud to have named you the winner of the Pall-Mall $500 Award for notable service in the field of journalism.
Listen again next week, same time, same station, when Pall-Mall Famous Cigarettes will present another big story. A big story from the front pages of the Seattle Times. Byline, Don Magnuson. A big story about a reporter who made a winner out of a 3-time loser.
The Big Story is produced by Bernard J. Proctor with music by Vladimir Zelinsky. Tonight's program was written by Alvin Boritz. Your narrator was Bob Sloan, and Sidney Smith played the part of Ike McAnally. In order to protect the names of people actually involved in tonight's authentic big story, the names of all characters in the dramatization were changed, with the exception of the reporter, Mr. McAnally. Saturday, March 12th, marks the 37th birthday of the Girl Scouts in the United States. This is Girl Scout Week.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Pall-Mall Famous Cigarettes present The Big Story.
Ain't that sweet, baby? Oh, man, ain't that hot.
Yeah?
Hey, baby, you ain't got your mind on it. Come on, we dancing or what? Oh, listen to it. Don't that send you? Don't that just get you?
That's him. Right there, sitting there. See him? He's getting up now. Stop that man. Stop him. He killed my best friend. That man wanted for murder. That's him. Get him. Stop him.
The Big Story. Here is America, its sound and its fury, its joy and its sorrow, as faithfully reported by the men and women of the great American newspapers. Richmond, Virginia. The story of a murder, and of a man convicted for that murder who became the bitterest man on earth. For his contribution, not only in writing a great story, but in reaffirming a great truth, that every person on earth is a human being and has a right to human dignity, to reporter Julian C. Hausman of the Richmond, Virginia News Leader, for his big story, goes the Pall-Mall Award. Guard against throat scratch.
Enjoy smooth smoking.
Pall-Mall's greater length of traditionally fine tobaccos travels the smoke further.
Filters the smoke and makes it mild.
Puff by puff, you're always ahead when you smoke Pall-Mall. At the first puff, Pall-Mall smoke is filtered further than that of any other leading cigarette. Moreover, after 5 puffs, or 10, or 15, or 17, Pell-Mell still gives you a longer filter of fine tobaccos to guard against throat scratch.
For Pell-Mell's greater length travels the smoke further on its way to your throat, filters it naturally through Pell-Mell's traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos, guards against throat scratch.
Yes, Pell-Mell's fine tobaccos give you a smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you. Guard against throat scratch.
Enjoy smooth smoking.
Ask for the longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pell-Mell Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now the story as it actually happened. Reporter Julian Hausman's story as he lived it. Richmond, Virginia.
It began with a letter from a woman in Harlem at 2581 St. Nicholas Avenue, New York, to the postmaster at Brodnack's in Mecklenburg County, Virginia.
Dear Mr. Dawson, sir, I got to make myself known to you, and maybe you remember me, Daniel Green's daughter, Mamie, now name of Goodwin since I'm married. I hope you'll not think me being forward to write, sir, Mr. Dawson, but my son Jamie got himself in trouble. He's in Richmond in the Henrico County Jail, accused of murder and sentenced to 40-year hard labor. Now, the man who did that crime is named Arthur Tenney, and some swears my Jamie is that Arthur Tenney, which he is not. He is my son and never murdered no one. Now, Mr. Dawson, you know my family. When I worked for your wife 20 years ago, and then moved from Broad Axe to New York, and Jamie come with me, he never killed no one. But I can't come and prove it. So would you please, sir, get in touch with the sheriff, Mr. Ray, and tell them that Jamie ain't this Arthur Tenney, and help him get off? I'll be so grateful, Mr. Dawson, sir, and thank you in advance. Your humble servants, Mamie Green Goodwin.
It began for you, Julian Hausman, reporter for the Richmond News Leader, when Postmaster Dawson of Brodnack's happened to have some business in Richmond, happened to have a spare half hour, and happened, by accident, to walk into the newspaper office.
Mr. Hausman?
Yeah, that's right.
The name's Dawson, postmaster in Brodnack's. I got something here might be of interest. The girl outside says that you handle this kind of thing.
What is it, a crime story?
Oh, don't know if it's any kind of story, just a letter I got. Old woman I used to know 20-odd years ago up Mecklenburg County, where Brodnack's is. They used to do washing for my wife.
Well, I'm on a story right now, Mr. Dawson.
Well, that's all right. I won't take your time. Just why don't I leave a letter, and if you think it's anything, well, go ahead and do what you like. If not, I guess the wastebasket's good a place as any place.
3 hours later, after you've finished work, you read the letter. It moves you strongly. The woman's plight, her dependence on Dawson, the helplessness in every line. Could it be as she had written? You call Sheriff Jeff Ray, a good friend, out at Henrico County Prison.
Then there's nothing in it, Jeff, about his being Goodwin and not Tenney?
No, nothing. I had that boy in jail one day 6 years ago, right after he killed his wife. He escaped that first day, but I remember him.
Couldn't you compare his prints?
Now, I'll tell you a little secret, Julian. I never did get a chance to take his prints. I was going to do that second morning, but darned if he didn't escape that night. But we got him now. Had a fair trial, got convicted, and that's that. Now, Julian, he ain't pulling the wool over your eyes now, is he? With that story being someone else? Hello? Julian, you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, Jeff. No, he isn't. Now, so long.
That's right, Mr. Hausman. My name's Jamie Goodwin, but what's the difference? Ain't nobody gonna believe me. Ain't nobody care.
Well, what proof do you have?
Proof? What's that proof? I say who I am. I got papers from the Merchant Marine. Jury say that's Arthur Tenney, 40 years hard labor. That's your proof.
And you're not Arthur Tenney. You're Jamie Goodwin?
Oh, mister, please go on away. Who cares if a backwoods boy like me live or die? Go on away and leave me be.
For a moment, you think, oh, what's the difference? And then you stop. He's a man, isn't he? A human being with the same hopes and desires and fears as you or anyone else. And you think, suppose I spend a little time on this, find out. You start with Bertha Jarvis, the girl who identified him.
I was up in New York visiting friends. We went dancing, and that's where I saw him. Tenney.
You're sure it was Tenney?
Sure, I'm sure.
How'd you know?
His wife was my girlfriend. I grew up with her. My best friend. He promised her love, honor, and cherish her. Instead, he killed her. She was a good girl, Marie. And he's bad. How I know? Well, Marie's dead. That's how I know.
You're Marie's mother?
Who are you?
I'm a reporter. Tenney was your son-in-law, right?
I got nothing to say about him. Except they should have electrocuted him not to give him 40 years.
You identified him at the trial?
Sure, saying his name is Goodwin. I ain't Tenney, I'm Goodwin. Liar. Know what a liar that boy was? Come here and look.
What's that?
Bible, look here. Wrote on the inside, to my darling sweetheart Marie. Give it to her same day he killed her. That's how bad he was.
Sure there couldn't be any mistake?
I swore in the courtroom and I'll put my hand on this book now. God's my witness that boy in jail killed my daughter. God's my witness.
You wonder about him now. Jamie Goodwin or Arthur Tenney. You wonder, but you go on. Other witnesses say the same. And then, after searching a week, you find the Tenney family. A woman sick in bed who can't talk, and a bent old man who listens to your mission and shakes his head.
He's my son, but I don't want to talk about it.
But you weren't at the trial, were you, Mr. Tenney? You didn't see him.
What I want to see. Boy disgraced his family. Mister, since he done that 6 years ago, his mama and me ain't been out of this house. Living disgrace, that's all. Don't want to talk about him.
But this man may not be your son.
Killed his wife. That's all I know.
Maybe he didn't do it. I don't say your son didn't kill his wife. I say maybe this man isn't your son.
What you want me to do?
Come down to the jail. See him. You may be able to set an innocent man free. You wouldn't want an innocent man to pay for your son's crime, would you?
Well, enough trouble in the world without some poor boy paying for something my son done. I'll go.
You know this man, Jamie?
No, sir. Never seen him before in my life.
Well, Mr. Tenney?
Mr. Tenney?
This is Arthur Tenney's father. Well?
Well, it looked like him. Talk like him. Even stand like Arthur. Look enough to be him, else his twin. But he ain't my son. He's somebody else.
They read all about it. Man sentenced in Enrico County Jail for murder as Arthur Tenney says that's not his name. Read all about it. Get your paper.
You set down the facts as you've got them, the assertions and the denials. And the next morning, you get a call. The Commonwealth's attorney, George Ballas, the man who tried the case, tells you to come in. Tells you you'd better come in.
That's a great story you wrote. Great public service.
Well, what's the matter, Mr. Ballas?
You think I try cases and send men to prison for 40 years for the fun of it? I don't.
But I wrote that...
Suppose you listen, Houseman, and I talk. 8 witnesses and the sheriff of this county identified this man as Tenney. 1 witness, the man's father, and of course the man himself, say he's not Tenney. Now ask yourself this. Does the Tenney family stand to gain by lying? Does Tenney stand to gain by sticking to his story that he's Goodwin? Of course.
But I saw them together, Tenney's father and...
I saw Bertha Jarvis and the murdered girl's mother and all the rest. Now, suppose you were accused of being someone you're not. Could you prove who you were? Would it be so difficult?
Now, what about the papers from the Merchant Marine?
Look, I walk into a shipping office in New York and say my name is Goodwin. Do they ask for proof? No. They issue papers in the name of Goodwin. Does that make me Goodwin? No.
Oh, I see all that, but...
There are no buts. No ifs or ands or buts. That boy raised the noise that he was Goodwin in court. We proved who he was. Now, if he hadn't raised that doubt that he was someone else, he'd have been sentenced to death, not 40 years. Instead of an innocent man being unjustly jailed, I tell you, a guilty man has gotten off easy.
You think that?
I know it. Now, why don't you go back to your paper and write the second part of that story? That Tenney is Tenney. No ifs, ands, or buts.
No. I can't do that, Mr. Ballas. I can't because, after all you've said and all the other witnesses have said, I think I'm right. I think I can prove that Jamie Goodwin is not the murderer.
Guard against throat scratch.
Enjoy smooth smoking.
Pall-Mall's greater length of traditionally fine tobaccos travels the smoke further.
Filters the smoke and makes it mild.
Puff by puff, you're always ahead when you smoke Pall-Mall. At the first puff, Pall-Mall smoke is filtered further than that of any other leading cigarette. Moreover, after 5 puffs, or 10, or 15, or 17, Pall-Mall still gives you a longer filter of fine tobaccos to guard against throat scratch.
For Pall-Mall's greater length travels the smoke further on its way to your throat, filters it naturally through Pall-Mall's traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos, guards against throat scratch.
Yes, Pall-Mall's fine tobaccos give you a smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you. Guard against throat scratch.
Enjoy smooth smoking.
Ask for the longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pall-Mall Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild. This is Cy Harris, returning you to your narrator and the big story of Julian Houseman as he lived it and wrote it.
The facts seem all against you, Julian Houseman, reporter for the Richmond News Leader. Witnesses swear that the man who says he's Jamie Goodwin is really Arthur Tenney, murderer. The sheriff says so. Commonwealth's attorney Ballas insists so. And all you have to go on is the word of the man himself, the murderer's father, and your own stubborn belief. You go back to Henrico County Jail, to the innocent man or the murderer, and talk.
Jamie, I need to know more. I've got to know more about you. Now, you've got to talk to me.
What for, Mr. Houseman?
Don't sit there like that, so we can free you. Don't you want to get out of prison?
Don't I want to get out? Don't I want to breathe? Look, mister, you've been good, real good, taking time, but nobody cares what happens to me. That old man say I wasn't his son. Anybody listen to him? The sheriff listen? Mr. Ballas, he listen? No. Oh, what's a good?
I tell you, if we can get proof, you can be free.
No. They put me away. They treat me good in here, and I ain't complaining. Food's good and all like that. But they put me away, and they ain't gonna bother taking me out.
I tell you, you're wrong. Ballas is an honest man.
I ain't say he's not honest. Oh, mister, look. I want to get out. Get in the sun. Get on a ship, maybe. See a girl. Get married. Have kids. Sure, I want that. But I ain't gonna let you come in here and stir up my hopes and maybe get me to think that's what I'm gonna have. I ain't gonna let you do that. I'm gonna rot in here, and ain't nothing you nor nobody in the whole world can do to help me. That's why I say, leave me alone, please. I'm begging you. Leave me alone. Don't mess me up and then dash me down more harder than before.
Well, you're wrong, Jamie. You're wrong. How can I make you believe you're wrong? Jamie, I'm going to write a story about what you just told me. Maybe somebody will read it and come forward and say who you really are. What else should I say in that story?
I told you all I'm going to say.
You asked who cares. I care, Jamie, and I think others will care when they hear your story.
Do you? For true, honest?
For true, Jamie.
All right. Say this. Jamie Goodwin's got a bad name. Jamie Goodwin robbed a car and stole money for food. But he didn't kill no woman. He didn't kill no wife. He never was married. Say that. Say if he got married, he'd treat his woman right. That ain't gonna help maybe, but that's the truth.
Anything else?
Yeah, Mr. Hausman. Say Jamie Goodman worked lots of places. Broadnax, Detroit, Baltimore, Boston. There must be some folks know him. Must be one man somewhere stop what he do and take a day out and come down here to prove I ain't no murderer. Prove I'm just plain Jamie Goodwin.
Read your story, mister. Thought maybe I knew that man you wrote about. 2 years ago, lent him $75. He paid me back, too. Here's the note he signed. See? Jamie Goodwin. Maybe you can use that.
I just come from the jail, Mr. Hausman, where I saw that man. The man they say is Arthur Tenney. Funny. I remember when I talked to Tenney, knew him years ago, used to have to look up to that man. Tall. This one I didn't have to look up to. Now, he must have grown shorter, 'cause I ain't grown no taller. Unless, of course, like I think, he ain't Arthur Tenney, but someone else.
You a houseman?
That's right.
My name's C.B. Sager. I'm a planter up Broadneck's way. You had an article in the paper. I read it. I spoke to the postmaster in our town about this Goodwin Tenney fella. Says come see you. So here I am.
Well, what do you think about it?
Thinking something I don't go in for much. Theories. I tell you what I believe in. I believe in facts. I lived in Broadneck's all my life. Know everyone. Man worked for me, name of Goodwin, years back. Maybe that's the boy you got in jail here. If it is, I'll prove it. I'll ask that boy 6 questions about Broadneck's. He answers them, he's Goodwin. He don't, let him stay in jail. Now, I ain't got all day. Let's go.
Stand still, you men.
What's this? What you got all these men here for?
Can you pick out one you ever saw before, Mr. Sager?
Testing me, eh? Well, I'll be... Sure. There he is. You're Goodwin, right?
Yes.
Testing me.
All right, the rest of you men can go. Now, Jamie, this man is
Let me do the talking, son.
Okay.
Now, look at me, Jamie. Who am I?
I remember you, sir, but You, Mr. Sager.
That's right. Now, where am I from?
By Broadneck, sir.
When'd you last see me?
Let me see. 7 years ago, sir, last July.
Why'd you say July?
Because when you fired me July the 1st, and then you hired me back July the 4th. Says you was being patriotic about hiring...
Never mind. What's my brother-in-law's name?
Your brother-in-law? Well, that's the doctor. Dr. Payne.
What'd he tell you last time he saw you?
He says, I think it was the last time, he says, don't you go walking on no more roofs, because next time you fall off, you might not be lucky and just break one leg.
That's him. That's Jamie Goodwin. No theories, facts. I swear. But heck, I don't need to swear. Now, Jamie, when they let you out, you come on back to Broadneck's. I got a good job waiting.
But it's not so simple. There are 8 witnesses and a sheriff to shake. There's a decision of a judge and a jury to reverse. And there's an attorney, Ballas, the Commonwealth attorney. You bring the new information to him. He looks it over, listens, then says...
I take back some of what I said, Houseman. Your story was not irresponsible.
Thank you.
I take back some of what I said. There's still the testimony of 8 witnesses.
I know.
But you think, nevertheless, that this information warrants a new trial?
Yes, Mr. Ballas, I do. What do you think?
Houseman, I want you to know I'll fight you. I mean you and Tenney or Goodwin and his attorney. I'll fight you with all I've got. You know, I'm a funny duck. I'm one of those throwbacks to another period when people had a sense of duty and a sense of honesty. If you win this case, you'll know you've been in a fight. You'll get a new trial.
As the Lord's my witness, Judge, that man sitting right over there was married to my girlfriend Marie. That man is Arthur Tenney.
I swear he killed my daughter, that Tenney. I swear he don't deserve to live.
Yes, sir, Mr. Lawyer. I respects what that foreman said about Marie. And I ain't forgetting Marie was my daughter-in-law. But that man sitting there ain't my son. He look like him, all right, but he ain't my boy.
My name's Sager. I say any man answer my 6 questions way that boy done, I know he's who I say he is. He's Jamie Goodwin.
I'm the boy's mother, sir. Yes, sir, and no matter what I say, I know few people ain't gonna think I ain't sticking up for my son. I is. But I say this, how come that poor woman on the stand whose daughter got killed don't know me? How come the man who say he's Arthur Tenney's father never seen me before? If I is the mother of this man, then they is my kinfolks. And how come my kinfolks don't know me? The reason is, he's Jamie Goodwin. That's why.
I am a handwriting expert. I've testified in many trials in professional capacity, including the Lindbergh case. I have also examined a sheet of paper torn from a Bible on which Arthur Tenney wrote a few words. I have also examined a note, admittedly signed by Jamie Goodwin. In my honest and positive opinion, the possibility of Tenney writing like Goodwin, or Goodwin writing like Tenney, is so highly unlikely that it becomes almost a practical certainty that they are very different people. In short, that's Goodwin, Your Honor, not Tenney.
Jamie Goodwin.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Case dismissed.
Sir?
You're free, Jamie. You're free.
Please, Mr. Houseman, a little respect for the dignity of this court. Jamie Goodwin, you are free.
I don't know what to say, Mr. Houseman.
You don't have to say anything, Jamie.
I got it somehow. I got to thank you. You see, I learned that people does care. People like you and the postmaster from Broadnax and Mr. Sager. Yes, Mr. Ballas, too. Them folks on the other side, they care, too. What's true counts with folks, don't it?
That's right.
And see, Mr. Houseman, something else, too. I mean, something I learned. If you believe in something, you don't put your head down and say, no, that can't be. You put your face up and fight for what you believe. If you do that, people cares, because they see that you cares. And that's what this show now, ain't it, Mr. Houseman?
That's what it shows, Jamie. That's just what it shows.
In just a moment, we'll read you a telegram from Julian C. Houseman of the Richmond, Virginia News Leader with the final outcome of tonight's big story. Guard against throat scratch.
Enjoy smooth smoking.
Pall Mall's greater length of traditionally fine tobaccos travels the smoke further,
filters the smoke, and makes it mild.
Puff by puff, you're always ahead when you smoke Pall Mall. At the first puff, Pall Mall smoke is filtered further than that of any other leading cigarette. Moreover, after 5 puffs, or 10, or 15, or 17, Pall Mall still gives you a longer filter of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos to guard against throat scratch.
Yes, Pall Mall's fine tobaccos give you a smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you.
Guard against throat scratch.
Enjoy smooth smoking.
Ask for the longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now we read you that telegram from Julian C. Hausman of the Richmond, Virginia News Leader.
Day after trial, Goodwin visited the paper and said, I just wanted to come to the people who got me out of this jam. I needed assistance, and it's to the news leader that I owe my freedom. Authorities are still searching for the actual murderer in tonight's big story. Thanks a lot for tonight's Pall Mall Award.
Thank you, Mr. Hausman. The makers of Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes are proud to present you the Pall Mall $500 Award for notable service in the field of journalism.
Listen again next week, same time, same station, when Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes will present another big story. A big story from the front pages of the Columbus, Ohio Dispatch. Byline, Bill Foley. A big story about a phantom killer and a reporter who didn't believe in ghosts.
The Big Story is produced by Bernard J. Proctor with music by Vladimir Zelinsky. Tonight's program was written by Arnold Pearl. Your narrator was Bob Sloan. John Sylvester played the part of Julian C. Hausman, and Canada Lee played Jamie. In order to protect the names of people actually involved in tonight's authentic Big Story, the names of all characters in the dramatization were changed with the exception of the reporter, Mr. Hausman. This is Ernest Chappell speaking for the makers of Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Big Story.
Herman, you still here? I finished it. I just finished it. Sit down, Henry. Listen.
It's Armistice Day. What are you doing in the store? You aren't working.
A masterpiece. Listen. Mr. Adam Thermopolis, conductor, Cincinnati Symphony Orchestra.
No, Herman, not another letter.
In your so-called orchestra is a so-called violin player named Tabor. If there is a worse violin player in the world, I do not know him. It's not enough that he is a power musician. As a human being, he is garbage.
Herman, someday you'll write one too many of those letters. Someday you'll be sitting here like now, alone, after work, and the door will open, and... Herman, the door, it's opening.
It's a customer.
No, Herman, it's not a customer. It's Herman!
Cincinnati, Ohio. The story of a man who was hated and of a reporter who proved that death and hate are often partners. Now, the story as it actually happened. Tom Mercer's story as he lived it. Cincinnati, Ohio.
You're a big man, Tom Mercer. 200 pounds big. 6 feet, 1 inch big. And because you're big and easygoing, you're a target, an easy mark. A couple of years ago, as a young reporter, you made a mistake. You took an ordinary death and called it murder. You went and solved that murder in print. And then it came out it wasn't murder at all. And the laugh was heard all over Cincinnati. It's still heard. Wherever you go, they say of you, there goes Mercer, the great sleuth, out to make another name for himself. And so, when this story broke, a killing in the Standard Laundry at 6216 Central Parkway, all the boys in the press room at police headquarters said,
Well, we don't have to cover it. Not with Mercer on the job. If it's murder, Mercer will solve it.
You took the laugh and went down to the scene of the crime, the Standard Laundry. But the laugh followed you. But when you opened the door of the laundry, Detective Lieutenant Teddy Vinson greeted you.
Well, all right, men. All you cops, Sergeant, you can all go home. Tom Mercer's here. We got nothing to worry about.
Hiya, Lieutenant Vincent.
Randy, you want to see a real Sherlock go to work? Mercer, taking the scene. A laundry, the day Armistice Day, not a working day. The man there on the floor, Herman with the owner, is dead. A bullet in his head. Near him, as you see, a friend, Henry Long, also shot. But not dead. Unconscious, but not dead. The gun. See the gun, Mercer? Gun on the floor between them. Also on the floor, $60 in $1 bills. On the table, a half-consumed bottle of wine. Give us your verdict, Sherlock.
Oh, cut it out, will you, Lieutenant Vincent?
Haven't you solved it yet, Mercer? You're slipping.
What happened?
I just told you. What the owner is dead. Long, his so-called friend, badly wounded. The money, the bottle of wine, that's all there's to it. Can't you figure it out?
No, I can't. What's your idea?
Well, the great Mercer is stumped. What do you know? Mercer, I'll let you in on a secret. That man, Witt, was killed.
How?
How, he says. How? Why, your gun. That's how.
Oh, please, Vincent, will you?
Okay. Murder's no joke, is it? Well, there it is, open and shut. The two of them were friends. Like all friends, they got into a fight. Had a little too much to drink, got around to money, and that's all. Witt shot Long, Long shot Witt. QED. As we say on the force, solved.
Can I, look around?
Look around? Well, of course, Mr. Mercer. Look around by all means. No doubt we overlooked some special clue which proves the murderer was a left-handed Irishman
I think you're wrong, Lieutenant.
Huh?
How? Where's the other gun?
What other gun?
You said Long shot Witt and Witt shot Long. What did they do? Use one gun between them? Where's the other gun?
Maybe he tossed it somewhere.
Oh, no. You said they were drunk. Got to fighting. Look at that bottle.
So?
That sweet wine. More than 2/3 of the bottle still left. They didn't have enough to even warm them up. They weren't drunk.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Have you taken the bullet out of Long yet?
You see, he's still unconscious. Of course not.
When you do, I'm pretty sure you'll find it didn't come from Witt's gun. Witt didn't shoot Long. And I don't think Long shot Witt.
Want to bet?
I don't bet, Lieutenant. Not on murder.
Okay. Hey, Sergeant, get ballistics. Get ballistics here fast, and hurry up that ambulance for Long. Mercer, the great sleuth. Okay, Mercer. Just watch.
The lieutenant is a good guy. You know that. Just a guy who, with everybody else, likes to kid you, Tom Mercer. But you can take it. And you don't gloat. You don't gloat when later ballistics gets through examining the bullets removed from Witt's body and from the chest of Henry Long, still unconscious at the General Hospital. You don't gloat when the lieutenant says,
Both bullets, the one in Witt and the one in Long, were fired from a 45.
And the gun on the floor of the laundry was a 38.
That's right.
Then maybe it was a left-handed Irishman, Lieutenant.
All right, Mercer. Some other time. I got work to do.
So have you, Tom Mercer. You have work to do, too. A murder's been committed, and if Long dies, maybe a double murder. You want to end the laughter. Just being right on the bullets doesn't do that. You want to solve this murder. So you wait. You wait at General Hospital, where the only man who can possibly tell what happened in the laundry that Armistice Day, Henry Long, is still unconscious. You wait in the corridor outside his room for 10 hours, for the moment when he'll regain consciousness, if he ever does. And when the nurse says,
He's conscious now, Mr. Mercer. He's talking.
you quietly enter the room.
So long. Can you tell me what happened?
I told him don't write it. A poison pen letter. All the time he wrote them. He hated him, Tabor.
Tabor? Who's Tabor?
But he wrote it. He wrote it. I said someday the door will open and someone will walk in, and it opened. The door opened.
When was this?
Maybe the man was a customer. He said, where's my laundry? Herman said, I'm closed today. He said, where's my laundry? Angry.
Did you see him?
And it happened. Herman came back. He opened the desk. The money fell out. He took out his gun. He tried to fire a shot, but the man fired first. Herman's gun went off and he fell, and I screamed. The man shot me. I couldn't move. I dragged myself to the phone. I called the police. Everybody hated him. Everybody.
Mr. Long, can't you hear me? Did you see him?
When the man said, where's my laundry, Herman said, what's the name and address? I couldn't hear the answer. Only Herman said, I'll write it down.
Did he write it down?
He was tall, thin, with black hair, a carnation in his lapel. I saw it, and he hated Herman. He hated him. In his eyes, you could see it. I told him, don't write poison pen letters. Enough people hate you already. Don't. But he did. And now he's dead.
Mr. Long. Mr. Long.
It's no use, Mr. Mercer. He's unconscious again. That's right. I was Mr. Witt's secretary. Taine's my name, Gloria Taine.
He wasn't very well liked, was he, Mr. Witt?
Are you kidding? How many friends does the skunk have?
What do you mean?
I'm not saying anybody'd kill him, but take Mr. Long, who was a friend of his. He cheated Long out of $2,000 a year ago. Anybody in the shop will tell you he worked us like slaves. He never had a good word for anybody.
Ever hear of a man named Tabor?
No.
Sure.
I don't lie. He lied. He lied all the time. He lied to everybody and about everybody. I'm not sorry he's dead.
And there are a lot more who feel the same way?
Oh, everybody who knew him.
Hate is the clue. Who hated him enough to kill him? You begin digging. 2 weeks ago, you find he fired a man who'd been with him 12 years. A man named Emmons, a bookkeeper.
Sure, I hated him. 12 years I gave him. Worked late, sweated for him. What did he give me? My walking papers.
But, Mr. Emmons, you didn't hate him enough
To shoot him? I wouldn't waste a bullet on him. You know something, mister? 15 years ago, he played the fiddle. Played with some orchestra, the Cincinnati Symphony, I think. And he got fired. He never forgot it. He kept writing letters, poison pen letters, every week, saying this fiddle was no good, that one was no good. That's the kind of a man he was. Take what he did to Tabor.
Tabor?
That's right. First violin in the symphony. He always said Tabor stole his job. He used to call him up in the middle of the night, 2 o'clock, and scare Tabor's wife. She had to go away to a sanitarium. He was nuts, mister. That's what he was. Wish he died years ago. Wish I never met him.
What happened to Tabor's wife?
His wife, I don't know. I think she died in the sanitarium.
Tabor still with the symphony?
Sure. Why?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. Just an idea.
Yes, I'm Tabor, Mr. Mercer, and I'll be frank with you. No news of the past 10 years pleased me as much as the death of Herman West. But as to what you're thinking, since I'm tall and thin and have dark hair and occasionally wear a carnation, at the time of the murder, 4:45 p.m. on Armistice Day, you see, I read all the details. I enjoyed the story. I was playing a concert in Indianapolis. I was playing the solo part at that precise moment of the Beethoven violin concerto.
Dead end. Hate comes to a dead end. What now? Back at the laundry, still probing, still asking questions of Witt's secretary. Suddenly, she says,
This is funny.
What?
This laundry slip. I make out all the laundry slips, but this ain't in my handwriting.
Let me see it. 2231 Vine Street. You have a customer there?
No, I checked it. That's what's funny.
Is this his writing?
Whose?
Mr. Witt's.
Hey, that's right, it is.
Where'd you find it?
In his desk drawer, crumpled up
Give
like...
it to me. Give it to me quick.
Yes? Can I help you?
Ma'am, I'm looking for a man. Tall, thin, dark-haired, sometimes wears a carnation in his buttonhole.
A man? Oh, dear, no. This is a boarding house for business women. No gentlemen allowed here. None whatsoever.
Oh, you're sure?
I'm quite sure, young man, quite. Only the most respectable women. And I require 2 references. And you can believe me that I know my tenants. I never pry, but I know my ladies.
Murder and 2231 Vine Street don't mix. You walk down the steps, dejection written on your face. And on the sidewalk you meet, you would with your luck, Detective Lieutenant Vincent.
Well, Hawkshaw, I hear you got it all wrapped up.
Yeah,
The secretary told me. 2231 Vine. No doubt when Witt asked him, the murderer gave his right address.
Okay, Lieutenant, I was wrong.
Wrong? You? Impossible. Listen, I'll give you a tip. That carnation in the buttonhole, remember? Well, I checked, and guess what? There's only several hundred florists in town selling carnations. Why don't you check them, Mercer? Why not? Go ahead.
For years now, you've been the butt of bad jokes, Tom Mercer. They call you Hawkshaw and Sherlock, Mercer the sleuth. And in the present case, it looks like you're going to make a fool of yourself again. For you, Tom Mercer, reporter for the Cincinnati Enquirer, have tracked down every lead in the slaying of Herman Witt, laundry owner. And every lead has led to the same place, nowhere. First, you went after people who hated Witt, an employee, the first violinist in the symphony orchestra. Each time, you drew nothing. Then the address on the laundry slip. Nothing. Less than nothing. An absurd spinster running a boarding house for business ladies. Might as well, as Lieutenant Vincent of Homicide put it, track down all the stores that sell carnations. Why not? Crazy as it sounds, it might be something.
Say that again? I said, can you recall selling carnations, regularly, mind you, to a man, tall, thin, with dark hair, well-dressed, I imagine? Fellow who bought carnations all the time would be well-dressed.
And that's what I thought you said. What are you, a detective?
Well, not exactly.
On that Witt killing, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, I've heard of some pretty stupid things in my time, but if that's the way you fellas work, it's no wonder there's so many unsolved crimes in this city.
Now, why do you say that?
Why? I sell maybe 100 carnations a day to 100 different people. Me and a couple of hundred other florists. Do you honestly expect me to give you a clue? Why, the man asks.
He's right. Of course he's right. You were grasping at a straw and hoping you'd come up with the answer. The carnation idea is crazy. You give it up. And then, on your desk at the paper, a day later, is a message. Call Miss Eulalie Rinker, City 7113. The address is 2231 Vine. 2231 Vine. Eulalie Rinker, the lady who runs the boarding house for businesswomen. You don't call, you race over.
Now, mind you, I don't pry into the affairs of my tenants.
I understand, Miss Rinker.
And I'm very strict in my requirements. 2 references are essential.
Yes, so you told me.
Well, after you were here, mind you, I don't pry, but I did do a little inquiring, and, well, after all, it was a murder now, wasn't it?
That's right, a murder.
Well, the lady on the 3rd floor rear, Miss Sand, a very sweet old lady.
Yes.
She's really secretly married and estranged from her husband. Can you imagine?
Is that all you found?
Quite the contrary. That was only the beginning. And Miss Curtis on 2nd floor front, she drinks. I found, can you believe it, 6 empty whiskey bottles in her bureau drawer, the bottom drawer.
Look, Miss Rinker,
I haven't told you all. Then there's Miss Bascom, 1st floor rear. Very quiet, a sweet person, really.
I've got to get back
She's
to
a
the
confidential secretary. But I'd never hire her. Do you know what, Miss Mercer?
She keeps live mice.
Not at all. But she has a .45 automatic in her desk drawer.
What?
I had my handyman in, and he told me it was a 45 caliber. Is that the word, caliber?
Yes.
A 45 caliber automatic revolver in her desk drawer.
Miss Bascom,
That's correct.
would you mind coming down with me to police headquarters?
Indeed, I would mind a great deal.
All I want to do is have them examine your gun, Miss Bascom.
I have no gun.
Not now, you haven't. I have it. That is, Miss Rinker and I have it.
I have a permit for the gun.
Did you know the gun was fired? I'd guess within the past week. Did you know that it was fired twice?
No, it wasn't. How could it have been?
You tell me, Miss
Look,
Bascom.
I don't want to go to the police. Please, I don't. If I tell you, will that be enough?
It depends on what you tell me.
Well, I lent it to a man, a casual acquaintance. He said he wanted to buy a gun. I wanted to sell it, so I lent it to him to try it out. He took it, and later he brought it back and said, this won't do.
When was this?
About a week ago.
Armistice Day?
I think it was. Yeah, Armistice Day. Yeah, I wasn't working that day.
What time did you lend it to him?
About 2 o'clock.
When did he bring it back?
About 5:30, I think. Yeah. He just said he wanted to try it out. Why? What happened?
He tried it out, Miss Bascom. About 4:45, he tried it out on 2 men.
What?
He killed one of them.
No.
Yes. Now, what was his name, this casual friend of yours?
John Turner.
I'm sorry about your not wanting to go to the police, Miss Bascom, because I'm afraid my friend, Lieutenant Vincent, would never forgive me if I didn't take you down with me. Shall we go?
That's his picture, Miss Bascom?
Yes, sir, Lieutenant.
There's no question. This is the man.
If you don't mind, Mercer, let me do the asking.
Sorry.
There's no question this is the man?
No, sir, no question.
He was just a friend of yours, Miss Turner?
Oh, not a friend. I just met him once or twice.
Okay, you can go, but be on tap if I need you.
Yes, sir.
And I hope you have a permit for that gun.
Oh, yes, sir, I do, if you want to see
All
it.
right, never mind. Use that door.
Yes, sir.
Well, quite a record our friend Turner has. Larceny, breaking and entering, narcotics charge, wanted in Kansas, auto theft.
Can't figure it.
Why?
The whole thing's crazy. A guy writes poison pen letters. His employees hate him. Everybody hates him. Then this turns up. Nuts.
Can I say something? I said, can I say something?
What?
The long arm of coincidence is a funny thing.
Don't give me police theories, Hawk.
Hawkshaw, I've heard it before. Now, don't worry, I'm not sensitive. Now, will you let me talk for just a minute?
Go ahead.
What stopped us, all of us, you, me, everybody, was that Whit was a hated man. When a hated man gets killed, hate, we figure, must be the motive. So we suspected Tabor or Emmons. I even thought for a while it was Long.
So?
But it wasn't any of these people. It was an accident, a pure and simple accident. The motive was robbery, pure and simple robbery. Turner's a pro. His record shows it, a professional gunman. He figures he'll knock over this laundry. He takes Armistice Day because no one will be around and the banks are closed, so there'll be cash there. He goes in. He puts on a front by asking for his laundry. When Whit gets suspicious and pulls out a gun, he kills him. He shoots Long and escapes.
Since when does a pro give his right address?
It wasn't his right address. It was the first address that came to his mind. He hadn't planned it all the way. When he asked Whit for his laundry, Whit asked for his address. That surprised him, so he said, just like that, 2231 Vine. Even pros make mistakes.
You know something?
What?
I think you're right.
No.
Yep. Hawkshaw, I think this time you're right.
Well, thanks, Lieutenant.
Never mind the thanks. Now we've got to find Turner. And that won't be easy.
Well, Lieutenant, I thought I'd leave something for the police to do.
The laughter connected with your name, Tom Mercer, goes out of people's voices. When you write your story on who the killer is, how it was found out, the cracks begin to fade away. The wise guy looks. And then the dragnet goes out. John Turner. Tall, thin, dark-haired, carnation in the buttonhole. Wanted in Kansas. Wanted for breaking and entering. Wanted for murder. You keep the story alive during the months of the search for him. You keep the people aware that he's around, what he looks like, so that one evening the laughter around your name goes away for all time, because this happened in a fruit store on the outskirts of town.
Closing up, mister?
That's all right. But if you want a dozen oranges, maybe some apples, I get them for you.
No. Instead of the oranges, mister, or the apples, mister, give me what's in the cash register.
What? You no get my money. Stay there. I call the police. Hey, you're somebody I know. You're the man. That's right. You're the man I read about in the paper. You're the man who killed the man who owned the laundry.
Operator, you give me the police. That's right.
Now we read you that telegram from Tom Mercer of the Cincinnati Enquirer.
Killer in tonight's big story was arrested and brought to trial for the murder of the laundry owner. During the trial, I visited him in jail and asked why he had been foolish enough to give a traceable address at the time of the holdup. He replied, I was a little rattled then, but the chief trouble all my life has been that I can't help telling the truth. Inherently, I am an honest man. He was convicted and subsequently died in the electric chair.
In order to protect the names of persons actually involved in tonight's authentic big story, the names of all characters in the dramatization were changed with the exception of the newspaper reporter. The Big Story was previously released by NBC, the national broadcasting company, for listeners in the United States and rebroadcast for our servicemen and women overseas. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
The Big Story.
Three men entered the Cozy Corner Barbecue in Westmoreland County, Pennsylvania, at 1 a.m.
You, Kiva?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, let's have it.
Well, what do you do?
The cash register, Kiva, the cash register.
What are you waiting for?
He's laying on the cash register.
Well, push him off. You got hands, ain't you? There's money in that register.
There was money in that register. $8. The three men left, leaving Keever behind, dead.
Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The story of a murder and of a reporter who befriended the loneliest man on earth. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The story as it actually happened. Ray Spriggle's story as he lived it.
This was before you won the Pulitzer Prize, Ray Spriggle, reporter for the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Before your brilliant and humane work on behalf of the underprivileged of America. But even then, a few years back, the same unmistakable signs were there. The perception, the respect for facts, the sympathy for other human beings. The woman at your desk, sitting on the edge of her chair, was 35. Maybe she was younger. What she'd been through made her look like, well, 35. And the story came out haltingly, as if it hurt to open the wounds she carried. Her name was Hortense Grayson.
That name
Grayson doesn't mean much to you, Mr. Spriggle.
I don't think so.
No, I guess almost nobody remembers. 6 years ago, Mr. Spriggle, my husband was arrested for robbery. He broke into a doctor's office, and he and 2 other men...
Clem Grayson.
That's right.
You said robbery. He's in for murder.
That's right, Mr. Spriggle. He has a life sentence for murder. A murder he never committed. Maybe I ought to tell you first why I came to you. You see, your name... Well, maybe this doesn't sound like anything to you, but I've read your articles, Mr. Spriggle.
Well, we can skip that.
No, I'd like to say it. I think if there's anyone in Pittsburgh who can do anything, you're that man. I don't say you'll help me.
Let's get back to the story, shall we?
I told you my husband was a robber, and I told you that he was arrested for a murder which he never committed. I want to tell you this, too. I divorced him 3 years ago.
Oh? And what's a woman who divorced her husband doing fighting for his release?
Well, the answer is just that I know he's innocent. He didn't do it.
Well, suppose you tell me all about it now.
My husband and these 2 other men, Kramer and Jensen, were picked up after they robbed the doctor's office. That was in Cambria County. There was no question about his guilt, and the trial was quick. He was sentenced to 10 years.
Yeah.
Well, he hadn't been in prison a week when witnesses came forward and testified that he and the other 2 men that robbed the doctor's office had also killed this man Keever in his barbecue place 3 weeks before. The other 2 were guilty. They're now in jail, but Clem wasn't at Keever's place that night. I was sick in bed, and he took care of me, and there were 2 other people in the house playing cards with Clem. They swear he never left the house.
Is there any evidence outside of the statement that you've made and your friends?
That's the terrible part. You see, Kramer, one of the men who killed Keever, he admitted that Clem wasn't there that night. He wrote out a confession. And Jensen, the other killer, he admitted it to me that Clem wasn't there, but he wouldn't write a confession. And the court transcript. If you read the transcript, the way the witnesses changed their mind. He's innocent, Mr. Spriggle, and I can't do anything about
You'll
it.
pardon this question, Mrs.
Grayson, I still use his name.
Do you have anything besides your word for all this?
Oh, I brought it all here, Mr. Spriggle. Transcripts, confessions, statements of witnesses. If you'd only read it, I don't know, write a story.
Okay, just put it down on the desk. I'll read it, and maybe I will write a story. Now, tell me one thing. Why did you divorce him?
I don't want to talk about it. Do I have to talk about it?
No, that's okay. That's okay, Mrs. Grayson.
Maybe it's as phony as a $3 bill. But even if it is, even if everything she says is pure, unadulterated fabrication, it's a pretty good story. Divorced woman seeks to free ex-mate. Not bad. Not bad. And on that somewhat cynical, somewhat casual note, Ray Spriggle, you get involved.
Well, I suppose I might as well start here. Confession of George Kramer.
We come in at Keever's place, 1 o'clock. We told him, give us what's in the register. He went for a gun and Rogers shot him. When we left, we counted the money. It was $8. So me and Jensen and Rogers went home. Clem Grayson wasn't there.
Depositions of convicted men aren't very much, you know. But when a man in prison for life admits he was involved in a murder and thereby jeopardizes his chance for parole or pardon...
Hey, maybe there's something here. Sworn statement of Robert and William Billy.
My brother Robert and I played poker regular with Clem Grayson. The night of the Keever killing, we started at 9:30 in his kitchen. His wife was sick in the bedroom. We played till 2:15. We remember because when we were finished, I said to my brother, 5 hours to lose $35. That ain't very smart.
Transcript of testimony. Case of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania versus Clem Grayson. Here's the section. The attorney then examined the witness Briggs.
You positively identify the defendant Grayson as one of the trio?
Yes, sir. I was eating a barbecue sandwich.
But you didn't identify Grayson when you were first taken to the county jail.
Well, I'll have to acknowledge I was a little confused.
But now, you're absolutely certain.
Absolutely. The reason I didn't then was I guess I was slightly muddled.
What makes you certain now?
Well, I thought it over, and I had a talk with the sergeant in charge, and he convinced me, and now I'm absolutely certain.
I had a talk with the sergeant and thought I was muddled before. Now I'm absolutely certain. Gets more interesting all along. Now, let's see. Testimony of Nellie Swenson, waitress, Cozy Corner Barbecue.
Is it a fact, Miss Swenson, that you were asked at the preliminary hearing, can you tell who was standing in the doorway with the gun?
Yes, sir.
What did you say?
I said I couldn't tell exactly because, you see, he had his coat collar up and his hat down, and I didn't watch his face. I watched his gun.
That's what you said at the preliminary hearing some weeks ago. Now, what did you testify to a few minutes ago?
I can't exactly remember.
I shall refresh your memory. You said, quote, the man I saw was Clem Grayson, unquote. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How do you explain your revamping your testimony?
I can't.
During the recess a few minutes ago, did you talk to the prosecutor in this case?
Yes, I did.
Louder, please.
Yes, I did.
Will you please tell the court what it was you talked to the prosecutor about? I object.
The court sustained the objection on the grounds that the content of the conversation was immaterial. Immaterial? It's the most material thing on earth. This is fantastic. Edna, get me Mrs. Grayson on the phone. Mrs. Grayson, if I look like a man who's controlling himself, that's just what I am. I've seldom seen anything so blatant, so open and shut, so... What are you crying about?
It's nothing, Mr. Spriggle. It's just that I'll be all right in a second.
No, cut that out.
It's just that you're the first person in 6 years who understood.
You've been on this 6 years?
First, I took it to the prosecuting attorney. He told me to take it to the sheriff of Westmoreland. I went to the sheriff. He told me to take it to the state police at Harrisburg. At Harrisburg, they told me to see the governor. The governor's a busy man. I saw the second assistant to the lieutenant governor, and he told me to take it to the prosecuting attorney.
And that's what you've been doing for 6 years?
6 years, 5 months, and 19 days.
Now tell me why.
Why, what?
You know what I'm talking about. Why, after being divorced, do you keep the name? A murderer's name. Why have you kept going at it for 6 years, 5 months, and 19 days? You love the guy?
No. If this was a movie, that would be the reason. I don't love Clem. I guess I haven't loved Clem for a long time. The reason is Kathy. Kathy's our daughter, Mr. Spriggle, and wild horses couldn't get me, huh? But after the way you've talked, I think you ought to know. Kathy was about 4 at the time Clem was sent up. You see, I found out that a grown woman can put a man out of her life if she wants to, that a child can't. And Clem was in her life, whether I liked it or not. And as she grew older, she's 10 now, 10 and a half, there got to be a lot of questions. Other girls have fathers. She has no father. And what am I going to tell her when she grows into young womanhood? What's she going to tell her friends? That her father's a convict? That he's in prison for murder? She'll have to lie and evade it, and that'll warp her. I don't want that. I don't want that, especially because her father's innocent. So you see, I didn't solve anything by divorcing Clem.
I'm beginning to understand. And if he's free, what'll she be able to say?
She'll say, my parents are divorced. My father and mother never got along. I live with my mother, but I hear from my father all the time. He's working in Cleveland or Boston or California. If she can say that, Mr. Spriggle, that's all I want.
Yeah. Well, suppose we see what we can do, Mrs. Grayson. Let's see if there really is such a thing as power of truth.
It's a good story, and a big one. And you, Ray Spriggle, reporter for the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, do it in 3 installments, 3 big half pages, setting forth the affidavits, the confessions, and the conflicting testimony. And you wait and see what the power of truth is. You also go a step further. With Mrs. Grayson, you help prepare the papers for the pardon board.
Don't worry now, don't worry. I think we've got one of the finest cases ever presented. Let's go in, Mrs. Grayson.
After due and careful consideration of this pardon board, it is our considered judgment that the confession of the convicted murderer Kramer is inconclusive, that internal conflict within the testimony of witnesses has been demonstrated but is insufficient, and let it be remembered that the prisoner seeking this pardon, Clem Grayson, is not only an admitted robber, but has been found guilty of murder by a jury of his peers. Pardon denied.
Now you begin to understand those 6 years, 5 months, and 19 days. This isn't a matter of simple justice. This isn't a matter of the power of truth or the press. The law is a highly technical, complex, careful business. And so you bring into the case an old friend, Tom Endor, lawyer.
It's a good case, Ray. Good, but not good enough.
What more do you want, Tom?
Well, if you could get the jury, each one of the jurors, that'll be something. If you could show about 6 more cracks in the testimony of the witnesses, that would be something. If you could get Jensen, the 3rd guy, to confess, that, I guess, would be almost conclusive.
Almost?
That's what I said, almost.
Oh, what are you trying to do? Make it tougher than it is?
No, my friend, I am merely trying to make it precisely as tough as the pardon board made it.
Okay, I begin to understand. Now, about you.
What about me?
Will you see this thing through with me?
What do you think I'm doing here, twiddling my thumbs?
There's no money. Grayson hasn't got any. Neither is Mrs. Grayson, and all I can do is take you out for a shot once in a while.
Oh, cut it out.
And as far as publicity goes, you guys need publicity. Don't kid me, Tom. You might come in for some, shall we say, adverse publicity?
What do we stand around talking for? The guy's in jail.
You move now. First in the Westmoreland County dives, pool rooms, flop houses. And there, when you ask the question, you get a common answer.
You kidding, Bud?
Grayson never done that job. That was Rogers. Rogers all the way. Kramer, Jensen, and Rogers.
Everybody says the same thing, Tom. Everywhere I go. Kramer, Jensen, and Rogers.
What about Rogers?
He's the third of the trio.
No, I know that. I mean, what's he doing now?
Well, the court didn't believe he was mixed up with the killing, so he never went to jail. Now he's a small-town politico out in Cambria County.
Can you get anything on him?
Well, I got a sheriff friend out there. You mean what I just told you was no good? It's common gossip Rogers did it.
Look, I'll say it to you once more. The law is no layman's game. Specific, full-blown evidence is needed. What's gossip, what they say in the gin mills and the flop houses doesn't go very far in court or with the pardon board. Try your sheriff friend. Break down Rogers. Get Jensen to admit that Grayson wasn't in on it. Then come back, and we'll talk about what to do.
Hey, this is tough.
You move again. This time more slowly, carefully. And it takes time. A month, 6 months, a year, 2 years. Finally, 4 years have gone by since Mrs. Grayson first came into your office. A thing you thought would take a few articles in the paper. And even now, after 4 years, all you've got to show is...
Sheriff, you've got to get me something on Rogers. You've got to.
Ray, there's nothing on earth I'd like to do better than put Rogers where he belongs. I'm sure he was the one who murdered Keever, and you know it. There's no proof.
Look, I know all about proof. Can't we get something on him?
For the past 4 years, I've watched Rogers, and all I can tell you is that the average choir boy has gotten into more trouble. But if anything shows up, I'll get in touch with you.
What kind of a human being are you, Jensen?
I ain't a human being. I'm a convict. I'm in for murder.
Look, Jensen, you know Grayson had nothing to do with the murder. You know Rogers did it. Kramer admitted it. Why don't you give the guy a break? He served 10 years.
Yeah? How long do you think I served?
There's an innocent man rotting in jail.
So I'm a guilty man rotting in jail. Why don't you try your story on Rogers? He might listen to you. Me, I'm too busy.
Rogers?
My name is Armand T. Rogers. I like to be called by my name, you don't mind?
You're pretty sure of yourself, aren't you? Sitting pretty. You don't care that Grayson didn't do it, that he's taken the rap for you. You don't care about anything.
I wouldn't say that, Mr. Spriggle. I like a good cigar, I like music, and I like fine food. About Grayson, sure I care. I care the same way as when a fly gets in my way and I gotta kill him and flick him off.
And it goes on. Now the 4 years have become 5. The 5 have become 6. Every 2 years, you and Attorney Tom Endor have gone before the pardon board. 3 times you've gone, and 3 times you've heard the words, pardon denied.
Who's there?
It's me.
Oh, you. Well, you'll be pleased to know they turned us down a 3rd time, Mrs. Grayson. What are you smiling about? What is there to smile about?
You know what they say about women, Mr. Spriggle?
Oh, cut it out now. What are you talking about?
About how weak we are? We can't do anything by ourselves?
What have you got?
I went to see Jensen today. I told him the pardon board had turned down Clem's plea the 3rd time. And what do you think he did?
You got it?
He said, gee, I thought the pardon board would give it to him long ago, but I guess they won't. So he sat down and wrote a full confession clearing Clem. Oh, aren't you happy? Aren't you pleased? Isn't this what we were after?
Now, look, I got a lot older since you first saw me. 6 years ago, I would have turned handsprings. Now, I want to be sure. The confession is great. It's terrific. But before we go back to that pardon board, I want to have an absolutely airtight case.
What more can we possibly get?
Rogers. I'm waiting for Rogers to crack.
Meantime, Clem's in jail.
Now, believe me. Please believe me. Let's make sure we get him out.
So you sit with a sworn confession of Jensen, making two sworn confessions that Clem Grayson is innocent and Rogers is guilty. You wait for the call which finally comes.
Spriggle speaking.
Ray, come on over. I got something to tell you.
Rogers?
Roger.
And so you finally slipped, Rogers. You beat up your wife last night. You beat her up and put her in the hospital for a month.
Look, I don't have to sit here and listen to you.
That's where you're wrong. The sheriff said stay with him as long as you like, Ray. That's me, Ray. Till you get just what you want. And just what I want is a signed confession that you killed Keever. You, not Clem Grayson.
I never killed Keever.
Should I read you the confession of Kramer? The whole thing with every one of its lousy, sordid details? You want to hear the confession of Jensen? How he says you were the one pushed the body off the cash register and took the money out?
I don't care what you got to say.
Shall I tell you what your wife told me and the sheriff about that night, about your alibi?
They're liars, both of them liars.
Okay, Rogers, do it the hard way. Get in court and face them. Everything about the murder will come out, every dirty piece of it. The confession would have made it much easier for you, but you won't talk. Well, Rogers, it'll be a pleasure, a great pleasure to take you apart, bit by bit, in a courtroom right in front of the whole world.
And on a winter day, a little later, you and Hortense Grayson wait as the chairman of the pardon board says the inevitable words, setting Clem Grayson free. The wheels of justice grind slow sometimes. In this case, 12 years, 5 months, 22 days. But the important thing is, they do grind.
Now we read you that telegram from Ray Spriggle of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette.
Grayson granted full pardon on the murder conviction. When released, he quickly enlisted in the United States Army and served overseas with distinction. Rogers, the actual killer, was convicted and sentenced to a long term in the Western Penitentiary for his complicity in the murder.
And so ends another big story. In order to protect the names of people actually involved in tonight's authentic big story, the names of all characters in the dramatization were changed with the exception of the newspaper reporter. The Big Story has been a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
The Big Story.
It was Sunday morning along U.S. Highway 66, heading west from Tulsa toward Clinton, Oklahoma. Mrs. Rose Penn and her son were driving to church.
Jim. Jim, stop the car.
What's the matter, Ma?
I told you stop the car. Don't you see it over there? On the side of the road, a cot. There's a man sleeping on that cot.
Well, that's no business of ours, is it, Ma? The fellow's got a right to sleep.
You get on out of this car and find out why he's sleeping there on the cot beside the road. Weather like this. Now go on. Well, what are you standing there for? Is he all right? Is he sleeping?
He's sleeping, Ma. He's sleeping, but he ain't never gonna wake up.
Tulsa, Oklahoma. The story of a reporter who found 3 golden coins that spelled death. Tulsa, Oklahoma. The story as it actually happened. Reporter Nolan Bullock's story, as he lived it.
You, Nolan Bullock of the Tulsa Tribune, are a reporter with a flattened nose. And you got it by sticking it consistently into other people's business. Like now. You sit in the fashionable Will Rogers Hotel in Claremore near Tulsa and take part in a business conference. The business being, since Oklahoma is a dry state, bootlegging. And your job, that of undercover agent for the State Crime Bureau. Your name for today, Nolan Bullock, is Mr. Norton.
Mighty good meal they serve here, Mr. Norton. Mighty good.
Cigar, Mr. Ritchie.
Okay, perfect. Thank you kindly.
I have been sitting quiet all through the meal, Mr. Ritchie. Do we talk business now?
Yes, sure thing, Mr. Norton, but to tell you the truth, I don't think we can make a deal.
You've had a week to check my credit?
No, it's not the credit.
Well, what is it then? I've been without merchandise 3.5 weeks now.
Now, look, I explained to you last time, a change in a corporation as big as mine, that takes time, Mr. Norton. When Mr. Vesey was alive, the man in charge before Mr. Breeden, I told him, you've got to prepare for eventualities like this, but he didn't listen to me. Nobody listens to an accountant.
Look, all I know is that I've got to have 21 cases of stock delivered.
Not so loud, please, Mr. Norton.
And I need 24 barrels weekly, regularly. Now, when am I going to get a definite answer? You know, there are other firms to deal with.
Oh, now, you wouldn't want to do that, Mr. Norton. When Mr. Breeden comes in and takes over, that's the man you'll want to deal with, and the only one in this state. I worked for Mr. Breeden years ago, and I tell you frankly, I'm looking forward to his return. Things never were the same in all the years he was away. He's a fine man, Mr. Breeden. Strictly business, but the best terms you could get. Believe
Look,
you
I
me.
know about Mr. Breeden. All I am asking you now is when does he get here? When can we make our final arrangements?
To tell you the truth, Mr. Norton, he ought to have been here yesterday. He left California, must have been 3 days ago. I believe I'll wire him and find out if there was any change in his plans.
I've got 121 establishments waiting on Mr. Breeden. Those customers want beer. They want wine. They want whiskey, and they want it now. They are not interested in any of my business difficulties.
And so you, Nolan Bullock, undercover agent and reporter, watch the pleasant accountant leave. And you make your call. Capital 2000. State Bureau of Criminal Investigation.
Let me have Mr. Oliver, please.
Yes?
This is Nolan Bullock.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't talk to you now.
Well, I have just left Ritchie. He expects Breeden in a few days.
For Pete's sake, I can't talk to you. I've got to run.
Where have you got to run?
If you must know, dead man reported out on Route 66. Now, look, I'm supposed to be out there. I can't sit here talking to you.
Murder?
Looks like it.
Well, you don't have to talk to me on the phone. I'll meet you there. Where is it?
Oh, no. I'm not ready to give anything out on this.
Now, look, Nick, if you don't tell me where to meet you on that killing, I'll get off this Breeden case fast.
That's blackmail.
You call it what you like. Where is it?
About 2 miles outside of Clinton on Route 66. Big gas station that side of the road. You can't miss it.
I won't.
And so you, Nolan Bullock, drop the story about the bootleg syndicate and hop on the biggest story, the story of murder. And now you stand with Special Investigator Nick Oliver, both of you shaking your head at the dead man lying on the cot, just off Route 66, near Clinton.
No possible way of identification, Nick?
Nothing. I'll get Haynes of the Fingerprint Bureau and see if his prints tell us anything. I don't think even a mother would recognize his face. Hey, where are you going?
Just looking around.
I wish that ambulance would get here. What are you looking for?
Just something in the grass, Nick. Hey, what do you know? It's a coin. And here's another one.
Let me see.
Those are Mexican coins, right?
That's what they are.
Well, what are they doing here?
How do I know? Well, we've got something anyhow. It's not much more than nothing, but it's something. Finally, the ambulance. Yes, Lydia. Okay, send him in. Somebody thinks he's got something on the murder, Nolan.
And somebody's got something more than we have, Nick.
Reverend Burns?
Not Reverend, sir, Mr. Burns. You see, Lieutenant, I'm not an ordained minister, merely an evangelical preacher who tries to bring a little understanding. Now, Lieutenant?
It's not Lieutenant, just Mister.
I beg your pardon, sir?
Like you said, not Lieutenant, just Mister.
Quite right, sir. Now, last Saturday, sir, I was holding my regular campfire meeting. We hold campfire meetings every Saturday evening, all the way up and down Highway 66. That night, sir, I was preaching on the subject of the return.
I thought you said you knew something about the murder.
I was coming to that directly, sir. It was toward the end of my sermon. The disturbance came from a campfire not too far distant. But you see, sir, the men were shouting and the wind, you see, was blowing.
Please, Mr. Burns,
And so, you see, their voices were wafted in my direction. There were 3 men, sir, and they were having, I must say, a most profane fight. You can imagine the language.
And?
Well, that's all, sir. I knew something dreadful was going to happen, and I thought for a moment I would intervene. But then I thought better of it, and I didn't, and that's all that happened.
Did you see any of them, their faces?
It was rather a dark night. If it's of any value, though I don't see how it possibly can be, they had a station wagon parked next to the fire. And I think one of the men amidst the profanity called the other Ace.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burns.
Not at all, sir. I shall be holding a meeting on Saturday as usual, just 2 miles out of Tulsa on Route 66. If you should want me...
Thank you. Mind closing the door?
Well, that's a great help. Somebody named Ace, and there was a station wagon.
Maybe. Don't forget it was a dark night.
But the wind was blowing.
A week goes by. A week of feverish activity by Nick Oliver on the murder story. And by you, Nolan Bullock, on the murder case and on the bootleg syndicate. And when you add it all up, it's less than the faint sound of the name Ace on the night air. You keep spending time at headquarters, waiting, hoping, and mostly dozing. And then a routine message comes through on the police teletype.
Request owner, Oklahoma license, 71391. Truck stranded here. Answer soonest. Police chief, Indio, California.
And Nick Oliver puts through the routine request in the routine way.
License 71391. Name. Hey, Nolan, wake up.
Huh? What's the matter?
Wake up.
What did you say?
Guess whose truck is stranded out in California?
What are you talking about?
That request we got from Indio.
Oh, yeah. Sure. What about it?
The owner of that car in California was named Thomas Breeden.
Breeden? Well, that's my man. Get California on the phone.
Lydia, put me through to the police chief in Indio. Who'd you think I was calling, Nolan? My bootlegger? Yes, that's right, Chief. Fellow's name was Thomas Breeden. And we're interested in him, too. Tell me everything you've got. Oh, you jailed him.
That's why he didn't meet me. In the coop in California.
Uh-huh. El Paso, huh? What do you know?
What about El Paso? Hey, Nick, what about El Paso?
You check with the FBI, huh? Fine.
What is this FBI, El Paso? Nick!
Chief, you've been very helpful. Is any time you're in Tulsa? Yes, Chief, I'll do that. Say, how's the weather out there?
Nick!
92 degrees, huh? Well, you don't say. We got blizzard weather here. Hey, so long, Chief.
Well, do you want me to strangle you?
It seems your friend Tom Breeden was picked up about a week ago by the police chief in Indio. He was driving a truck, went through a red light, and hit somebody. Wasn't serious. They put him in the coop for 5 days, took his prints and all that. Chief said he acted like a man going to be sentenced to the chair. Nervous. Yeah, so he checked on him in Washington. Oh, I don't know. There was some delay, I guess, on the chief's end in checking the prints with Washington. And he didn't get the answer on Breeden until after he was let out.
Look, Nick, get to the point.
Okay. When the report came through, it seems Breeden is wanted by the federal authorities at El Paso for entering the country illegally with close to $17,000 in Mexican coins.
Mexican coins?
That's what the man said. And when he last left California, he was seen driving in a station wagon with 2 men. One named Bronson, one named Stiles. The first name of the fella called Stiles was Ace.
What about Breeden?
Well, you see, Nolan, the reason you never met Breeden is because his prints are the same as those of the man we saw on the cot off US 66. Awful dead.
What started out for you, Nolan Bullock, reporter for the Tulsa Tribune, as an undercover job as a bootlegger, is now a murder story involving the FBI, 2 indistinct figures named Ace Stiles and somebody Bronson, and $17,000 in Mexican coins. You and Nick Oliver know you aren't much nearer a solution than you were the time you stood and looked at the battered head of Thomas Breeden. And so, you decide to go back to the Will Rogers Hotel in Claremore. Maybe the contact man of the syndicate, the accountant, knows something.
Look, Mr. Ritchie, you said in a few days I'd get an answer.
Yes, I know, but something has happened to Mr. Breeden. Could you use a good man in your organization? I'm a fine accountant. I'm honest. And I am accurate. I was with Mr. Breeden for 13 years. I tell you, I know the bootleg business.
I'd like to help you, Mr. Ritchie. And maybe I can. If you put me in touch with whoever is taking over now that Mr. Breeden is...
I'll be glad to as soon as I know anything. And you can use a good man in your organization?
Well, we'll see. All right, now I'd better pay the check and get going.
Yes. Well, I'll run on ahead and see what I can find out for you. You've no idea how upset I am.
Is this where I pay the check?
That's right. Oh, just a moment. I'm sorry. I nearly gave you that phony coin. I've been meaning to put aside.
Wait a minute. Let me see that. Lady, that's a Mexican coin. Where did you get it?
Someone's been passing them. The girl at the cigar counter got one, and I got this.
When was this?
This morning sometime.
Who gave it to you?
I didn't really notice. Some man. By the time I saw it wasn't a real coin, it had already gone out. Ran out to the front steps, and I saw him drive off. He and another man was with him.
Did you happen to know what they drove off in?
No, just a car.
Was it a station wagon?
You mean one of those... Say, now that you mention it, that's just what it was. You know, I have to make that up out of my own pocket.
No, you don't, sister. Here's $1 to take its place. Let me have that little Mexican phony. Nick, guess what happened?
Come on, if you've got something, give.
Remember that Mexican who showed up? Those 3 Mexicans?
The blondes?
Mm-hmm. The golden blondes. Well, I found a friend of theirs at the cashier's in the restaurant in the Will Rogers Hotel.
Meet you there in an hour. Make it half an hour.
9:07 is my room, Nick. Room 907, hello.
Mr. Norton, this is Mr. Ritchie. I've got something you'll find very exciting. You can meet the new boss.
How?
You know the road off US 66?
Yes?
Well, go past the gas station at Ember Street. It's a little dirt road, a little left off 66, a left turn. You can't miss it. It runs down through the Verdigris Valley. There's a big white house, green shutters. That's 2.5 miles down the road.
All right, thanks, Ritchie.
Now, please don't say I told you to go there, Mr. Norton. The boss might not like it. His name is Bronson.
Okay, Rich. And I won't forget. When I get us set up, I'll find a place in it for you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Norton. Thank you very much.
Now what to do? Nick Oliver is on his way. Can't be reached. And you know how to find the new boss. It takes only a moment to make up your mind. You turn left at the gas station off 66. take the road toward Verdigris Valley. You keep her in second as you go down the incline. And the road is wide enough now for just one car. And now, coming at you is another dusty car, and there isn't room for both of you to pass. You stop, and then you see a station wagon.
Not much room, huh? That's right, Bud. Looks like one of us is going to have to back up.
Say, is your name Ace?
Which is it going to be, Mac? You or us? Who backs up?
Well, I was supposed to meet a fella.
I think it better be you, Bud. And we're in a hurry.
So you back her up, trying to get a look at the license plates, at the man in the car. There's too much dust on the road. And then finally, when you reach a point where you can back up off the road and let them pass, something inside tells you...
Bullock, old fellow, you better keep your head down as they go by.
You duck and wait for it, but it doesn't come. There's no shot. And then you see them hitting 40, 50, pulling away from you before you can swing your car back on the road and follow them. And it takes you an hour and a half, it seems, to reach the next gas station just a quarter of a mile away before you can call Nick Oliver.
Nick? Well, I saw them. At least I think I saw them. I mean, Stiles and Bronson in a station wagon out on a dirt road off 66. No, I checked that. There's a little gas station. That's where I'm calling from. No station wagon came out from the canyon. They must have turned off one of the side roads. There aren't many of them, I'm sure. Yes, 4 or 5 men could do the job. All right, I'll wait here. Shut it off, Nick. Over there. You see it? That's the wagon.
Very convenient. Nice place for a headquarters. A house in the valley and a car. Only let's go slow. You're sure this is the wagon?
Sure, I'm sure. Well, let's see what's in it. Hey, put your light over here.
What have you got?
There's a gash in the back seat. It's a big bulge, you see it?
Yes, I see it.
Mexican blondes. Quite a bunch of them.
Very nice. Hey, look at this. What do you think this is?
Here?
Right here.
Is it rust?
My guess is blood. And this
is a wrench. Might be what they did it with.
Yeah, it's heavy enough, and it's got the same kind of rust on it.
Well, let's take them.
Not so fast, Nolan. Suppose they say they never met your friend Breeden. Know nothing about him. We need proof.
Just what do you have in mind?
You know those guys pretty well, know their business lingo, the way they operate. Can't you think of some way of going in there, doing a little fast talking?
Well, if I do, it's not a bad story.
No, not bad at all. Good luck.
Good evening, Mr. Stiles. It is, Mr. Stiles?
Who are you?
Where's Bronson?
Downstairs. Who are you?
Well, my name is Norton. Didn't you hear about me? I was supposed to make arrangements with Mr. Breeden for the delivery of 21 cases of stock a week and a half.
Oh, yeah. Little Richie told me about you. Hey, ain't you the fella? Yeah, we met you on the road, Verdigris Valley. I was sorry about that. We had to change our headquarters. How'd you find us?
Look, I've got a lot of money invested in my business. A little tracking down if somebody never bothered me.
Okay, sit down.
What do you get for a case of domestic stock?
Run you about $170.
I'll take 12 cases a week. Give you $20 a case.
All right, who are you kidding? $20?
No, I'm quite serious. You see, I happen to know that I can get it at $20 a case.
Well, go on, peddle your papers somewhere else. The price is $170.
You see, I happen to know that you and Bronson and my friend Breeden were driving in from California. I happen to know that you got into a fight with him. And I happen to know that you stole $17,000 in coins from him. And there are stains in the car right out in the back and a wrench with stains on it, and I don't think they're rust stains.
Hey, now, take it easy, will you? Now, look, we can do business.
Say, I've got another idea. Why does it have to be Norton and Stiles and Bronson? Why can't it just be Norton and Stiles?
What do you mean?
Just you and me. Come on now, who did it? To Breeden, I mean. Was it you? Or maybe your friend downstairs? You know, if we come to a deal, cutting something 3 ways is less than cutting something in 2.
Yeah, that's just how it happened. He did it, Bronson. I didn't want to kill him. I just wanted to make a deal. But that Bronson, he's got a temper like a wild man. You mean it, you and me?
Why not? The cops are looking for a fall guy. You testify, I testify, and it's Norton and Stiles.
I should have met you before.
Norton and Stiles, eh? Now, ain't that pretty? And the cops need a fall guy,
Now, wait a second, Bronson. I was just...
Yeah, maybe instead of a fall guy, the cops will get a corpse. Maybe 2 corpses.
Mr. Bronson?
Yeah, that's right. Mr. Bronson. Who do you think you are coming in here making deals?
Just a guy, anxious like you are to make a buck?
Now, look, you shut up. 2 red cents, I'd knock you right through the floor where you're standing. Norton and Stiles.
Now, look, Mr. Bronson, you can't do business that way. It can't be done. Corpses, 2 corpses, knocking people through the floor. All I want is the best possible deal I can get.
Where did you dig this thing up from? You think you can talk your way out of this? I heard what you said. I was standing behind the door. Now, I don't know who you think you are or what makes you so cocky, but
What makes me so cocky, as you put it, is what's out in the back.
What's supposed to be out in the back?
In the car. 17,000 in Mexican coins. Like the ones found near Breeden. Stains on the floor of the car and a wrench out there. Stains on that, too.
Nobody saw no $17,000. There's no stains, no wrench. All I see is a wise guy who talks too much. For my money, I smell cop. Amateur cop. Now turn around.
Hey, Bronson, I think maybe we ought to make a deal.
You already done enough thinking. Maybe you ought to turn around, too. I said turn around.
All right. I was only...
He was only looking for me. Let's stand where we are, right where we are.
Hello, Nick.
Oh, I knew it. Maybe we ought to make a deal.
Please, Bronson.
Oh, shut up!
That's right, both of you. Now, let's go. Oh, Nolan. Give you a tip.
Sure, Nick.
Don't try to move into bootlegging. Not in your line. Not your style. You stick with the papers.
Thanks, Nick. Don't think I won't.
Now we read you that telegram from Nolan Bullock of the Tulsa, Oklahoma Tribune.
Both men in tonight's big story pleaded guilty to second-degree manslaughter. Admitted killing Breeden after he attacked them. Both were sentenced to 10 years of hard labor at the state penitentiary, McAllister, Oklahoma.
And so ends another big story. In order to protect the names of people actually involved in tonight's authentic big story, the names of all characters in the dramatization were changed, with the exception of the newspaper reporter. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
the big story.
Mr. Norton, do sit down. I'm sure Dr. Parrish will be coming out of the maternity ward any moment now.
Yes. But I wish you'd hurry, nurse.
I never saw a prospective father yet who wasn't a bundle of nerves. Now, if you'd try to be calm, Mr. Norton. Oh, here's the doctor now.
Well, congratulations, Mr. Norton. The father of a healthy 8-pound baby girl.
A girl?
That's right. And you may go in and see your wife now if you like.
No.
What?
I won't see her.
Don't want to see your wife, Mr. Norton?
That's what I said. I don't want to see her.
Kansas City, Missouri. From the wires of the United Press, the story of murder and a frustrated father. Kansas City, Missouri. The story as it actually happened. Sam Melnick's story, as he lived it.
You were Sam Melnick, a police reporter for the United Press, operating out of the Kansas City Bureau. It's been a long day, a dull day, and finally your stomach tells you it's dinner time. There's one place you always go for dinner, and for your money, it's the best meal in Kansas City. So you get on the phone and make a reservation.
Hello?
Hello, Mom. Sam.
Oh, Sam. What time will you be home?
In an hour. Hey, what's for dinner?
Pot roast
Ah, pot roast.
with potato pancakes and applesauce.
Tell me more. What's for dessert?
Your favorite.
You don't mean lemon meringue pie.
I do. And now, Sam, you'll have to excuse me. I've got to get back to the kitchen. I'll expect you in an hour.
Oh, Mom, wait a minute.
Yes?
I've changed my mind. You better make that a half hour.
On your way home, you stop in at Frank's Bar, next to the City National Bank building, and across the street from the Kansas City Star, just for a quick one. And you don't know it at the time, but while you're there gabbing with the other newspaper boys, your big story is just beginning to break over on 27th Street.
Ed, you better stop the car here.
But we're still a couple of blocks from your house, Jackie.
I know, but
But you're afraid to let me take you home. You're afraid your father will see us.
Ed, please, let's not talk about it anymore.
We've got to talk about it, honey, here and now. I'm sick of meeting you on street corners away from the house. I'm fed up with seeing you only in the daytime when your father's at the office. Tired of dodging him and hiding from him. What are we, criminals or something?
Ed, you don't understand.
Yes, I do. I understand. Well, maybe you're afraid of your father, Jackie, but I'm not. What right has he got to run your life like this? What kind of a man is he, anyway?
He's been good to me, Ed. He's been a good father to me ever since I can remember. Only,
Only what?
only... Well, he has some funny ideas.
I'll say yes. Here you are, Jackie, 19. 19 years old, and he's never let you go out with boys. I'm the first boyfriend you ever had, and I have to meet you secretly. Why?
I don't know, Ed. I don't know.
Neither do I. But I'm going to find out tonight.
Tonight?
Yeah. You and I are going to have a date tonight, Jackie. And what's more, I'm coming to the house to get you.
No, Ed, you can't. Dad'll be home.
That's just the point. We'll stand up to him together.
No, Ed, I'm afraid. Dad'll...
Dad! Look, honey. You're going to have to make a choice.
Choice? What choice?
Either your father or me. Either I come to your house tonight or we're all washed up.
Oh, Ed, no.
Yes. That's the way it's got to be, honey. You've got to stop being afraid of your father sometime. As long as he owns you like this, there's no place for me.
Well, Jackie, shall I call for you tonight or not?
All right, Ed. All right. You come to the house, and I'll be waiting for you. Mother, I'm afraid. Ed'll be here in half an hour, and Dad...
Yes. Yes, he'll be home any minute now.
Oh, I don't know. I shouldn't have let Ed come. What'll Dad say? What'll I tell him?
This time, Jacqueline, I'll talk to your father.
You? Oh, but Mother...
I know. For years, ever since you were born, I've never dared stand up to it. But now, it's time I did. You're a grown girl now. You deserve a life of your own. A young man of your own.
Mother, I've asked you 100 times, and you've never told me. Why does Dad let Edna and Ruthie have all the dates they want, but when it comes to me, well, why am I different from my sisters?
It's a long story, Jacqueline. Goes way back. Someday I'll tell you.
Oh, Mother, it's Dad. He just came in the front door.
Quick, Jacqueline. Run upstairs to your room.
Jackie, Oh, it's you, Martha.
Yes, Albert.
Where's Jackie?
Upstairs. Dressing.
Dressing? For what?
She's got a date tonight.
A date? You mean...
I mean with a young man, Albert.
I see. Well, I'll soon put a stop to that.
Albert, just a minute.
Yes?
You're going to leave that girl alone.
Oh, am I? You're taking a lot for granted, aren't you, Martha?
I'm trying to stop you from ruining Jacqueline's life, that's all.
What are you talking about?
Oh, I know what's going on in your mind, Albert. I've known it ever since Jacqueline was born. You wanted a boy. You wanted a boy desperately. And you hated me because I bore you a third daughter. And all these years, you...
Yes, Martha, what about all these years?
You've tried to bring her up as a boy. You've always called her Jackie, never Jacqueline. You've never let her live a girl's life. She never even had a doll, Albert. You wouldn't let her have one. She never had a party dress or a pair of dancing shoes nor a string of beads.
Go on, Martha. You interest me.
You never let her join a sorority, nor have girlfriends here at the house or go out with boys. Instead, you took her fishing or bowling or to baseball and hockey games. Yes, Albert. All these years, to satisfy your own frustration, you've tried to bring her up as a boy. And now you've failed.
I have, huh?
Yes, Albert, you have. She's a lovely, mature girl now. She's in love with a young man. And she's going to lead her own life, and neither you nor anyone else in this world can stop it.
Oh, I can't. Well, we'll see about that.
Albert, you let that girl alone.
Get out of my way, Martha.
Albert, don't you
Get
dare.
out of my
Don't,
way.
Albert.
She's my child, do you hear? And no one else is going to tell me how to bring her up. Jackie, your mother tells me that you've got a date with a young fellow and that he's coming here tonight.
Yes, Dad.
Now, you know my wishes in the matter.
Dad, I'm 19 now. I'm not a child anymore.
I'm still your father, and I still know what's best for you. Have I been a bad father to you, Jackie?
No, Dad, you haven't.
Haven't we always been, well, pals? Gone everywhere together, done everything together?
Yes, but...
Why, we've been almost...
Like father and son, Dad.
Why did you say that? Has your mother been talking to you?
No, Dad, why?
Nothing, only I forbid you to go out with this boy.
I'm sorry, Dad. I'm going out with him anyway. I love him. And I'm going to marry him.
I see. Then we're going to lose you.
Oh, Dad. Dad, please try to understand.
I do understand. What's this boy's name, Jackie?
Ed. Ed Carlisle.
Ed Carlisle, and what time will he be here?
At 8. Oh, Dad, you won't raise any fuss. You'll talk to Ed and meet him.
Yes, under the circumstances. I'm looking forward to meeting him, Jackie.
Oh, Dad. Dad, I knew you'd see it my way. Only one thing.
Yes?
Please don't call me Jackie anymore. It sounds too much like a boy's name, and I'm grown up. Just call me Jacqueline, Dad.
Come in.
My name's Ed Carlisle. Is Jackie...
She's in her room. She'll be down in a minute.
Oh. Mr. Norton, I wanted to talk to you.
I'll do all the talking around here, Carlisle. My daughter tells me you two are in love.
Yes, sir.
And that you plan to marry her and take her away from here. From me.
That's right, sir. With your permission.
You don't have my permission.
I'm sorry, Mr. Norton. But in that case, I guess we'll have to get married without it.
You try anything like that, you young whippersnapper. Now,
Mr. Morton.
She belongs to me, you understand? She's my child, and nobody's going to steal her from me.
Mr. Morton.
Get out.
I don't...
Get out of this house, I said.
No. No, I won't. Not until I say what I came to say. You might as well face it, Mr. Morton. Jackie's 19. She's a grown woman. We're in love, and you're going to lose her. You know you're going to lose her.
Oh, I am.
She's got a right to her freedom just like any other person. Mr. Norton, put down that gun.
Nobody's going to steal Jackie from me. Nobody's going to take her from me.
Mr. Norton, no. Put down that gun.
Dad, no.
If I can't have you, Jackie, nobody else will.
No.
It's a little after dinner time when you, Sam Melnick of the United Press, get to your mother's house. You sniff the odors coming from the kitchen, and you raise your eyes to heaven, and your mouth begins to water. And you think life can be beautiful in Kansas City or anywhere else with cooking like that. And then your mother comes in.
Sam, where have you been?
Oh, just down to Frank's place across from the Star, Mom.
Oh, I wondered what happened to you. Well, I've got everything all ready. You better get washed up and... Oh, no. Sam, don't answer
Yeah,
it.
I'd better, Mom.
It's probably that night manager down at the bureau again. And if that horrible man thinks he's going to take you away from my dinner again just because of a story...
Oh, forget it, Mom. Don't worry. It's been a very dull day. I'll just brush him off and sit down to dinner. Melnick talking. Oh, hello, Bill. What? What? On 27th Street. Yeah, sure. I'll get right on it. On the way now. Mom, I got to rush.
What about my pot roast and pancakes?
Keep it warm, Mom. I'll be back as soon as I can. A big story's breaking.
What big story?
A father just murdered his daughter.
You, Sam Melnick of the United Press, have just been tipped off that a sensational murder has taken place on your beat, Kansas City. So you leave your mother's dinner table and rush down to police headquarters to get yourself a few facts. Luckily, you're the first reporter there, but you know the rest of the wolves are on their way. And the first thing you do is corner Lieutenant John Brackett, in charge of the investigation.
So this Albert Norton killed his own daughter, John.
That's right, Sam. He started to go for a boyfriend first, but when the girl came downstairs, he spun around and let her have it. Then he broke away.
And no trace, huh?
No trace. But we've blocked all the highways, got men at all the railroad, air, and bus terminals.
You know, John, he could be right here in KC.
Could be. His wife called us right after he shot the daughter, so wherever he is, he didn't have time to get very far.
Uh-huh. Speaking of Norton's wife, where is she now?
Oh, we're keeping her and the two daughters and the boy, Ed Carlisle, down here at headquarters.
Protective custody, huh?
Yep.
Then you figure this Norton is still dangerous, that he might come back and try something else.
Can't afford to think otherwise, Sam. A man who'd do a job like this is more than a killer. He's a maniac.
By this time, everyone and his cousin in Kansas City are swamping the switchboards, claiming they've seen Albert Norton. You check a few leads. Phony. You talk to Norton's sister and Mrs. Anna Regal. She hasn't heard a thing. You ride with a prowl car for a while and draw a blank. Finally, in deep disgust, you ask the police dispatcher to call you in case anything breaks. And you phone your mother that you're coming home for that dinner. And when you get there...
Hello, Mom.
Don't you hello me, Sam Melnick.
Oh, listen, Mom, I couldn't help it. I had to go out on a story. Now, how about that pot roast, huh?
Did you get that story, Sam?
No.
Well, you're not going to get that pot roast either.
I'm not?
No, I kept it waiting for you so long, it's all dried out.
Oh.
Now you'll have to eat meatloaf.
Meatloaf? Well, what's wrong with that? I like meatloaf.
I know you do, son. I've got it sizzling on the pan now, and in a few minutes...
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Mom?
Don't you dare answer that phone, Sam Melnick.
Mom, I've got to. Melnick talking.
Sam, this is Sergeant Blaine down at headquarters.
Yes, Sergeant.
Just wanted to tip you off that the killer just phoned his sister, Mrs. Regal.
What?
Yeah. Better get up and see her before the rest of the wolves get wise.
On my way, Sergeant. Thanks. Mom, I've got to rush. See you later.
But, Sam, what about my meatloaf?
Mrs. Regal, just what did your brother say when he phoned?
Well, first of all, he wanted to make sure that Jackie was dead.
Yes?
And he wanted to know where his wife was. Then, before I could say anything else, he hung up.
I see.
Oh, Mr. Melnick, just gave me gooseflesh just to listen to him. Albert's always been a little peculiar, but his voice over the phone, sounded crazy.
Mrs. Regal, did you ask him where he was calling from?
Yes, I asked him right off. Said he was calling from a restaurant.
A restaurant? At this time of night?
That's what he said.
Mrs. Regal.
Yeah?
While you were listening, did you hear anything over the phone that might suggest a restaurant? You know, dishes rattling, pots and pans?
No.
Any sound of streetcars going by?
Oh, no. No, there was nothing over the phone except Albert's voice.
Uh-huh.
Guess I haven't been much of a help, Mr. Melnick.
On the contrary, Mrs. Regal, you have. You've been a mighty big help. In fact, you've just given me an idea.
So you got a hunch on where the killer is, huh, Sam?
That's right. Now, look, John, let's add this thing up.
Okay, go ahead and add.
The killer calls his sister at 1 a.m. and says he's calling from a restaurant.
So?
So there aren't very many restaurants in KC open at that time of night.
Well, there are some.
Sure. But they're mostly on the main streets, and you've got prowl cars patrolling them. So it stands to reason that Norton wouldn't take a chance exposing himself. And Mrs. Regal heard no streetcars or anything like that.
In other words?
In other words, John, the killer wasn't calling from a restaurant at all. He was phoning from a private home.
Hey, that's interesting, Sam. Very. You know how many private homes there are in Kansas City?
Sure. But my hunch is that the killer was calling from his own home.
Oh, not that old cliche about the killer returning to the scene of his crime.
I know. I said it was only a hunch. I can't back it up with anything concrete. Still...
Still what?
He might have gone back to his own house. You're holding the rest of his family down here under protective custody, and the house is empty.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to have a look. Care to come along, John?
Maybe I'd better. If your hunch turned up right and I wasn't there, I'd never forgive myself. And neither would the police commissioner.
Okay, John, let's go.
All right with you. Oh, before we leave, Sam, there's something I forgot to tell you.
Yeah? What's that?
Your mother phoned headquarters here a little while ago. Wanted to talk to you real bad.
Yes? What did she say?
Well, she was so upset over the phone, I didn't quite get what she was saying, but it was something about meatloaf.
The Norton house is dark, with the shades drawn. You and Lieutenant Brackett try the front door. It's locked. Then in the moonlight, you notice a car standing in the backyard. You follow Brackett into the yard, the shivers running up and down your spine.
as you reflect on what a beautiful target you make there in the moonlight, just in case the killer is home. You both go to the back door, find it locked. Brackett tries a couple of pass keys, and then...
That's it, Sam. It works. The door's open.
Okay. Let's go in.
Look, on second thought, Sam, maybe I'd better go in and corner this rabbit myself, if he's there.
Oh, no, John. I'm going in with you.
Now, look, you don't have to, Sam. You're a reporter, but I'm a police officer. I've got to go in. It's my duty.
It's my story.
Might be dangerous.
All right, I'll keep my fingers crossed.
Okay. Oh, before we go in, you got a gun?
Gun? No.
All right, I'll keep my gun ready. Here, you carry this flashlight. All right, let's go in. See anything?
No.
Let's look around.
John.
Yeah.
I smell something.
What?
Stale coffee.
Yeah, you're right. Sam, flashlight over here. This table. See what I see?
Yeah. A cup of cold coffee and some cigarette butts.
Looks like our friend is somewhere around. Hey. Sam, put out that flashlight. He's in the other room. Yeah. Sam, you move to one side. Away from that door.
Oh, John.
Do as I say.
Okay.
All right, Norton, come out. Come out with your hands up. Okay, Norton, if you don't come out, we'll have to come in after you. Come on, Sam, we're going in. Drop that gun, Norton.
Not before I give you this.
John! John, are you all right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Many thanks, Sam.
For what?
If you hadn't flashed that light in his face when you did, he'd have killed me, sure. From where I was standing, I was looking right down the mouth of his gun.
And you, Sam Melnick, very tired and very hungry, phone in your story to the UP Bureau. Finally, at 4 o'clock in the morning, you come home.
Hello, Sam.
Oh, Mom, you still up?
I'm still waiting for you to come home for dinner, son.
Oh, gee, Mom, I'm sorry. I had to cover a big story. A father killed his daughter because he wanted a boy in the first place.
Here, eat your dinner.
Mom, this is just pie and milk.
That's all I got left. The meatloaf cooked dry just like the pot roast. And do you know what, Sam?
What, Mom?
I wish you'd been born a girl.
Now we read you that telegram from Sam Melnick of the United Press.
As it turned out, killer in tonight's big story had tried to commit suicide in his bedroom. The lieutenant had winged him in the arm so that he dropped his gun. Killer died from self-inflicted wound just before the ambulance came. True to her husband to the bitter end, widow declared that except for insanely jealous rages, he was a good father.
In order to protect the names of people actually involved in tonight's authentic big story, the names of all characters in the dramatization were changed with the exception of the newspaper reporter. The Big Story has been a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
The Big Story.
You the night clerk?
You just signed the register. You just give me your money.
Okay, you're the guy. Just tell me this. How's the hunting in these parts?
You mean deer, bear, rabbit, that kind of thing?
Yeah. Where can I get a .22 automatic pistol or rifle?
Gee, I don't know.
All right, tell me this. I see a big full-page ad in the paper. Open house at Calnever Ranch. What's that?
It's a big place out near the California border, about 30 miles out. They do it the opening of every season. Free drinks on the house, free meal.
Big crowd?
Packed.
Maybe that'll be even better than, what did you say, deers, bears, and rabbits? Yeah, that ought to be even better. Now I want a .22 rifle or automatic pistol. Now.
Reno, Nevada. The story of a reporter who showed that gambling and divorce can also mean murder. Reno, Nevada. The stories that actually happened. Frank McCullough's story, as he lived it.
The body was found slumped over the wheel of a Cadillac, a bullet having entered through the left temple and lodged in the brain. The necktie was drawn up tight against the throat. He was identified by a local resident of the Lake Tahoe region, just inside the Nevada border, near California.
Why, sure, Sheriff. Everybody knows him. Name's Wenzel. Owns a lot of property in these parts. Some say he's rich as Croesus. Some say he didn't have a dime.
2 feet from the rich or poor real estate dealer, on the floor of the car, was the casing from a .22 caliber shell. And on the seat next to him was a bag of sweet rolls, bought at the Elixir Bakery near Lake Tahoe.
These rolls bought here?
That's right, Sheriff. These are our 6 for a quarter. They're very good.
I'm sure. Did a big fat man about 70 buy them?
You mean Mr. Wenzel? That's right. He buys them almost every other day. You know, sometimes I can't understand whether he buys them because he likes them, like he says, or because that's what he eats for his lunch.
Did he say anything to you about going to the open house at the Calnever Ranch?
Well, isn't that funny, now that you mention it? I said to my husband, what's he buying rolls for if he's going to the Calnever Ranch opening? He'll get enough to eat there.
Okay, thanks. Say, let me have one of those brownies. They look good.
By now, the news of the death had reached you, Frank McCullough, reporter for the Reno Gazette. Reached all of Reno. And you were out at the Calnever Ranch with Sheriff Parsons as he questioned the head waiter. The ranch was a beautiful, sprawling place. Its dining room in California, open till 2. Its bar and gambling room in Nevada, open all night. Very pleasant and comfortable and very convenient. And the head waiter went with the place.
Well, you see, Sheriff, our open house is perhaps the most popular event of the season. We get, 2,500, 3,000 people in that day.
And Wenzel was in?
Oh, yes. Like I said, it was crowded. And Mr. Wenzel was waiting on the line for a table, and I didn't have a table. I couldn't give him a table alone, so I asked him if he would mind doubling up. He said sure, and he sat down at the table with this other fellow.
What was the other fellow like?
Just a fellow, young. I really didn't notice.
What did they talk about? At the table.
Well, I wouldn't eavesdrop.
Okay. Show me the waitress.
Well, he was very fussy. I brought him the curry chicken, and he said, you call this curry chicken? And he sent it back. And then he said the mashed potatoes had lumps in them, the coffee was cold.
This was Wenzel?
Oh, no, so the other fella, the young fella. The good-looking one. You couldn't do nothing to please him. Even about the ice cream, he had to say something.
What did they talk about?
Well, as near as I could get, I was very busy. The young one was interested in buying property in the area, and the fat one was going...
Wenzel?
I guess that's his name. Well, he kept saying that there wasn't any better land in the Lake Tahoe region, like a sales talk. And the young one kept saying, well, he didn't know if he wanted to stay in this part of the country, and the fat one kept saying how he couldn't do better. He kept saying these were the choicest lot in the whole area, but I was busy. I didn't really hear what they said.
They leave together?
Well, they must have. Because there they were, and when I looked the next time, there was a lady and a gentleman sitting there. I was surprised, because the young one left $1. He didn't act like a tipper to me. The fat one didn't leave nothing.
The last link between the two men, the fat, dead one, and the thin, young one, came from an associate of Wenzel's, a young man who worked with him in the real estate office.
Well, after he finished eating, I was at another table. He came over and he said, Eddie, that's my name, Eddie, I think I got a sale. And I said, gee, Mr. Wenzel, it's a funny time to be going out with a prospect. It was going on 11 o'clock. And then he said, listen, if I can't sell that boy a piece of property by moonlight, I'll eat my own necktie. And then to find the tie tied around his neck like it was, gee, he was a fine, happy, good man.
And it stops there. A rich or poor man, shot through the temple, last seen with a good-looking young prospect. Period. And that's all. Nothing else shows up. But you, Frank McCullough, are a crime reporter. And for you, the case is not closed because of a theory you have. That is this. Somewhere, sometime, someone always talks about every major crime committed. That's been your experience. 12 years of it. And so, you start on your beer and listening system in the dives along Commercial Avenue, where somewhere, sometime, someone must talk.
Have a beer, Tommy?
Whiskey.
You've got it? Tommy, this one happened 30 miles out.
31. From here to the Calnever Ranch, 31 miles. I measured it once by car.
How'd you know what I was talking about?
You asked questions about a lot of places.
What do you know about Wenzel? I'm interested in finding out about...
Maybe you shouldn't.
Shouldn't what?
You said you was interested. Maybe you shouldn't be.
What does that mean?
Just what I said. Look, do yourself a fat favor. Save yourself trouble. And I mean big trouble. Forget about it. Now, come on, where's the whiskey?
Tommy knows. No crime within 100 miles he doesn't know about. But there's no more. He swallows his whiskey and another one and a third. But there's still no more. Just the enigmatic, maybe you shouldn't be interested. Then Sergeant Dave Peters sidles over.
Where you going, reporter?
Oh, just walking around.
What gave you the idea you'd get any answers on the Wenzel killing here?
How did you know I was on Wenzel?
Look, let's don't spar, huh? I got other things to do. What do you know, McCullough?
Oh, I've got ideas. I've got theories, and I've got ideas.
Okay, you play it close to the chest, and so will I.
Wait a minute. I know that Wenzel wasn't rich. I know he was a four-flusher. That he had those lots on consignment. And if he sold them, he had $1, and if he didn't, he had buttons.
That much I know. I figure this prospect, the young guy, the good-looking one, he thought he had a take, but he found out he didn't have a take. Something got crossed up somewhere, and the gun went off.
And, what do you know about the prospect?
Nothing. But I know this. 2 days before the killing, there was a gunman in town. I don't know where he stayed. I don't know what he did. I don't know what he was after.
That's something I heard about also.
I know this guy, the gunman, was out shopping for a .22. Now, that's the only connection. What he looks like, I don't know, and what he was after, I don't know, except he tried to get a .22.
You want to team up? What I've got, what you've got, and vice versa?
All right. You got a deal. But no stories in your paper.
A gunman and a prospect buying real estate. A .22 caliber gun. And from the way Sergeant Peters talked, from the way Tommy talked, a case that isn't very healthy to mention. And so you don't. Not to your best friend. Not to your wife. But the next morning, Tommy, whose last name nobody knows, comes over to you in another Commercial Avenue bar.
You got a loose half-buck on you?
Why, sure, all the time, Tommy.
Whiskey, no chaser. So you and Sergeant Peters is a pair, hmm? You'll be getting in the gossip columns next.
How do you know?
Make that a beer, Chase. You know the Golden Light Hotel?
I've heard of it.
There's a night clerk there by the name of Addison. But like I told you before, it's something you shouldn't be interested in.
I'm not, Tommy. It's just that I'd like to get a room at the Golden Light.
Where would I get a 22? I don't know nothing about a 22. You think if a fella comes in here and says, get me a 22, I'll go out and get him a 22?
Look, Addison, I heard you weren't very particular.
Okay, I ain't denying it. This ain't the best hotel in town. You can get things here, sure, but guns? No, sir, that's out of my line. That's way out.
Look, let's stop kidding around. You know just what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Wenzel.
Look, you know what's the worst thing in the world to know? It's to know something about something you don't want to know. About a fella killing another fella. That's the most dangerous thing in the world to know. You ought to be glad I'm not talking to you. I've been walking around with this thing for 3 days now, and I'm going crazy with it. I don't want to know it. I don't want to talk about it. Let me alone.
What did he look like? What did the gunman look like?
I'm telling you, 3 days I'm going crazy with it. I'm not going to say another word. Don't you think I want to live, too?
The information alone could frighten someone, but paralyze a man as the clerk is paralyzed. Only one thing could do that: the presence of the killer in town. And then, in a hotel bar.
He says, you McCullough?
Go ahead.
He says, stop talking to Peters, the cop. He says, stay away from Tommy, the stoolie.
Who says?
He says, leave Addison alone. Stay out of the Golden Light.
Look, stop getting mysterious.
He says, forget about it. Because he says he's watching you every single step of the way. And he says maybe you're a smart enough reporter to want to go home to your wife and the 2 kids you got. One's 6 and one's 2, ain't they? That's what he said.
You're on a case of murder, but you haven't spoken about it to anyone, not even your wife. You, Frank McCullough, reporter for the Reno, Nevada Gazette, and Sergeant Dave Peters are working together on the case. And though you keep it to yourselves, someone knows every move you make. Someone's watching you. Maybe the killer. And you just left a girl you never saw before, who told you...
He says forget about it. Forget all about it. That's what he says.
And so, of course, you go to your partner, Dave Peters.
You're slipping, Frank.
Why?
Because obviously she knows more than she told you. And because there are ways of getting to learn what that more is and you didn't do it.
So?
So I think I can. I'll go back to the hotel bar and we'll find out what it is. Okay, partner?
Okay.
I can't tell you. I can't. I swear I can't. He'll kill me if I tell you.
Did you ever hear of the police department, lady? Guys don't go around killing people just like that. Now, who is he and where is he and talk? Now, you want me to go through the whole routine and arrest you for suppressing information, hindering the prosecution of justice, and so on and so forth? Now, where is he?
He's up in room 204, asleep. Ludigan is his name. But please, maybe I'm stupid, but don't say it was me, huh?
All right, Ludigan, come out of it. Come out of it.
Look at his eyes, Peters. He looks coked up.
Maybe. Come on, Ludigan. Come on. Let's sit up.
Well, what are you doing? Take your hands off me. Leave me alone, huh?
All right, Ludigan. Where'd you get the gun?
What did you call me? Ludigan? Is that who I am? Oh, no, it don't sound right. It don't sound right.
What are you doing? Putting on an act here?
Come on, stand up. Stand up straight. Come on, stand
I
up.
was walking around. Well, all of a sudden I said, you know, I don't know who I am. All of a sudden, like that. And then I heard a violin playing some music somewhere. A violin. And it started to tingle all down my arms and in my legs. It began to tingle, and I said, It must be I got something to do with a violin. That's who I am. Something to do with a violin.
What are you giving
So I
us?
went to the store, this music store, and I says, give me a violin and a bow. And I put it up my shoulder under my neck, and I started to play. And I says, please, God, let me know how to play the violin. Maybe then I'll find out who I am. But I couldn't play. Came out sour. I couldn't play a thing, not a note. Only made scratching sounds. I never found out until you just now said Luddigan. And I don't think that's right. I don't think that's who I am.
You registered in the hotel. You signed the register.
The only time I felt anything that was right was when I heard that music. And now that don't mean nothing even. Nothing. Nothing at all.
What do you think, Peters?
All right, Luddigan, sit down. Go back to sleep. Don't go anywhere. Come on, Frank.
I think he's on the level.
Me too.
But if he is on the level, then...
Then our girlfriend is giving us a beautiful line.
Why, sure, that's what it is. She threw us Luddigan, figuring that we'd take him in. A dopey amnesia can't prove where he was, where he wasn't. Figured we'd be satisfied with him. That means
That's right. And I'll tell you another little surprise. I talked to your friend Tommy just to make sure. You know who she is?
Who?
She's the wife of the night clerk at the Golden Light.
Well.
Only we're not going there right now. We're going to wait until it's nice and dark and late and he's sleeping. Then we'll pay him that call. The night clerk. He's off duty tonight. Put the light on, Frank.
Hey, what are you doing? What's the idea? Hey! Oh.
Yeah. Oh. That was a nice idea, Addison. Throw us a fall guy, throw us a guy who don't know who he is, and maybe we'll pick him up, and maybe that'll end the case.
Look, I tell you gotta believe me.
We'll believe you when you start talking about the tall, thin, handsome guy. The guy with 22. There's nobody around. We've checked. There's nobody around but two of my men. So if you want to talk quiet, that's okay, too. But talk.
You think I'm kidding, huh? About it being dangerous to know. I'm telling you, never in my life, I never meet a guy like him, and I met a lot. Ice cold. Everything he said, everything he did. Planned, careful, icy. You look in his eyes, you have to turn your face away.
All right, fine. Now let's get down to the facts.
The first thing he done was, you know about the ad in your paper that Cal Never Ranch takes for the open house?
Go on. No more stalling.
I'm not, I swear, I'm telling you. Well, he asked me about it. He turned to the page and showed me the ad and says that was 2 days before the killing.
I think the hunting there might be better than deers, bears, and rabbits. Now get me a 22.
I never got nobody a gun before, never. But you know just to look at this guy that if you didn't do what he said...
Never mind. Go on.
So I got it for him, through a guy I know, and then I didn't see him for 24 hours, and then he came back. He came back going on 1 in the morning. I was all alone.
How much money you got, Addison?
Gee, I ain't got any money. What do you mean?
I'll tell you a funny story about that gun you got me. I went out to the place, the ranch, and I met this big, fat dope Wenzel. He tells me how rich he is, all the land he owns. 5 acres there, 20 acres there. So I says, this is what I'm waiting for. He's got a fat Cadillac. He takes me out there in the moonlight to see the prize lots, and I says, all right, Pop, what do you got in your pocket? And the dumb, fat slob, he started to scream. So what can I do? He had $8 in his pocket and a bag of sweet rolls. Ain't that a laugh?
You shot him?
How much money you got? I got a 1949 Mercury downstairs. I'll leave it with you for security, because there'll probably be roadblocks anyhow. Now, how much money you got? The car is yours.
And that's the truth, Sergeant. I got it for $200, and he gave me the car. I never drove it. I never touched it.
Where is it?
It's out in the back in the garage.
License plates?
There ain't none. He made me bury him. He said, don't look at the numbers. If you ever seen a man's face cold, icy...
All right. Let's go where you buried the plates.
You dig them up. Texas license plates. And now it's a matter of waiting.
You check the plates with the Texas authorities and find his name, Martin Stevens. A record a page and a half long. Wanted for robbery, for assault, escaped from prison. This man is dangerous. Everything in the book. And you wait. And then a disturbing report comes in from Houston, Texas. Martin Stevens picked up Houston, Texas today. Claims to have been in this city past 5 weeks. Corroboration by wife, local school teacher, completely reliable. You want extradition. Peters, I don't get it. I don't get it at all.
Let me see that.
Unless...
Yeah.
Those icy eyes. The kind of thing he made Addison do. Shouldn't be hard for a guy like that to have his own wife lie the same way.
I'm putting in for extradition right now.
He comes. Martin Stevens. Well-dressed, thin, tall, good-looking. A tolerant smile playing on his face.
I was never in Nevada. I never heard of this ranch, whatever you call it. I never stayed at the hotel on Commercial Avenue, and I don't know how to use a gun. Otherwise, I'm at your service.
The eyes are as Addison said. Absolute ice. Now warm for purposes of charming people, convincing them. So, because your experience as a reporter has helped so much, you were present when Sergeant Peters lines them up. The inexorable array of people, one after the other.
As I said before, he waited on the line because I didn't have any free tables. And then I showed Mr. Wenzel to a table. This gentleman was sitting there.
Oh, I can't make a mistake. No, sir. Him being so good-looking and with that cute mustache, and the way he left me a tip, it was a whole $1 bill.
Mr. Wenzel said to me, pointing to him, if I can't sell him by moonlight, I'll eat my own necktie.
It was his idea to tell the cop and the reporter that this Ludigan, the fellow who lost his mind, that he was the one who done it.
Okay, Addison, take a good look.
I don't know.
Those are bars between you. 1-inch steel bars, and he's been frisked. And his eyes can't do any more than look at you. Well?
He's the one. I got him the gun, and I gave him the $200, and he made me bury the plates.
Okay, Addison. Go on home and forget all about it.
Even with all that, you still won't prove it. You won't prove a thing. I spent the whole time in Texas. Houston, Texas.
I wouldn't be so sure, Stevens. I think we'll prove it fine. And you do. The jury listens to the witnesses, the waitress, the head waiter, the business associate, the night clerk and his wife. And then they listen to the handsome man with a mustache and icy eyes. And they make a judgment. And the judgment is, as you stated. And once more, your theory is right. Somewhere, sometime, someone always talks.
Now we read you that telegram from Frank McCullough of the Reno, Nevada Gazette.
On trial for first-degree murder, a killer in tonight's big story accused the night clerk of being the murderer. But the state clinched their case by producing the murder gun which Killer had pawned in Los Angeles. Killer was sentenced to life imprisonment.
And so ends another big story. In order to protect the names of people actually involved in tonight's authentic big story, the names of all characters in the dramatization were changed, with the exception of the newspaper reporter. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
The Big Story.
Hey, Stanley. Stanley, just a second. How about a statement before they lock you up?
Okay. I'll tell you the whole truth, but you won't print it. I'm guilty. I'm guilty because I'm nobody. I'm guilty because somebody wanted to get somewhere, and in order to get there, he put his feet right in my face, stepped on me, sent me up for life to get where he wants to get. I'd like to see you print that. Freedom of the press.
Detroit, Michigan. From the pages of the Detroit Free Press comes the story of a frame-up so cold, so calculating, so perfect, that it took 26 years to explode it. Detroit, Michigan. The story as it actually happened. Ralph Gall's story as he lived it.
It's a dream writing assignment, Ralph Gall of the Detroit Free Press. A 6-month job of digging into the unsolved crimes of Michigan, and you've written a dozen beauties. The riddle of the blue icicle. That one called a special coroner's inquest into being. The case of the severed hand. This one brought a well-deserved promotion to a cop on the beat. And the others, all good, honest stories. And with the public clamoring for more, you kept digging in. And then, out of the morgue, came the yellow pages of a case 25 years old. 3 things hit you. First, the name.
The case of the picnic murder.
Second, the byline.
By Teddy Larkin.
Teddy Larkin, now dead, died at 31, was one of the best reporters on the paper, and an old friend. One of the very best. His byline on a story meant something. Truth. And 3, the third thing that hit you was fact. A 4th of July picnic celebration 25 years ago in Sylvan Gardens, just outside Detroit.
Cheese, cheese, cheese. Is that all you made, Edna? Cheese?
Well, I thought Willie was coming. You know how he is about cheese.
They had to work. You'd think one holiday in the year they'd take time off from that filling station.
What are you complaining about? You know why they're working.
Sure, I know. I honestly wouldn't mind waiting the extra month to get married. They just see us once on a Sunday or a holiday.
Here's a tuna fish and a deviled egg.
Hey, did you bring the pickles?
What do you think this is? What's a picnic and no pickles?
Edna!
What's the matter, Dee?
The first girl, Dee, was dead instantly. The second girl, Edna, a terrible pain in the shoulder, a bullet embedded, and a memory that'll live with her forever.
He was big and dirty. He had some kind of a bag over his shoulder, and he came up to me, close and closer. Then he took out the cotton. It smelled funny, like chloroform or something. And then, I don't remember. I don't remember.
A posse of over 500 men combed the area of Sylvan Gardens, combed the downtown flop houses, looking for a man 6 feet tall, dark, dirty, with a shoulder bag, gun, and maybe still the traces of the cotton and the chloroform he'd used. There was one suspect, Tony Stanley. Tom Vinton, local policeman, picked him up.
What do you mean, what was I doing? I told you what I was doing, officer. They were pouring drinks, free drinks, all along Michigan Avenue, 4th of July celebration. I was lapping them up as fast as I could. But what's the matter? There's no crime.
Let's go, Stanley. I don't want to hear any more.
You can ask any one of the bartenders, officer. I was in 8, 10, 12 joints. Ask them. Oh, they wouldn't remember.
You got mud on your shoes, mud from Sylvan Gardens where you were tramping around before you did it. And you got blood on your lapel. How'd you get blood on your lapel?
I came out of one of the bars the back way into the yard there. I didn't know where I was going. It was dark and muddy, and I fell. There was a can there, an old sardine can. I fell on it. I cut myself. Maybe I wiped it off on my lapel. I don't know, officer.
Where's the shoulder bag? What'd you do with the gun, and where's the chloroform? Come on, now, you freak. Walk. So you cut your finger on a sardine can, huh? Did you have iodine handy?
The rest was equally bizarre, equally fantastic, terrifying. Then the identification by the frightened girl.
Get him out. Please, get him out. He's the one. He did it. Get him out.
It is the judgment of the court that you, Anthony Stanley, shall spend the rest of your natural life in prison, for you stand guilty of the crime of murder. I wish it were in my power to sentence you to further punishment.
Then the fourth fact about this case, the fourth unusual aspect, struck you, Ralph Gall, feature writer, as you read the yellowed sheets. You said it to night editor Fred Sandler.
Remember this case, Sandler?
Yeah, vaguely.
Why, they never disproved this sardine can theory about the blood.
Lots of things not proved in lots of cases. So?
The girl didn't testify at the trial.
So they took her deposition somewhere else.
They never found the shoulder bag, or the gun, or the cotton, or the chloroform.
So what? How old is this chestnut, anyhow? 20 years? More.
You know who wrote it? Ted Larkin.
So?
Who filed this story where it's filed now?
What are you talking about?
I mean, what's an open and shut murder case doing in the file of unsolved crimes? Who put it there? Was it misfiled, or was it? And if you read this story, he never put it down in so many words, but in every line, in every sentence almost. Ted Larkin implied, watch out, frame up.
Well, maybe he'd been on this stuff too long.
Not Larkin. He was quite a guy, you know that. He wouldn't imply frame up unless he meant frame up. Do you remember what Larkin used to say about the guys in stir? He used to quote a piece of poetry, Walt Whitman, remember? I am one with these convicts and felons. What about that?
Maybe it's good poetry, Ralphie, but it don't make a story.
And if I prove that it does...
If. You print a paper with this. Knock off for a week, will you? Take the political side. Lay off features. When you guys get to quoting poetry, brother.
You drop it because orders are orders. But all that week, it gnaws at you. Ted Larkin's quote of Whitman. And then...
Dear Ralph Gall, I've been reading this series about unsolved crimes, and I only got one question to ask. Would you laugh if a fellow said, 25 years ago, I was framed? If you would tear this up, don't read no more. But if you're a decent guy like Ted Larkin was, he once worked on your paper, interviewed me, then I got something to say. My name is Tony Stanley.
Just one of those things that happen. One of the fantastic coincidences that make up life.
Well, Sandler?
Oh, go ahead if you want to. Go ahead, I don't care.
All I want to do is go up and see the guy at Marquette.
I told you to go ahead. I am one with the convicts and felons.
At first, I thought I'd grow azaleas, hyacinths, maybe some of them little zinnias, but nothing grows up here. Nothing. Bad soil.
I'd like to talk about your letter, Mr. Stanley.
Sometimes morning glories grow, some 6, 7 feet high. You like them?
Yeah, they're nice.
Mr. Gall, when a guy gets somebody to believe in him just a little bit, you don't want it to be over with right away. I had this experience 10 times, maybe. Somebody gets a little bit interested. You learn not to talk about it all at once, because it'll bust right out of you and disappear, maybe, if you do it. Do you understand?
Sure.
Yeah. Who cares about a broken-down bum on Skid Row? Who cares about the shoulder bag or the cotton or the gun or sardine cans? I'll tell you who cares. Former Chief of Detectives Tom Benton cares. He cares a lot. He's the one who sent me up, framed me, used my face to get where he was going. Do you know that scum?
You remember the name of Tom Benton. You remember the cop on the beat, Tom Vinton. You remember he got a conviction, the Stanley case. You remember he got another. Sergeant Vinton by now. And another. Skid Row bums, nameless people. He became lieutenant of detectives. The big roundup of Michigan Avenue dives, and then chief of detectives, Thomas J. Vinton. Then
Vinton got sent up for framing 2 guys. Caught at it, right?
That scum.
He's right in this jail now. He was behind it. He did the whole thing. Is that it, Vinton?
The only thing I ever smile about now, the only thing, is that I know where that scum is. He's sitting in there, across the yard, see? Right in there. Solitary. For the rest of his natural life.
You got 5 minutes. Don't get too close to him.
Thanks. Vinton.
I told him no visitors. What's that? Leave me alone. Don't come near me.
I'm Ralph Gall of the Free Press, reporter.
I said I don't want to see nobody. I never want to see nobody. Leave me alone. Don't come near me.
I'm not going to touch you. I wouldn't touch you.
Eddie, you don't know. Nobody knows. I think because you're in solitary, because you got bars in the cell, you think you're safe, huh? Well, look at this, my neck. Got me with a spoon, one of the trustees. You think you're safe? Still, they get you. They'll kill me. They'll kill me, I know it. I pleaded with the warden. I got down on my knees. I told him, send me in somewhere.
You framed a lot of guys, didn't you, Vinton? You got to be chief, stepping on a lot of people's faces, didn't you? What about Tony Stanley? What about the Sylvan Gardens killing?
That's all I need, to talk. To say it, that's all I need. Then it would get around that I said it. That I framed the guy. That I said I did it just once. And you know what they'd do? They'd move in on me. They'd squeeze me. What they did before would be like nothing. If they heard I told in just one case, then they'd make me tell them all. Just get out of here.
But in the horror, in the incredible foulness of a completely corrupt human being, one simple fact emerges. Tony Stanley was framed 25 years ago. And you feel the phrase of Walt Whitman's, as never before.
I am one with the convicts and felons. Now prove it, Gall. Prove you mean it.
This is Cy Harris, returning it to your narrator, and the big story of Ralph Gall, as he lived it and wrote it.
You, Ralph Gall, feature writer for the Detroit Free Press, ponder the biggest question you've had in your reporter's life. How to reopen a case 25 years dead. You begin at Detroit Police Headquarters. The mugging shots, routine pictures taken. The history of the criminal, the psychologist's report, all yellowed, frayed. All very unsubstantial bits of paper.
Hey, Sarge, look at this. No previous arrest, no previous record. Not even a minor narcotics rap. Nothing.
Look, one of the nicest murderers I ever met never made a single wrong move, not even one, till the day he blew up his family, killed his wife and 6 kids.
Oh, you're informed today. Here's what I don't get. No bag was ever found. No gun. The girl testified the murderer was 6 feet tall. Stanley's no better than 5'6", maybe 5'7". And listen to this part of the psychologist's report. Criminal tendencies dubious. It adds up.
Psychologists. Brother, you go on up to Marquette someday. Give some of them intelligence tests and stuff to the guys in Cell Block T. They'll knock over most of them professors anytime. Don't tell me you believe that stuff.
Where do you go to find corroboration on a 25-year-old crime? Where? Skid Row, the Michigan Avenue dives? Who would remember? Well, maybe somebody would. The old guy who's been selling papers for 37 years at the corner. He remembers.
Stanley? Ain't he the guy who went over to Africa, found that other guy? Remember Mr. Stanley, Dr. Livingston? What'd he do now? Get himself lost?
The mission of the Friendly Heart. As old as Detroit's waterfront, almost. With characters that go at the place, and there for decades. But the organist doesn't remember. And the guy who passes the plate around doesn't remember. Or the man who stands up and speaks of the brotherhood of derelicts. But one does. Incredibly, one does. One who steps off from the platform, gets his bowl of soup, and talks.
Yeah, him and me like the same thing. Flowers. Saddest little guy in the whole world. Framed neat like a picture. Framed, strung up on a wall. Saddest little guy in the world. How do I know? I know. Prove it? Prove that a dead guy is dead. He's dead, that's all.
Nothing and a series of nothings. Nothing and nothing compounded. In Pontiac nearby, where the trial was held, because Sylvan Gardens is in Rockland County, you get the compounding of nothing.
Just a minute, young man. One question at a time. The judge, well, he died 11 years ago. Heart attack. The prosecuting attorney, that was Botwin. He was a major in the infantry, died at Bottle Canal.
What about the jurors?
Jurors? You can search all over America, spend the next 50 years. You might find one, I doubt that.
But miraculously, in only 6 months, you actually find one. Juror number 7.
You say I served? Well, maybe I served. Guess you did. So long ago. Stanley. Funny, can't remember a thing. You send a man up for the rest of his life, can't remember a thing. Oh, wasn't there a sheriff? There was something about a sheriff. Something, don't remember what.
Sheriff is my father. I don't mind speaking of it. He said I was there at the time he died. He said Tony Stanley never had a chance.
Your father, I
don't mind if you say it. He took his own life. I think he did it because of what he was made to do about Tony Stanley. He said just before he died, that poor little guy never had a chance. Framed from the word go. Tom Vinton's work.
Now the blood begins pounding within you. The first real basis for a reversal. Something tangible not slipping through your fingers. A deposition from the daughter of the sheriff who killed himself because of the Stanley case. Get the proceedings, get the transcripts. You get them, and it's worse. It's worse than if you'd found nothing. Because...
What do you mean they've never been transcribed? They must have been transcribed sometime, somewhere.
Look, mister, that's all I know. Those notes in the handwriting the court steno, they never were transcribed, and that system he used was his own private system.
What?
There ain't a soul alive that I ever heard of could make sense of them.
Well, that's impossible. A steno's notes can be read.
Well, you try it, mister. 6 other people tried it. You know how far they got?
I have studied the notes, Mr. Gall, and they can be transcribed. The task will take roughly 6 months. The cost? Well, would $1,500 be too much?
Are you kidding?
Short of that, I couldn't help you.
Well, is there anything in there? Can you tell me anything about the hearings at all?
Well, I spent the time on one section, that dealing with the witness, Edna Purcell. And on the basis of my difficulty with this section, I made my estimate. There is, incidentally, a bill of $50.
Can you give me her address at least?
Yes, of course. You'll handle the bill?
One slim hope. A girl. Edna Purcell is her name. Is it still the same? Is she still in Detroit? Will she remember? Where can you find her? You've got this far, so you keep going. And in the city directory for 1929, you learn
Edna Purcell married Henry Stamper, June 7th. 1262 Euclid Avenue.
Do you want to repeat that, please, Mr. Gall?
I just want to know, Mrs. Stamper, if you can remember anything at all about an incident 26 years ago, the 4th of July.
Mr. Gall, I started teaching school about, 20 years ago. And one of the teachers at the school was very kind to me. He was a slightly older man, very understanding. Mr. Stamper. We went around together 7 years before he asked me to marry him. I never told him anything. I can't. I never talked about it to anyone. And then Ellen was born. She's getting out of college this month. And Jimmy and Donna. I've got my children, my husband, this house. I do the usual things that a woman does. And I paint a little. What did you want me to say? What do you want, Mr. Gall?
You're here, Ralph Gall. It's the moment and the place. But you don't ask. You don't pursue the line you've been pursuing for over a year. Why? Because here is the girl herself. Now a woman. The horror is behind her. A life has been built, a structure, a family. Can you upset all this by bringing up the past now? You must ask yourself whether the innocence of one man is more urgent than the lives of 5 people.
It's okay, Mrs. Stamper. It's not important. Not that important.
Mr. Gall, who's important? Which one of us? Which one of us is or isn't? Oh, don't think I don't appreciate that you didn't ask me. But I want to talk. All these years I wondered. Did I lend myself in a moment of hysteria to the frame-up of an innocent man? Did I identify the wrong man? And I think now I did. If you'll just let me get my coat and leave a note for Mr. Stamper, I'll be right with you.
Now we read you that telegram from Ralph Gall of the Detroit Free Press.
Cooperation of Edna, plus my series of big stories, and the recommendation of Circuit Bench of Rockland County all led the governor of Michigan to issue a commutation of Stanley's sentence. Stanley is a useful citizen today, earning decent living in large factory in Detroit. Tom Vinton, although never directly connected with crime of framing Stanley, will surely die a prisoner in Marquette Prison.
In order to protect the names of people actually involved in tonight's authentic big story, the names of all characters in the dramatization were changed with the exception of the newspaper reporter. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
The Big Story.
Mommy. Mommy. I'm driving as fast as I can, Linda. I'm bleeding, Mommy. We'll be in the hospital in a few minutes. Mommy, I don't feel good. Keep your hand tight over the bullet hole. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. No. You'll be all right as soon as I can get you to...
Lapeer, Michigan. The story of a reporter who followed through to the end one of the most brutal atrocities in American criminal history. Lapeer, Michigan. The story as it actually happened. Bill Noble's story as he lived it.
Michigan, Indian summer, midnight. And you, Bill Noble, reporter for the Lapeer Press, are driving home after a pleasant visit at a friend's. The night hangs softly, peacefully over the dark, rolling hills. Ahead of you, a strange light flickers. You wonder what it is. But as you come nearer, you stop wondering. You can see a house burning now. The entire upper floor is aflame. As you drive into the grounds, your headlights light up a man and a young boy lying on the ground, both obviously dead.
Bill Noble, how'd you know about this so soon?
I was just passing by, Sheriff. Say, this is awful.
I just got here myself.
Hey, are you the sheriff?
That's right.
I'm a neighbor. Jevitt's my name. I just looked through the house. There's no one else in there. Hey, Ellie!
Who are you calling?
My daughter. She said the wife and another child were still in the house, but
Did you find them, Papa?
Ain't no one in the house, Ellie.
But Steve said they was.
I looked upstairs and downstairs until the smoke drove me out. I tell you, there ain't no one in there.
Who's supposed to be in there?
His wife and daughter. That living room downstairs is a bloody mess. Blood all over, on the chairs, sofa, on the rug, even on the walls.
Who's the dead man?
Steve Wojcik and his little boy, Paul.
Do you have any idea who shot them?
He done it himself, killed himself and Paul.
How do you know?
I live across the road. I was just going to bed when I saw the fire. I ran over and I saw Steve stumbling out of the house holding Paul in his arms. I asked him, what happened to you? He said, I did it. I shot Paul and myself. Then I asked him, where's Ida and Linda? He just pointed to the burning house, and then he died. It was awful. Just awful.
Might have shot his wife and daughter, too.
Well, they must have gotten away, 'cause no one's in there.
Why'd he do it? Was he crazy?
He was always jealous of Ida, always suspicioned her.
Sheriff!
Here I am, Sergeant.
I phoned them about the fire. The state police are on their way down. There's also been a bad crack-up on Route 42, 2 miles out of Hillsdale.
Oh, what a night.
All the houses are goner. It's burning out from roof to cellar.
I hope no one's in there. That accident, Sergeant, was it a local or a tourist car?
A local woman by the name of Ida Wojcik and her daughter.
What?
They took them over to the Clarkson Hospital.
Look! There goes the house!
The horror of it has caught you, Bill Noble. You race along with the sheriff to the hospital, wanting to know more of this tragedy. You wonder, what can possess a man to shoot his own child? You wonder how his wife, Ida, can live through this tragedy. And at the hospital, you listen as she tells her story to the sheriff.
He's been plaguing me all day about him.
Who is him, Mrs. Wojcik?
Hired hand, Chuck Snyder. My husband had a silly idea that Chuck and I were too friendly. That's why he fired him.
Tell us what happened.
We stopped off at Ross's bar for a beer. Beer always calms him down, but today he got worse.
You went directly home from there?
That's right. And I went to bed.
What about your kids?
They were all right. They were asleep when we got home. I wasn't sleeping more than half an hour when I woke up suddenly. There he was, standing all dressed, with a gun in his hand. I screamed and ran. He fired at me and missed. I ran outside into the fields, and then I heard some more shots. I ran back. Didn't see him, so I ran to the kids' room. and I saw Linda was shot. I grabbed her and ran for the car. Drove as fast as I could to the hospital because she was
Didn't you
bleeding
stop for your
bad.
boy, Paul? Weren't you worried about him, too?
He loved Paul more than anything. I didn't believe he would ever hurt him. But he killed my boy. He killed my boy.
You listen to her story, Bill Noble. You listen to her cry inconsolably. There isn't much more to know except how her little daughter is making out in her fight for life. And so you go and see the doctor down at the other end of the corridor, hoping hard that the doctor will tell you the one piece of good news in this terrible tragedy.
I'm sorry, but I cannot let you in.
Well, Doctor, could you tell me how she's doing?
Who are you?
I'm from the Lapeer Press, a reporter.
The girl's dying.
Dying?
She's delirious and not saying anything that would make sense. There's no point and no good reason why she should be visited.
There's no hope?
None.
Well, Sheriff, what do you think?
It's open and shut. Murder and suicide. If Stephen Wojcik were alive, we'd hang him.
Tell me, what makes a man kill his own kids?
Some men are born lunatics.
Well, I'm going back to my office and write up the story. Oh, by the way, Sheriff, what was the name of the tavern Mrs. Wojcik said she and her husband were at?
Ross's Tavern. Why?
Oh, I think I'll just stop by there and get me a beer.
What'll it be, friend?
Beer, huh?
Here you are.
Say, did you hear about the Wojciks?
Yep. Just can't believe it.
Mrs. Wojcik said she was in here just before her husband went berserk. Weren't they in here?
Yep.
What'd they fight about?
I never listen to other people's troubles, mister.
Oh, when people quarrel, you just can't help listening.
Maybe you can't. I can.
Now, look, I'm Bill Noble from the Lapeer Press. I'm a reporter. I'd be much obliged if you'd help me.
I told you, mister, I never listen.
Excuse me, but my name's Tom Hatcher. Don't bother introducing yourself. I always listen in on other people's conversations.
Well, at least you're honest.
Tell you something, Mr. Noble, that might interest you. I knew Steve Wojcik pretty well.
You did?
Known him ever since he came to this country years ago.
What was he like?
He was a good Joe.
A good Joe? The man that murders his two kids?
Just telling you what I knew about him. I guess I knew him as well as anyone. He wanted to get ahead. He worked hard. He was crazy for his kids. He spoke English very bad, so he went to night school in order for his kids not to grow up with an accent. But even night school didn't help him much. Whenever he got excited, he jabbered away in Polish.
Mm-hmm. You were a good friend of his, weren't you?
I was. And I'm telling you the truth about Steve. Ida gave him plenty of reason to hate her. She always poked fun at him, his poor English, his being left-handed, his being such a meat mouse with his boss, at everything.
Must have been insane.
Maybe. If he was, she made him crazy. Ida loved a good time. She and her girlfriend always cutting up.
A girlfriend?
A neighbor, Ellie Javits.
Ellie Javits?
And then she carried on with this Chuck Snyder, the hired hand. Man with a police record.
Yeah, but none of this adds up to killing his own kids.
I know it don't, Mr. Noble. That's why I'm telling you.
It's hard for you to believe Tom Hatcher's story, Bill Noble. But now you have your teeth in a case that's not so open and shut. There's some doubt. And you have to wipe out that doubt. You go to see some of the neighbors.
Now, look here, young fella. I don't believe everything they write in them newspapers. Steve wouldn't even go rabbit hunting. He was against killing anything. Now, how can you figure him killing his own two kids that he worshipped? Tell me that.
Yes, I know him. I liked him. So did everyone in Hillsdale. You won't find a soul with a bad word for him. Not one.
You do a pretty thorough job of interviewing the neighbors, Bill Noble. And now you're full of doubts. You go and see Ellie Javits, the girl who saw Steve Wojcik die. And as you talk to her, You watch her nervously torture a handkerchief. She scarcely looks at you.
I told you what I heard Mr. Wojciech say. I did it. I killed Paul and myself.
He didn't mention Linda's name?
I don't remember hearing him say anything about Linda.
Mm-hmm. Tell me, do you speak Polish, Miss Javits, or understand it?
No.
Did you ever hear Mr. Wojciech speak Polish?
Sure.
When?
Whenever he wanted to. I don't know when. You're asking me real fool questions.
Well, didn't he lapse into Polish whenever he became excited or upset?
Yes, he did.
Do you think he'd be excited or upset after having shot himself and his 2 kids?
You're asking me too many questions. I don't know what you mean.
I mean that Steve Wojciech would have confessed in Polish. And even if his last dying words were in English, they certainly wouldn't have been so clear and grammatic.
I told you what I heard. You want me to lie?
No, I don't, Miss Javits. You'll go to prison if you lie. This case is going to be reopened. You're going to have to swear that you heard Mr. Wojciech say he did it. Now, we know that you and Ida are pretty close friends. If you're protecting her or that hired man, Chuck Snyder, you'll be in serious trouble.
That's what I heard him say. I'm almost sure he said that.
You'd better be absolutely sure, Miss Javits. Because I don't think Steve Wojciech murdered his family.
This is Cy Harris, returning you to your narrator and the big story of William T. Noble, as he lived it and wrote it.
As you hurry to the sheriff's office, Bill Noble, reporter on the Lapeer Press, with the new evidence about Steve Wojciech's character, your mind goes back to the sight of him, dead, clutching his dead son close to him. That's a sight you can't forget or forgive. You're determined to find the murderer. And at the moment, you're in the sheriff's office discussing the case.
You interviewed all the neighbors, Bill?
Most everyone, Sheriff. Not one bad word for him, not one good word for Ida.
Well, you want me to reopen the case?
Well, don't you think it warrants it?
Well, could be.
Say, Sheriff, I was just wondering. That bullet wound that killed Wojciech, where was it? Do you remember?
Not exactly. It was on the side, under the armpit.
Which one, right or left?
I don't remember. Why?
Well, he was left-handed. He would only have shot himself on the left side.
Well, now I'll call the undertaker. The body's still there. Hello, Ed. This is the sheriff. Say, take a look at the report on Stephen Wojciech and tell me where the bullet wound is, right or left side. Okay, I'll hold on. You want to take a look?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It seems to me it was... Hello? The right side. You're sure now? Okay, thanks.
Ah, that's it. He couldn't have killed himself.
Are you sure he was left-handed?
Oh, several people told me so.
Maybe a left-handed man could shoot himself in the right side.
Take your gun and try it.
Let's see. No, it could be done. Would be awkward.
Sheriff, a man that's about to commit suicide isn't going to take any chances of failing.
Okay, the case is officially reopened.
Okay. Now, we have 2 suspects. Mrs. Ida Wojciech and the hired man, Chuck Snyder.
The probability is that Chuck Snyder's our man.
He has a police record.
I know, I checked him, but it's all small stuff. Disorderly conduct, petty thieving. Still, I'm going to arrest him. You want to come along?
But Chuck Snyder is nowhere to be found. The sheriff rolls up his sleeves and goes to work. In an hour, the whole state is alerted for Chuck Snyder. Every policeman and detective in Michigan is on the lookout for a tall, heavy-set, black-haired man. Within a few hours, they find him in a little town right outside of Detroit, his brother's home. You sit with the sheriff while he questions him.
Why did you do it, Snyder?
Do what?
Murder Steve Wojciech and his kids.
Murder them? Are you crazy?
If you didn't do it, why did you run away?
I didn't run away. I was fired.
You were a close friend of Mrs. Wojciech, weren't you?
I worked for her on the farm.
Answer the question.
Yes, I was a friend of hers. But you're not going to pin this thing on me. No, sir.
You've got a long police record.
I'm no child killer. I ain't never killed anyone.
Did you kill Steve?
No, I didn't.
Did she tell you to do it?
I ain't killed anyone, I tell you.
Where were you on the night of the murder?
The night of the murder?
That's what I said.
I was in Detroit. That's where I was.
Where in Detroit?
In the Marquette restaurant. I worked there as a waiter until 11:30 every night. I can prove it. You ain't going to pin this thing on me. I can prove it. Call him up. Go ahead and call him.
He proved it, too, Bill Noble. The owner of the Marquette restaurant cleared him. It was impossible for Chuck Snyder to have been in Detroit and at the scene of the crime at the same time.
I'm letting you go, Snyder. But don't you go running away. I want you to stay in town. I may be needing you.
I ain't running. I don't like cops chasing me with their guns out of their pockets.
Well, there goes our best suspect.
That leaves us only one.
Ida Wolchek? No, it can't be her. No woman would murder her own children.
Oh, Sheriff, you were ready to believe the father did.
I don't know what to believe anymore.
She's still in the hospital?
No, she's been discharged. Living with her sister. I think I'll pick her up and start asking a few questions.
While they're bringing in Ida Wojcik, you, Bill Noble, go back to the hospital, have a talk with the doctor. Perhaps Linda had regained consciousness before she died. Perhaps she had said something that might be of some help.
Yes, Mr. Noble. What can I do for you?
Doctor, I'm the reporter from the Lapeer Press.
Oh, yes. You were in here about a week ago.
Tell me, did Linda ever regain consciousness?
Oh, not really. She was never completely lucid.
That's too bad.
She was a plucky little girl. Fought very hard to live, but the odds were too much against her.
Did she say anything at all before she died?
Well, she kept repeating, Mommy shot me, Mommy shot me.
You sure?
Of course I'm sure. She was delirious. Can't go by that too much. People are liable to say anything in their delirium.
Anything?
Yes.
Did she ever say that her daddy shot her?
No. No, she didn't.
Thank you, Doctor. That's all I want to know.
Talking to Ida Wojcik for 5 hours. I didn't get to first base.
She sticks to a story, huh, Sheriff?
Oh, she tells one story over and over again. The drop of a hat, she'll repeat the whole thing, word for word. Can't break her or shake her.
You have to keep trying.
If I know human nature, she's lying. Her story is too smooth. She remembers too many important details. She's too composed for a woman whose 2 kids have been murdered.
Oh, Sheriff, she's not really composed. She's just holding tight.
That's what I think, but it's no good unless we get a confession. We'll never convict her otherwise.
Look, can I talk to her?
Sure. Come on, I'll take you over to the cell.
I'll go there myself. I'd rather do it alone. Hello, Mrs. Wojcik.
Hello?
Oh, I'm not a detective, just a reporter from the Lapeer Press.
Why did they open this case again? After my husband confessed.
Oh, that's the police for you. Always looking to stir up things.
They have no right to keep me here.
Oh, they'll have to let you go pretty soon. The way I see it, they haven't got a leg to stand on.
They must be crazy to think a mother could kill her own kid. Besides, didn't Steve confess that he did it?
Well, I really think they opened this case for some political reason.
Yeah. I'll bet that's it.
Sure. Just don't let yourself get panicky, say the wrong things.
I won't. My story's perfect.
Well, I'll drop by tomorrow. I'll let you know what's happening. My paper's out to see that you get a fair deal, Mrs. Wojcik. And, besides, well, you're the prettiest prisoner they ever had in this prison.
Nice of you to say that. Thanks.
Hello, Mrs. Wojcik.
Hello, Mr. Noble.
How are they treating you?
Rotten. Food's terrible.
You just keep calm.
I'm not worried.
They've been working on Ellie Javits. She's not so sure now that Steve confessed.
That little hussy. What's she afraid of? They can't do anything to her.
Oh, of course not. But she's getting very jittery. Say, look, do you mind if I take your picture, Mrs. Wojcik, for the paper?
Sure. Sure, okay.
Fine. Your profile, huh? That makes you look best. Oh, there we are. I hope it comes out as pretty as you really are.
Day after day, for 2 weeks, you, Bill Noble, went to see her, became friendly with her, broke down some of her resistance. She looked forward to seeing you every day. You confided in her, and in turn, she began to confide in you. Little things, nothing important, but you'd opened the door.
Hello, Ida.
Hello, Bill.
How are you today?
Lousy. I'm getting fed up with this place.
You've got to learn how to relax.
Anything new happen in my case?
Yeah,
Is it bad?
pretty bad.
Tell me.
Well, they got Ellie to admit that she wasn't sure what it was Steve said before he died. Instead of being sure that he said, I did it, she now agrees it sounded more like Ida did it.
No. No.
Now, the police have figured out something else. Steve couldn't have shot himself. He was left-handed. He was shot in the right side.
He wasn't left-handed. He was right-handed.
There are 6 neighbors who are ready to swear that he was left-handed.
I didn't do it. I wouldn't kill my own kids. You believe me, don't you?
Ida, I'm just telling you what the police are doing.
Chuck did it. He's the one who did it.
No, he didn't. He was in Detroit at the time. He can prove it.
I swear I didn't do it. You believe me, Bill, don't you? Please.
The doctor that treated poor Linda also told the police that Linda kept saying, Mommy shot me. Mommy shot me.
The lie! The lie!
On the way here, I stopped by your house, Ida. It's burnt to the ground. But I found this toy. A walking, chirping bird. There, you see, it's still good. The fire never touched it.
It was Paulie. My little Paulie.
The doctor also said that Linda wasn't angry at you before she died. She kept calling for Mommy until the end.
My baby. My baby.
Ida, you'll never be able to sleep again until you get it off your mind. It'll tear you apart. You'll never have a moment's peace. It'll shake you to bits. It'll drive you stark, staring mad unless you talk. Come on, now, tell it to me. You can't keep it inside you any longer. Tell it to me, Ida. Tell me.
He wanted to take the kids to his mother. He said I wasn't fit to take care of them. Told him if he ever tried to take the kids away, I'd kill them. We had a terrible fight. When we got home, I took a gun and shot him and the kids. I was crazy, killing my own babies. When I saw little Linda lying on the floor, I realized what a dreadful thing I did. I grabbed her up and drove her to the hospital. Who will forgive me? The Lord will never forgive me for this horrible thing. Never.
Now we read you that telegram from William T. Noble of the Lapeer, Michigan Press.
Murderess in tonight's big story pleaded guilty and was sentenced to life imprisonment at the Detroit House of Correction. At the trial, the judge said, there is no power in this court to punish the accused more than she has punished herself. For the rest of her life, she will be faced with the horror of what she did.
And so ends another big story. In order to protect the names of people actually involved in tonight's authentic big story, the names of all characters in the dramatization were changed, with the exception of the newspaper reporter. The Big Story has been a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
The Big Story.
Amy! What have I done? Amy!
I heard a shot, sir.
What have I done? Oh, what have I done?
What's the matter, sir?
My wife, look.
Shall I call the police, Mr. Hodge?
Yes. Is she dead?
She must have died instantly. The shot blew half her head off.
Youngstown, Ohio. From the pages of the Youngstown Vindicator, the story of a reporter who made a hunch pay off. Youngstown, Ohio. The story as it actually happened. Bill Griffith's story as he lived it.
The first chill wind of autumn slaps you across the face, Bill Griffith, reporter on the Youngstown Vindicator, as you leave your home that morning, late in October. You hurry to your office, not because you're late, but because you know there's a hot story waiting, made to order for you. The big jewelry store robbery downtown. But you never get to that job because there's something else that happened. It's so big that the boss himself is in your office waiting for you.
Oh, hiya, John.
Don't take your hat and coat off.
Okay, I'll get right over. They get much?
I'm not putting you on the jewelry job. Lawson's going to cover it.
Oh, why, Lawson?
You heard of Clive Hodge?
Sure, the big mining millionaire. What's the matter with him?
Nothing with him. It's his wife. He just blew her head off accidentally. Get down there fast. I'll try to hold the Blue Edition until I hear from you.
I'm on my way.
When you get to the Hodge mansion, Gould, the secretary, suave and courteous, shows you into the huge library. There you see Detective Bromley and a couple of his men sitting around and listening to Mr. Hodge. You've seen Mr. Hodge many times, but never like this. He's slumped in his chair, tortured and dazed. He keeps shaking his head in horror, as if trying to shake the remembrance away.
It was after dinner, Detective Bromley. Amy was resting on the love seat. She hadn't been feeling well, hardly ate her dinner.
How did you happen to have a shotgun in the library, Mr. Hodge?
We were nearly robbed the night before. I had an old shotgun in the storehouse. I carry it for protection. I don't know why I did that. I never shot this gun or any gun for that matter.
Go on.
Well, she fell asleep on the chair. She looked so uncomfortable, I decided to wake her up. To get her to go to her room. I prodded her with a gun. It went off. I never even dreamed it was loaded.
How far was the gun from her head?
About 10 inches at most. It was the most awful thing.
You look around the room, Bill Griffith. Beautifully furnished, clean. You look at the love seat, a large stain on the side of it, and on the rug. Someone had already tried to clean it. Since the accident, someone had been in this room, cleaning it up. Even the ashtrays. You wonder, what was the hurry? You get up and think maybe you can look around the mansion, maybe talk to a couple of the servants.
Where are you going, sir?
Oh, just looking around, Mr. Gould.
Oh.
Any objections?
Oh, no, sir. Go ahead and look all you like.
No, sir, they got along fine. It was always darling and dearie and honey. They've been on a perpetual honeymoon for 10 years. Oh, mister, you're looking for something that isn't there.
Well, to tell you the truth, I won't lie to you. They did have one spat. That was 2 years ago, less than 3 weeks, about 2 months after I came here. Mr. Hodge was real considerate of her. Not like some of the men that walk around these days. He made up to her. When they were alone in their room, he'd give her a pearl necklace and kiss her behind the ear. I couldn't always hear what they said, but, well, they always got along swell.
I never saw them quarrel, but Then I'm just the gardener. I never did see them much at all. Lucy could tell you more. She was poor Mrs. Hodges' maid.
Where can I find her?
She went back home. She was fired this morning.
Yes, sir.
Miss Lucy, I'm Bill Griffith from the Youngstown Vindicator. May I come in?
Oh, sure.
I want to talk to you about Mrs. Hodge. It was a terrible accident, wasn't it?
It was horrible.
Why were you discharged so soon?
I don't know. Mr. Gould gave me 2 weeks' salary and told me there was no need for my services.
How did Mr. Hodge and his wife get along?
Not too good.
They quarreled?
No, but he didn't like her.
He didn't. How do you know?
Well, Hey, I don't want to get mixed up in this. I got nothing more to do with Mr. Hodge, and I'd rather forget the whole terrible business.
Did you like Mrs. Hodge?
She was real nice and sweet to me. Always gave me a few extra dollars over my salary. He's an old skinflint, he is.
Wouldn't you want to help in case it wasn't an accident?
You think he...
I don't know. I'm trying to find out. Why didn't he like his wife?
Well, he had a friend.
Girlfriend?
Yes.
What's her name?
It's Madge Carey. She lives over in Belrose.
Did Mrs. Hodge know about her?
Yeah, but she never let on. Oh, Mrs. Hodge was a very unhappy woman. You know, she once told me that if anything ever happened to her, for me to look behind the Ruold. I never knew what she meant by that.
Well, Ruold is a painter. She probably has one of his pictures hanging in a room. It'll be very interesting to know what's behind that picture.
Now you have a fistful of leads, Bill Griffith. But you're not ready to go back to the office. Not yet. You want to have a look at the body.
I'm sorry, Bill, but I got instructions not to let anyone look at the body. Mr. Hodges' orders.
Why?
He doesn't want anyone to see her the way she is. I can't blame him. A shotgun makes an ugly mess.
Okay. Just tell me where the powder marks are.
Powder marks? There aren't any.
Well, there must be. The gun went off 10 inches from her head.
I'm telling you, there are no powder marks.
Are you sure?
Look here, Bill. I've been a coroner and a mortician for a long time. I work with the police. I know about these things. I'm telling you, there aren't any powder burns. I'm telling you, absolutely.
What the devil happened to you, Bill?
Am I too late for the Blue Edition, boss?
We put that to bed an hour ago. What did you get?
Boss, the story was too good. The house is too clean. Everything's too perfect for my taste. So I did a little snooping.
And
now I'm a wiser man. I don't know all the answers, but I certainly picked up a lot of questions that should be answered.
Like what?
There's only one thing fit to print right now, and that is, why are there no powder burns on Mrs. Hodge since the gun went off 10 inches away? It's just not possible. Let's keep asking that question. And I have a hunch we'll come up with the answer.
But even though the Vindicator hammers away for days on the absence of powder marks, the police decide that it was accidental homicide. But you, Bill Griffith, aren't satisfied with this decision. You go ahead with your investigations and make some phone calls. You try to see Madge Carey, Hodge's girlfriend, but she's away for the weekend. You try to get into the Hodge mansion to take a look at the Ruold painting, but Mr. Gould won't let you get any further than the front door. You're getting nowhere fast until one of your phone calls pays off.
Yes?
Bill, this is Cliff.
Oh, hiya, Cliff. Got anything for me?
Funny, after you called, I checked through our policies.
Spill it.
Clive Hodge insured his wife in New York about a year ago for $15,000.
15,000?
But that's not the half of it. He put in a claim for the dough 2 days after her death.
Well, isn't that a loving husband?
Don't go away yet. He even went to the trouble of claiming and collecting a $100 burial fund because his wife was once a government nurse.
You know what? I'm beginning to have a feeling that Mr. Hodge didn't like his wife at all. Yes?
Am I speaking to Mr. Griffith?
Yes, who is this?
I'm Mr. Gould, secretary to Mr. Hodge.
Oh, yes, yes.
Would you oblige me by coming down to see Mr. Hodge at your earliest convenience?
Okay, I can come down this afternoon.
Thank you. He'll be waiting for you.
Come in, please, Mr. Griffith.
Hello, Mr. Hodge.
Mr. Griffith, your paper has apparently been on a crusade against me. I suppose it makes good copy for your readers.
We're merely asking that someone answer the question we're asking.
You mean about the lack of powder burns?
That's right.
I wish I knew the answer.
There are a couple of other questions that have been bothering us.
I'd be very glad to answer any questions at all.
You're a close friend of Madge Carey, aren't you?
Who told you that?
Well, what difference does it make?
I know her slightly, that's all.
Seems strange that you should buy her a new automobile if you know her slightly.
That was just a business deal.
You also applied for collection on your wife's insurance 2 days after a fatal accident.
My business manager, he probably took care of that. I had no idea that he made application so soon.
You also collected a $100 burial fund 3 days after her death. It's hard for some of the people in my office to consider that an act of deep mourning.
Mr. Griffith, I don't care what your paper thinks. If necessary, I'll put a stop to these ugly stories, and I can do it, too. You can go back to your editor and tell him that I'll break your paper if he doesn't leave me alone. Now, you get out of here.
On your way out, you pass Amy Hodge's room. The door is slightly ajar. The Ruoff, the painting. You step carefully into the room, Bill Griffith, and close the door. You look on the walls. There it is, the Ruoff painting. You have to stand on a chair to get at it. You take the picture off the hook, and you look behind it. There's a piece of paper stuck into the back of the frame. You take the paper.
What are you doing here?
Well, I was just admiring your pictures, Mr. Hodge.
You were snooping. Didn't I tell you to get out?
Well, I was on my way out when I saw this picture.
Before I throw you out, hand me that paper. That paper, Mr. Griffith?
I found it by accident behind the painting. It reads, "I'm afraid of my husband." It's a woman's handwriting.
You're not leaving here. I'm going to call the police and have you arrested for breaking into my wife's room.
You're very confident, Mr. Hodge. But don't depend on that good conduct ribbon the police gave you. They might take it away. I know you're a powerful man around these parts, but so is the Vindicator. It usually lives up to its name. Avenging justice. If you're guilty, believe me, we'll find you out.
This is Cy Harris, returning you to your narrator and the big story of Bill Griffith, as he lived it and wrote it.
You, Bill Griffith, reporter for the Youngstown Vindicator, are now standing in the bedroom of the late Amy Hodge. Her husband has just called the police in what you think is a bold bluff. When they arrive, Hodge tells them the entire truth. How he invited you, how you violated his hospitality. And then he gives them the note you found behind the painting. He's so straightforward about it that you begin to have doubts about your convictions. The police let you go, but they don't like your meddling, and they tell you so in no uncertain terms. And now you have one lead left, Madge Carey, Mr. Hodge's girlfriend.
Who is it?
William Griffith.
What do you want?
I'd like to speak to you, Miss Carey.
What about?
I'm a reporter.
Well, what do you want to see me about?
About Mr. Hodge. You know him very well, don't you?
What business is that of yours?
Miss Carey, I can print what I think, or I can print what you tell me. I think you'd be better off if you answered a few questions.
What are you dragging me into this for?
You're a good friend of Mr. Hodge, aren't you?
Yes?
Very good, huh?
Yes, very good.
You love each other, don't you?
Of course not. He's a married man.
Why did he buy you that car?
Well, because he likes me. We're good friends. Can't you understand that?
No, I can't. I can't understand a young, pretty woman like yourself being such a close friend of a man in his 50s.
Are you making insinuations?
You were seen kissing him.
That's a lie.
I can prove it.
Well, I might have kissed him once in friendship. Nothing else, just friendship. Now, please get your foot out of the door. I have nothing else to say to you.
You didn't get very far with her, Bill Griffith. And now you have nothing else left to go on. You go back to your office planning to give this case up. But there's someone waiting for you. Hi, Bill. Remember me?
Why, Ed Veazey, what brings you here? I haven't seen you in months.
Well, naturally, as a ballistics expert, I've been reading your articles in the Hodge case.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're quite right about it. There should have been powder burns in the body.
Yes, I know, but it hasn't got me anywhere.
Well, look, I've just talked to the coroner. He swears that there were no powder burns. But I'm quite willing to testify that the shot could not have been made at 10 inches without leaving burns.
You are, Ed?
I am.
Ed, that's terrific.
I also took the trouble to go over the coroner's report. The great area of the wound couldn't possibly have been made by a shot fired at 10 or 15 inches away. It had to be a lot farther than that.
Ed, if you can prove that, I think we can get the new prosecutor to reopen the case.
Well, if you'll all come down to the Culver Valley Hunting Club, I can demonstrate it to everyone's satisfaction.
Look, Bill, I've only been prosecutor for a short time. The case is officially closed. The verdict is accidental homicide. Why should we reopen it now?
I've got a lot of reasons why this case should be reopened. One of them is this sworn statement by Mr. Veazey, a ballistics expert. Here, take a look at this.
All right. Uh-huh. Well, suppose it wasn't fired at 10 inches. What difference does a few more inches either way make?
The difference was more than a few inches. This means that Mr. Hodge was lying. It means that he wasn't prodding his wife with a gun to awaken her. It means that he was far enough away to take aim and murder her.
You say that Mr. Veazey can prove it?
Yes. He's willing to conduct a series of tests down at the Culver Valley Hunting Club.
All right, I'm willing to be shown.
There's one more thing.
Like what?
I'd like you to ask Mr. Hodge to come down.
He'll never do it.
From what I know about him, I have a hunch he will.
2 days later, everyone involved in this case assembles at the Culver Valley Hunting Club in the target room. And as you had expected, Bill Griffith, Mr. Hodge and his secretary, Mr. Gould, are present. Mr. Hodge seems calm, even nods pleasantly to you when you happen to catch each other's eye. The atmosphere is more like a college lecture hall than a hearing in which a man's life hangs in the balance.
I want to thank you, Mr. Hodge, for being so cooperative.
Well, Mr. Prosecutor, I'm as anxious as I hope all of you are to get this tragedy cleared up once and for all.
Yes, let's proceed and get this finished as fast as we can. Go ahead, Mr. Veazey.
Gentlemen, I have here the same shotgun which caused the fatal accident to Mrs. Hodge.
Is that the gun, Mr. Hodge?
I suppose so. I'm not very familiar with guns. I guess it is.
It's loaded. Mr. Hodge said he gently prodded his wife with the gun that went off. Is that so, Mr. Hodge?
Yes, it is so.
I'm going to take the same gun and pound it on the floor. And now I'm going to hammer it and knock it. It's facing me, you notice. If it goes off, the shell will hit me. You see, the shotgun didn't go off. I wasn't being dramatic by pointing it at me. I did this only to prove that this gun can't possibly go off unless you press the trigger and press it hard.
You might do that once too often, sir. You can hammer it on the floor 1,000 times and it won't go off. The 1,001st time it might fire.
Mr. Veazey,
Yes?
do you consider it impossible for the gun to go off without pulling the trigger?
Nothing is impossible, Mr. Griffith, but it's so unlikely that I was quite willing, as you saw, to point the gun at myself while pounding and hammering it.
Do you have any other tests, Mr. Veazey?
Well, Mr. Prosecutor, I've brought here a slaughtered pig.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to fire the shotgun at it from a 10-inch distance. Will you people move to this side?
Surely.
Thank you. Notice that the hole in the body of this pig is no bigger than the size of the shell, a half-inch in diameter. Notice the powder marks around the wound. Notice the waddings around the shell have followed the shot into the wound. Is the coroner here?
Yes?
Was there any wadding of the shell in the wound that killed Mrs. Hodge?
No, there wasn't.
Do you want to say anything, Mr. Hodge?
Yes, indeed, Mr. Prosecutor. I would merely like to say that I had no idea there was going to be an accident, and I didn't measure the distance the gun was from her head. It might have been more or less. I was so dazed by what happened that my sense of distance might easily have been distorted.
Well, that's very true, but I haven't finished this experiment. Please let me go on.
Go ahead.
The shell of a shotgun is different from a rifle bullet. A bullet makes the same hole no matter what the distance. But a shell hole is larger the farther the weapon is from the target. The shot spreads. Now, I'll fire the shotgun at a distance of 3 feet from target. The wound is now much bigger, as you can see, a little bigger than the silver dollar. But now I'd like to ask the coroner a question.
Yes?
The wound that killed Mrs. Hodge was bigger than the silver dollar, wasn't it?
Yes, much bigger.
If I'm not mistaken, according to your report, the wound was about 3 by 2 inches, or roughly about the size of a closed fist.
That's about the size, Mr. Griffith.
All right, I'll now fire the shotgun.
I don't know what you expect to prove by that.
If you'll allow me to finish, I'll point out to all of you the significance of
This
this.
experiment seems most unfair to me, very prejudicial against me.
Allow me to finish,
Oh, wait a
please.
moment. Why do you think it's prejudicial, Mr. Hodge?
Mr. Prosecutor, he's firing into a dead body. There's a great difference between the resistance of a dead body and a live one.
Oh?
The size of the wound would therefore be very different.
Well, there is a difference, but so small as not to be measurable. For all intents and purposes, the shell makes the same size hole as the naked eye in a live or dead body.
I refuse to accept this.
We can carry on the same experiment with a live animal if necessary, but I deplore the unnecessary use of slaughter to prove it.
I object to these experiments.
Mr. Vesey, you may continue with this experiment.
Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. I will now fire the shotgun from a distance of 8 feet. Notice the wound. About the size of my closed fist. About the same size as the wound that killed Mrs. Hodge.
This is a ridiculous experiment.
The coroner can easily verify that this was the size of the fatal wound.
I object to this whole procedure.
Quiet, please. Coroner?
Yes, that was about the size.
The shot was fired at Mrs. Hodge from a distance of 8 feet, which meant that he took deliberate aim. There can be no other possible explanation.
Would you like to comment on this, Mr. Hodge?
Well, the whole thing is a lie. Griffith, your newspapers are just trying to make a lurid story out of this tragic accident.
You have anything else to say, Mr. Hodge?
Well, I'm innocent. I love my wife. We never quarreled. I wouldn't kill her. I wouldn't harm a hair of her head. I loved her.
Mr. Hodge, we know about Madge Carey.
So what?
We know about the note which I found behind the Rualt.
Well, that doesn't prove anything. My wife was eccentric.
You insured your wife a year ago for $15,000 and put in a claim for the money 2 days after her death.
I told you my business manager
You
did that.
even collected a $100 burial fund on your wife 3 days after her death.
I don't see what all this has to do with the situation.
I think the combination of all these things adds up to a motive. And certainly this demonstration has proved that...
I tell you, I didn't kill her.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hodge. The state now considers you under suspicion of the murder of your wife, Amy Hodge. You are now under arrest.
Now we read you that telegram from Bill Griffith of the Youngstown Vindicator.
Suspect in tonight's big story was brought to trial. His suavity and polish and his calm demeanor did not fool the jury. He was found guilty of murder and sentenced to life imprisonment in the Ohio Penitentiary.
And so ends another big story. In order to protect the names of people actually involved in tonight's authentic big story, the names of all characters in the dramatization were changed, with the exception of the newspaper reporter. The Big Story has been a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
big story.
It wasn't any different from usual. He came home late,
Your husband?
and he knew it was going to be one of his insomniac nights. He said, I won't sleep. So he took his handkerchief and he poured some chloroform on it.
Chloroform.
He called it the scent of the gods. He took a little and put it on his handkerchief, put the handkerchief over his face, and went to sleep. He had done it many times before.
You used to take chloroform to go to sleep?
At about 5, I thought I heard a noise downstairs. I said, Harold, please see what it is. And I reached over and touched him, and he was cold. Harold was dead.
Hartford, Connecticut. From the pages of the Hartford Times comes the story of Puritan morality and violent death. Hartford, Connecticut. The story as it actually happened. Albert Prince's story as he lived it.
It was a scoop, a clean scoop, and you had been scooped. There it was in black and white on the front pages of the opposition paper. Wife finds husband dead in bed. Harold Duran, prominent meteorologist and weather expert, dead of chloroform poisoning. But the scoop didn't bother you much, Albert Prince, reporter of the Hartford Times. Not really. Sure, it hurts to be scooped. But what really bothered you was that you knew Harold Duran. Knew him for a quiet, good-looking, middle-aged scientist. A member of the Hartford Weather Bureau. Accurate, conservative, easy with reporters. The man almost everybody turned to first in the paper to see what today's weather was going to be like, or tomorrow's. What hit you, disturbed you, made you restless, was that there was something weird about it. That was the only word that accurately described it. Weird. Harold Duran and chloroform. So, to clear up the weirdness of it, you sat now on the porch of a nice house in East Hartford, where the widow Duran speaks to you in her small, controlled voice.
We had been married 25 years. We were going to celebrate our silver anniversary at my folks' house in Stoneham, Massachusetts.
She stops, musing on what that 25th celebration might have been like. And you look at the face. Not an attractive woman. A woman who never learned to dress. A woman who was not allowed by her upbringing to give in to vanity. A woman with thin, pale lips and thin, long fingers. A frail woman, weighing no more than 100 pounds. Pure Puritan stock.
We were childhood friends in Stoneham. We played together as children. We married there in my father's big house.
Mrs. Durand, I knew your husband pretty well. I heard him lecture at the university. I even read some of his scientific articles. Such a clear, clean mind.
He was like that in everything. Harold was the kind of man you dream about and meet once in a lifetime.
How does a man like that wind up with, drugs?
The chloroform? I don't know what to say, only that he worked so hard. He was too tired to sleep so often.
Where'd he get it? A man doesn't just buy chloroform in a drugstore.
I never thought of that. But if you knew how seriously he took his work, ships at sea depended on his accuracy, and airplanes and farmers, even banks used to call and... Oh, I'm terribly sorry.
I beg your pardon?
I've kept you out on the porch. I've offered you nothing.
Oh, that's all right.
I didn't even ask you inside. Surely a cup of tea. I know I'd like a cup.
For a moment, she was out of herself. Just a brief moment. But now the Puritan morality, the politeness, the kindness to other people asserts itself. The tight, pinched face has the smile hostesses use when you walk into a restaurant.
Have a cup of tea?
Well, thank you. I don't want to trouble you, but I would appreciate it.
It'd almost seem normal. The bereaved woman talking, offering tea on the porch of a house, like any other house on the clean street. Then you find yourself in the living room. The altar hits you first. A red lacquered base, bright as a fire engine, rising 3 feet above the oriental rug, in the center of the large wall. Candles in profusion, burning, perhaps 100, at the foot of the altar and at the apex. And an idol, a fantastic idol. 3 hideous monkeys, half life-size, grinning, smirking, glaring, their eyes fantastically real, as if there were life inside these grotesque monsters. And the sweet, almost sickeningly sweet aroma. And then its source. 2 blue incense burners, the odor of musk and sandalwood. A fantastic horror in this ordinary house.
Most people didn't know about that, about Harold. But Harold was a cultist, you see. Harold was a disciple, a student of metaphysics, a believer in the inner life, the pure light, the sanctified light.
I see something in the bedroom. I didn't mean to look in.
Another altar. The main one. This one here was for the ordinary days. The one in the bedroom for cult days. Here's your tea. Cream, lemon, sugar.
You never tasted the tea, never saw it, never smelled it. You could never take your eyes from those 2 fantastic altars. Your nose was filled with the burning incense. And even now, a block from the house, the same word, weird, weird, again weird, had been planted, almost physically, in your mind. For a conservative scientific meteorologist with a Puritan wife, this comes to your mind.
Lizzie Borden took an axe, gave her father 40 whacks.
The famous poem forms in your mind. The story of the New England woman years ago named Lizzie Borden. Killed her father with an axe. And you find yourself sitting, talking to a very flat, very smart, very skeptical detective, name of Sergeant McGovern.
Well, whatever it is you're after, Al, I'll lay you 8 to 1 you got nothing.
Why are you so sure?
Why? Because I, too, am about to celebrate my silver anniversary. 25 years at this desk.
Look, Mac, you never gave me a bum steer. Now, just answer me this question.
Yeah.
Were the Durans ever, at any time in the last 10 years, in any trouble, difficulties, maybe even a fight?
Look, just because you went to somebody's house and they haven't got it furnished the way you think they ought to have it furnished...
Well, you've seen that altar, the monkeys...
I never was in the house. But I get the general idea. Even so, okay, it's crazy. Incense, sandalwood, candles, monkeys. So I got a collection of Fearless Fosdick. Am I suspect number 2 in your book?
Now, please, don't get wise with me. Mac, were they ever in there? Ever? Any time?
Durant. Wait a minute. Catherine Durant, Harold Durant. Yeah, it was 2 years ago, in the fall, I think. I was on the desk. The 2 of them came in, Mr. and Mrs. Durant. What a scene, too. You know how that kind of person whispers? Well, that's what they were doing, but loud.
Why did you have to come here? We could have settled it.
I've had enough.
We don't have to. Sergeant, it's all a misunderstanding. I'm going to take my wife home now.
Now, just a second, if you please. What is this all about?
It's absolutely nothing. She's just a little upset, and...
You think that I could hear it from the lady?
The things he says, the things he does, the kind of things he brings home, the kind of things I have to put up with.
Catherine, for heaven's sake.
Like what, lady? What kind of things, huh?
Since when, Catherine, do we have to make our private affairs public?
It's nothing, Sergeant. I think I did something very foolish, coming here and bothering
Well, now,
you.
just a moment, please. You started to say something, and then all of a sudden
I'm very sorry. There's nothing to talk about, and I think I would really like to go home with my husband. A family affair, Sergeant, that I just let get a little away from me.
Well, that's all there was to it, Al. So they had a tiff. They came in. They decided not to have the tiff in front of me anyhow.
Oh, that doesn't jibe. 25 years of blissful harmony, childhood sweethearts. I don't believe it.
You don't believe what?
I don't believe things are the way they seem. Now, look, I'm not kidding, Mac. I'm asking you a straight question. Could this be murder?
The medical examiner's report says accidental death by asphyxia, chloroform poisoning. The guy thought he knew how much he was taking. He took a little more than he thought.
And why couldn't it be that someone gave him a little more than he took?
On account of the medical examiner looked into that aspect. On account of 2 of my best men interviewed Mrs. Durant. On account of pigs don't whistle. You seriously think that frightened little lady, you think she killed the husband she'd been married to for 25 years?
Remember the poem, Lizzie Borden took an axe, gave her father 40 whacks?
Yeah, I know.
And when the job was nicely done, she gave her mother 41?
Oh, you're out of your head.
Okay, Mac, I've been wrong before. But then again, once in a while, I've also been right.
This is Cy Harris, returning you to your narrator and the big story of Albert I. Prince as he lived it and wrote it.
There's got to be more to this dead man. This meteorologist scientist, Harold Duran. This bizarre cultist with the incense and the candles and the monkeys in his living room and bedroom. There must be other bizarre things, other weird aspects. An ordinary man doesn't take chloroform before he goes to sleep at night, and a conservative scientist even less. Other what? Other women? Other practices in his cult? You want to know more. And so you say all this, you, Albert Prince, reporter. You say all this to Ernie McGovern, Sergeant Mac to you, and he says...
Now, look, I'm just not interested in this case anymore. The fellow died of accidental asphyxia.
All right. Accidental asphyxia.
Yeah.
Will you give me permission to go into his office down at the Weather Bureau, maybe his house?
I got no right to give permission like that.
All right, at least you know about it if I get picked up for, I don't know, snooping, I guess, or breaking or entering or something.
Well, my advice is to you, don't snoop, don't break, and don't enter. Oh, go on. Go take a trip down to Yale. The boys are having a good football game there tomorrow afternoon.
Look, I still like the Lizzie Borden theory.
Boy, are we stubborn this morning.
Well, anyhow, you know what I'm doing.
The Weather Bureau was neat, precise, quiet, with the big maps on the wall. All kinds of gadgets, meters, barometers, anemometers. Things you've vaguely heard about but never looked at before. And the quiet, distinguished-looking cubbyhole, and the closed door with a name neatly lettered, Harold Duran.
Why, I'm terribly sorry. You can't go in there.
I'm from the Times, and we want to do a story on Mr. Duran. Did you know him well?
I was his secretary.
Well, miss, you can help me if you'd like to, and I think help him, too, if you wanted.
He was the nicest boss a girl ever had. Sweet, thoughtful.
Could I ask your name?
Susan Reiner.
Miss Reiner, I know he was working on an annual report, a summary of some kind. And I thought it'd be a tribute if we, the paper that is, brought it out, or maybe he said something about it.
He'd like that.
So, won't you help me?
I'm sorry. If you want to go in, go ahead, but his things are all in there, and I just couldn't bring myself to do it.
Oh, that's okay, Miss Reiner. I'll get the story myself.
A devoted secretary, upset, as everybody who knew him apparently is. So you don't like yourself exactly for what you're doing. His papers are just papers. comparative high-lows, years 1946, 47, 48. New England precipitation, 1948, 49. Weather prediction accuracy ratios, 1941 through 1949. Nothing here. And then, in a small mahogany humidor, he didn't smoke, a packet of letters and a diary. And when you've glimpsed at the first few words, you can't wait to get out of the office and into a place where you can read what you've gotten. You find a bar, and you get a beer in a quiet corner with a small light. And you start first the diary, reading,
Property of Catherine Durand. Her book. Entry.
I don't think I can take it anymore. It's got to stop. It's got to stop.
Entry 10 days later.
I know what's been going on. It's him and that girl. I know it. I thought I could deceive myself, but I can't anymore.
Entry 3 days later. 1 week before the death of Harold Durand.
Now I know finally exactly what it is I have to do about them, but especially about him.
You almost stop there, almost get up, almost run to Sergeant Mack. But there are those letters. Letters dated from a year ago.
Oh, my darling. When you're away from me, all I can think of are those kisses that just you and I have alone in the world.
The letter dated 3 months later.
When are you coming back from Boston? When can I see the people I meet? This is my husband, Harold. When?
Letter dated 1 month before the death of Harold Durand.
Harold, I don't know what you're doing. Why are you lecturing so much away from home and away from me? You said we were going to be married. If you've been lying to me, I don't know what I'll do. But I'll do something.
And the name on all the letters. Susan Reiner, the devoted secretary who couldn't go in the room because she couldn't bring herself to touch his things. At headquarters, Sergeant Mack listens as you tell him you're more convinced than ever that Dr. Jekyll, scientist Harold Durand, was Mr. Hyde as far as Susan Reiner was concerned. When you both confront her, she says,
You must be out of your mind suggesting a thing like that. I loved him. I always loved him.
Okay, you loved him. Only it says here in your writing, if you are lying to me, Harold, I don't know what I'll do.
But you know what I meant, Sergeant, for heaven's sake. All I meant was I would go out of my mind. Harold and I were...
Yeah, you were special. The first two people on Earth that really loved each other. Just one little question. Where were you on the night that he was killed?
Killed?
Killed.
I was home with my father, my mother, my sister, and my older brother.
Can they verify that?
Do they have to? I mean, do you really think I...
And Mac is quietly shaking his head. And so are you, Albert Prince. Because it's obvious, very obvious, she didn't do it. She's confused. She's disturbed. She was in love, and he wasn't coming through on his promises. But she didn't do it. But somebody did.
Lizzie Borden gave her father 40 whacks.
Yeah, that's my sentiments, too.
But if things are, as in this case they are, hardly what they seem, and it is a Lizzie Borden, a violent, passionate woman, inside a calm, Puritan exterior, then it's a delicate instrument that has to be played carefully. No slugging, no rapid-fire cross-examination is going to bring this out. And Mac agrees. And so you and Sergeant Mac go and sit on the porch with her.
There was never anything wrong, was there, between you?
I thought I told you everything you wanted to know, Mr. Prince.
It was one of those marriages made in heaven, wasn't it?
Why do you torture me like this? What do you want?
A childhood romance and a marriage that sweetened and ripened every year it lasted.
Please,
There were no complaints by you against him, were there, ever?
please go.
You never went to the police and said he beat you, said he treated you badly.
Go, 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 go.
You remember me, Mrs. Durant?
No.
I think you do. I think you remember coming into the police station about 2 years ago with your husband.
Doesn't break with that woman. I know now what I've got to do.
No, 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 no.
Susan Reiner, Susan and Harold. Susan.
I did it.
Why? Why, Mrs. Durant? Why?
First, he used to ask me to make lunch. He used to eat his lunch in the office. It was always 2 sandwiches, 2 apples, 2 pieces of cake. I used to think what an appetite he had. Then I realized how foolish I had been. For over 2 years, I used to make lunch for her every day.
Susan?
And then he used to bring her to the house for dinner. And I would cook for him and her. And they would eat dinner and talk meteorology, talk weather. And after dinner, I would do the dishes. And they would go upstairs to his room to work.
He and Susan.
The cruelty was always polite. The humiliation always done with gentility. Oh, dear Lord, how I hated the cult, the incense, the altar, the hideous statues, those vulgar burning lights. And one night, he came home, and he fell down on the bed and said to me,
Get me the bottle.
You're not going to take that again.
Give me the nectar of the gods, the scent of the angels. Give it to me. Don't stand there looking like a jackass.
All right, Harold. Here you are.
A few drops on a handkerchief. I shall taste the beauties of Oriental sleep. The sleep of forgetfulness. It would be the greatest joy in the world some night to go out. To go on until you go out on an everlasting diet of sleep. Get out of the room. You sicken me.
And so I waited until he'd fallen asleep. And then I walked back in. The bottle was beside the bed, on a table. The chloroform. And as I poured it, I said to him, You want to go out on an everlasting diet of sleep, Harold? You will, Harold. On a diet of everlasting sleep. I did it. And may the Lord have mercy on my soul.
Now we read you that telegram from Albert Prince of the Hartford Times.
When questioned in her cell, murderess in tonight's big story calmly repeated all the gruesome details which led to the killing of her husband. In court, although nervous, she pleaded guilty to a charge of manslaughter. She was sentenced to the state prison at Wethersfield.
And so ends another big story. In order to protect the names of people actually involved in tonight's authentic big story, the names of all characters in the dramatization were changed, with the exception of the newspaper reporter. The Big Story has been a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
big story.
Okay, girls, last stop.
Oh, come on. We only live 2 blocks away. Drive the bus down. What do you care? Nobody's watching.
Come on. It's after 2. I'm on this run since 4 p.m. Even the bus is tired.
Oh, come on, driver. Give us a break. What a nice girl.
Come on out. I'm due back at the terminal in 15 minutes.
Come on, Charlene. As soon as I get my purse.
Hey, what are you trying... Oh.
We asked you to go. But no, you have to get stuffy. Need to get his change. What are you going to do? Well, I sure ain't going to leave him here to blab his big mouth off.
New York City, New York. The story of a city editor who uncovered one of the most vicious crime syndicates in history and knew he'd only touched the surface. New York City. The story as it actually happened. Paul Schoenstein's story as he lived it.
The story of the 2 Bobby Soxers who had shot, killed, and robbed the bus driver on East Fremont Avenue. That was one of several in the series that got you going, Paul Schoenstein, city editor of the Journal American. That and the story of the Wolf Girl pack, none over 20, who snatched purses, tore clothes, and killed when forced into corners. That and the woman who ran an uptown night spot and who gasped with her last breath.
That bunch. They say they're going to give you a break if you pay them, and so you pay them. Then they do this to you. 2 hoods take you apart with a knife.
That determined you, Paul Schoenstein, to get to the cause of these horrors. You called Jim Huran and Leon Rock into your office, both of them reporters. Both men like you, who are after the facts. Rock, a big, raw-boned man who has been assigned to the Bobby Soxer story.
They picked up the 2 kids. They were hiding out in the most obvious hideout in the world, a friend's place.
And? Well, come on, Leon, come on. I want to know what's going on here.
It ain't pretty. The juvenile authorities will take care of the 2 girls, all right. The real point is why they did it. These are just 2 of 10,000 kids running around the city with crazy ideas in their heads.
All right, why?
Some dame, a woman named Marie. Something fantastic, mysterious, exotic, who knows what else. She's behind them some way.
All right, Leon, that's your assignment. Get Marie. You got a week. Come back with the answers.
Leon Rock smiles the smile that you know is calling you a name for being such a tough nut. But a smile at the same time that suggests if the stuff is gettable, he'll get it. And you turn to Huran, who has by now pounded out a lead editorial.
Well, let me hear it, Jim.
It's a little rough.
All right, so it's rough.
Okay. Rampant white slavery with virtual children as the vice slaves, drug dens, sale of marijuana, heroin, and cocaine.
That's a good idea, Jim, but it won't work.
What's the matter, Paul?
It just sounds sensational. Big talk. I want the facts. Every single detail of this thing found out, nailed down, printed.
There could be a lot of trouble.
And I want names named, the responsibility placed where it belongs.
I can make it pretty hot. Get pretty high up.
That's exactly the idea. Exactly.
So begins an investigation into crime in the greatest city in the world. It begins in a bar uptown about a minute before 4 o'clock in the morning, just before legal closing time. And you're there, Paul Schoenstein, with Jim Huran, playing a role as an out-of-towner.
What are you having?
Give me a double.
It's 4 o'clock, brothers.
Now, maybe your watch is fast. Come on, give us 2 doubles.
Oh, no, my watch keeps very good time. Why don't you kind of, I don't know, walk around the corner, stop at 137? That's a place they never heard of clocks.
.137 is just a room with just a man and just a table, just a bottle and 2 glasses, and no clock.
Give us a double. Okay. Hey, what are they putting in these bottles?
You new around here?
Who are you?
That ain't a question folks ask. They call me Party Boy.
Oh, well, that's nice.
I seen you two walking around. Seen you wondering. Finally seen you come in. Seen you waste your money.
You mean on the shellac?
No, the stuff's good. Good as any after-hour place. Now, what I mean is mostly an out-of-towner would order himself a double. Fellow knew the ropes. Would order himself a shorty. A shorty and a question.
What's a shorty?
You get yourself a triple drink and pay the price of a double.
Oh? What's the question?
That's something you ask and I answer. But you gotta be interested.
What'll you have?
I'll take a shorty.
And I'll ask a question.
Party Boy leads the way, and you start up a miserable street, stop at a miserable staircase, and enter a house through a miserable hall. The shades are drawn, and the doors are closed, and the muffled music can't be heard from the street. But inside it's hot and moist and fetid. A dozen dancing couples.
Take a look around. Anything you see? Looks like it might be lucky. You just nod at it.
Lucky?
You gents asked a question, didn't you? You might need a little luck for the answer.
The luck of Bobby Soxers. Kids like the two who killed the bus driver. Some lazily dancing, others just standing, waiting. To go through with the role you're playing, you, Paul Schoenstein, nod at a smoky-eyed redhead, and Jim Huron indicates a tousled blonde, maybe 18.
Let's go on inside to the questioning place. They'll be around.
Point a six to point an even bet. Put 5 to get 5. Point a six.
Not just a roving dice game, not just a corner of a wall with a tough guy cutting 10% of the house, but a layout as elaborate and swank as anything in the famed sporting clubs all over the country. And then...
Play the dice, mister. Play the dice. That's what I love. The dice. This here's Dora. My name is Alona.
A tousled blonde and a smoky-eyed redhead. They're there, standing there next to you.
Oh, Daddy. Buy me a drink and let's play the dice.
Here, this is the profession. Little kids that ought to be at home in bed, half crocked on a cut gym. Eyes promising everything in the world and telling you in their childish voices.
I tell you, Daddy, I'm the luckiest thing in the world on dice.
Here, to work on a commission basis.
Now, that didn't cost you too much, gents. I mean, for that much fun.
Well, no, Party Boy. No, it was fine. Fine.
Well, you know where to go in the future, anyhow. Introductions are always a little bit expensive.
Yeah, well, how do you get these girls?
I just told you. You point at them.
No. I mean, where do they come from?
Oh, I wouldn't know that. That ain't my concern. You especially interested in girls?
Who ain't?
Ain't that the truth? In that case, you ought to tie up with Marie.
Marie again. Marie, one of the places you started from, and now one of the places you come back to. One of the big names, together with Big Joe Caddison, protection. Together with Lenox Avenue Tom, hotels with rooms for rent. One of the big names you're after. Leon Rock has a special look on his face. It's 4 days since he went out for Marie.
All we've really got is she's had 27 different hideouts in the last year. Well, where is she now, Leon? No information at all. She works through the high schools, recruits a kid from some class, and that kid's a colonizer for her. Brings the girl after class to one of Marie's hideouts, and that's where it begins. And you got no immediate lead? Well, just that she's supposed to be moving into Phillips High School.
The high school lies flat in the middle of an area where 10% of the houses have outside sanitation, and where 2 and 3 families live in the space where one should live. And the teachers, perhaps the most harassed human beings on earth.
Cooperate? Sure, I'll cooperate, Mr. Schoenstein. I've talked to police, civic leagues, reform organizations, the district attorney's office. I'll be glad to talk to you or anyone else.
Well, no, just a second, Miss Hanson. I know there have been a lot of tries and a lot of flops. The way to go about this thing, well, at least we think so, is one thing at a time. We want Marie.
I think if I ever saw that woman, if I ever came face to face with her, I'd kill her. The things I've seen her do to the poor girls in my class.
Like what?
Oh, I don't have words to say it. Every foul thing you can imagine.
Where is she operating from now, this Marie?
Well, I got hold of 2 girls' diaries. They brought them to school to show off to each other what they were doing. I got one of the girls. She had little sense left. And she told me there was a place on East 114th Street. But that's the last address I ever heard of.
Well, thanks, Miss Hanson. Thank you very much.
It's not very hard because the diary entry is very recent. And the house is there and the apartment. And you and Leon Rock are at the door.
Can I help you?
Well, we'd like to talk to you, Marie.
Oh? Have we met?
No. You're a well-known woman, that's all.
I'm beginning not to like what I hear.
What do you think you hear?
Look, you two, stand where you are. You're not coming in here.
But we are, Marie.
I'll get on that phone. There'll be somebody here.
Yeah, you do that, will you? In the meantime, we'll kind of look around. Say, tell me, Marie, is this the place where you make high school girls into steerers?
There are 9 rooms. Amid the squalor of the rest of the neighborhood, Marie's place is a palace. Indirect lighting, oriental rugs on the floors, and the bathrooms done in onyx and gold paint. A real little paradise conjured up out of the brain of one Marie.
Joe says to tell you to be sure to stick around.
Oh? Big Joe?
Joe Catterson.
Uh-huh. You know, I like the way you do it, Marie.
Do you?
You get them out of those stinking holes they live in, ordinarily, with the outside plumbing. You give them a social club, music, a room of their own, a little of the feel of the good life.
Joe also says it don't matter whether you stay or not. You won't get far.
Yeah, that's the idea. Get them used to the good life. Maybe give them $10, $15 in their pocket, too, huh? Give them a taste for good liquor, and then show them how easy it is to keep going.
Talk. Talk your head off.
Then all they got to do is show up in one of Party Boy's places or somewhere else. Nice roving gambling joint where they bring you luck at dice, huh? Or 21 or chuck-a-luck or whatever. For 10% of the house's take.
What are you? One of them reformers?
And that's only the beginning. First the steerer, and then anything goes. Yeah, it's very nice, Marie. It's real democratic. Any girl can rise to the top of the heap.
Well, do you think you can change human nature? This kind of setup will always be around, mister. You won't.
And she's got something there. A terribly profound truth. It's not only poverty sending them into situations like this. It's what Marie calls human nature. Well, you're getting somewhere. You and Jim Huran and Leon Rock. Something besides editorial anger. The facts. And as you walk back to your hotel, which you've set up as headquarters, because home isn't the safest place on earth, there's a note waiting for you.
I'd stop now while I can. After all, you can't change human nature. Signed, Joe.
Big Joe Catterson talking philosophy. And with the subtle threat in your hand, you know you're getting somewhere. You'll start again tomorrow to go beneath the surface, beneath the incredible horror of the surface that you've only touched.
This is Cy Harris, returning it to your narrator and the big story of Paul Schoenstein, as he lived it and wrote it.
You're after the story of Vice in the city you make your home, Paul Schoenstein. Vice in New York City. And it's big and infinite and sprawling as the city itself. Because you've touched on part 1, liquor, and part 2, gambling, and part 3, girls, part 4, threats, was no surprise. And so you sit now with Jim Huran and Leon Rock, reporters who have gone all the way with you, and plan the answer to the threat.
Okay, first we run the editorial, then we start the series, Jim.
I knew you'd figure out something like that.
There's no figuring involved. It's the only thing you can do. We'll try editorials.
And while they're running, we'll work up the rest of it.
I picked the right guys for the job. The rest is right. Joe Catterson, Lenox Avenue Tom, we've got all the leads.
Parts 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 have been comparatively easy. What you want now are the men behind the dice games, the steerers, the Maries, the party boys. The men who put in the fix.
You the guy I got to see?
Depends.
Well, I want to open a club. I want a nice place with good appointments. Nothing low down.
It still depends.
Well, Marie said you were the guy I should see because she's working with me.
I never heard of Marie. But if you want a place, I'll draw you up a lease. All I know about Mister is I own the place.
You go through a lot of motions now. One of the boys on the paper comes in to decorate the place. You send one of your nightmen to talk terms with the landlord about the bar that's going to run the whole length of the place. You make arrangements with beer companies. A strictly legitimate operation, it seems. And in time, the man you've been waiting for shows up. You're a little surprised at who it is.
It's going to be a nice place.
What? Well, party boy. Well, what brings you to this neck of the world?
Bar in the back. Tables out here. Little space for dancing. I hear you rented the rooms upstairs, too.
Hey, you get around, don't you?
You know, first some of the boys were worried. But I got a message for you. Big Joe says it'll be $100 a week to start.
Protection, huh?
Joe said he didn't like the way you talked with Marie. But that was on account he didn't know what you were after. He says $100 to start.
Well, I'll be glad to meet with Joe.
Joe says fine. He says tonight, about a little before 11 at my place.
You tell Joe I said fine, huh? You in on this, Tom?
It's my place you're moving into. Didn't you know?
And this here is Buster.
Oh, well, where's Joe?
Buster's Joe. He's as good as Joe, anyhow.
Well, look, I want to see Joe. I don't want to kid around with...
With what?
Well, I want to talk with Joe direct.
You know, I thought for a minute maybe you were going to say you didn't want to kid around with small time. Buster wouldn't like that, would you, Buster? Buster ain't a guy that talks a lot. But he don't like it, I can tell just by looking at him.
Well, now, look, there's no hard feelings or anything like that. Look, have a drink, huh? Go ahead.
I'll have a shorty. Tom?
The shorty.
Buster? He ain't drinking.
Well, all right. So it's set then, huh? I move in about 3 weeks. Pictures are all lined up. I think the place will be ready by then. It's $100 a week, huh?
150.
Hey, you said 100.
That was before.
Before what?
There's a couple of things Joe was asking a couple of questions about, that's all. For instance, where you from? Who are your buddies? How do we know you ain't phony?
Gee, a guy cases a town. A guy lines up all the money he's got, all the loose cash. He goes step by step, finding just what he wants, gets a good after-hours setup, gets his game room lined up, gets his girls, the steerers, coming in smooth. He needs us to fix. And you guys put the squeeze on him.
What do you think, Buster? All right, you're in. You got your fix. But 150 a week.
Close. Too close. You're getting to the heart of it now. Because those three tight-faced, gimlet-eyed men, Party Boy and Lenox Avenue Tom and Buster, representing Joe Caddison, any one of them would have snuffed you out easier than snuffing out a cigarette. And you know that this has gone beyond the newspaper stage. You like your wife, your home, your life, your job too much. And anything else would be suicide.
I've been expecting you for a long time, Mr. Schoenstein.
It's the district attorney of New York County. A solid, substantial sort of a man. And you're doubly glad you came.
Well, I don't know how much overlapping we've done, Mr. District Attorney.
A good deal, I'm sure, but you go ahead anyway.
Well, we have got the party boy set up pretty well in hand, and we know all about Marie.
Marie?
Yeah, Marie. Face to face with Marie. Entries in diaries, statements from girls themselves.
Not too much overlapping. You've done a lot better than we had. And?
And the landlord of the place is through Lenox Avenue Tom's department. General go-betweening, party boy again.
He's a kid really gets around.
Yeah. And Buster. The payoff, the fix, the protection. Oh, yeah, numbers. But I never got to Joe. Big Joe.
Well, we got to Big Joe.
Oh?
And from Big Joe, we got the insight on police graft and what is, in fact, an integral part of the whole crime setup.
Well, then I think I've about played out my usefulness.
I wouldn't say that at all. We can stage arrests easy, pick up this one and that one, but in the end, these lice have a saying. You can't change human nature.
Yeah, I've heard it.
Meaning, close up one place, another will open right next door. Stop one hop joint, another will spring up down the block.
It's a tough thing to change.
That's where you come in. Now, if you can make this stuff live, get it so people will see it in terms of their own daughter, their own sons, the price they have to pay for this thing that hangs over our city.
Hey, I wrote an editorial.
Run it. Run a series of them. Not just high and mighty talk, big words, but down-to-earth human translation of this stuff in terms of people, ordinary people. Could you do that? That's what I'm in business for.
And then it began. Not since the days of Al Capone, the days of Lucky Luciano, have the facts been poured out.
There are dens in this city where a man or woman can drink for 24 hours out of 24. Drink and gamble and anything else he wants. It is easier to get into most of the institutions of vice in New York City than it is to get into downtown's more exclusive restaurants. There are operators in this city who openly boast of being able to buy any policeman, from inspector down. And as the articles roll out, the public reacts and the DA moves.
104 more arrested in vice raids over the weekend. Total now 293. Roundup includes leaders of greatest vice combine since Lucky Luciano went to jail. Arrests now total 300. Vice group smashed.
You see them in the lineup in the DA's office. Party Boy and Duchess, who runs one of the dance palaces. Marie, Frank the Sheik, hop joint owners. Freddie the Dasher and Lenox Avenue Tom. Hotel keepers who rent rooms for parties. And finally, Buster and Big Joe Caddison. 300 men and women who have preyed on millions. 300 who have made a living out of the poverty and anxiety and the desires of ordinary people. 300 human vultures, brought to the only rightful nest for this kind of bird of prey. The lockup, the jail, facing justice.
Now we read you that telegram from Paul Schoenstein of the New York Journal-American.
Of the 300 arrested in the vice cleanup, many were convicted and received lengthy sentences. Vice in New York received a severe setback, but as any honest reporter knows, it has by no means ended. But at least we touched the surface. We set a foundation for future investigations, future campaigns against the many thousands who still prey on New York's millions.
In order to protect the names of people actually involved in tonight's authentic big story, the names of all characters in the dramatization were changed with the exception of the newspaper reporter. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
The Big Story.
You think because I'm an old man I can't hold my own? Well, I'll show you. Don't hit me there again. No, don't.
Detroit, Michigan. From the pages of the Free Press, the story of a sneaking suspicion that became a dead certainty. Detroit, Michigan. The story as it actually happened. Kenneth McCormick's story, as he lived it.
You've seen it before, Ken McCormick, of the Detroit Free Press. In 20 years of reporting, you've seen it lots of times. But somehow, you've never gotten used to the look of murder, especially violent murder. The shattered glass, the shambles of tables and chairs, the twisted body, always the same. And now, on this Sunday morning in the suburb of Highland Park, as you stand in the living room of a shabby bungalow, now you're seeing it all over again.
What a mess.
Mind showing me your press card?
Oh, here you are. Detroit Free Press. Name is Ken McCormick.
I'm Captain Walsh, Highland Park Detective Bureau.
How do you do?
McCormick, huh? You the guy that got the Pulitzer Prize a few years ago?
Oh, you have a good memory, Captain. What's the dead man's name?
Radway, George F. Radway, age 69, worked in a candy factory.
Looks like he took quite a beating. What did he die of?
Broken ribs, probably punctured his lungs. Death occurred around midnight last night, reported early this morning. Anything else you want to know?
Well, I'd like to get an interview with his family.
Well, you can't. He hasn't got any. One of the neighbors found his body.
I see. What do you think the motive was?
Robbery. What else? Look at the joint.
Someone sure took it apart, but this bungalow, Captain, the furnishings, the way it's kept, what I mean, it doesn't look like the old guy had much to be robbed of.
Somebody must have thought he had.
What about all these muddy tracks on the floor?
Who knows? Anyone could have made them. Even Radway himself. I hate this kind of case. You know why?
Why?
Because the motive's too broad, too impersonal. Robbery. Any one of 5,000 bums or hoodlums could have bust in, beaten up the occupant, ransacked the joint, and cleared out. I hate this kind of a
Who was
case.
the neighbor, Captain? You know, the one who found the body?
Oh, Mrs. Florence Kemper. She and her husband were good friends of Radway. The house is on the next street, back to back with this one. You can see a corner of it through the trees.
Well, I think I'll go over and talk to her.
Well, you're wasting your time. We already got her started.
Well, at least I can get her picture.
Yeah. You know, that's what I envy about you newspaper guys. You take a picture, you write a little copy, and as far as you're concerned, that's the end of it.
I don't know, Captain. Sometimes it's just the beginning.
You wait for Frank Harmon, your photographer, to take his shots of the murder scene. And then the two of you start out for Mrs. Kemper's. You take a shortcut that leads through the back lots from Radway's bungalow, and you've only gone about 50 yards when you see it.
Frank, look over here alongside the path. Now, you see that?
Yeah, I see it. So what?
Now, look at the color. Grayish tan.
What do you expect from a patch of mud? Magenta?
Well, don't you remember those tracks in the bungalow? Unless I'm colorblind, this stuff matches perfectly.
Say. Hey, you're right.
And look there, right in the middle of it.
Yeah. Looks like maybe part of a footprint.
You go on to the neighbor's house. And a few minutes later, you and Frank Harmon are sitting in the neat little kitchen talking with Mrs. Kemper as she peels potatoes for Sunday dinner. You try not to notice the little tremble in her hands.
You see, my husband and I knew the Radways for years. Ever since his wife died, George, that's Mr. Radway, took most of his meals with us. Just like one of the family. That's why it was such a shock when...
We understand, Mrs. Kemper.
That's how I came to go over there this morning. Went to call him to breakfast.
Didn't he used to come over of his own accord?
Mostly, yes, Mr. Harmon, but this morning we were up earlier than usual. Mr. Kemper couldn't sleep.
Is your husband around now? Maybe we could talk to him.
No. No, Harold's at the 11 o'clock church service. Besides, he wasn't there with me at the bungalow when I...
Oh, you were alone then?
Yes. Knocked on the back door. Wasn't any answer. Then I looked through the window, and right away I knew something terrible had happened. I could see the place all topsy-turvy, and Mr. Radway lying there, all twisted up.
And then you came back here and you phoned the police?
Yes.
Mrs. Kemper, would you mind if I took a few pictures of you, just sitting here in your kitchen, sort of?
Why, I guess I wouldn't mind if you need them.
Fine. Just hold it like that, peeling the potatoes.
Lawrence, have you got... Who are these men? What are they doing here?
It's all right, Harold.
We're from the Detroit Free Press, Mr. Kemper. We just want to...
I know what you want. Who asked you in here, anyway? You got no regard for people's feelings? Taking pictures, asking questions?
It's all right, Harold. They don't mean any harm.
It's all your fault to begin with. I told you, Florence. I told you we shouldn't have reported it.
But we had to. I found the body.
Someone else would have found him. Someone else could have made the report, but no, you wouldn't listen. And now it's just like I said, police and reporters swarming all over.
I don't mind so much, Harold. Kind of relieves me to talk to him. Maybe you'd feel better, too.
I don't want to talk to nobody. My best friend just died. I got some feelings. Even if you went.
I only thought...
I'm sorry, Mrs. Kemper.
Yeah, we didn't intend
Please
to.
excuse him. He didn't mean it. He doesn't know what he's saying. Too broken up.
Yeah, sure. We understand.
The two of you leave. Frank goes back to the office with his pictures. And as Captain Walsh said, that's the end of it. But somehow, Kenneth McCormick, you don't want to drop this story. Not yet. So just for the record, you decide to check with the rest of Radway's neighbors.
Well, now, come to think of it, there was someone looked mighty suspicious. A stranger. Hung around the neighborhood all Saturday afternoon.
I should hope to say I did see him. Why, he even came here. Pretended he was a window washer. But I knew it was funny. He was wearing a good brown suit.
That's right, a brown suit. Dark hair, medium height, and a pretty heavy build. Was trying to get in that bungalow in the worst way. Come back 3 or 4 times before it was dark.
Thanks, McCormick, but we already know about this window washer. The dragnet's been out for 2 hours
You
now.
really think he did it, Captain?
I'll bet on it. He's our man, all right, if we can find him. With my luck, that's a question.
The suspect's description is fairly complete. But you wonder if perhaps Mrs. Kemper saw him, too, and could supply a few more details. So once again, you visit the little frame house. This time, Harold Kemper stays in the room. He doesn't say much until his wife starts to answer your question about the stranger.
Why, no, Mr. McCormick, I don't remember.
Yes. Yes, there was someone. I saw him.
You did, Mr. Kemper?
Yes. It was late Saturday night. I was standing near the back window here, and I happened to look over to George's place. He had the kitchen light on, and I could see this guy on the back porch.
Why, Harold, you never mentioned that to me.
Well, I was too upset, that's all. I didn't think of it.
What did this man look like, Mr. Kemper? Could you see?
Well, he was kind of tall and thin, wearing a lumber jacket.
But the window washer wore a brown suit. He wasn't tall, and he wasn't thin.
Why, Harold, that's important. How could you forget a thing like that? You should have told the police first off.
They didn't ask me. Besides, like I said, it slipped my mind.
While the Kempers are talking, you move casually to the back window and look out. And it's just as you thought. Harold Kemper couldn't possibly have seen anyone on Radway's porch because from this window, the bungalow is completely obscured by trees. Then one of those little fateful accidents happens. The pencil you've been holding in your hand drops and rolls under the Davenport. You kneel to retrieve it, and there before your eyes is something which, in the breath of an instant, contracts your vague conjectures to a steel-hard core of suspicion.
This is Cy Harris, returning you to your narrator and the big story of Kenneth McCormick, as he lived it and wrote it.
You, Kenneth McCormick, of the Detroit Free Press, are kneeling by the Davenport in the Kempers' living room, and a wild surmise is beating inside you. For under that Davenport, obviously kicked there in an attempt to conceal them, are several broken clouds of grayish-tan clay. You straighten up with the realization that somehow you've got to get a sample of that clay, a sample you can match with the tracks in the dead man's bungalow. But with the Kempers here in this room, it's out of the question. You'll have to get rid of them, if only for a moment. So you take a long chance. You turn to Harold Kemper, and you begin asking questions about Radway, about the man in the lumber jacket. Question after question, until finally...
Listen, mister, I've told you all I know.
Are you sure, Mr. Kemper? You forgot about the man on the porch until tonight. Now, maybe there's something else
He's
that you...
right, Harold. Perhaps...
No, there's nothing else. Besides, I can't stand here talking all night. I got work to do. I got to fix the car.
The car? But there's nothing wrong...
It's the gas line. What do you know about them things?
I'm so worried about my husband, Mr. McCormick. He's taken this thing awful bad. Now we have to go to the morgue tomorrow night at 9 o'clock and identify George's body. Harold hasn't seen him dead yet. I don't know what he'll do.
It'll be kind of tough for him, I guess. Mrs. Kemper, could I trouble you for a glass of water?
Why, certainly, that's no trouble. Just sit right there and I'll get it from the kitchen.
You cross quickly to the Davenport, reach under, grab some of the clay, drop it in your pocket, and are just getting up when...
Drop your pencil again, mister?
Yes. Fix your car already?
I came back for a wrench.
Oh. Well, I'll be leaving now, Mr. Kemper. Tell your wife to never mind about that drink of water. I don't feel thirsty anymore.
You're way out in left field, McCormick. This Kemper was Radway's best friend.
I know that,
All
Captain,
right,
but...
so you found some clay in his house last night. What does that prove?
Look at the samples. Now, here's some from Kemper's, some from the murder scene, and some from the mud patch along the path, and they're all identical. That grayish tan
Can't
color
prove
is...
things that way, McCormick.
Oh.
You need a thorough, detailed lab analysis. I'll send the stuff in, but it doesn't make any difference anyway, because even if it is the same, Kemper could have made those tracks at some other time.
Then why did he kick the pieces under his sofa? Why did he try to hide them?
Well, maybe he didn't. Maybe his wife just brushed them out of the way.
Oh, nuts. His wife is as neat as a pin. She'd clean the dirt up. She wouldn't push it under the furniture. And another thing, if Kemper was such a good friend, why wouldn't he have gone to the bungalow and tried to help Radway after his wife came back and told what she'd seen? Unless he already knew the old man was dead.
You can't tell about things like that. Maybe the guy gets sick at the sight of blood. A lot of people do.
Yeah, sure.
Kemper's a respectable citizen. I'm not going to pull him in on your hunch and leave myself open to a charge of false arrest. No, sir.
Oh, well, I just thought you could...
We got a lead now. We know the motive was robbery, and we know why. There was a rumor all over the neighborhood that Radway kept money in his house. You can bet that window washer heard it, too. As soon as we roust him, the case will be in the bag.
Even to yourself, you have to admit that Kemper would probably not have killed his friend just to rob him. Then your theory gets another body blow. In Radway's house, under an ironing board cover, Walsh's men find $400. That seems to clinch the robbery motive. And then comes the rabbit punch. The same day, Monday, in the late afternoon, the window washer is found. You're there in Walsh's office when they bring him in. His name is John Bruno, and his story is pitifully weak.
You admit you were in the neighborhood. You admit that.
I know, Captain. That's right. I was, but...
And you admit going to Radway's house.
I went to all the houses.
But you went back to that house 3 times.
I don't know. I don't remember.
Oh, don't lie. The neighbors saw you. Now, why'd you go back there for, Bruno? Why?
I don't know. I guess because nobody was home the first times. I don't know.
Well, where'd you go after it got dark? Where were you that night?
At night? Well, I went back to my room, that's all. Back to the rooming house.
Can you prove it? Can you prove you stayed there all night?
I don't know. I didn't see no one. I live alone. You got to take my word, mister. Honest, I didn't go back to the bungalow. I didn't kill no one. Honest, you got to take my word.
You look at that bewildered, frightened man in the brown suit, and you know one thing. John Bruno is innocent. His story is weak. He has no alibi, no witnesses. But how many innocent people do? Then it strikes you there's one angle you haven't yet tried. Kemper's movements on the night of the crime.
Well, every Saturday, a lot of the men in the neighborhood sneak off to some tavern or other. It's terrible. I wouldn't let my husband do it.
Yeah, it's a beer garden on 6 Mile Road. Kemper and Radway usually went out there together.
Oh, I seen them there last Saturday, all right. Both of them pretty drunk, so I give them a wide berth.
Is that it? Is that the answer? You wish you could be sure. Then you remember something. At 9 o'clock tonight, the Kempers will be at the morgue to identify the body. You check your watch. You can make it. Maybe if you're there when Harold Kemper has to look at his dead friend, maybe you'll see something. You grab a cab, and at 9:01, you walk into the medical examiner's office at the city morgue. Mrs. Kemper is there, but she's alone.
Where's your husband? Where is he, Mrs. Kemper?
He decided not to come in. The last minute he thought it'd be too much for him. He's waiting for me out on the street corner. Just as well, I guess.
All right, if it's cat and mouse, I can play that game, too. Enjoying the view, Mr. Kemper?
Huh? Oh,
Better than the one inside, isn't it?
what do you want, mister?
Well, I just thought I'd tell you how the case is coming. You were his best friend. I figured you'd like to know.
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, have they found anything yet?
Oh, they know who the murderer is.
They do?
Yeah, they're just making sure of their evidence. They found a patch of mud in the back lot, with a footprint in it. And now they're checking with the tracks in the bungalow. As soon as the lab tests come through, they'll probably make the arrest.
Well, that don't seem like much to go on.
Oh, they have other evidence, too. Plenty of it.
Well, Mr. McCormick, I see you found my husband after all.
Yes, we've been having a little talk. How about you, Mrs. Kemper? All finished inside?
Yes, I made the identification all right. And Harold, I'm sure it won't be long before they catch the man who did it.
Oh, how could you know?
Because I saw something. And I'm sure the police saw it, too.
What do you mean?
Well, on George's throat, there were 3 or 4 fingerprints, just as plain as could be.
And the joke of it, the grim, grim joke of it, is that Mrs. Kemper has made a mistake. What she saw were not fingerprints which can be traced, but finger marks which cannot. Only Harold Kemper, in the white heat of his fear, is far beyond figuring that out. His face gives you the answer. Now you know. This man is a murderer. More than that, he's a murderer chased by the phantom of his own fear. He's ripe for the plucking, if you can just get Captain Walsh to stretch out a hand.
But I told you my story, Captain. I told you 1,000,000 times.
Never mind, Bruno. Tell me again.
What's the use? I'm only going to say the same thing. I didn't do it, so what's the use?
All right, Sergeant. Take him out.
Yes, sir.
What's the matter, Captain? You can't crack him?
Oh, he'll crack.
When? 6 months from now, out of sheer exhaustion? Look, Bruno was innocent. You know that. And Kemper is guilty. You just won't admit it.
I've got enough complications with that.
I told you what I found out about Kemper. I showed you the motive.
Captain, the lab report is here, and those 3 samples of clay.
Well, what's the gist of it, Sergeant?
They're all identical, sir.
Captain, how much proof do you want?
I don't know.
If you don't want to pull him in, at least go out to his house now and question him. The guy will break. I know he will. He's on the thin edge of nothing.
But it's late. It's after midnight.
What is it you really don't like, Captain? The lateness of the hour or junking your pet theory?
Come on, let's go. Don't pull in the driveway, Sergeant. Just park out front.
Yes, sir.
All right, Sergeant. You wait here. Come on, McCormick. Oh, evening, Mrs. Kemper.
Hello, Captain.
I wonder if I could see your husband for a minute.
I'm sorry. He isn't here. He's gone out.
Do you know when he'll be back?
No, I don't.
Could we come in for a minute?
Yes, of course, Mr. McCormick. Come in.
It's kind of late to go out, isn't it? Do you know where your husband's gone?
He didn't tell me. Is there any message you want to leave?
Mrs. Kemper, you've been crying, haven't you? Is it anything to do with...
No. No, it's just... No,
You'd better tell us everything, Mrs. Kemper. We'll find out anyway. You see, we know what your husband's done.
Yes. Yes. He did it. He killed George.
How long have you known this?
He just told me about an hour ago. When we came back from the morgue, he was all sick-like. Then finally told me that he and George got into a fight that night over who was to buy more beer. Harold gets into terrible rages, and he beat the old man up. Then when he saw he was dead, he upset everything to make it look like a robbery.
Well, where is he now?
I don't know. He was terribly afraid. He knew you'd be coming after him.
Go on, Mrs. Kemper.
He said they're not going to put me in no prison. Then he rushed out to the garage to get the car.
Well, he won't get far. Where's your phone?
Hey, wait a minute, Captain. The car is here.
What?
I saw it in the garage as we came up the walk.
Sergeant Jansky.
Yes, sir?
Turn your spotlight on that garage, then come with me. We're going in after Kemper.
Wait up, Captain. I want to be on this.
You better stand clear. Come out of that garage, Kemper. You don't stand a chance. All right, we're coming in. Jansky, you go in on the other side of the car. I'll take this side.
Yes, sir.
Kemper?
He's not on this side, Captain.
He's not here either.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
Look over there, sir. In that corner, just off the floor.
Harold! Harold, are you there, Harold?
McCormick, don't let her in here. Mrs. Kemper, don't. Don't go in there. You'll only...
No, let me alone. Let me alone. Harold, where are you? Harold, are you...
Now we read you that telegram from Kenneth McCormick of the Detroit Free Press.
Not out of remorse, but out of pure fear, the killer in tonight's big story hanged himself with a piece of clothesline. His wife's story brought the instant release of the window washer and closed the case.
And so ends another big story. In order to protect the names of people actually involved in tonight's authentic big story, the names of all characters in the dramatization were changed, with the exception of the newspaper reporter. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
What are you stopping for? Just for a minute, Blanche. I just feel good being with you like this. Real good.
Oh, come on. Stop the car. I don't want to be late for the show.
I like older women, Blanche. I like you. I used to watch your house when you went out with other men.
What?
Now you're with me. Blanche, could I lean my head against your shoulder just for a minute?
You're crazy. I knew I should never have given you a date. Only you kept pestering and pestering like a kid. Now go on, get away from me. Let me out.
Blanche, say you love me.
Oh, you make me sick. You make
Don't
me...
say that.
You asked for it. You make me sick. Now let me... No.
Salt Lake City, Utah. From the pages of the Salt Lake City Tribune, the story of a reporter who knew enough about children to catch a triple murderer. Salt Lake City, the story as it actually happened. T.R. Johnson's story as he lived it.
As you, T.R. Johnson, reporter for the Salt Lake City Tribune, drive along the main highway between Ogden and Salt Lake City, everything seems just right. The new green sedan you're driving is slick to the touch. The sunset around you is warm and alive. And everything along the road is as familiar to you as the hat on your head. It ought to be. This is your beat. You've just passed through the Mormon town of East Hopeful, waved to a few friends, and now, about a mile past East Hopeful, you decide to stop for some gas at Melstone's place.
Hi, T.R. How's the great reporter?
Looking for a story now. Haven't you murdered your mother-in-law yet?
Nope. Decided to let the old buzzard live till Christmas. What'll it be, T.R.?
Fill her up now.
Oh, sure thing. How do you like driving the new car?
Oh, I like it fine.
Especially driving on an evening like this, huh? Yeah, sure a great time of the year to be alive.
A great time of the year to be alive, said the gas attendant. But at that very moment, back in East Hopeful, there was a man who thought otherwise. In the half-light of dusk, a man slowly dragged Blanche Wilson's body toward a field of tall, dry grass. He'd almost reached the grass when...
Hey, you! What are you doing there?
George, he's dragging something.
Well, I can't see him clearly. He's in the shadows. Hey, you! What are you doing in our field?
George, I can't see him at all now. He's there.
You're back on the highway now, T.R. Johnson, on your way to Salt Lake City. At first, you don't notice that the road is strangely empty. As a matter of fact, you don't notice anything until suddenly you hear... You look into your rearview mirror, you think they must be after somebody else. But what you see in your mirror makes you slam your brakes on hard. The two troopers, guns drawn, are on you fast.
Okay, you. Step out and don't try anything.
But crying out loud, Carl rifling. What's the matter?
T.R. You're a lucky gent. If you hadn't stopped right off, we'd have started shooting.
Shooting?
Your car, T.R., green sedan. Same make, same color the murderer used to get away in.
Wait a minute, Carl. What murderer?
Back in East Hopeful. Fellow just killed 3 people.
3?
Listen, I can't let you go any further in this car of yours, T.R. It's a green sedan.
Oh.
So I guess you'd better follow us back to East Hopeful.
You follow in the wake of the troopers. The warm, living sunset has suddenly turned into a frightening purple and black sky. A nice time to be alive in has become a time of death. When you drive back